This audiobook contains 71 censored sentences and 274 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. He glared fiercely at Sasuke, his eyes filled with unwillingness and malice, secretly forming hand signs, wanting to seize the opportunity to escape underground. Trying to run? Too late. Sasuke's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he controlled the Susanoo to extend its giant palm, grabbing Kitsuchi's body. The immense Barato instantly paralyzed Kitsuchi's Barato, and with a dull thump sound, the captured Kitsuchi suddenly disintegrated into a pile of brown mud, scattering on the ground. Dang it, that was just an earth clone. Sasuke, realizing he had been tricked, frowned deeply, his Mangekyo Sharingan rapidly scanning the surrounding ground, trying to locate Kitsuchi's true body. The clink-clink of kunai colliding and the shouts of ninjas gradually subsided. The remaining IWA ninjas had either escaped or been subdued by the Land of Water's ninjas. Sasuke controlled the Susanoo, standing in the center of the settlement, blue chakra flowing around him like an indestructible barrier. His gaze cautiously observed the surrounding ground, especially the scattered earth pits, his eyes filled with cold severity. He had a strange feeling that Kitsuchi's true body was still nearby, and this battle was not yet over. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi's true body, hiding in a secluded underground spot not far away, felt the chakra fluctuations coming from the ground, and his face became exceptionally grim. He clutched his injured arm, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat from the pain, his heart filled with both dread and relief. Fortunately, he had left an earth clone to attract attention beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the Susanoo just now. Darn, this kid is much harder to deal with than I imagined. Kitsuchi clenched his jaw, hesitating whether to continue his actions. It was already too late to act now, and it would most likely fail. At that point, not only would he not capture Sasuke, but he might also lose his life. But if he really gave up, it was a time of national crisis, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to his father, Noki, which put him in a difficult position. On one side was his father's expectations and pressure, and on the other was the difficult situation at hand. He didn't think he could defeat the perfect Susanoo in front of him. Such a massive Susanoo should consume a lot of chakra. Sasuke shouldn't be able to last long. Hold on, I still have a chance. Just as Kitsuchi was in a state of extreme internal conflict, waiting for an opportunity, Sasuke's voice suddenly clearly reached underground. Kitsuchi, I know you're still nearby. Stop hiding. Come out and face me. You can hide from the first, but not the 15th. I will definitely retaliate against your Awagakure. Kitsuchi's body instantly froze, his heart sinking. He knew he had no retreat. Sasuke was definitely not bluffing. With his status, current strength, and determination, retaliating against a Awagakure would be as easy as turning over his hand. Kitsuchi, hold on. He is threatening me like this. It means he must be greatly depleted of chakra, about to give out. This mission, I must succeed, hold on. Taking a risk is worth it. Kitsuchi constantly reassured himself, trying to find a suitable moment to strike. Hiriko's unexpected arrival, the 200-meter-tall perfect Susanoo, rapidly dissipated into points of glowing light in the air. Sasuke stumbled back 2 steps, the blade of his Kusanagi, sword deeply embedded in the mud, supporting his shaky body. Cold sweat trickled down his pale cheek. Every breath brought with it a tearing pain. He had just awakened his Mangekyo, yet he had forcefully activated the perfect Susanoo. Waves of searing pain assaulted his entire body, as if countless fine needles were repeatedly piercing him. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan still glowed with a demonic light, but they brought agonizing pain. He clenched his jaw tightly, a sharp ache spreading through him, barely managing to suppress a groan of pain. For him, having just experienced the Mangekyo awakening, the perfect Susanoo was a move far exceeding his capacity. Every extra second he maintained it. His eyeballs felt like they would burst from the massive influx of chakra. Fortunately, Inkarama was sealed within him, and its chakra was slowly flowing through his chakra pathways, like a cool stream nourishing dry land, rapidly repairing his overdrawn body. Of course, the small portion of Senju and Uzumaki blood he inherited from his father, Shun, was the reason he did not suffer the predicament of ordinary Uchiha, whose eyesight constantly deteriorates after activating the Mangekyo. Even so, the intense pain in his eyes remained constant. Who? Sasuke gasped heavily, wiping the tears and sweat from his eyes with the back of his hand, his Mangekyo Sharingan still struggling to scan his surroundings. The weakness from excessive chakra depletion made his body tremble, but he dared not relax even slightly. The battlefield had not yet settled. No one knew if there were still hidden enemies. Just then, a black shadow suddenly darted out of the dense forest at the edge of the safe zone. It was a man wearing a black trench coat, his hood covering most of his face, revealing only a sharp jawline and a pair of eyes gleaming with avarice. His figure was astonishingly fast, transforming into a blurred, inky afterimage as he moved, as if even light was being torn apart by his speed. Ever since witnessing the earth-shattering battle between Pain and Shun at the border of the Land of Fire, and seeing the terrifying power unleashed by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Hiriko had developed an almost obsessive fixation on those eyes. He had spent his entire life pursuing powerful Kekkei Genkais, and the allure of the Mangekyo Sharingan made him willing to risk his life infiltrating various battlefields just to find a suitable vessel. Senchuredo activating swift release to its maximum. His figure left several overlapping afterimages in the air, making it nearly impossible to track his true path. His goal was clear: capture Sasuke alive and seize that Mangekyo Sharingan, which had just been awakened and still carried residual heat. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly contracted. Even though his eyes were aching and his vision was blurry, the Sharingan's insight remained sharp. The moment Hiriko moved, he captured the impossibly fast black shadow, and his heart sank. Such incredible speed. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Sasuke quickly formed hand signs, Kurama's chakra wildly intertwining with his remaining chakra. Even though his chakra pathways were burning and his eyeballs were swelling, he ignored it completely. Lightning release, cell activation. Electricity instantly enveloped his entire body. Tiny electrical snakes coursed over his skin, stimulating every cell on the verge of exhaustion. Lightning chakra not only enhances offensive power, but also temporarily revitalizes all cells, significantly boosting the Bodus reaction speed and movement speed. Sasuke's figure suddenly blurred. He charged out to meet Hiriko's assault, moving several times faster than before, barely managing to keep pace with the swift release afterimage. Oh, you can actually keep up with my speed? A flicker of surprise crossed Hiriko's eyes, immediately turning into intense greed. As expected of an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo. Eyes like these are worthy of me. The two figures intertwined on the ground, moving so fast that onlookers couldn't discern their actions, seeing only black and white afterimages constantly colliding and separating. Relying on the prediction ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke barely managed to evade several of Hiriko's surprise attacks. The opponent's attacks were tricky and ruthless, every strike aimed directly at his eyes, his fingertips faintly coated with chakra. Senchuredo, the vibration from the collision traveled up his arm to his eyes, making his already agonizing eyes feel as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his vision instantly went black. He used the force of the impact to retreat several meters, putting distance between himself and Hiriko. His lightning-shrouded body trembled slightly, his breathing grew more ragged, and the glow of his Mangekyo Sharingan dimmed somewhat. "Brat, your chakra is almost exhausted, isn't it?" Hiriko saw through Sasuke's predicament, a mocking smile on his face. "Sasuke, your eyes, they hurt, don't they? Using such a massive Susanoo, that feeling must be unbearable, right?" Sasuke didn't speak. He just gritted his teeth, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan locked firmly onto his opponent. He could feel the chakra rapidly draining from his body. The effects of the cell activation were gradually diminishing, and the pain in his eyes grew increasingly intense. He subconsciously glanced toward Naruto. Sakura had already been carried to a safe area by a medical ninja. Naruto was rushing toward him, golden chakra swirling around him. He had clearly noticed the situation, but the distance was still too great for him to provide support in time. Faced with desperation, Sasuke's gaze became even colder and more resolute. He tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Kurama's chakra surged again, flowing through his chakra pathways toward his eyes, temporarily suppressing some of the intense pain. Pale blue chakra and purple lightning intertwined around the blade, forming a sharp halo of light. Even with little chakra left, he absolutely would not surrender. Sasuke coldly said, "If you want to capture me, you'll have to deal with my Kusanagi sword first." Hiriko sneered, his figure once again turning into an afterimage, activating swift release to the extreme. Only a black streak was left in the air as he charged toward Sasuke. "Stubborn fool, don't blame me for getting rough." Sasuke took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the severe pain in his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan operated at full power, predicting Hiriko's movement trajectory. Clang! In the distance, Naruto's figure grew closer, his shouts carrying over. "Sasuke, hold on. I'm coming to help." Naruto and Sasuke versus Hiriko's Sage Mode. Activate. Naruto's pupils turned golden. Dark red eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes, and two marks swelled on either side of his cheeks. This natural energy and the chakra fluctuations. Hiriko narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, and his fingertips involuntarily clenched. As someone who had been classmates with the Konoha Sannin and served in the Konoha Umbu as an elite jonin, he had long heard rumors about Sage Mode. He had even seen relevant records in the Umbu archives. Sage Mode? Is he Jiraiya's disciple? He actually mastered this power? His apprehension vanished in an instant, replaced by a more intense greed and excitement. He licked his chapped lips, a scar twisting into a ferocious arc on his face. Interesting. Mangekyo Sharingan plus Sage Mode. If I can claim both of your powers for myself, let alone Shun, no one in the entire ninja world will be able to stop me. Hiriko's figure flickered, swift release activated to its maximum, turning him into a black afterimage. He dodged Naruto's charge and simultaneously swung his palm toward Sasuke. He still hadn't given up the idea of taking the Mangekyo. A weakened Sasuke was still the easiest prey for him. Only by dealing with Sasuke could he fully concentrate on Naruto. Don't even think about hurting Sasuke. Naruto roared, his perception in Sage Mode heightened to its extreme, instantly locking onto Hiriko's trajectory. He knew that the duration of Sage Mode was limited and he had to finish the fight quickly. He quickly formed hand signs, and a pale blue chakra condensed in his palm. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. A giant Rasengan formed with a whistling sound, forcefully blocking Hiriko's path. Just as the archive said, Sage Mode not only enhances perception, but its reaction speed and attack power are ridiculously strong. Hiriko was forced to stop, his figure reappearing. He looked at the wind wall in front of him, his face grim. He had glimpsed a corner of Jiraiya's Sage Mode from afar, and the power Naruto was displaying now was even more threatening than what was recorded in the archives. Sasuke took the opportunity to retreat several steps, leaning against a charred, broken tree, gasping for breath. The intense pain in his eyes finally eased slightly under the nourishment of Kurama's chakra. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan remained locked on Hiriko, constantly wary of his movements, while silently accumulating chakra, ready to support Naruto at any moment. Since you're so in the way, they'll deal with you first. A ruthless glint flashed in Hiriko's eyes. He formed hand signs, and the chakra on his body suddenly changed, a layer of dark gray metallic luster appearing on his skin. Steel release. He knew very well that the physical attacks of Sage Mode were extremely powerful, and ordinary defenses could not withstand them. Only steel release could barely cope. His boda's durability instantly increased to its maximum, like a hard alloy, as he charged towards Naruto. His fist, with a sound of slicing apart wind, smashed towards Naruto's face. The punch was fierce, enough to shatter rocks. Naruto's eyes narrowed. His boda's reaction in Sage mode was extremely fast. He dodged the punch sideways, and at the same time, raised his hand to strike Hiriko's chest. Furokata. Pale green chakra enveloped his fist, delivering a blow with both hard and soft power, smashing heavily against Hiriko's steel body. Clang! Naruto felt his palm go numb, but Hiriko's body remained motionless. Instead, he used the recoil to kick Naruto in the abdomen. Bang! Naruto's barato flew backward, tumbling several times in the air before he regained his balance, a trace of barato spilling from the corner of his barato. He wiped the barato, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What a tough opponent. Is this steel release? Not just that. Hiriko sneered, forming hand signs again. His chakra became cold and eerie, and a faint black mist appeared around him. Dark release, inhaling void. He remembered that Sage Mode's Senjutsu chakra originated from natural energy. Although pure, it was consumed quickly. This dark release technique could counter Naruto, constantly eroding his chakra. The black mist spread towards Naruto, and wherever it passed, the dust on the ground became dull and lifeless. Naruto could feel the chakra in his body being slowly absorbed by the mist. His face changed, and he quickly retreated, forming hand signs at the same time. Sage Art. Fire release. Great flame arrow. Blazing flames spewed from Naruto's mouth, forming a huge pillar of fire that burned towards the black mist. The flames collided with the mist, making a hissing sound. The black mist was constantly dissipating as it was scorched by the flames, but Hiriko's figure suddenly disappeared into the mist. Be careful. It's swift release. Sasuke's voice sounded in time. His Mangekyo Sharingan captured a black afterimage, which was attacking Naruto from behind. Naruto reacted extremely quickly, turning around and raising his hand. Pale green chakra condensed into a Rasengan. Sage Art. Rasengan. The Rasengan collided with Hiriko's fist, erupting in a huge energy shock. Naruto was knocked back several steps, but Hiriko used the force of the impact to activate swift release again, his figure weaving back and forth across the battlefield, leaving several afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish his true position. He knew very well that although Sage Mode's perception range was wide, there were still blind spots for extremely fast-moving targets, and this was his opportunity. Storm release. Lightning storm. A blue lightning beam suddenly shot out from an afterimage, with a sharp whistling sound heading toward Sasuke. The lightning was extremely fast, almost impossible to avoid. Sasuke. Naruto called out. Umph. Sasuke snorted coldly, forming hand signs. His remaining chakra condensed into a blue lightning barrier. Lightning release. Lightning wall. The lightning barrier blocked the storm release attack, and blue currents exploded in the air, forming an electric net. At the same time, Naruto seized Hiriko's brief stiffness after activating storm release and formed hand signs. It suddenly became muddy, forming a huge swamp. Hiriko's figure landed right in the center of the swamp, his feet trapped in the mud, and his speed instantly slowed down. Now, a gleam of light flashed in Naruto's eyes. His body turned into a green afterimage, charging towards Hiriko, two giant Rasen Shurikens forming in his hands. Sage Art. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. The giant Rasen Shuriken, carrying violent wind blades, attacked Hiriko from both sides. Hiriko's face changed drastically. Trapped in the swamp, swift release could not be used. He could only activate steel release again, and, at the same time, formed hand signs. Dark release. Inhaling maw. A black shield appeared in front of him, blocking one Rasen Shuriken, but the other Rasen Shuriken bypassed the shield and fiercely struck his steel body. The wind blade cut through the steel release defense, leaving a serious injury on Hiriko's Barato. New book JJK. Favorability system. Transmigrating to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yahiko awakened the favorability system. By interacting with female characters in the story and increasing their favorability level, he can obtain rewards. On top of that, the system also issues missions every now and then through which he can acquire rewards. Killing cursed spirits? That's just a side job. Dating is the real business. Cinchuredo, his dark gray skin returned to normal, and a severe wound caused heavy bleeding as his breathing became rapid. I never thought you could use Sage Mode to such an extent. Hiriko glared at Naruto and Sasuke with a sinister look, his face filled with unwillingness and rage. Back in Umbu, I saw Jiraiya's Sage Mode. You were younger than him, yet your potential is even greater than his. But do you think you could defeat me like this? How naive. He moved quickly to form hand signs, his chakra fluctuating intensely, and the energies of 4 Kekkei Genkais intertwine around him, forming a complex halo. The ground began to tremble as black mist, blue lightning, dark gray steel luster, and the afterimages of swift release intertwined, forming a terrifying energy storm. Hiriko intended to use his ultimate move to deal with these two troublesome brats once and for all. What was he trying to do? Naruto's expression was grave. His perception in Sage Mode made him sense a dangerous aura. He quickly shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, prepare to team up." Sasuke nodded. The light from his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan flared. His internal chakra completely fused with In Kurama's chakra, and the blue chakra condensed again. Although he hadn't activated Susanoo, the concentration of his chakra was even more refined than before. He gripped his Kusanagi sword, its blade glowing with a faint blue light, as lightning and chakra intertwined, preparing for the final impact. Hiriko's body continuously expanded within the energy storm, the power of his 4 Kekkei Genkais fully erupting, and his eyes became frantic. Let me show you the power of 4 fused Kekkei Genkais. Storm release. Destruction storm. A massive energy storm swept towards Naruto and Sasuke, filled with lightning and violent air currents. Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed, trees snapped, and the entire encampment trembled violently. Sasuke, Naruto, both shouted at the same time, their minds in sync. Naruto condensed his entire Senjutsu chakra into a giant Raisin Shuriken, while Sasuke channeled his chakra into the Kusanagi sword, forming a massive blue lightning slash. Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. Susanoo. 2 attacks, imbued with terrifying power, simultaneously charged towards the energy storm. The green wind chakra and the blue lightning chakra intertwined, forming a massive beam of light that collided with Hiriko's 4-element storm. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the entire border. The shockwave from the energy impact blew away all the surrounding tents and grain silos, and dust filled the sky, almost obscuring it completely. The refugees, hiding in a distant safe zone, trembled with fear, only able to pray for this terrifying battle to end quickly. At the center of the storm, 3 forces collided and tore at each other frantically. The blue lightning, green wind blades, and the energy of the 4-element storm clashed and overwhelmed one another, producing light that illuminated the entire sky. Naruto and Sasuke's figures swayed precariously in the storm, their chakra rapidly depleting, but they held on tightly, their eyes filled with determination. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan operated at full power, searching for weaknesses in the 4-element storm. Naruto's Sage Mode perception was pushed to its limit, constantly adjusting the direction of the Raisin Shuriken's power. Their cooperation became more and more seamless, and the power of the light beam grew stronger and stronger, gradually suppressing the 4-element storm. No, impossible. How can I lose to 2 brats? Hiriko's pained cries echoed in the storm, filled with unwillingness and despair. He was once an elite of the Konoha Umbu, a classmate of the Sannin, but his obsession with power led him astray. He had believed that gathering 4 Kekkei Genkais would allow him to dominate the ninja world, but he never expected to fall at the hands of 2 juniors. His barato was overwhelmed by the energy collision, and the power of the 4 Kekkei Genkais began to spiral out of control, backfiring on him. Finally, under the combined attack of Naruto and Sasuke, the 4-element storm completely collapsed. Hiriko's body was swallowed by the energy shockwave, and after a mournful scream, he completely vanished in the light, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating chakra. As the light faded, the dust gradually settled. Naruto and Sasuke both collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, breathing heavily. Naruto's sage mode gradually receded, and he returned to his original appearance. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan dimmed, and although the pain in his eyes still lingered, it was no longer as intense as before. Phew! Finally, it's over. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, a tired smile on his face. Sasuke said nothing. He only nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. He looked at Sakura, who was being tended to by a medical ninja in the distance, then at Naruto beside him, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. If Naruto hadn't arrived in time, he might truly have fallen here today. The ninjas of the Land of Water gathered around them, their faces filled with awe and gratitude as they had witnessed the battle. The refugees also emerged from their hiding places, bowing deeply to Naruto and Sasuke, thanking them for their protection. Sasuke slowly stood up, his movements appearing somewhat labored. He held the Kusanagi sword tightly in his hand, then slowly returned it to its sheath. Although his eyes still felt a stinging pain, his Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have grown stronger than before, as if it had been tempered in this intense battle. This battle was a great test for him, and also a rare opportunity for growth. He continuously pushed himself to the limit during the battle, learning how to better utilize the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto stood up and patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, you were really amazing just now. You could even activate perfect Susanoo right after awakening your Mangekyo. Sasuke slightly turned his head, avoiding Naruto's hand, his expression still blank, but a subtle warmth flickered in his eyes. He looked towards the border, thinking to himself, Iwagakure. There are still people like Hiriko who covet the Mangekyo. There will be many more battles in the future. But he was no longer as alone as before. He had Naruto, Sakura, and his comrade from the Land of Water by his side. He clenched his fist, a flicker of determination in his eyes. No matter how many dangers the future held, he would use his power to protect the people he wanted to protect in this land. The sun set, and the golden afterglow sprinkled over the ruins of the encampment, bathing this war-torn land in a warm light. 40 advanced on abducting Sasuke after the storm dissipated. The settlement was a mess. Collapsed tents, scattered grains, cracked ground, and the smoke of battle had not completely cleared. The ninjas of the Land of Water were the first to act, some propping up fallen tents and resecuring them with ropes. Others took out their first aid kits and treated the wounds of injured refugees. Medical ninjas gathered around Sakura, checking her injuries while distributing medicinal herbs. Green chakra flowed in their palms, soothing the pain of the injured. Don't panique. Everyone, slowly stand up and come here to get food and water. A jonin from the Land of Water shouted, his voice steady and powerful, calming the frightened refugees. The surviving refugees emerged from their hiding places, their faces still showing signs of shock. But as they saw the busy ninjas, hope gradually ignited in their eyes. Sasuke leaned against a broken tree, observing the bustling scene before him. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan gradually returned to black. The chakra of In Kurama and the vitality of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodline were still slowly healing him. He could feel his strength gradually returning. Sasuke nodded slightly, saying nothing, but simply took a wheat cake from a nearby grain sack and handed it to an elderly refugee. He watched the scene of refugees helping each other and ninjas providing full-scale aid, and the hostility in his heart, born from the battle, gradually subsided. Under the care of the medical ninjas, Sakura was barely able to stand. She clutched her still aching chest and walked over to Naruto and Sasuke, a faint, weak smile on her face. I didn't expect to encounter such a troublesome enemy, but fortunately, everyone is fine. Sakura, don't move around, get some more rest. Naruto quickly said, his tone full of worry. It's all right, just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. Sakura waved her hand, her gaze sweeping over the devastated settlement. Let's help too. The sooner we restore this place, the more at ease everyone will be. The three exchanged glances and tacitly joined the rescue efforts. The sun gradually set in the west, and the golden afterglow bathed the settlement in a warm yellow hue. After several hours of busy work, most of the collapsed tents had been re-erected, and the injured refugees had received proper care. All right, let the other ninjas handle things here. Let's go back and rest first. Naruto stretched, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His eyes were almost unable to stay open. The continuous battles and post-war busy work had almost completely drained him of all his strength. Sakura nodded, her face still a bit pale. Yes, Sasuke, your eyes also need a good rest. You just awakened the Mangekyo, and then Barato activated perfect Susanoo, which is too much of a burden on your eyes. Sasuke had no objection. He could feel his eyes were still somewhat dry, and indeed needed quiet rest. The three walked towards the temporary camp outside the settlement, their steps heavy, yet imbued with the relief of having survived a disaster. Behind them, the refugees' thanks, the children's laughter, and the ninjas' conversations intertwined, forming a warm symphony. The temporary camp was set up on a flat grassy area, away from the chaos of the settlement. The three entered their assigned tents, and after a simple wash-up, lied down to rest. Naruto fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed, his even breathing echoing in the tent, a tired smile still on his face. After taking her medicine, Sakura gradually drifted into dreamland, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly still enduring the pain of her wounds. As night deepened, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling onto the camp tents, casting a faint silver glow. Around the camp, the ninjas of the Land of Water took turns on guard, vigilantly observing the surroundings, and the bonfire flickered in the wind, making crackling sounds. However, no one noticed that beneath the ground not far from the camp, a yellowish-brown chakra was quietly surging. Kitsuchi's true body had been hiding underground, holding his breath, patiently waiting for the opportune moment. He had witnessed the entire process of Naruto and Sasuke jointly defeating Hiriko, and his heart was filled with both apprehension and relief. Apprehension at their power, and relief that he hadn't acted rashly, and even more relief that Sasuke was extremely weak after the battle. This was the opportunity he had dreamed of. Sasuke, this time you won't escape. Kitsuchi gritted his teeth underground, his injured arm still throbbing faintly. But it did not affect his resolve in the slightest. He formed hand signs, and chakra spread through the soil, silently approaching Sasuke's tent. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Kitsuchi's figure transformed into a yellowish-brown stream of light, drilling through the cracks with almost no sound. Inside the tent, Sasuke was immersed in the circulation of chakra, his perception somewhat diminished due to fatigue. But the moment Kitsuchi entered the tent, the In Kurama within Sasuke suddenly became agitated, and his chakra violently fluctuated. Sasuke's heart jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. His black pupils instantly turned scarlet, and the Mangekyo Sharingan reappeared. Who? Just as he was about to get up, a fierce glint flashed in Kitsuchi's eyes, and he quickly formed hand signs. Earth release, hardening technique. His arm instantly became hard as stone, striking towards Sasuke's chest with a whooshing sound. At the same time, he pulled out a black pouch and violently crushed it. The colorless and odorless paralysis, poison gas instantly permeated the air. This was his backup plan, specifically prepared to deal with Sasuke in his weakened state. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to gather chakra to counterattack, he inhaled a small amount of the poison gas. His internal chakra instantly became sluggish, his limbs felt heavy as lead, and his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan's light dimmed due to the combined effects of the poison and fatigue. Barato! A sharp sound echoed as Sasuke was thrown back by the immense Barato. His Barato against the tent wall, and the canvas instantly tore. He tried to draw the Kusanagi sword from his back, but found his fingers unable to exert force. The flow of chakra was blocked by the poison gas, preventing even the most basic hand signs. Sasuke, you won't be so lucky this time. Kitsuchi sneered, his eyes filled with triumphant greed. He reached out and firmly grabbed Sasuke's arm. Come back to Iwagakure with me. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to belong to us. Sasuke gritted his teeth and struggled, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly at Kitsuchi, but he could only watch helplessly as he was dragged by the other party towards a ground crack outside the tent. The effect of the poison gas became increasingly apparent. His consciousness began to blur, and his physical strength slowly drained away. The ninjas on guard outside the tent noticed the commotion and were about to rush over, but they were trapped by Kitsuchi's prearranged earth release trap. 3 stone walls suddenly rose, blocking them outside. Want to save him? Too late. Kitsuchi sneered, dragging Sasuke into the ground crack. Yellowish-brown chakra surged, and the crack instantly closed. Sasuke's desperate fight Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, the blinding white light making him instinctively squint, reminding him that he was not in a safe place. This was a sealed stone chamber. The walls were constructed of dark gray rock, and there were no windows, only a few luminous crystals embedded in the ceiling, emitting a faint and cold light. In the center of the stone chamber lay a stone bed draped with black silk. He was lying on it. Although his limbs were not bound, he could feel the chakra in his body being suppressed by a strange seal. A faint flow of chakra circulated over him, restricting his power. Yore awake, Sasuke-sama. A soft, composed voice rang out. Sasuke turned his head and saw 3 female ninjas in practical combat attire standing in the corner of the stone chamber. They wore red gauze skirts embroidered with the Iwagakure symbol and had heavy makeup. The leading female, ninja, slowly stepped forward, holding a white tray containing a cup of steaming medicinal broth. The aroma was rich, but it instantly put Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan on high alert. You just woken up and your body is weak. Drink some nourishing soup. It will help restore your chakra. The female ninja's voice was gentle as she reached out to stroke Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke abruptly turned his head away, a flash of crimson appearing in his black pupils. Get lost. Centuredo, you have just experienced a great battle and were hit by paralyzing gas. Your body is still very weak. Hurry and drink some soup. I said get lost. Sasuke shouted sternly. Although he couldn't gather large amounts of chakra around him, he still emitted a strong sense of oppression. He violently sat up, his Barato appearing somewhat sluggish due to the paralyzing poison. He stared intently at the female ninjas before him, his eyes filled with disgust and rage. Iwagakure's running dogs. Are you worthy of touching me? The leading female ninja's expression finally darkened. Her composed, mocking tone vanished. Centuredo chakra gathering in their palms as they lunged toward Sasuke. Their goal was not to harm him, but to forcibly pour the medicinal broth into his mouth. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Relying on his taijutsu and combat instincts, which far surpassed those of ordinary people, he sidestepped the leading female ninja's hand, while simultaneously raising his hand and striking her wrist. The female ninja yelped and stumbled back. The tray fell to the ground, and the medicinal broth spilled everywhere, emitting a pungent odor. Seeing this, the other 2 female ninjas immediately intensified their assault, using tricky moves specifically targeting his weaknesses. Although Sasuke's chakra was suppressed, he still relied on his agile movements to maneuver around them. his punches and kicks carrying sharp gusts of wind. He knew he had to hold on. Naruto and Sakura must be finding a way to save him. As long as he lasted until they arrived, there was still hope. But after all, his body was weak and he was suppressed by a seal. It wasn't long before Sasuke gradually ran out of strength. One female ninja seized an opening and kicked him in the knee. Sasuke stumbled and knelt on the ground, his vision momentarily darkening. "Grab him!" The leading female ninja clutched her dislocated wrist, her eyes full of fire. The three female ninjas swarmed him, pinning down Sasuke's limbs tightly. Sasuke struggled desperately, his teeth grinding loudly, his eyes filled with indignation and humiliation. "Let go of me, Iwagakure scum. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." What kind of skill is using such despicable methods? Fair and square? The leading female ninja scoffed, pulling a black pill from her pouch. "There's no need to be fair and square against a stubborn fool like you." "Stand back," she warned, stepping toward Sasuke. She reached out, attempting to grab him. Sasuke clenched his jaw, holding his ground and refusing to back down no matter how bravado the female ninja pushed him. His cheeks flushed red from the exertion, the rage in his eyes nearly bursting into flames, and tears uncontrollably spilled from his eye sockets. This was not due to fear, but because of anger and unwillingness. A flash of viciousness crossed the leading female ninja's eyes, and she signaled to the ninja beside her. One female ninja immediately gathered chakra, a faint green light appearing on her fingertip, and jabbed it towards Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his jaw, and his teeth involuntarily parted. At that moment, the leading female ninja seized the opportunity. She shoved the black pill into his mouth and simultaneously struck his throat, making him barato it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his barato. A bitter taste spread throughout his oral cavity, then slid down his throat into his stomach. Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The scene before his eyes began to spin and blur, and the strength in his limbs was completely drained, leaving them weak and unable to move. The crimson light faded, leaving only his black pupils, which gradually lost their luster. Haha, success. The leading female ninja stepped back, looking at Sasuke, who was sprawled on the stone bed. Censuredo, yet he was powerless to resist. He wanted to open his eyes wide. He wanted to gather chakra, but he could only watch helplessly as the darkness slowly swallowed his consciousness. "Father, hurry and save me." He silently repeated his father's name in his heart. This was his final obsession. Just before completely losing consciousness, he seemed to see the stone chamber door violently blasted open, and someone calling his name with an anxious and furious voice. Was it Father? Had he come to save me? Iwagakure's compensation boom. The stone door of the chamber burst open amidst a roar, and a black figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the chamber. He was wearing a black trench coat embroidered with the Uchiha clan crest. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated in his eyes, and the chakra surrounding him was as heavy as a mountain. Him just standing there caused the temperature in the sealed stone chamber to plummet, and the air became stagnant. Father, Sasuke, who was slumped on the stone bed, already had blurred consciousness due to the effects of the narcotic. Yet, upon sensing this familiar and vast chakra, he struggled to open his eyes just a slit. He wanted to struggle to get up, but his body was still weak, and he could only watch helplessly as the tall figure descended before him like a deity. The three female ninjas responsible for attending Sasuke were frightened, their faces pale as paper. Their legs gave way, and they knelt on the ground, not even daring to look up. The pressure was like substantial chains, pinning them firmly in place. The chakra inside their bodies instantly froze, preventing them from even forming a thought of resistance. The leading female ninja's teeth chattered, and her voice was tearful. Shun-sama, spare us. We were only following orders." Shun did not spare them a glance, his gaze falling upon Sasuke on the stone bed. He slowly walked to the bedside, his fingertip gently brushing the suppression seal on Sasuke's chest. The seal turned into dust and dissipated the moment it touched his chakra. A gentle yet massive flow of chakra poured into Sasuke's body, dispelling the narcotic's toxicity and the residual paralyzing effects. The stagnant chakra inside Sasuke began to circulate slowly, and the stinging pain in his eyes gradually subsided. "Who dares touch my son?" Shun roared with world-destroying fury, sounding like thunder exploding across the Iwagakure base. Instantly, the Iwagakure base fell into a deathly silence. Kitsuchi, who was directing the guards to rush over for support, had his legs give out the moment Shun appeared, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He could feel that the pressure was like a gaze from a nightmare, leaving him without the strength to even lift his head, only endless fear remaining in his heart. He knew he had caused a monstrous disaster. He thought Sasuke was just a brat who had recently awakened to Mangekyo. But he forgot that his father was the man who possessed 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo and was feared by the entire ninja world. "Shun, how dare you trespass into my Iwagakure base and injure my people?" An old yet furious voice came from the end of the passage. Noki, leaning on his cane, rushed over, surrounded by a group of Iwagakure elders. He looked at the dead and wounded guards scattered everywhere, then at Shun in the center of the stone chamber, his cloudy eyes filled with anger and apprehension. "Release my Iwagakure people, or Iwagakure will surely fight you to the death." Shun finally turned his head, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan locking on Inoki, his eyes cold. "Fight to the death. You should have considered today's consequences when you touched my son." His chakra pressure surged again. The elders behind Noki groaned and fell to the ground one after another. Only Noki, relying on his strength as the Tsuchikage, managed to barely stand, though his face was pale and his body trembled slightly. "What do you want?" Noki gritted his teeth, his heart filled with despair. He knew that facing Shun at his peak, Iwagakure had no chance of winning. Shun's gaze slowly swept across the crowd, passing the trembling elders, finally settling on a young woman behind Noki. The young woman was wearing an Iwagakure ninja uniform. Her short black hair was neat and refreshing, and her features were as exquisite as a painting. Even in this tense atmosphere, her outstanding beauty was undeniable. She was Noki's most beloved granddaughter, Uchih. A trace of subtle admiration flashed in his Mangekyo Sharingan, which immediately returned to coldness. "You have great audacity to dare injure my son. Prepare for compensation." Having spoken, his figure instantly appeared in front of Uchih. Uchih's pupils constricted abruptly. Just as she was about to struggle, her body was already constrained by the chakra pressure, unable to move. She looked at Shun's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. In those eyes that struck fear into the ninja world, her own reflection was currently visible, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Ever since she saw Shun once at the Ninja World Summit when she was young, she had secretly kept this powerful and aloof man hidden in her heart. She had never spoken of this secret crush to anyone. "What are you trying to do? Let go of me." Uchih deliberately lowered her voice, her tone carrying reluctance and frustration. Shun's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "From today onward, you are my maidservant." He raised his hand and seized Uchih's wrist. The firm grip from his fingers caused Uchih to stiffen. A powerful flow of chakra poured into her, forming an invisible mark that would neither harm her nor allow her to escape on her own. "Stay by my side and atone for the sins of your Iwagakure." Although Shun's choice to take Uchih had elements of revenge against Iwagakure, he was mostly attracted by her exceptional beauty and stubborn demeanor. In the ninja world, filled with slaughter and schemes, such a striking woman was rare. "Shun, how dare you?" Noki's eyes were bloodshot. Sensuredo, tears welling up in her eyes at the opportune moment. "Grandpa, let me go with him." She slightly lowered her gaze, hiding the secret delight in her eyes, yet her fingers unconsciously tightened, quietly clutching Shun's sleeve. This was the closest she had ever been to the man she admired since childhood. "It's not up to you." Shun stopped paying attention to her resistance. He turned, walked over to Sasuke, and gently picked him up. Sasuke's consciousness was largely clear now. Leaning in his father's arms, feeling that familiar sense of security, the unwillingness and anger in his eyes gradually subsided, leaving only a trace of fatigue. He glanced at Uchih, whose wrist his father was holding, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but he did not ask further. Shun, holding Sasuke and still leading the struggling Uchih by the wrist, instantly disappeared. Left behind were the chaotic Owagakure base, the collapsed and weeping Noki, and the still shaken IWA ninjas. Shun opened a space-time gate, instantly teleporting back to the land of water with Sasuke and the secretly delighted Uchih. Sasuke's safe return, two figures suddenly appeared at the temporary camp on the border of the land of water. Several ninjas from the land of water, seeing Shun, immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to breathe. Shun smiled gently and gestured. "No need for formalities. I'm just taking a stroll. You may continue your patrols." Seeing Sasuke's brows slightly furrowed and his face pale, Shun casually sent out a burst of chakra. Sasuke immediately felt the stinging pain in his eyes completely disappear, and his hidden injuries slowly healed under the nourishment of the chakra. He moved his limbs, his joints making a faint click sound, and his physical strength was even fully restored. "Father, I feel much better." Shun gently patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with relief. "I have dealt with the matters of Owagakure. You are the prince of the land of water and the heir of the Uchiha. The battlefield is where you grow. Go back, your comrades are waiting for you." Just then, hurried footsteps came from the other end of the camp, and two figures rushed over. Naruto was wearing an orange jacket, his hair slightly disheveled by the wind, and his face full of anxiety and worry. He glimpsed Shun nearby and immediately bowed his head respectfully, his hands at his sides. "Shun-sensei." Sakura's bangs were soaked with sweat, clinging to her forehead. Her eyes were incredibly red, and unshed tears still hung on her long eyelashes, clearly having cried for a long time. She quickly ran to Sasuke, examining him up and down. "Sasuke, are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? Did the people from Owagakure do anything to you?" Naruto came closer, flashing a big smile, and heavily patted Sasuke's arm. "Sasuke, that's great. It's good that you're okay. We thought you wouldn't come back." Sasuke looked at their faces full of concern, and his gaze softened considerably. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently patted Sakura's hand, his movement slightly clumsy. "Sakura, I'm fine. I made you worry." This gentle comfort stabilized Sakura's emotions somewhat. She sniffled, trying hard to stop her tears, but still couldn't help but sob. "It's good that you're okay. You don't know how scared I was when I heard you were abducted by Kitsuchi." Just then, two steady figures ran from deep within the camp. Shursui was wearing a dark blue Uchiha clan uniform, his Sharingan constantly spinning in his eye sockets, his face filled with deep guilt. Kakashi's brows were lowered, and his arms trembled slightly. He had just returned from out of town and immediately rushed over after hearing the news. Shursui walked forward and knelt on one knee. Thud! His knee hit the ground with a dull sound, carrying deep apology and self-reproach. Shun-sama, this subordinate failed in his duty and couldn't protect Sasuke, allowing him to fall into danger. Please punish me. As an Uchiha elder and a trusted subordinate of Shun, he should have looked after Sasuke, but due to a moment of carelessness, Iwagakure took advantage. If Shun hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kakashi was also very remorseful, his head bowed, even lower. He was responsible for border security but failed to detect Kitsuchi's lurking, indirectly leading to Sasuke's abduction, and his heart was full of guilt. The air in the camp instantly became heavy. The crackling of the bonfire seemed much clearer, and the ninjas on duty held their breath, lowering their heads, not daring to look at Shun, fearing his anger. Shun looked at the two kneeling on the ground, his eyes devoid of anger, instead filled with gentle tolerance. He slowly spoke, smiling gently. Sasuke's abduction was not your fault. Both of you, stand up. Shui and Kakashi were stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Iwagakure meticulously plotted for a long time, using the despicable method of poisoning and abducting. Anyone would have fallen for it. This is a special period, and you have been very busy. It's not easy to manage both the border and the refugees. Iwagakure is skilled in Earth release stealth, so failing to detect them is understandable. But Lord, Shui tried to say something more, but was interrupted. A cold glint flashed in Shun's eyes as he calmly said, "You don't need to blame yourselves. In the future, just be more vigilant and strengthen your defenses. Protecting Sasuke is important, but guarding the people of the border and the land of water is your true duty." Shui and Kakashi exchanged glances, the guilt in their eyes gradually disappearing, their expressions becoming firm. They stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your understanding, Shun-sama. We will be doubly careful and strengthen defenses in the future, never allowing such a thing to happen again." Shun nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Sasuke, his expression becoming serious. "Iwagakure will not act rashly again in the short term. You will remain here, guarding the border with Shui and Kakashi, honing your strength and gaining experience. Remember, true strength lies not only in the power you possess, but also in the determination and responsibility to protect." "Yes, father, I understand." Sasuke nodded heavily, a determined light flickering in his Sharingan. He would never again put himself in danger, nor would he let those around him worry. Shun said no more, turning to look at the night outside the camp. The distant mountains outlined a blurry silhouette in the night, and the night wind blew, bringing wafts of fresh grass and trees. Then, his figure moved slightly and disappeared before everyone. He still had to return to the land of water, to accompany Uchih of Iwagakure. Watching Shun's disappearing figure, Shui and Kakashi exchanged glances, a relieved smile on their faces. Shui gently patted Sasuke's arm, earnestly admonishing, "Sasuke, always be careful in your actions from now on. If there's any emergency, notify Kakashi and me immediately. Don't worry, je suis son père, Kakashi sensei." Sasuke replied with a firm nod. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector, smiling in response. "I will redeploy border security, increase patrol personnel, and strengthen detection of Earth release ninjutsu, not giving the enemy any more opportunities." Naruto walked forward with a smile, patting Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, that's great. Now we can fight together again. From now on, we'll take turns patrolling and look out for each other." Sakura also showed a relieved smile, mumbling somewhat shyly, "Sasuke, I will stay with you and protect the border together." Sasuke looked at the two, confidently smiling. "Once I gain full control over the power of the Mangekyo, I will protect you and teach Iwagakure a lesson." Kuratsuki's true feelings the night in the royal palace of the Land of Water was tranquil and luxurious. Shun's figure appeared out of thin air at the end of the corridor, the chilling aura around him mostly reined in, leaving only the steady composure and restraint of the king. The passing maidservants, seeing this, bowed deeply, their heads lowered extremely, not daring to look directly at the monarch who had just returned from the border. He pushed open the carved wooden door of the bedchamber, and a faint bravado of orchids wafted out, mixing with the steam from a hot spring, fresh and mysterious. On the carpet in front of the bed, Kuratsuchi stood gracefully. She had changed out of her Iwagakure ninja uniform, now wearing a red, single-sleeved outfit. Her visible right arm had smooth lines, making her skin appear even whiter and more tender. The left sleeve was embroidered with dark gold cloud patterns, and the form-fitting design outlined her slender figure, revealing her long, fair, and delicate legs, straight and slender. Normally in Iwagakure, she was always confident and flamboyant, but when facing Shun, the strong feelings deep within her were always tempered by an inexplicable shyness, transforming into an inexpressible bashfulness. He finally came back. Why'd her heart beat so fast the moment she saw him? The red tight-fitting outfit should suit me well, right? Will he think him too casual? No, Uchih, you're the pride of a Wagakure. You can't be so spineless. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Uchih instinctively straightened her back. But when she looked up and met Shun's gaze, the tips of her ears still uncontrollably flushed red. Shun-sama, you've returned. Uchih deliberately maintained her usual confidence, but her tone still revealed a barely noticeable nervousness. Shun's voice was deep and pleasant, carrying the fatigue of just returning from the battlefield, yet softening a bit the moment he saw her. I made you wait a long time. His gaze swept over her striking red outfit, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Unlike the quiet beauty of other women, Uchih's presence possessed a vibrant tension, like a burning flame, bravado and dazzling. He slowly stepped forward, each step seemingly treading on Uchih's heart. It wasn't until he stood still in front of her, his tall figure enveloping her in shadow, that she dared to look up slightly, his image reflected in her dark pupils, carrying a hint of curiosity and shyness. Uchih, are you afraid of me? Shun looked at her as he asked. He reached toward her, causing Uchih to flinch, as if struck by a sudden chill. Uchih took a deep breath and shook her head, her heart unsteady, but she forced herself to stay composed. No, not afraid. Although you are powerful, I, Uchih, am not a coward. Watching her appear flustered, yet still stubbornly maintaining her confidence, a smile flashed in Shun's eyes, and he reached out and placed a hand reassuringly on her bravado. Uchih's posture instantly stiffened. She instinctively clutched his clothes, and only slowly relaxed a moment later, her hands hesitantly wrapping around his waist. Shun-sama, why? Why'd you bring me back? She murmured softly. Buried against his chest, there was some probing, and she was afraid of hearing a disappointing answer. Because I think you are very wonderful, and I would love for you to stay by my side. Shun's warm presence lingered near her. Uchih's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her heart pounded steadily. She looked up, her dark eyes bright with quiet hope, and gathered her courage to ask. Then what kind of person are you? Shun looked at her serious expression, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by complete earnestness. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently tracing her eyebrows and eyes, his movements tender. I saw the stubbornness in your eyes. I saw your shyness beneath your feigned reluctance. I saw your admiration for me. I didn't, Uchih instinctively retorted, but as she met his certain gaze, she gradually lowered her head. Ever since I saw you at the summit a long time ago, I thought you were amazing. Sensuredo, she could only stare at him blankly, her eyes gradually reddening. Her long-hidden secret was revealed by his single sentence. Shame, grievance, and joy intertwined within her heart. I just like you. From the first time I saw you, when you protected the land of water like a god, I liked you. But we are enemies. Sensuredo filled with comfort and warmth. Uchih's mind instantly went blank, all worries and anxieties vanishing at that moment. She slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. In that quiet, tender instant, she felt a deep wave of calm and reassurance wash over her. Her usual confidence and strong feelings completely surfaced at this moment. She no longer held back her emotions, fully accepting his kindness. He showed he cares about me. It turns out his feelings are mutual. Those worries don't matter anymore. I just want to stay close to him, to hold on to this hard-won happiness. As they held each other close, the bravado of orchids grew stronger. Shun embraced her even closer, and after an unknown amount of time, he slowly released her. Fool, what does it matter if we are enemies? The grievances of the ninja world have nothing to do with you and me. I only know that I truly care about you, and I wish for you to stay by my side. Uchih's eyes were full of light, as she regained her usual confidence and determination. Shun-sama, Are you serious? No matter how much Grandpa objects, no matter what the ninja world discusses, will you still be with me? Of course. Shun raised his hand and gently wiped away her tears with his thumb, his voice extremely gentle. Don't cry. From now on, with me here, no one can hurt you, and no one can make you suffer. But Grandpa, Kuratsuki's tone still carried some apprehension. After all, Noki was the person closest to her. I will handle Noki. Shun's gaze was very firm. He had Sasuke captured, and I took you away. This debt is already settled. If he dares to invade again, I don't mind leveling the entire Awagakure. His tone carried undeniable authority, which made Kuratsuchi feel incredibly secure. Nagato's probing the sweetness of the royal palace of the Barato still flowed through the night. Thousands of miles away, in the land of Akatsuki, Nagato sat cross-legged on a stone throne. Shun, kidnapping Noki's granddaughter? He's as greedy as ever. Nagato's Barato moved slightly, his voice echoing in the empty room. His heart stirred, and his eyes burned. Shun was a rare genius in the ninja world, one in 1,000 years. His strategic acumen earned his sincere admiration. But there could only be one peak in the ninja world. If there's a chance, he will surpass him. Deva Path. Access the highest encryption channel, contact a Wagakure, and connect to Noki's private communication. Deva Path, like a machine receiving orders, picked up a special communication device. Fine runes flowed across the device's surface. This was an Akatsuki custom-made, encrypted ninjutsu, effectively preventing communications from being intercepted. At this moment in Awagakure, that Tsuchikage's office was brightly lit, the atmosphere solemn yet oppressive. Noki's aged form was hunched, his eyes filled with anger, worry, and powerlessness. The entire ninja world knew Shun was a man of disrepute, and his granddaughter had been abducted by him. Now it was likely, Shun, my granddaughter, alas. After his anger, Noki felt a deeper sense of powerlessness. He had personally witnessed Shun's 1,000-meter Susanoo. That world-destroying power was something a Wagakure alone could not contend with. Who is unauthorizedly accessing my communication device? Suddenly sensing a strange chakra fluctuation passing through the office's defensive barrier, Noki sharply looked up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. The communication barrier slowly unfolded, and Deva Path's icy figure gradually appeared. He floated in midair, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Noki, I am Pain of Akatsuki. Noki's brows furrowed, his vigilance intensifying, even tinged with disgust. What do you want with me? If you're after Iwagakure's tail beast, then get lost. I am aware of Shun's rampage at the Iwagakure base and his abduction of your granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. I now represent Akatsuki to propose a collaboration to jointly assassinate Shun. Also participating in this will be 4th Kazakage Raza of Sunagakure and A of Kumogakure. What did you say? Jointly assassinate Shun? Noki trembled, suddenly standing up, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, immediately replaced by fierce excitement. You want to unite Raza and A to deal with Shun? The thought of Kuratsuchi still in Shun's hands made his heart pound uncontrollably. It's not helping you, but a mutually beneficial situation. Deva Path's expression was exceptionally serious, spreading his hands to indicate, we have a common enemy. Shun's strength has already threatened the balance of the ninja world. By eliminating him, you can reclaim your granddaughter, and a Wagakure can restore its prestige and wipe away its shame. Noki's excitement gradually cooled, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He paced back and forth in the office, his footsteps echoing clearly in the empty room. He knew Akatsuki was no benevolent group, and seeking help from them might backfire. But then he thought of Raza and A, these two Kaga-level individuals joining, and then of Kuratsuki's stubborn eyes, and the scales in his heart continuously tipped. Why should I trust you? How can you guarantee that Raza and A will really participate? How can you guarantee Kuratsuki's safety? More importantly, how do we deal with Shun's 1,000-meter Susanoo? Pain said, This assassination will be divided into 3 steps. First, Akatsuki will engage Shun head-on, depleting his chakra. Second, once his chakra is more than half depleted, you will seize the opportunity to launch a dust-release sneak attack, aiming to take him down for good. Third, Raza will use magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral to seal the battlefield, preventing him from teleporting away. O will then launch a final decisive attack to finish him off. Anoki nodded. Good. I agree, but I must personally confirm the collaboration with Raza and A. Very well. Communication ends here. See you at the ancient battlefield of the Land of Earth in 3 days. The communication barrier instantly dissipated, and Devapad's figure vanished with it. The oppressive feeling in the office also receded. Noki let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed in the direction of the Land of Water, his eyes cold. Shun, your era should come to an end. He leaned on his staff and walked to the window, looking at the night view of a Wagakure, a fire of revenge flickering in his eyes. Issue my command. Immediately gather all Jonin, elders, and elite squad leaders for an emergency meeting. Also, notify Kitsuchi to lead Iwagakure's strongest Earth release unit to prepare for battle. Nagato slowly closed his eyes, and the chakra fluctuations around him stabilized. The chakra threads connecting the 6 paths of pain gently swayed, pulling the 6 paths of pain back into a suspended state, like 6 waiting sculptures. Shun, this show, I have already set the stage for you. Nagato's voice carried complex emotions: admiration, anticipation, and a fervent desire to surpass Shun. This plan was both a stepping stone for Shun and his testing ground. If Shun won, he would temporarily assist him in unifying the ninja world. If Shun lost, then the future of the ninja world would be in his hands. As night deepened, the winds of the ninja world subtly stirred. For factions, each with their own interests, moved toward a single goal. The 3 great ninja villages of Earth, Lightning, and Wind all believed themselves to be the orchestrators of this assassination plan. Yet, they were unaware that they were merely pawns in the hands of Shun and Nagato, all background actors. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Land of Water, Shun held Kuratsuchi, sitting on the balcony of the bedchamber, admiring the starlit sky. Kuratsuchi leaned against his chest, her short black hair gently fluttering in the night breeze, a happy smile on her face, her dark pupils reflecting the starlight and his image. She gently snuggled against his barato, her barato tender. With a longing for the future, Kuratsuchi whispered, Shun, how wonderful it would be if we could always be this happy. Shun gently barato forehead with a warm, reassuring smile. Kuratsuchi, it's late. We should rest now. Cinchuredo. His breathing was even and steady. Kuratsuchi curled up in his arms, her short black hair resting on the pillow, her black eyes tightly closed, a calm expression on her face. Over the past few days, Shun had almost canceled all his duties, focusing on spending time with Kuratsuchi, who had recently joined his household. Their closeness grew day by day, no longer the quiet hesitation of their first meeting, but rather a familiar warmth between them. Kuratsuchi slowly opened her eyes in the morning light. When she stirred, Shun gently drew her closer. She looked up and met his calm, gentle gaze. Good morning, Shun. With the soft, sleepy voice of someone just waking up, she gently stroked his cheek. Shun pressed a good morning kiss on her lips. Morning, Kuratsuchi. Want you sleep a little longer? No, we should get up. Seeing his slightly aggressive gaze, Kuratsuchi shook her head, her legs instinctively curling up. Shun saw the anticipation in her eyes and reached out to ruffle her short black hair. All right, let's get up and wash up. After they washed up and just reached the palace entrance, a hurried figure rushed over. It was a messenger ninja from the Land of Water. He knelt on one knee, his face grave. Shun-sama, urgent military intel. Akatsuki's 6 paths of pain suddenly attacked the border defense line, and your barato is needed. Pain's invasion? The gentle aura around Shun vanished, replaced by a chilling barato glare. The grand show he had agreed upon with Nagato had begun on schedule. Kuratsuchi instinctively tightened her grip on Shun's hand, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Shun, I'm coming with you." Shun turned to look at her, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, and gently patted the back of her hand. "The border is dangerous. Stay in the palace. They'll be back soon." Kuratsuchi shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. "No, I'm already yours. Your battlefield is my battlefield. Moreover, my earth release and lava release ninjutsu can also help. I won't hold you back." Shun looked at her determined eyes, and a warm current surged through his heart. He no longer refused, reaching out to pull her into his embrace, and whispered in her ear, "All right, stay by my side. Don't leave my sight." Kuratsuchi nodded vigorously, hugging his waist tightly. Moments later, their figures appeared above the border. The wind howled in their ears, and Kuratsuchi clung tightly to Shun's embrace. The border defense line was already a sea of flames. Collapsed defensive structures, scattered weapons, injured ninjas, and the cold figures of the six paths of pain stood out starkly in the smoke. Shun-sama, seeing the golden stream of light speeding towards them, a glimmer of hope simultaneously flashed in the eyes of the border ninjas. Shun, holding Kuratsuchi, landed steadily in causing the movements of the six paths of pain to pause slightly. "Shun, your death is nigh." Devapath's voice was cold and emotionless. He floated to the same height as Shun, and all six paths of pain simultaneously turned towards him, forming a powerful sense of oppression. Shun's lips curved into a cold arc, his eyes full of disdain. "Pain, we didn't have enough fun last time. This time, I will completely destroy you all." Devapath pushed both hands forward. "More words are useless." Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force instantly erupted, sweeping towards Shun, tearing up the ground in its path, shattering rocks and broken wood. Kuratsuchi instinctively clenched her fists, wanting to activate an earth release jutsu for defense, but Shun stopped her with a raised hand. "Step back." Shun's voice was steady and powerful. He stepped forward, golden chakra covering his entire body, and forcefully withstood the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. His feet were firmly rooted to the ground, the rocks beneath his feet cracking in a spiderweb pattern, yet he did not retreat a single step. "What?" A barely perceptible ripple flashed in Devapath's eyes. He hadn't expected Shun to be able to withstand Shinra Tensei with just his physical body. "Pain, it's my turn." Shun's figure instantly vanished from its spot, reappearing before Devapath the next second. It was just a heavy punch, seemingly carrying world-destroying power, aimed at Devapath. Sensuredo and the corpse fell to the ground. Azura Path's missiles, Animal Path's summoned beasts, Preta Path's chakra absorption, and Human Path's soul extraction, a dense barrage of attacks blocked all of Shun's escape routes. Shun's eyes narrowed, and the golden chakra around him surged. Susanu's skeleton instantly unfolded, covering his entire body, transforming into a complete Susanu. The golden Susanu, 1,000 meters tall, wielded a massive chakra longsword, appearing like a war god descended amidst the smoke. Shun controlled the Susanu, sweeping its longsword. A golden slash roared out, instantly cutting through all of Azura Path's missiles, and the summoned beasts were also struck down, falling to the ground. Preta Path tried to absorb the Susanu's chakra, but was caught by the slash and defeated. Human Path's soul extraction had not yet been activated when it was gripped by Susanu's palm. With a gentle squeeze, it turned to dust. Shun controlled the Susanu, pointing its longsword at Pain. "It's useless. Today, no one can save you." The golden longsword, with a sharp whistling sound, slashed towards Animal Path. Devapath tried to activate Shinra Tensei again to stop it, but he was struck by Shun's other hand, and Animal Path was destroyed. In just a few minutes, 5 of the 6 paths of pain had been defeated, leaving only Devapath. The smoke gradually cleared, and Shun's Susanu slowly retracted. He turned to look at Kuratsuchi behind him, the coldness in his eyes instantly fading, replaced by a gentle expression. Kuratsuchi, are you all right? Kuratsuchi shook her head, quickly walking to his side, her face full of admiration. Shun, you're amazing. Shun held her hand, his gaze turning towards the distant sky. This is just the beginning. The true power of the land of Akatsuki has not yet been revealed. Shun is in danger? Shun, you truly live up to your reputation. However, the 6 paths of pain are merely my puppets. The real battle begins now. Golden chakra instantly surged around Shun, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning to its limit. Nagato, you finally decided to act personally. Nagato wasted no words. He raised his hand to form a seal, and the light from his Rinnegan exploded. Chibaku Tensei, pale purple chakra poured out from his palm, rapidly converging into a black core. The surrounding earth, trees, and stones were all sucked toward it by a powerful gravitational force. The sphere of rock continuously expanded, instantly exceeding 100 meters in diameter, and the gravitational pull grew stronger and stronger. Sage Art, Perfect Susanoo. 1,000-meter tall, Susanoo instantly materialized, wielding a massive chakra longsword and fiercely slashing toward the Chibaku Tensei. The golden longsword collided with the sphere of rock, creating a deafening roar, and rock fragments scattered like a meteor shower. Such powerful strength. A trace of surprise flashed in Nagato's eyes, which immediately turned into fanaticism. He pressed his palms together, and his Rinnegan's jutsu activated again. Super Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force erupted. The Susanoo was torn by the immense force, emitting a creaking sound, and fine cracks appeared on its chakra shell. Dang it! Shun exerted himself, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, as he desperately withstood the tremendous repulsive barato. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, and Shun's attention was fully focused on Nagato, Noki floated in midair, abruptly pushing both hands forward. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A transparent, cube-shaped energy barrier suddenly appeared behind the Susanoo. Pale gray chakra flickered inside the barrier, emitting a terrifying aura of annihilation. Shun, you beast! Today, I will definitely defeat you and rescue my granddaughter. Noki stared intently at Kuratsuchi. Seeing the worry and trust she held for Shun in her eyes, he assumed Shun had used a vile mind control technique, and his fury nearly barato. An alarm blared in Shun's heart. His Mangekyo Sharingan instantly registered the danger behind him, but he realized Nagato had anticipated this moment and activated Bansho Tenin again, holding the Susanoo completely in place. Too late. Nagato formed a cold, humorless smile. He had deliberately shown a weakness to create an opportunity for Noki's sneak attack, but he hadn't expected Noki's rage to multiply the attack's power. The Susanoo was firmly locked by Bansho Tenin, unable to move even an inch, and the energy barrier enveloped the Susanoo's lower half. Sizzle. Susanoo's chakra shell began to rapidly dissolve. The pale golden chakra receded like a tide, and Shun could clearly feel the Susanoo's power quickly draining away. Kuratsuki's expression changed drastically. She activated an Earth Release Jutsu without hesitation. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A massive stone wall instantly rose behind the Susanoo, attempting to block the Dust Release attack. But the power of Dust Release was too great. As soon as the stone wall touched the Dust Release, it was instantly disintegrated into powder, offering no defense whatsoever. Kuratsuchi, don't let him deceive you. He is controlling you. Noki saw Kuratsuchi, still defending Shun, and trembled with rage. He channeled his chakra again. I will stop him now and save you. Kuratsuchi turned and shouted at Noki, her eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. Grandpa, I am not being controlled. I stayed by Shun's side willingly. He hasn't hurt me, but how could Noki believe her? In his view, this was merely a lie manipulated by Shun. He roared and increased the output of the Dust Release. The energy barrier contracted even faster. Nonsense. You were always the most obedient to me when you were young. How could you willingly follow the enemy who kidnapped you? He must have used despicable means. Kuratsuchi, stay back. Shun roared. The upper half of Susanoo flared with light, breaking free from some of Bansho Tenin's restraints. He gripped the long sword with both hands and fiercely slashed toward the dust release. Shun, your era is over. Noki's eyes were filled with furious rage. Dare to manipulate my granddaughter? I will put an end to you. Nagato seized the opportunity to attack, the light from his Rinnegan exploding. Super Shinra Tensei, a repulsive Barato, several times stronger than before Barato, violently slamming into Susanoo's Barato. Susanoo's chakra shell instantly Barato almost entirely. Shun winced sharply, his Barato reeling back several steps, and Susanoo subsequently dissolved. Without Susanoo's protection, the dust release was already upon him. The pale gray chakra emitted the aura of death. Shun! Kuratsuki's voice was choked with sobs, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan flared, forming a massive chakra shield in front of him. Boom! The dust release violently slammed into the chakra shield. The enormous explosion echoed across the entire battlefield, and the shockwave created by the energy impact leveled all the surrounding trees and rocks. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Kuratsuchi was thrown backward by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. She struggled to her feet and looked toward the center of the explosion, her heart filled with fear and worry. Shun! Shun! The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a massive crater in the center of the battlefield, where the rocks at the bottom had been decomposed into powder. I didn't expect you could actually withstand a full-power dust release attack. Noki floated in midair, his face a mask of unbelievable fury. Nagato was also slightly surprised, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Shun, you haven't disappointed me, but you have very little chakra left. Next, it's time for this to end. Shun slowly stood up, wiped the corner of his Barato, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. End? It's far too early for that. Although he was severely injured and had used up most of his chakra, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Just then, two powerful chakra fluctuations came from the distant sky, and two figures rapidly approached. Was Raza, and Raza floated in midair, gold dust swirling around him, his eyes filled with coldness. I stood on the ground, enveloped in blue lightning chakra, his muscles bulging, radiating a fierce aura. Shun, your luck has run out. As voice was loud as thunder, carrying intense fighting spirit. Raza said coldly, today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Shun was severely injured, with very little chakra remaining. Facing the siege of Nagato, Noki, Raza, and A4 Kaga-level ninjas, the situation had reached its most dangerous point. The game ends now. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Noki's furious roar shook the battlefield. The pale gray attack condensed once more, even more solid than before, pressing down toward Shun. The ultimate moves of the 4 Kaga-level ninjas were unleashed simultaneously. Terrifying energy fluctuations warped the air, and subtle cracks appeared in the space surrounding the battlefield. Senshiredo, you were defeated in the end. Noki's eyes were filled with the satisfaction of revenge. As he watched his attack about to engulf its target, a ferocious smile appeared on his aged face. Kuratsuchi, Grandpa will save you now. Nagato formed a satisfied smirk, and a flicker of excitement at having surpassed Shun flashed in his Rinnegan. The peak of the ninja world is mine after all. But just then, the figure of Shun that everyone had locked onto suddenly began to blur. This is... Nagato was the first to sense that something was wrong. His Rinnegan quickly scanned the figure, only to find that its chakra fluctuations were growing weaker and weaker, showing no sign of resistance whatsoever. A clone? Noki's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. He abruptly turned his head, looking around. He unleashed his full chakra, trying to capture the true aura. Raza's and as attacks also stopped abruptly. The blue lightning and golden sand blades hung in midair. They looked at the gradually transparent figure, their faces full of astonishment. That's right, it was just a clone. A cold and authoritative voice suddenly rang out from above the battlefield, like a clap of thunder. Everyone looked up sharply, only to see a golden pillar of chakra descending from the sky, landing beside the deep crater in the center of the battlefield. As the smoke and dust cleared, the true body of Shun slowly appeared. He wore an intact black trench coat. His Mangekyo Sharingan glowed blood red, and the pressure emanating from him was several times stronger than that of the previous clone, causing even the 4 Kage-level ninjas to feel suffocated. He had been hiding in a spatial rift at the edge of the battlefield, using the ocular jutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan to block all chakra detection, silently observing this grand play that had been planned by him and Nagato, but disrupted by Noki's rage. How is that possible? Your clone actually possessed such strength? Nagato's voice trembled slightly. His Rinnegan was locked onto Shun's true body, his heart filled with shock. The clone that had fiercely fought him and withstood the dust release earlier had chakra intensity and combat skills indistinguishable from his peak state. Noki's face instantly turned pale, the satisfaction in his heart replaced by endless fear. You were watching the whole time? Thinking of his recent frenzy and shouting, and his obsession with the controlled Kuratsuchi, he felt only absurdity and deep apprehension now. Kuratsuchi suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing Shun's completely unharmed figure, her eyes instantly burst forth with a light of excitement. Shun, you're all right. Shun turned his head to look at Kuratsuchi. The coldness in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by a trace of tenderness. I told you I would protect you. Immediately after, his gaze returned to the 4 Kage-level ninjas, his expression becoming incomparably cold, and the golden chakra around him surged. 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo instantly materialized, wielding a golden chakra longsword and radiating an aura of world-ending destruction. The game is over. Shun's voice was devoid of emotion. Controlling the golden Susanoo, the longsword swept out fiercely. The golden slash rushed forth, slashing toward Nagato, Noki, Raza, and Nagato reacted the fastest, quickly activating Shinra Tensei to form a defensive barrier. But the slash was too powerful this time. The pale purple barrier was instantly shattered. Nagato's body was struck by the residual slash, sending him crashing heavily into the ground. He winced, his face going pale as he struggled to recover. Noki tried to use dust release for defense, but he found that the oppressive aura of the golden Susanoo made the circulation of his chakra sluggish. He could only barely activate Earth Release, Earth-style wall. But as soon as the rock wall formed, it was pulverized by the golden slash. As Noki's body was grazed by the slash, his left arm instantly became bloody, and he was sent flying backward. Raza's gold dust quickly gathered into a shield, but it was torn apart by the slash, as if it were paper. The gold dust instantly scattered apart, and Raza was jolted backward repeatedly, struggling to stay on his feet. I pushed his lightning chakra to the extreme, attempting to dodge using speed, but he found that the golden slash covered the entire battlefield. He was struck head-on by the slash. His lightning chakra shield instantly shattered, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. He struggled to get up, but found that the lightning chakra within his body was completely chaotic. With just one strike, all 4 Kage-level ninjas were severely wounded and lost their ability to fight. Shun controlled the golden Susanoo, slowly walking toward the 4 of them. The longsword pointed at the ground, the immense pressure stripping the 4 of them of even the courage to look up. Shun, you won. I still couldn't surpass you. Nagato lay on the ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and respect. Noki looked at Shun, then at Kuratsuchi beside him. The obsession in his eyes finally vanished, replaced by endless regret and helplessness. Kuratsuchi, Grandpa was wrong. He finally understood that Kuratsuchi had genuinely chosen to stay by Shun's side. His stubbornness and rage had not only failed to save his granddaughter, but had also driven himself into a desperate situation. Raza and meanwhile, looked utterly defeated. They knew they had been completely vanquished this time. The standing of Sunagakure and Kumogakure would likely plummet due to this failure. Shun looked down at the four, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Did you think your strength could shake me? I will spare your lives today. Go back and tell your villages to surrender to the land of water within 3 days. Otherwise, I will personally lead the army to flatten your villages. After speaking, he retracted his Susanoo, walked over to Kuratsuchi, and pulled her into his embrace. Kuratsuchi tightly wrapped her arms around Shun's waist, her face filled with a happy smile. Shun, let's go home. All right, let's go home. Shun held Kuratsuchi as golden chakra erupted around him, Cinchuredo, and a trace of confusion about the future. The structure of the ninja world had completely changed in this moment. The name Shun would be etched like a monument into the heart of every person. Unification of the ninja world. After the battle concluded, Shun had the video of the fight broadcast live. The Earth Daimyo, Lightning Daimyo, and the Wind Daimyo soon learned the outcome of the battle. The Earth Daimyo, dressed in luxurious court robes, paced anxiously. He had already received an urgent report of Noki's defeat, but still harbored a sliver of hope. Several core nobles sat around a long table, some whispering, some frowning deeply, and a stifling atmosphere permeated the air. The screen in the center of the long table lit up, and the brutal scenes from the border battlefield instantly captivated everyone's attention. When they saw Noki, with hair and beard bristling, roaring as he activated dust release, only to be easily restrained by Shun's clone, they were surprised. Then, Shun's main Barato descended, severely wounding 4 Kaga-level ninjas with a single strike. The council hall fell into a dead silence. Is that Noki? A corpulent noble suddenly sprang from his seat, his heavy frame quivering with fear. So many people teamed up, and yet they were defeated so thoroughly? The Earth Daimyo stared intently at the golden Susanoo on the screen. His breathing became heavy. His face gradually turned from pale to ashen, and his teeth ground together. He's demanding our submission within 3 days. This is clearly an attempt to annex the land of Earth. He wants to make us, Iwagakure, prisoners. Panic spread like a plague in the council hall. Some instinctively took a step back. Others wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. No one dared to imagine how long the land of Earth's meager resources could last if war truly broke out. Inside the royal palace of the Land of Lightning, the atmosphere was equally tense. The council hall, built of hard obsidian, exuded a cold, murderous aura. The tall lightning daimyo, dressed in black court robes with gold trim, sat on the main seat, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. When the screen lit up, they saw enveloped in blue lightning chakra, charging towards Shun like a bolt of lightning, only to be easily struck down by a golden slash, falling heavily to the ground, clearly wounded. He barato his hand on the table, and a fine barato instantly appeared on the hard obsidian surface. Was easily defeated. The lightning barato's face showed uncontrollable anger and despair, his eyes burning red with fury. He couldn't even block a single move. How strong is Shun? The nobles behind him erupted into a clamor. It's terrifying. That golden slash can easily tear through lightning chakra shields. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning are known for close combat and speed, but in the face of absolute power, these are useless. Are we really going to surrender to the Land of Water? What about the dignity of our Land of Lightning, then? Dignity? If we lose our lives, what dignity is there to speak of? Arguments, sighs, and fearful whispers intertwined, throwing the entire council hall into disarray. In the desert castle of the Land of Wind, dry wind seeped through window cracks, swirling fine sand on the floor. The Wind Daimyo sat on a fur-covered chair, his face already sallow from years of drought, now completely devoid of color. Raz's magnet release was so vulnerable. His voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. The military advisor beside him, dressed in gray robes, tapped his fingers rapidly on the table. Daimyo-sama, Shun's strength has exceeded our comprehension. The 3-day deadline is imminent, and we must make a decision quickly. To fight, to surrender, or to unite with other countries to resist. If we delay any longer, we will truly lose our chance. The nobles split into 2 factions, arguing incessantly. Those advocating resistance pounded the table and roared, their faces full of indignation. Those advocating surrender bowed their heads, their voices filled with helplessness and fear. Others wavered, their eyes flickering, unsure how to choose. The expressions on the faces of everyone in the council hall changed frequently, mirroring their conflicted feelings. Just as this panic reached its peak and the council halls of various countries descended into chaos, the screen suddenly switched scenes. It was no longer the brutal battlefield, but a simple yet grand room. The walls of the room were light blue, adorned with a scroll depicting mountains and rivers, and a few pots of lush green plants were placed in the corners, exuding a serene atmosphere. In the center of the room, Shun leaned casually on a sofa, his posture composed. Opposite him sat a woman of exquisite beauty, none other than Sayuri. Sayuri wore a light pink long dress, her face adorned with elegant makeup, and she held a special chakra and microphone in her hand. A hint of nervousness was barely concealed in her eyes. Her fingers subtly tightened, but she maintained a professional smile on her face. Shun-sama, thank you for accepting my interview during your busy schedule. First, on behalf of everyone in the ninja world, I would like to ask a question. Does your demand for the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of wind, and the land of Akatsuki to submit to the land of water mean that you are about to launch a war and annex these countries? This question struck at the core, and everyone in the ninja world watching the broadcast held their breath. The daimyos of the land of earth, the land of lightning, and the land of wind stared intently at the screen, even their breathing becoming cautious. Shun's gaze pierced through the broadcasting device, seemingly penetrating time and space to every corner of the ninja world. I am not going to launch a war, nor am I going to annex any country. The daimyo of each country visibly relaxed. They instinctively straightened their bodies, and some of the panic on their faces receded. New doubts arose in Sayuri, and she continued to ask, then why do you demand that all countries submit? Is it merely to display your strength? Shun's gaze became distant, having experienced too much of the weariness and heaviness of war. The ninja world has been divided for too long, and wars have never ceased. Countries have attacked each other for territory, resources, and tailed beasts. How many ninjas have died on the battlefield, their bones unable to return home? How many families have been torn apart, children losing parents, wives losing husbands? I have personally witnessed the despair in the eyes of children who lost their parents, seen the desolate landscapes of villages burned by war, and seen ninjas abandon their lives for so-called missions, ultimately becoming sacrifices of war. I am tired of such a ninja world. His tone became incredibly firm, carrying an unwavering conviction. I want to unify the ninja world, to establish a ninja world without war, without division, where everyone is equal. All countries will no longer be hostile to each other. Ninjas will no longer sacrifice themselves for meaningless battles, and the common people will be able to live in peace and work happily, without worrying that the flames of war will reach their homes. Unify the ninja world. Is that possible? The countries of the ninja world have harbored grievances for too long, remaining divided for hundreds of years. Unification will likely face countless objections. Sayuri's lips parted, her face filled with shock, even the microphone in her hand trembling slightly. Shun's eyes sharpened, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I will not kill indiscriminately, but I will make the dissenters understand that unification is the only way out for the ninja world. For countries willing to submit, I will preserve their unique cultures and customs, respect local traditions, and only unify political and military coordination, jointly resist external threats, and share resources and technology, so that the people of all countries can live good lives. As for those forces that insist on provoking war and obstructing unification, I will not be lenient. These words exploded like thunder throughout the ninja world, instantly shattering the last vestiges of hope for the daimyos of each country. Their panic was immediately replaced by tension, and their faces showed incredulous expressions. Shun's ambition was far greater than they had imagined. What he wanted was not simple submission, but the grand unification of the entire ninja world. The daimyo of the land of Earth's face turned ashen, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, roaring, arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Who does he think he is? A god? He thinks he can unify the ninja world by himself? Dream on. His chest heaved violently, his eyes filled with anger and indignation. The daimyo of the land of lightning, meanwhile, fell into contemplation, his fingers gently tapping the table. Unifying the ninja world. If peace can truly be achieved, perhaps it's not a bad thing. But will Shun's rule truly bring peace? Will he become the next dictator? In the council hall of the Land of Wind, the arguments grew even more intense. A white-haired old noble pounded the table, shouting, "We cannot yield. The dignity of the Land of Wind must not be trampled. Even if we die in battle, we must defend our homeland." Another young noble retorted, "Die in battle? What will we fight with? For Kage-level ninjas are no match for him. If we go up there, it will just be a futile sacrifice." 40 advanced S on the consort's worry. Sayuri took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and continued to ask, "Shun-sama, how do you plan to achieve this goal? Will you give all countries a buffer period, allowing them more time to consider?" Shun said, "The 3-day period is for countries to consider. After 3 days, countries willing to submit will send envoys to the royal palace of the Land of Water to sign the Unification Alliance Treaty. For those unwilling to submit, I will personally lead an army to make you understand through force that division only brings war, and only unification can bring true peace." Shun's voice carried no hint of a threat, yet it sent a chill down the spine of everyone who heard it. It was an absolute confidence in his strength, a composure that controlled everything. The interview ended, and the broadcast screen instantly went dark, leaving a room full of silence and shock. Shun's declaration of unification was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves that swept through every corner. The daimyos and nobles of various countries urgently convened meetings. In the brightly lit council halls, arguments, roars, and sighs rose and fell. In contrast to the anxiety of the upper echelons, the ordinary people and lower-level ninjas of the ninja world were filled with anticipation for Shun's declaration. The residential quarters of the royal palace of the Barado were usually a place of peace and tranquility. But today, that peace was completely disrupted. Figures rushed along the corridor, and low voices of argument and sighing intertwined. Temari's figure paced back and forth at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. Her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, her amber eyes filled with anxiety, and her face, usually carrying a hint of boldness, was now etched with worry. The image of her father, Raza, stumbling backward and collapsing during the broadcast, was branded in her mind, impossible to shake off. "Sunagakure is my father's life's work. How can we just surrender like this? I must plead with Shun, even if I have to bow my head and admit fault. I cannot let Sunagakure become a subsidiary." She suddenly turned and walked toward Shun's study, her skirt sweeping past the flower bushes beneath the corridor, creating a rush of wind. Just as she reached the corner, she ran into Kuratsuchi, who also had a solemn expression. Kuratsuchi was wearing a red single-sleeved bodysuit, her hands tightly clasped together, and her black pupils were full of complex emotions. She could not forget the sight of her grandfather, Noki, wide-eyed with rage, unleashing dust release only to have it easily countered by the golden slash, Nor could she forget the look of utter disbelief and despair in her grandfather's eyes at the end. That was her most beloved grandfather, the pillar of a Wagakure. Yet he had been overcome so decisively and now faced the choice of submission. A sour feeling welled up in her heart, making the tip of her nose sting. But thinking of Shun's resolute gaze and his declaration to unify the ninja world, she didn't know how to speak. Caught between her flesh-and-blood grandfather and homeland on one side, and the man she loved and the peace he pursued on the other, she was torn. "Temari," Uchih called softly, her voice carrying a slight choke. Temari stopped, seeing Uchih's bloodshot eyes. The urgency in her heart eased slightly. She stepped forward and gently patted Uchih's shoulder. "I know this is hard for you, Noki." The words reached her lips, but she did not know how to offer comfort. She herself was anxious, let alone Uchih, whose bond with Noki was so profound. Uchih lowered her head, feeling lost. "Grandfather, he has never been so defeated before. But Shun is doing this for the peace of the ninja world. I don't know what to do." Just then, Mabui and Yujito walked over side by side. Mabui wore a pale, purple long dress with her hair draped over her shoulders, her face showing gentle worry, and her hands lightly clasped in front of her. Yujito, dressed in red combat attire, had eyes full of concern but still maintained a degree of composure. Both of them originated from the land of lightning. Seeing the footage of a being severely injured, they naturally worried about their homeland. Yet from start to finish, neither had said a single word urging Shun to give up. Mabui spoke softly, her voice gentle. "Temari, Uchih, I know you're worried about your relatives, and so are we. The land of lightning is our home, and Asama is the Reikage we respect. Seeing him defeated is painful for us too." Yujito nodded and added, "But we also believe in Shun's original intention. Wars in the ninja world have lasted too long, and the people of the land of lightning are tired of being displaced. If unification truly brings peace, perhaps this is not a bad thing." Temari suddenly looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. "But are your relatives, your country, willing to submit? A is so proud. He certainly won't compromise easily." Mabui sighed softly. "It's not that we are willing, but that we understand the price of resistance is too great. 4 Kage-level ninjas combined were no match for Shun. If war truly breaks out, only ordinary civilians will suffer. Shun has said he will not slaughter the innocent and will preserve the culture and customs of each country. Perhaps this is already the best outcome." Temari wanted to say more, but she heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching from a distance. Everyone turned to look, only to see Shun, dressed in a black trench coat, walking slowly toward them. Temari immediately rushed up, her tone urgent. "Shun, please give Sunagakure another chance. My father, he was just acting on impulse. Sunagakure is willing to submit, but can you please not use a word like subordination? Can you give Sunagakure a little barato, autonomy?" Her posture was notably deferential, her amber eyes full of earnest pleading, the usual boldness completely gone. Uchih also looked up, her eyes full of anticipation, but she ultimately did not speak. She knew that Shun's decisions were never easily changed, yet she still hoped that her grandfather could retain some dignity. Shun stopped, his gaze sweeping over the 4 consorts. He saw the pleading in Temari's eyes, the conflict in Uchih's eyes, and the worry and forbearance in the eyes of Mabui and Yujito. A warmth surged in his heart. He raised his hand and gently stroked Temari's hair, his tones softening slightly. "Temari, I know you're worried about Raza, and I understand your feelings for Sunagakure." He turned to look at Uchih, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. "Uchih, Noki is your grandfather. I severely injured him, and I have made things difficult for you." Uchih shook her head, her voice soft. "I know you have your reasons." Shun took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute, and his tone returned to its usual authority. "But I must tell you, unifying the ninja world is something I must do." He raised his hand and pointed toward the distant horizon, his eyes shimmering with the light of conviction. The old order of the ninja world is already hopelessly corrupt. Countries attack each other for selfish reasons. How many families are torn apart, and how many ninjas become casualties of war? I have witnessed too many tragedies, and I cannot allow such things to continue. His voice became heavy, carrying a hint of imperceptible weariness. I know that asking your relatives and your countries to submit is difficult for you, but I promise you, I am not trying to annex them, but to establish a completely new order. Under this order, there will be no war, no division. All countries can coexist peacefully, and all people can live and work in contentment. Fight to the end? But the word barato is too hurtful. Temari pressed her barato together, her eyes full of unwillingness. I know. Shun nodded, his tone softening slightly. If your relatives are willing to submit voluntarily, I can avoid using the word submission and change it to alliance. However, political and military matters must be uniformly coordinated. There is no room for negotiation on this point. Only in this way can future conflicts be avoided and the ninja world truly achieve peace. He turned to look at Mabui and Uchih, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. I understand the thoughts of you two. Peace in the ninja world requires a price, and what I can do is minimize that price. Uchih asked softly, her eyes full of anticipation. Shun, can you really guarantee that after unification, the ninja world will never have war again? Shun stood beside his barato and said with steady strength, the old order of the ninja world must be broken. Only then can a new, war-free ninja world be established. You worry that the ninja villages of your homelands will vanish, and that the faith of your people will collapse. But I can clearly tell you, the ninja village system will not be abolished after unification. Hearing this, the four consorts looked up simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. A glimmer of hope flashed in Temari's amber eyes, and she instinctively pressed, is that true? Can Sunagakure still exist? Shun nodded. He raised his hand to brush away the stray hair by her temple, and patiently explained, of course. Every ninja village has its own history, culture, and legacy. These are treasures of the ninja world, and should not be swallowed by the tide of unification. Konoha's will of fire, Iwagakure's tenacity, Sunagakure's resilience, Kumogakure's valor. These spiritual cores are worth preserving and passing down. He looked toward the coastline of the land of water in the distance, his gaze profound. However, the function of the ninja villages must fundamentally change. In the past, ninja villages were machines of war. Ninjas from various countries fought and defeated each other for the benefit of their village, causing great devastation. From now on, ninja villages will be stages for competition, cradles for nurturing strong individuals, not tools for launching wars. Uchih repeated softly, her eyes full of confusion. Competition? Replacing war with competition? Can that work? Shun turned, his gaze extraordinarily firm. I will establish a unified competitive system for the ninja world, holding a ninja world tournament every 4 years. Each ninja village will send elite ninjas to participate, competing in ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and teamwork ability. As someone from the land of lightning, Mabui was keenly aware of the obsession some ninjas had with combat. She asked softly, what if a ninja village refuses to abide by the competition rules and wants to resume war? Shun laughed domineeringly. With me here, no one can break the rules. I will establish a Ninja World Peace Council, with Kaga-level ninjas from all ninja villages serving as directors, jointly supervising the fairness of the competition and handling inter-village conflicts. If any ninja village dares to launch a war, all ninja villages will impose joint sanctions. Uchih nodded, the worry in her eyes gradually dissipating. In this way, the competition between ninja villages changes from a life-and-death struggle to a healthy rivalry, which is much better than war. A light also appeared in Kuratsuki's eyes. She thought of her grandfather, Noki, who had spent his life pursuing the strength of Iwagakure, but had always been constrained by war. If Iwagakure could gain more resources and technology, through competition. Her grandfather's lifelong wish might be realized in a more peaceful way. Then, if grandfather knew that a Wagakure would not only not disappear, but could also grow stronger through competition, he might truly agree to submit. A relieved smile finally appeared on Temari's face. I will write to my father right now and tell him about this plan. I believe he will definitely understand that this is the true path forward for Sunagakure. Karatsuchi nodded. I will also try to persuade my grandfather, so he understands your painstaking efforts. Noki, Raza, and A returned to their respective countries, their hearts heavy. The moment they stepped across the border, they were immediately escorted by waiting envoys directly to the daimyo's residence. There was no time to rest, no chance to heal their wounds, and they had no time to regroup before an emergency meeting concerning the fate of the nations was already brewing in the council hall. Inside the council hall of the Barato-S royal palace, the Barato-S face was exceptionally grim. He slammed the intel scroll he held fiercely onto the cold table. Noki, as the Tsuchikage, leading 3 other Kaga-level ninjas to collaborate, you were defeated so miserably, and you let Shun force us to surrender? This is the greatest humiliation the land of Earth has suffered in hundreds of years. Noki looked at the furious daimyo before him, and humiliation and powerlessness flashed in his cloudy eyes. He opened his mouth, desperately wanting to describe Shun's terror, but before he could speak, the nobles had already begun slamming the tables and voicing their agreement. The daimyo is right. How can we, the land of Earth, bow our heads to some brat? Even if we die fighting, we cannot endure this humiliation. Gather all the ninjas, reinforce the defenses. We will fight the land of water to the death. Their faces were filled with anger, because if they surrendered, they would lose all their power. Thus, their spittle flew as they spoke passionately, as if they could already see the scene of Shun being defeated. Noki watched the crowd calmly, a deep sense of powerlessness swelling in his heart. These people simply did not know what kind of monster they were about to face. The daimyo's gaze was icy as he slammed his hand down decisively. Say no more. I, the daimyo, have decided to use the entire nation's resources to prepare for war against the enemy. What Noki must do now is immediately reorganize the ninja forces and prepare to meet the war. His finger pointed heavily at Noki, carrying an undeniable tone of command. In the west, similar events were unfolding in the royal palace of the Land of Wind. The daimyo of the Land of Wind stood before a map, pointing at the area representing the Land of Water. Raza, this time we fully support Sunagakure. We will provide money and provisions. This is the nation's most perilous moment, and we expect you to shoulder the burden and fight to the death. Surrender to the Land of Water? That is absolutely impossible. The nobles behind him nodded one after another, offering their suggestions. We can unite with the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Akatsuki to form a 4-nation alliance and jointly resist the Land of Water. As long as we join forces, even if Shun is strong, he might not gain the upper hand. Raza sat in his chair, tightly clutching the secret letter sent by Temari. Watching the agitated nobles before him, shouting about fighting to the death with false expressions, he remained silent. He simply and carefully tucked the letter into his sleeve. At this moment, if he spoke any words of surrender, it would be seen as a sign of cowardice, perhaps even earning him the charge of colluding with the enemy. Land of Akatsuki surrendered to the east. The council hall of the Land of Lightning also exuded a chilling atmosphere. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was in his prime. He slammed his hand onto the table and roared, You are the Reikage, the strongest taijutsu ninja in the ninja world. Yet you were defeated by a single blow from Shun? The face of our Land of Lightning has been completely lost because of you. As thick eyebrows furrowed sharply, and his expression became increasingly fierce. He clenched his fists tightly and widened his eyes. This is my business, and I will handle it myself. I will personally take care of him. The letters from Mabui and Yujito were tucked inside his sleeve. The gentle advice contained within had been deliberately ignored by him. As the Reikage, his pride would not allow him to submit to anyone else. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Immediately mobilize all lightning release ninjas. We must build the strongest combat force. The people of our Land of Lightning have never known what retreat means. In the council halls of the three nations, the calls for war overwhelmed everything like a tidal wave. The next morning, on the Land of Water's news broadcast, Nagato and several core members of the Akatsuki appeared on the television screen. The core members of the Akatsuki, representing the land of Akatsuki, surrender to the Land of Water. This news spread like thunder across every corner of the ninja world. Inside the Land of Earth's council hall, the nobles who had just been discussing passionately instantly fell into a deathly silence. The daimyo widened his eyes, looking at the intelligence report in disbelief. The Land of Akatsuki surrendered? Yes, Your Highness. Nagato, along with the members of the Akatsuki, publicly announced their surrender on the Land of Water's news broadcast and also expressed willingness to assist Shun in promoting the unification of the ninja world. This is impossible. Noki suddenly stood up from his seat, his aged face filled with shock. Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, and his strength is unfathomable. How could he surrender so easily? He was our greatest bargaining chip against Shun. How could he surrender? At this moment, he was completely flustered. He had originally hoped that Nagato would contain Shun. Now that the main force had defected, Iwagikyure's chances of victory instantly dropped to freezing point. In Sunagakure, Raza stared intently at the messenger ninja, his pupils filled with shock and panic. Nagato really surrendered? He didn't have any conditions? No demands for territory, no demands for special privileges? The messenger ninja lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Raza's eyes. There were no conditions. He merely said that he recognized Shun's ideals and was willing to assist him in unifying the ninja world and ending the wars of the ninja world. Raza's face instantly turned pale. The surrender of the Akatsuki was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, making his already wavering resolve even more uncertain. Resistance would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. But surrender? Inside the Land of Lightning's council hall, he slammed his fist onto the wooden table. Boom! The wooden table instantly disintegrated into pieces of shattered wood. His eyes were full of anger and panic. Nagato, that coward, how dare he surrender? Now that the Akatsuki had defected, the Land of Lightning attempting to fight Shun was akin to hitting a rock with an egg. The entire ninja world found the sudden surrender of the Akatsuki unbelievable and frightening. People from all nations gathered in the streets and alleys, discussing the matter animatedly. Even the ninjas were filled with apprehension. All major ninja villages dispatched their most elite spies, attempting to uncover the truth behind Nagato's surrender. But before the spies could report back, the Land of Water's special interview program began. On screen, the Land of Water's host, Sayuri, wore a light pink uniform and displayed a professional smile. Her interviewee this time was Nagato of the Akatsuki, who had just announced his surrender. In the live broadcast room, Nagato sat on a soft sofa, his head of vibrant red hair and his Rinnegan eyes distinguishing him from ordinary people. Facing Sayuri's questions, he answered clearly, "Many people do not understand why I chose to surrender. Actually, it is very simple. Only by reaching my level can one truly understand how terrifying Shun's strength is." He paused, seemingly looking towards those who questioned him. My previous battles with him, including the confrontation at the border, were merely small games in his eyes. You think 4 Kaga-level ninjas working together could injure him? The truth is, he was playing around the entire time. If he wished, a single shadow clone could easily destroy all the nations in the ninja world. This statement exploded like a bombshell in the ninja world. Bragging. Nagato must have been bought off by the Land of Water. A single shadow clone destroying all nations? That's far too exaggerated. The Akatsuki was clearly so strong. I think he's afraid of death and is deliberately trying to please Shun. People throughout the ninja world were abuzz with discussion, most believing that Nagato was boasting and deliberately exaggerating. However, inside the council halls of the three nations Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Wind, there was a deathly silence. Noki sat in his seat, recalling the Shun he had shattered on the border battlefield, the world-destroying Golden Susanoo when the main body arrived, and the shock he felt when his fully deployed dust release was easily blocked by the opponent. Nagato's words precisely struck the deepest fear in his heart. Raza's body trembled slightly when he recalled Shun's eyes, which suggested everything was under control. The defenses in his heart began to collapse. If a single shadow clone could achieve that level, then what level of strength must Shun's main body possess? He also lowered his head. The lightning chakra surrounding him gradually subsided, and the anger on his face was replaced by deep apprehension. He recalled the moment he was struck by the long sword of the Susanoo, and the world-destroying power plunged him into despair. He recalled the sharp pain of his bones shattering as he was sent flying backward. He finally understood that the gap between him and Shun was far greater than he had imagined. At that time, if Shun hadn't secretly restrained his strength, he might have already died. The three participating Kages all chose silence at this moment. Their silence was tantamount to an admission. This invisible pressure intensified the anxiety felt by the daimyo and nobles of all nations. The surrender of the Akatsuki and Nagato's astonishing statements were like two heavy hammers slamming into the hearts of the ninja world's nobles, shattering their last vestiges of hope. On the terrace of the Land of Water's royal palace, the evening breeze gently wafted, bringing with it bursts of floral fragrance. Shun stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a black trench coat, watching Nagato on the broadcast screen. Nagato's surrender was not only an acknowledgement of his strength, but also support for his ideal of unification. And this interview would completely crush the nation's wishful thinking, making them realize that resistance was futile. Only the last day of the three-day ultimatum remained. The fate of the ninja world had reached a crossroads. Should they continue to stubbornly resist and face destruction, or let go of their obsession, submit to unification, and embrace peace? Final resistance, the impact of the Akatsuki's surrender began to spread, and the ninja world became turbulent. Inside the council halls of the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Wind, the slogan "Fight to the Death" still echoed thunderously. The noble lords pounded their chests and swore, "We will live and die with the country." But after night fell, hurried figures could be seen in the secret alleys of the capitals of various countries. In the black market bank of the Land of Earth's capital, candles burned all night. Several nobles, dressed in luxurious court robes and wearing black masks, were handing over boxes of gold coins, precious gems, and storage scrolls to secret merchants sent by the Land of Water. All their assets have been transferred to secret accounts in the Land of Water, leaving no trace. At this moment, the nobles' eyes were filled with panic, completely lacking the impassioned speeches they had given in the council hall during the day. The butler behind him carefully counted the valuables. Everyone now knew that going to war with the Land of Water was like striking a stone with an egg. Preserving their assets was the top priority. On the desert trade routes of Sunagakure, camel caravans were endless, ostensibly transporting grain and medicine. But in reality, the cargo boxes on the camels' backs were filled with the nobles' gold, silver, jewels, and secret treasures. The caravan leader, holding a pass secretly issued by a high-ranking noble, traveled unimpeded towards the Land of Water's border, a knowing smile on his face. These nobles, while shouting sacrifice for Sunagakure, had in fact already prepared their escape routes, transferring most of their clan assets. The port of the Land of Lightning was also brightly lit, with large cargo ships quietly leaving the shore under the cover of night, loaded with resources plundered by the nobles, precious lightning release ninjutsu, ninja tools, and large amounts of gold. The ship owner stood on the deck, looking in the direction of the Land of Water, his eyes full of awe. Shun's strength and Nagato's surrender had already made them see the situation clearly. Being able to board the Land of Water's ship and preserve these assets was incredibly important to them. The common people and low-ranking ninjas of various countries watched, their hearts growing colder. The nobles who usually called on them to die for their country were now secretly paving their own way, and the so-called fight to the death was merely to make them cannon fodder. At the same time, the weaker small countries, struggling to survive, had completely seen through the situation. Within 3 days, more than a dozen small countries, including the Land of Demons, the Land of Bears, and the Land of Tea, sent envoys with lavish gifts to the royal palace of the Land of Water, actively expressing their willingness to surrender. The envoys knelt in the palace square, their attitudes extremely respectful. Shun-sama, we are willing to join the Land of Water, build a new order for the ninja world, and abide by the Peace Alliance, only asking for the protection of the Land of Water so that we no longer suffer the hardships of war. Shun sat on the throne, reviewing the letters of allegiance from various countries. After your allegiance, your countries will retain their complete structure, your people will share the resources of the ninja world, and shinobi will also be able to participate in the ninja world competition. But remember, if you dare to break the Peace Alliance's rules, you will face severe consequences. The envoys repeatedly kowtowed, their faces full of gratitude and awe. Now, joining the Barato was the only way to survive. The 3-day period quietly ended amidst the anxiety and undercurrents of various countries. The first ray of morning sun shone on the top of the royal palace of the Land of Water. The golden flag of the Land of Water fluttered in the wind, and the sound of war drums boomed, echoing throughout the entire Land of Water. The final battle to unify the ninja world officially began. On the border of the Land of Lightning, smoke filled the air. Minato wore a white cloak, his yellow hair shining brightly in the sun. He held a flying thunder god kunai in his hand, and behind him were over 10,000 Konoha ninjas. Minato's voice, amplified by chakra, spread across the battlefield. Ninjas of the Land of Lightning, lay down your weapons and surrender to unification, and you will gain peace and dignity. If you insist on resisting, we will show no mercy. Before his words finished, a dazzling blue light pierced through the morning mist. Boom! Boom! Like a blue lightning bolt, tore through the air at an astonishing speed, appearing at the very front of the battlefield. Minato, don't think you've won. We ninjas of the Land of Lightning are not spineless. He had fought Minato for many years and had long figured out his tactics. Without further ado, he directly ordered an attack. Thousands of Kyumo ninjas behind him instantly scattered and launched their attacks. Blue electric snakes danced at their fingertips. Some threw out lightning chains, heading straight for the Konoha ninjas in the distance. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's figure instantly disappeared, and the next second, he appeared behind his Flying Thunder God kunai, pointing directly at his back. I reacted extremely quickly, turning sharply, his fist smashing fiercely towards Minato. The two instantly engaged in fierce combat, yellow and blue light constantly colliding, showcasing speed and passion. The surrounding Konoha ninjas refused to be outdone. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of kunai tearing through the air, mixed with the explosion of explosive tags, echoed continuously, and every inch of the battlefield vibrated continuously. On the border of the Land of Earth, Shursui was dressed in a black combat suit, his crimson pupils reflecting the IW ninjas waiting in strict formation ahead. The ninja troops behind him had already occupied advantageous terrain, and Earth-release traps and ninjutsu scrolls were all ready. Noki-sama, Kuratsuchi-sama, asked me to deliver a message. Peace is not out of reach. Only if you abandon resistance can a Wagakure continue. Earth-release, lightweight rock technique. Noki's figure suddenly soared into the air. Looking at the dense Barato troops below, his aged face was filled with complexity as he remembered Kuratsuki's letter and Nagato's words. The defense line in his heart had long since loosened. But the nobles below were still shouting, Uchih, kill them. Our land of earth will never surrender. Noki took a deep breath and said, Sure, Sway. It won't be that easy to defeat us. Sure Sway remembered Kuratsuki's concern. This old man was her most beloved grandfather. He already had a plan in mind. Noki-sama, do you think you can escape like this? Green chakra suddenly erupted around Sure Sway. Bones, muscles, and armor layered one after another. Perfect Susanoo, a giant green construct, over 200 meters tall, stood between the mountains, with a pair of spread green wings on its back, fanning to create a gale that sent shattered rocks flying everywhere. That's perfect Susanoo? Sure Sway can also use this move. How are we supposed to fight this? Should we surrender? The IW and ninjas' faces were pale, their eyes filled with fear and shock. With a flap of the Susanoo's wings, it instantly soared into the air, chasing after Noki. He deliberately controlled his speed and attack intensity, confronting Noki in the air. Noki gritted his teeth, chakra gathering in his palm. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. But just as the dust release was about to form, Shijui's Susanoo suddenly accelerated. The frequency of its wings flapping abruptly increased, and the emerald green figure instantly appeared in front of Noki, its giant palm gently striking Noki, forcefully interrupting his ninjutsu. Noki, you are too slow. Surrender. Shijui's calm voice came through the Susanoo, as if he were just chatting. He had deliberately controlled the force just now. This blow only dispersed Noki's chakra and did not harm his body. Otherwise, Noki would have been taken out of the fight prematurely. Noki's body flew back dozens of meters. He could feel that Sure Sway had not intended to kill him. This feeling of being unilaterally restrained made him both angry and frustrated, so he could only fly into the distance. Sure Sway did not hesitate at all, controlling the green Susanoo to follow closely. The two, one fleeing and one chasing, flew further and further, gradually moving out of the battlefield, and soon disappeared. In the desert of the Land of Wind, Nawaki, clad in red battle armor, his black hair tied behind his head, wore a confident smile. He held a great sword in his hand, surrounded by dense would-release chakra. Raza, we are all aware of Sunagakir's predicament. After your allegiance, the Land of Water will provide Sunagakir with water and food and share resources. This is the way forward for Sunagakir. Raza stood at the top of the desert castle, gold dust swirling around him, still clutching Temari's letter. He looked at the powerful Land of Water troops below, his inner struggle reaching its peak. He remembered the roar of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Raza act. Even if you die in battle, you must uphold the dignity of the Land of Wind. Raza closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he roared helplessly, Nawaki, the Kazakage, cannot easily surrender. He waved his hand, and gold dust, like a tsunami, surged towards Nawaki's troops. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Nawaki's would release chakra erupted, and giant trees rose from the desert, forming a solid barrier that blocked the impact of the gold dust. The trees grew rapidly, their branches and leaves lush, turning the desert into a green battlefield. 3 major battles erupted simultaneously. The ninja world was consumed by war. The Barado-S forces continued to win through their strength, coordination, and advanced tactics. The forces of the Barado, and Barado suffered repeated defeats, leaving the nobles deeply discouraged. And those nobles who had secretly transferred their assets had already fled, leaving only ordinary ninjas and common people struggling on the battlefield. The daimyos of various countries, looking at the constantly arriving information, finally understood that resistance was futile and the so-called dignity seemed ridiculous in the face of absolute power. On the throne of the royal palace of the Land of Water, Shun looked at the battle reports from various places, his face showing no ripples. His 4 queens stood behind him, their faces full of relief and worry. Shun, will they surrender? Kuratsuchi asked softly, her eyes full of anticipation. Shun held her hand and comforted her. They will, but it will take a few battles. Only then will they not have any illusions. On the battlefield, the fighting continued, but the scales of victory had already tilted. 7 eternal Mangekyo Sharingans inside the royal palace of the Barato. Shun clapped his hands casually. Reverse summoning technique. In an instant, Hamamaru, Monica, Seishin, Karen, Sasuke, Shiryu, and Shine stood steadily inside the hall. Their robes were Barato or less stained with dust and grime, clearly indicating they had been urgently summoned directly from the battlefield. Looking at the familiar environment, their faces were filled with confusion and curiosity. Father, did you suddenly summon us back to the palace because there was a new development in the war? Hamamaru slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes full of doubt, as he raised a hand to wipe the lingering dust from his cheek. Monica tucked the wisps of hair, dampened by sweat, behind her ear, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. She was still holding the healing medicine she had prepared for her comrades. Yes, Father, the battlefield situation is deadlocked, and we are very busy. Do you have an urgent mission for us? Seishin seemed to have thought of something, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Father, is there some powerful secret technique you want to teach us? His eyes were shining as he asked, Father, are you going to transmit some powerful secret techniques to us? Or are you going to take us to wipe out the enemy's stronghold? Karen, Shiryu, Cheyenne, and Sasuke were much quieter. Shun looked at the 7 faces before him, some doubtful, some excited, some calm, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and gently pressed down, and the hall instantly quieted. All right, I didn't summon you back for an urgent mission. The resistance of the lands of earth, lightning, and wind is now at its limit. The unification of the ninja world is already set. I want to seize this opportunity to help you awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Help us awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Seishin's gasp broke the silence. He suddenly jumped up, the exhilaration on his face magnified to the extreme. Really, Father? I was so envious when Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo. I wanted to have the Mangekyo for a long time. That way, I can beat those enemies senseless on the battlefield. Shock flashed in Monica's eyes, immediately transforming into overwhelming excitement. She had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan many years ago, but had never been able to awaken the Mangekyo. She excitedly clutched her chest, the 3-Tomo Sharingan quietly manifesting in her eyes. Father, can you really help us awaken it directly? Didn't they say that awakening the Mangekyo requires experiencing a major upheaval and requires us to sacrifice something? Shun shook his head, the golden chakra surrounding him growing even more immense. You need not sacrifice anything. With my current chakra reserves and mastery of dojutsu, I am sufficient to help you break through the shackles and directly awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't help you awaken it before because I hoped you would further temper your heart. Now, the ninja world is about to enter an era of peace, and actual combat is the best form of refinement. Therefore, I expect you to personally perfect this power during this final war. After speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. 7 streams of extremely pure golden chakra flew toward his 7 children respectively. This chakra landing on their bodies did not cause the slightest discomfort. Instead, it wrapped around their bodies like warm sunlight, bringing a wave of comfortable warmth. Zao, so warm, so comfortable. Seishin closed his eyes, a comfortable expression appearing on his face. He could clearly feel a gentle power circulating in his eye sockets, nourishing his Sharingan. In his mind, he was already imagining himself showcasing his skills on the battlefield. Hamamaru, Monica, Karen, Shiryu, and Shine also closed their eyes one after another. The 3-Tomo Sharingan appeared in their eye sockets, the Tomo quickly spinning and deforming. The scarlet color deepened, and the patterns in their eyes continuously evolved, becoming intricate and mysterious. Sasuke slightly raised his eyebrow and also closed his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan had long been formed, and upon sensing the infusion of golden chakra, he only felt a wave of comfort in his eye sockets. His ocular power became more condensed and pure, and the original risk of blindness completely vanished. Inside the hall, 7 beams of scarlet light illuminated sequentially. As the chakra continued to be injected, the light grew brighter, and 7 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gradually took shape. "Father, I feel it." Seishin suddenly opened his eyes, the scarlet light of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan dazzling. He excitedly waved his fists, and faint chakra fluctuations emanated from his body. What powerful strength! It's so much stronger than the 3 Tomo. Don't worry, Father. I will definitely temper myself well on the battlefield and never waste this gift. It'll beat the enemies until they run away terrified. Monica opened her eyes, the flower-like patterns in her pupils gently swirling. Centuredo, and prevent war from sweeping across this land again. Hamamaru opened his eyes, the blade-like patterns in his pupils radiating a murderous aura. Feeling the perfect fusion of his ocular power and the chakra inside his body, his eyes were filled with determined fighting spirit. I will not fail the mission. Karen's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with a flame-like red light, and a rare, gentle smile appeared on her face. Shiryu and Cheyenne exchanged glances. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan patterns in their eyes resonated with each other, and a tacit fighting spirit surged in their hearts. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes had transformed into the scarlet eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the interwoven Tomo patterns circulating in his gaze. He gently rotated his eyeballs. His vision was clearer than ever before. He could even see the veins of the leaves on distant trees outside the hall, and the control of his ocular techniques had become increasingly effortless. His admiration for his father deepened even further. Shun looked at the light of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blooming in his children's eyes, his own eyes filled with expectation and satisfaction. Very good. You have successfully awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember, while this power is strong, it is not invincible. Only through repeated refinement in actual combat can you truly grasp its bravado and understand that it is not merely a weapon for neutralizing enemies, but a responsibility for protection. He raised his hand and formed seals again, and the sealing array relit with dazzling light. Now, I will send you back to your respective battlefields. Remember to proceed step by step. Do not rush for success, and truly understand the meaning of this power while protecting your comrades and concluding the war. Yes, Father. The 7 children responded in unison, their voices loud and firm, their eyes filled with excitement, as their figures gradually became transparent in the light. Before leaving, Seishin did not forget to look back, waving vigorously at Shun and shouting loudly, "Father, wait for our victory report. We will surely end the war soon and return to see you." The light gradually dissipated, and calmness returned to the hall. Shun gazed in the direction where his children had vanished. He raised his hand to stroke the carvings on the hall pillar, and a profound light flashed in his eyes. The final of the ninja world's unification was about to be written by their own hands, and a brand new era of peace quietly commenced. Crushing the opposing forces in the rugged mountains of the northern land of Earth, Sasuke suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. As soon as he stepped out of the summoning formation, his crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and deep purple chakra surged around him like a tsunami. The bones, armor, and wings of the Susanoo quickly took shape. The towering perfect Susanoo, over 200 meters tall, held 2 long swords whose tips glowed with chilling light, and the flapping of its wings stirred up gales, sending debris flying across the ground. Is that Sasuke? In a perfect Susanoo, the ninjas of Awagakure turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. Not far away, the 4-tails Jinchuriki Rishi and the 5-tails Jinchuriki Han were jointly resisting the Land of Water's forces. Rishi was enveloped in scorching lava, the tailed beast chakra of the four-tailed sun, Goku, surging around him. A single punch of his could shatter a small mountain. Han, covered entirely in hard rock armor, wielded the power of the five tails Kokuo, making him like a mobile fortress. Every stomp of his foot could trigger an earthquake. The two were originally Iwagakure's last resort, but they were now firmly locked onto by Sasuke's Susanoo. Rishi roared, controlling the lava to rush towards Sasuke. Another Uchiha brat. Let me show you the rage of four tails. Han launched a simultaneous attack, his rock-armored fist carrying immense force as it slammed towards Susanoo's chest. Sasuke's eyes were cold as he maneuvered the Susanoo to dodge the lava impact, and the chakra longsword in its hand swept across horizontally. The pale purple longsword wind cut through the air like a sharp blade, slamming against Rishi's lava shell. With a tremendous bang, Rishi was sent flying back. His lava shell cracked with countless fine lines, and he coughed up violently, clearly injured. Rishi! Han roared and sped forward, only to be struck by Susanoo's wings. The immense force instantly threw him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. His steam armor shattered, and Five Tails chakra fluctuations immediately became chaotic. Sasuke gave them no chance to recover. Susanoo flapped its wings, instantly catching up to Rishi, and plunged its long sword straight down. Rishi frantically gathered a lava defense, but the long sword easily pierced through it, the scorching lava dispersing like water before the Susanoo. Next, Susanoo delivered a backhanded punch, slamming heavily into Han's chest and burying him within the mountainside. Amidst the dust, Five Tails chakra completely fell silent. In just a few rounds, the two Jinchuriki were crushed by Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. Rishi and Han collapsed on the ground, looking up at the condescending, pale purple giant shadow, their eyes filled with despair. On the plains bordering the land of lightning, the sounds of battle were deafening. The figures of Hamamaru, Seishin, and Shiryu appeared simultaneously, and they exchanged glances. Three perfect Susanoo of varying forms rose from the ground at once. Hamamara's Susanoo was the most imposing. His Susanoo was silver gray, its armor covered in sharp patterns, holding a massive chakra saber and radiating a fearsome aura, like an Azura. Seishin's Susanoo was a dazzling golden yellow in color. Its armor was smooth yet sharp. Its back wings were wide enough to blot out the sky, and it held a pair of chakra short blades, exuding agility and ferocity. Shiryu's Susanoo was deep cyan, its armor incredibly heavy, and it wielded a giant axe, every swing carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. What is that? Three perfect Susanoo? The ninjas of the Barato trembled with fear, nearly dropping the ninja tools in their hands. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki B and the Two Tails Jinchuriki Samui were fiercely battling the Barato-S forces. B was enveloped in the Eight Tails chakra manifestation, a tailed beast bomb condensing in his mouth, his eyes ferocious. Samui, meanwhile, controlled Two Tails' fire release ninjutsu. Vast flames engulfed the battlefield, attempting to halt Minato's advance. Seeing the three Susanoo descend, both their faces changed drastically, and a strong sense of unease rose in their hearts. Charged together. Use the tailed beast bomb. B roared and hurled the condensed tailed beast bomb toward Hamamara's Susanoo. Samui launched a synchronized attack, Two Tails' tail whipping up massive waves of hidden fire, surging towards Seishin and Shiryu. Everything you do is futile. Hamamaru remained still, maneuvering the silver-gray Susanoo to swing its saber down. A massive slash instantly appeared, splitting the tailed beast bomb in half. The shockwave continued forward, violently striking B, and several of Eight Tails' tentacles were badly damaged. B screamed and flew backward, the tailed beast chakra on his body fluctuating violently. Seishin's golden yellow Susanoo flapped its wings, charging toward the fiery flood. The short blades in its hands rapidly swung, and lines of slashes cut the flames into segments, instantly dismantling Samua's attack. Following this, he maneuvered the Susanoo to dive down, the short blades striking Samui like meteors. Two Tails' shell was breached, and Samui coughed and collapsed, falling to the ground. Shiria's deep cyan Susanoo strode toward the fallen bee, raising its giant axe high and bringing it down with a whistling sound. Bee frantically used his tentacles to defend, but they were easily cut through by the giant axe, and he was smashed into the ground, Eight Tails' chakra completely dissipating. The cooperation between the three was seamless, and the power of the perfect Susanoo was unstoppable. In a short while, the two Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning were defeated. The Kumo ninjas looked at the three giant shadows standing in the center of the battlefield, their eyes filled with fear. They threw down their weapons, daring not to resist further. The desert of the Land of Wind was scorched by the blazing sun, with yellow sand filling the sky. A fierce wind howled across the battlefield, half burying broken ninja tools and dried bloodstains beneath the sand. Nawaki, Raza, and Karura were fighting together. The gold dust and sand particles resonated, filling the air with a grating sound, possessing astonishing power. Nawaki, don't think you can take Sunagakure. Magnet release, gold dust spear. Raza raised both hands, and large amounts of gold dust instantly condensed into dozens of sharp spears, shooting toward Nawaki with a sound that tore through the air. Magnet release, sand drizzle. Karura launched her attack simultaneously. Countless sand particles transformed into a dense rain of arrows, blocking all of Nawaki's escape routes. The two magnet release ninjutsu wove into a net. The heaviness of the gold dust spears complemented the cunning nature of the sand particles. Even the surrounding yellow sand was stirred up by this power, forming a small sandstorm. Nawaki, however, showed no panic, instead wearing a look of helplessness. Raza, Karura, your daughter is already the consort of Shun-sama. Why do you insist on struggling? Wood-release chakra suddenly erupted beneath Nawaki's feet. Several thick, giant trees shot up from the ground, and dense vines grew on their trunks, wrapping around them like flexible, long snakes. The vines entangled all the golden spears, dragging them forcefully toward the ground. Simultaneously, fine woody fibers wove into a net, blocking all the sand arrow rain, leaving not even a single gap. Don't bring up Temari. Even if she marries into the Uchiha, Sunagakure's dignity will not be trampled upon. The cooperation between the husband and wife was flawless, pushing the power of magnet release to its limit. Sunagakure's surrender suddenly. Three young women appeared on the battlefield. They stood firm against the wind and sand under the blazing sun. Monica, Karen, and Cheyenne exchanged smiles. They had just returned from the royal palace of the Land of Water, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in their eyes was brimming with power, making them eager to act. Sisters, we should use the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Father gifted us to end this battle. Cheyenne, sensing the two special ocular techniques hidden in her eyes, showed an excited expression. The ocular technique in her left eye was Cursed Puppet, which could allow her to temporarily control the bodies of others, and the other was Future Sight, which allowed her to glimpse fragments of the future. Monica lightly nodded and smiled, reminding them, don't forget Father's instructions. Do not wantonly take lives. One of Monica's ocular jutsu was Bane of Evil Arrow, which specialized in countering tailed beasts and dissolving energy. The other was the gentle and pure light of purification, which could dispel all abnormal states. Karen showed her two small canines. Rest assured, I will show mercy as long as they don't give me trouble. Several Suna ninjas, seeing them chatting, secretly launched an attack toward them. Interesting, someone actually wants to ambush us. Immediately afterward, three torrents of chakra red, orange, and purple shot into the sky, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Perfect Susanoo. The three sisters' simultaneous soft cry pierced through the wind and sand, resounding across the battlefield. 3 perfect Susanoo, each over 200 meters tall, simultaneously erupted from the ground. The colossal shadows enveloped the battlefield, making it difficult for the ninjas of Sunagakure to breathe. That's perfect Susanoo, and 3 of them. Some Suna ninjas widened their eyes, the kunai in their hands clattering onto the scorching sand. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their lips quivered. Uchiha, how can I have so many Mangekyo powerhouses? We can't possibly win. This incident was like a spark dropped into boiling oil, instantly igniting panic within the Sunagakure forces. The Suna ninjas who were previously struggling to resist all showed expressions of despair, and the hands gripping their ninja tools began to weaken. Monica looked at the poisoned ninjas from the land of water, her eyes narrowing. Light of purification. Dozens of orange beams shot out from her, landing on the poison casualties. The blackened complexions of these poisoned ninjas quickly faded, and their painful groans gradually subsided. I feel like I'm cured. Me too. Thank you, Princess Monica. The casualties struggled to get up, all thanking Monica. Monica nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the effect of the light of purification. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a large amount of sand frantically gathered, forming a figure over 50 meters tall. It gently swept its tail, raising a sky full of yellow sand that blotted out the sun as it swung. Shikaku immediately became stunned when it saw the 3 200-meter-tall Susanoo figures. It roared furiously, "You rascal Gara, you actually made me face 3 monsters like this." Monica's eyes narrowed, the feathered light pattern in her pupils suddenly flared, and the bane of evil arrow instantly materialized in Susanoo's hand. Bane of evil arrow, go. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a gentle, low command. The bane of evil arrow shot out like a streaking meteor, accurately hitting the center of Shikaku's forehead. In an instant, orange and white seal patterns spread out like a spiderweb, immediately covering Shikaku's entire body. Shikaku let out a mournful roar, and its massive sand body collapsed with a crash, kicking up sand and dust everywhere. As the dust settled, Gara, who had returned to his human form, lay exhausted on the ground. The stray hairs on his forehead were soaked with sweat, sticking to his pale face, his eyes filled with unbelievable confusion. Now, the tailed beast inside him was completely sealed, and he could not utilize any of its power for the time being. Gara, the Suna ninjas cried out in despair. The last shred of hope in their hearts was utterly shattered by Monica's ocular technique, and morale instantly collapsed. Now it's my turn to act. Karen looked excited. She activated her Mangekyo ocular technique, using mind perception to capture the enemy's attack intentions. A Suna ninja tried to sneak attack a land of water ninja from behind, but was detected by Karen beforehand. She abruptly turned her head, and a red light flashed in her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Life manipulation. That Suna ninja instantly felt the life energy within his body locked by an invisible force, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. My chakra is being drained, and my Barato-S strength is almost gone. Karen narrowed her eyes with cold satisfaction. The draining effect of life manipulation was stronger than she had imagined. If you dare resist again, I will completely drain your life energy. Her voice was icy. Through mind perception, every Suna ninja clearly felt the threat of death. Simultaneously, Shine's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly lit up, and pale purple ocular power spread out like ripples, covering a large area. Cursed puppet. Instantly, the eyes of the Suna ninjas covered by the ocular power became terrified. They bent their knees and dropped to the ground with a thud. Hundreds of Suna ninjas knelt toward the 3 princesses like puppets controlled by strings, creating an extremely shocking sight. No, my body, it's out of control. The Suna ninjas let out desperate screams, yet could only watch helplessly as their bodies performed acts of submission and prostration. Shine's future sight operated simultaneously, catching the thoughts of several Sunagakure nobles in the distance who intended to flee during the chaos. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and the pale, purple ocular power spread out again. Cursed puppet! The nobles who were secretly slipping away were instantly controlled by an invisible force, kneeling submissively on the ground. Shun said in an undeniable tone, "Put down your weapons and stop resisting, and you will live. My father, Shun, has said that after your surrender, Sunagakure will not be annexed, and your families and homes will remain safe." This voice was the final straw, completely shattering the psychological defenses of the Suna ninjas. The ninjas who were still stubbornly resisting could no longer hold on after seeing their comrades controlled by the ocular technique, Gaara sealed, and the fleeing nobles captured. Some young Suna ninjas tremblingly threw down the kunai in their hands, tears mixing with sweat as they fell. I surrender. I don't want to die. I want to go home to see my family." Where there was one, there was a second. More and more Suna ninjas put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Some ninjas pressed their hands together, silently praying for their family's safety. Others slumped onto the sand, panting heavily, the intent to resist completely extinguished in their eyes, leaving only the relief of surviving a disaster. Raza, hovering in midair, looked down at the ninjas being controlled by the ocular technique and surrendering, then looked at the exhausted Gaara lying on the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. The large amount of gold dust he was controlling instantly lost its power and slowly dropped under the force of gravity. He knew that, as the Kazekage, he had done his best. Further resistance would only lead to the senseless sacrifice of more Suna ninjas. Monica, Karen, and Shun exchanged glances, a satisfied smile appearing in their eyes. Their test of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was completed with perfection. The sealing power of the bane of evil arrow, the healing effect of the light of purification, the deterrence of life manipulation, the precision of mind perception, the control of the cursed puppet, and the evasion provided by future sight each ability demonstrated powerful results. The three princesses controlled their Susanoo, slowly withdrawing their chakra. The massive figures gradually became transparent and finally vanished amidst the sky-high yellow sand. As the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was deactivated, the controlled ninjas finally regained control of their bodies, but they no longer had the courage to resist. They slumped on the ground, panting heavily, wearing expressions of relief at having survived the ordeal. Nawaki walked forward, a look of envy on his face. "Princess Monica, Princess Karen, Princess Shun, Sunagakure has officially surrendered. Your Mangekyo ocular techniques are truly incredible." Monica nodded slightly, looking toward Gaara, who was sprawled on the ground, and the surrendering Suna ninjas. "I hope this is the last war. May this desert nation finally usher in true peace. The power Father bestowed upon us is ultimately meant for protection, not violence." 40 advanced S on resurrecting Pakura. The war in the Barato gradually subsided, and the Barato Suna ninjas were concentrated and resettled. Nawaki's would release unit began to take over the defenses of the desert castle. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure and the surrendered ninjas stood on both sides, not daring to breathe. Monica, Karen, and Shun, the three princesses, stood shoulder to shoulder, looking at the figure appearing in the golden light pillar in the center. That was their father, Shun. He was about to decide the fate of the ninja world. Faint golden light floated around him, and the unintentional pressure he exuded plunged the entire hall into silence. Raza bowed respectfully and said in awe, "Shun-sama, Sunagakure has completely submitted and is willing to obey your command." Shun nodded slightly. His right palm gently lifted, and a crystal coffin rose from the shadows on the ground. The woman inside the coffin was dressed in a red tight-fitting suit, with long dark green hair tied up, and the tips of her bangs on both sides were a striking yellow. This sleeping female corpse, exuding a hint of unwilling resentment, was the genius ninja from Sunagakure with Scorch Release who had died more than 10 years ago. Pakura. Is that Pakura? What does one do by summoning a female corpse at this time? Some older Suna ninjas widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. Then it turned to deep guilt, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her corpse. Pakura, once famous in the ninja world for her scorch release, had died tragically in another land due to some special reasons, becoming a regret that Sunagakure was unwilling to mention. Shun looked at Pakura in the crystal coffin and said lightly, "It's too regrettable for such a beauty to die tragically on the battlefield." He waved his hand, and golden chakra flowed into the coffin like a stream, seeping into Pakura's body, repairing her already cold body. The lid of the crystal coffin slowly opened. Pakura's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her originally pale cheeks gradually regained color. Her scorch-release chakra was awakened by the golden chakra, slowly recovering like a dormant volcano. The air around her gradually became hot, and red chakra patterns appeared across her skin. I am still alive? Pakura exhaled softly and slowly opened her eyes. She instinctively raised a hand and found that the original injury had completely healed. She suddenly leaped from the crystal coffin, and her scorch-release chakra flared to life. The temperature of the entire hall suddenly rose, and the wooden tables and chairs even began to smoke. Pakura's yellow pupils locked onto the high-ranking Sunagakure officials in front, roaring with bone-chilling hatred, traitors of Sunagakure. Do you think you can hide the truth forever? I fought desperately on the front line, but was betrayed by you. You tricked me into going to Kirigakure for peace talks, but sold me to Kirigakure, letting them take my life. I must make you pay for what you have done. Scorch release, extremely steaming assault. Several fireballs whistled towards Chiyo and Ebizo, the hot airflow almost igniting the air. Chiyo and Ebizo moved quickly, dodging the attack. As Pakura's hostile aura grew stronger, gold dust suddenly surged from the ground, wrapping around her ankle like a chain. Raza's chakra surged, and countless tiny gold dust gathered under Pakura's feet. Pakura, I can tell you, I never thought the decision back then was wrong. Pakura's yellow pupils were full of mockery, and her scorch-release chakra erupted, trying to break free from the gold dust restraint. Not wrong. I shed my blood and sweat for Sunagakure, but ended up being betrayed and dying tragically. In your eyes, it's not wrong? Back then, 4th Mizuki Jigura came to power through a coup, and the daimyo of the Land of Water hired us to launch a surprise attack on Kirigakure. Kumogakure was angry that we stole their business, so they ambushed our village. At that time, we were on a distant expedition to Kirigakure. Our rear defense line collapsed, and the village was in peril. Kirigakure took the opportunity to make exorbitant demands, declaring that they would only cease hostilities and let us leave if we handed over your life. For the safety of the village, we could only compromise. His eyes were firm as gold dust surged around him. Pakura, I know you hate us, but if you were me, facing the life and death choice of the entire village, would you be willing to sacrifice me to ensure the safety of Sunagakure? If Kirigakure had demanded me at that time, I, Raza, would have sacrificed myself without hesitation. Pakura's body trembled, a trace of hesitation flashing in her yellow pupils. The violent scorch-release chakra around her slightly weakened. I, Pakura, am not afraid of death. If it's for Sunagakure, I am also willing to sacrifice. But you shouldn't have hidden it from me. You shouldn't have pushed me towards death through betrayal. Do you know the pain of being stabbed in the back by someone you trusted? That kind of despair is more terrifying than death itself. Pakura, this matter has nothing to do with anyone else. It was all my idea. An old but firm voice sounded. Chiyo walked out from among the high-ranking Sunagakure officials, leaning on her cane, her white hair swaying slightly in the hot air. It was I who proposed to hide it from you and reach an agreement with Kirigakure, and it was I who ordered the ninjas to secretly cooperate. If you want revenge, take my old life and don't make things difficult for others. Elder Chiyo, many Suna ninjas exclaimed, wanting to dissuade her, but were stopped by Kiyo's raised hand. Just then, A slender figure quickly walked out from the crowd. The girl was dressed in a standard Suna ninja's uniform, her eyes full of excitement and worry. She bowed to Pakura. "Pakura-sensei, you've really returned." Pakura turned her head. It was Maki, the disciple she had personally taught before she left Sunagakure to go on her expedition. The timid little girl who used to follow behind her had now grown into a graceful ninja. "Maki, you've grown up." Pakura's dark green hair swayed slightly, and the scorch release chakra around her completely receded, and the gold dust restraint on her ankle also loosened. Seeing her disciple safe and sound, the resentment accumulated in her heart for many years instantly melted away by more than half. But after the obsession dissipated, a huge sense of confusion surged into her heart. She had died once, and although she was now resurrected, she didn't know where to go. Sunagakure was her hometown, but it was also the place that brought her endless pain. The goal of revenge was gone, but the road ahead was blurry. Shun saw all this and slowly said, "Pakura, I resurrected you. You owe me a life." Pakura looked up, meeting Shun's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from him, she instantly understood that the strength of the person in front of her was unfathomable. Her heart tightened, but she did not flinch, and her scorch-release chakra ignited again. "Why did you resurrect me? And Sunagakure, what's happening now?" Shun gazed at Pakura, secretly using Jin Jutsu to modify her consciousness. "I resurrected you. Firstly, because I appreciate your talent, and secondly, to make amends for Sunagakure's past mistakes. You should have been Sunagakure's pride, but you fell due to suspicion within the village, which is very unfair. Now Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure have submitted to me. I am about to unify the ninja world and create a new era without betrayal or suspicion, and I need strong individuals like you to join." Pakura's body trembled slightly, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes. There was anger, unwillingness, and also a hint of sadness. She remembered how she had risked her life for Sunagakure, only to be met with betrayal and death. The pain in her heart had not yet healed. Shun looked at her reaction, and a strong possessiveness flashed in his eyes. "The ninja world is about to be unified, and I need capable people to assist me in establishing a peaceful new order. Your scorch release will surely shine brightly in the future Ninja World Tournament. Therefore, I want you to be my queen." "What? You want me to be your queen?" Pakura's eyes widened, full of disbelief. What kind of outrageous words were these? Everyone in the hall also stirred in an uproar. Monica, Karen, and Cheyenne exchanged glances, then secretly chuckled. Sure enough, their shameless father could be seriously unreasonable. Raza's expression changed slightly, but he dared not say bravado. Pakura's resurrection might be a good thing for Sunagakure. Reviving Madara and Hashirama Shun took a step forward and extended his hand toward Pakura. "With your loyalty, you will hold a respected position of great authority, and no one will dare to suspect you or use you again. Your scorch release will become a force to protect the peace of the ninja world, not a tool for civil war. I promise you that I will give you enough respect and freedom, and treat you equally with my other queens." Pakura recalled her past experiences and regrets. "Senshirado Pakura, am willing to follow you, be your queen, and protect the new ninja world with you." Shun's lips curved into a proud smile, and he raised his hand to tidy the stray hairs on her forehead. "Very good. From today on, you are my queen, and you will witness the peace of the ninja world with me." Then, he turned to Raza and Chiyo. "Pakura's past is a permanent stain on Sunagakure. I will erect a monument for her in Sunagakure to commemorate her achievements, and also to warn future generations. Sacrifice is not impossible, but betrayal and concealment can never be forgiven. Raza, Chiyo, this matter is entrusted to you for supervision. If there is any discrepancy, you will be held accountable." "Yes, Shun-sama." Raza and Chiyo bowed in unison, their eyes full of awe. Maki quickly ran to Pakura's side, her eyes full of joy. "That's great, Pakura-sensei. I finally see you again." Pakura gently stroked her disciple's head, revealing a relieved smile. Maki, I didn't expect you to have grown up. Take good care of yourself from now on. Shun ignored the reverence of the crowd, slowly raising his hands, palms facing each other. Moments later, two tall figures materialized before him. The person on the left, clad in red battle armor, had a gentle countenance and was surrounded by immense chakra. He was none other than the god of shinobi, Hashirama. He opened his eyes, saw Shun before him, and smiled familiarly. Shun, long time no see. I didn't think you had mastered such an unbelievable technique, capable of calling me back from the Pure Land. The person on the right was cloaked in a black mantle, his face arrogant, his crimson Sharingan carrying a sharp edge. He exuded a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. He was the legendary Madara. The moment he awoke, he felt the abundant chakra within his body, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. His gaze then fell upon Shun, his brows tightly furrowed, his tone carrying undisguised doubt and disrespect. Who are you? You Uchiha brat. How dare you use a forbidden technique to revive me without permission? He had never seen Shun before. Although the chakra radiating from this junior was strong, it was insufficient to inspire awe in him, a peak powerhouse of the Uchiha. In his eyes, this was merely an ignorant young punk who recklessly misused forbidden techniques. Hashirama? Madara? The moment Raza and Karura saw the two men, their pupils constricted, their blood nearly freezing. These two legendary figures of the ninja world had been revived by Shun. Hashirama smiled and patted Madara's shoulder. Madara, don't be so fiery. Shun is no ordinary Uchiha. His strength is far beyond your imagination. Madara swatted Hashirama's hand away and snorted coldly, the arrogance in his Sharingan intensifying. Hashirama, since when did you start speaking up for outsiders? Does some unknown junior deserve my attention? He turned and looked at Shun, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brat, what exactly is your goal in reviving me? Shun glanced at him indifferently, not angered by his disrespect. The great nations of the ninja world have already submitted to me, but there are still some smaller countries resisting, unwilling to surrender. Hashirama, Madara, I want you two to level these small countries and end the conflicts in the ninja world. Hashirama put his hands together, his eyes full of approval. That suits me perfectly. The wars we couldn't completely settle back then, we shall jointly bring to an end today. Madara, however, sneered, and black chakra suddenly erupted around him. The skeletal framework of a Susanoo instantly took shape, gleaming with a cold luster. Oomph! You revived me just to be your hired muscle? You Uchiha brat, you aren't qualified for that. He was extremely displeased with Shun's desire for control. He had already decided to teach this ignorant junior a good lesson, letting him know who the true powerhouse of the Uchiha was. His dissatisfaction with Shun completely erupted, and the powerful strength he possessed after his revival gave him the confidence to challenge Shun. Shun looked up toward the universe, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If you want to fight, I will indulge you. But our fight will cause a lot of commotion, so follow me. Golden chakra erupted around him, forcibly tearing space open and forming a rift leading to outer space, where the light of stars flickered within. I want to see exactly how much strength you brat have, daring to put on airs in front of me. Madara's eyes sharpened. His figure flashed, closely following Shun. Hashirama sighed helplessly and could only follow them. The three descended onto a nameless planet. This planet had no atmosphere. Its surface was covered in jagged rocks and deep meteorite craters. Against the black backdrop of the universe, stars twinkled, and the cold starlight cast upon the three figures made the scene exceptionally desolate. Right here. Let me see your limits, brat. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rotated. A perfect Susanoo, over 200 meters tall, stood before the two men, its wings spread out behind it, casting a massive shadow. Brat ain't gonna let you know who the strongest person in the Uchiha is. Shun stood still, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly lighting up. Seraphim Susanoo. Golden chakra formed a massive aura that shattered the surrounding rocks. A giant, over 1,000 meters tall, appeared before Madara. Madara, let me see what you can do. Madara launched the first attack. His Susanoo swung its sword, unleashing a massive slash that split the mountains in two wherever it passed. Brat, a Susanoo isn't necessarily stronger just because it's bigger. Take this. Shun's blazing Susanoo remained motionless, taking the strike head-on. The surface of the golden Susanoo flashed briefly with the light of the attack, showing no signs of damage. Immediately following, Shun's Susanoo kicked Madara's Susanoo. Boom! The enormous force caused Madara's Susanoo to tremble violently. Dense cracks appeared on its armor, which quickly shattered. Madara's pupils shrank as he felt somewhat incredulous. How is this possible? Your Susanoo. Is this powerful? Crack! The Susanoo's armor instantly collapsed, and Madara fell from the Susanoo, crashing heavily onto the rocks. Madara! Hashirama exclaimed and ran over. Shun said, Hashirama, you and Madara should attack together. I want to see the ultimate power of you two. Hashirama also wanted to see Shun's true strength, so he shouted, would release, true several thousand hands. A towering wooden figure rose from the ground. 1,000 gigantic wooden arms condensed into a phantom, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The wooden construct possessed world-shattering power. Madara did not want to be embarrassed in front of Hashirama. His eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun rapidly. He jumped next to Hashirama, his chakra erupting like a tsunami. Interesting. Knowing Shun's immense strength, Hashirama's expression became serious. Madara, Shun is much stronger than us. I will cooperate with you. The two cooperated seamlessly. Susanoo and true several thousand hands complemented each other, and the blue Susanoo perfectly fused with the wooden statue. Susanoo-clad Senju Cannon. This unprecedented combination caused the world to tremble. The armored wooden statue, wielding over 1,000 long swords, perfectly displayed both compassion and violence. Madara felt this immense power. The 1,000 swords pointed directly at Shun, his eyes full of provocation. Brat, now it's time to settle the score between us. Having said that, he swung toward the Seraphim Susanoo. Countless slashes flew, the ground and mountains trembled, and the air was torn apart, forming countless massive ravines. Madara and Hashirama vs. Shun, the 1,000-meter-tall armored wooden construct, stood upon the planet. Over 1,000 wooden arms wielded long swords, their destructive power terrifying. Shun's eyes flashed with appreciation, and the golden chakra around him surged dramatically, his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, spinning to its limit. His voice, amplified by the Seraphim Susanoo, boomed. Now this is a battle that has some meaning. The armored wooden statue launched the first attack, over 1,000 wooden arms swinging simultaneously, like countless streaks of white light, flying towards the Seraphim Susanoo. Each slash tore through the air, creating sonic booms, its destructive power reaching an extreme. But the speed of the Seraphim Susanoo far exceeded imagination. 6 pairs of golden wings flapped gently, moving as if teleporting through the gaps between countless attacks. A golden sword dancing in its hand, carving out graceful arcs that sliced through the approaching wooden arms. No matter how dense the attacks were, they seemed unable to touch the Seraphim Susanoo in the slightest. His speed is abnormal. Is it the power of a Jinjutsu? Madara, controlling the armored wooden statue, was filled with shock and anxiety. He had never seen a Susanoo so fast. The attacks from over 1,000 arms felt like hitting cotton, completely unable to lock onto the target. Hashirama was also secretly alarmed. He could feel the increasing burden on the wooden arms, each swing requiring an immense amount of chakra. As the battle continued, the attack intensity of the armored wooden construct grew. The frequency of the 1,000-plus wooden arms swinging reached its peak, yet they still couldn't touch the Seraphim Susanoo. Crack! Crack! With crisp sounds, the wooden arms, unable to withstand continuous high-intensity attacks, snapped from their roots, falling heavily to the ground and turning into a sky full of wood chips. This snapping sound was like a signal, and immediately after, more wooden arms began to break. Crack, crack, crack. Countless snapping sounds rang out as over 1,000 arms of the armored wooden construct broke from their roots, falling like broken branches, cratering the ground's surface and filling the air with smoke and dust. The armored wooden statue, now without its arms, stood like a beast with its claws removed, instantly losing more than half of its aura. Your peak burst period is over. Now watch me. Shun's eyes gleamed as he controlled the Seraphim Susanoo to leap up, the 6 pairs of golden wings flapping with full force, boosting its speed to the maximum. Like a golden lightning bolt, it instantly charged in front of the armored wooden statue. The golden sword condensed immense chakra, its blade becoming even more dazzling as it fiercely slashed towards the chest of the armored wooden statue. Not good. Madara and Hashirama's expressions changed drastically. They tried to control the armored wooden construct's hands to defend, but it was already too late. The golden sword easily penetrated the wooden body and Susanoo armor, carving a huge wound in its chest. The wooden body began to collapse, and both the blue Susanoo and the wooden body dissipated. Madara and Hashirama were sent flying backward from the crumbling giant's head, taking heavy hits as they crashed to the ground. Shun deactivated the Seraphim Susanoo and stood steadily before them. Madara struggled to get up, wiping his barato as he steadied himself. His eyes showed no retreat. Instead, an even fiercer fighting spirit ignited. You've successfully angered me. His chakra erupted again, and he formed hand signs. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball, carrying a destructive aura, surged towards Shun like a volcanic eruption, scorching the surrounding air. Shun snorted coldly, and the golden chakra around him formed a vortex, instantly devouring the fireball without causing the slightest damage. His figure flickered, appearing before Madara, grabbing his collar and slamming him into the ground. Boom! As Madara was smashed into a massive crater, dust billowed. Madara! Hashirama could no longer hold back. His chakra erupted, and countless thick vines coiled towards Shun. He knew Shun was powerful, but he couldn't just watch Madara be beaten up before his eyes. Shun turned to look at Hashirama, smiling approvingly. Are you finally angry? This is what I wanted. He released Madara and turned to face Hashirama's would-release attack. Golden chakra condensed into a long sword, and with a gentle swing, he sliced through all the trees, leaving smooth, clean cuts. Madara climbed out of the pit, looking somewhat disheveled, but his eyes were burning with intensity. He seemed to enjoy this feeling of pain, shouting excitedly, Hashirama, don't let the junior look down on us. Let's go together. He activated his Susanoo again and slashed towards Shun once more. Hashirama nodded, activating would release, deep forest emergence. Countless giant trees rose from the ground, surrounding Shun. The trees extended like tentacles towards the sky, attempting to bind him. Shun stood still, a helpless smile on his face. If you play like this, it gets a bit boring. The golden chakra around him surged, forming a colossal golden Susanoo over 1,000 meters tall. Its armor was covered in intricate runes, and 6 pairs of golden flame wings spread from its back, with specks of fire floating around, making it appear somewhat divine. The Susanoo held a giant, flaming longsword, radiating divine pressure. Madara's perfect Susanoo appeared exceptionally small before Shun's Susanoo. Madara could only control his perfect Susanoo to circle and attack Shun's Susanoo. The 6 pairs of golden flame wings of Shun's Susanoo flapped, stirring up powerful air currents, and Madara's perfect Susanoo was blown away by this current. At the same time, Shun controlled the Susanoo's wings, easily avoiding Hashirama's would-release attacks, and as the wings flapped, golden feathers rained down like a storm, bombing Hashirama's deep forest emergence. instantly sending wooden fragments flying everywhere. The cracks in Madara's Susanoo armor grew more numerous, and his chakra and ocular power were rapidly depleting. Hashirama's would release, while possessing high levels of regeneration, couldn't keep up with Shun's destructive speed. Hashirama was forced to retreat repeatedly, acquiring several new wounds. Wow, how strong is this guy exactly? Madara launched attacks with all his might, pushing his Susanoo's power to its limit, yet he couldn't harm Shun in the slightest. The Seraphim Susanoo was unexpectedly fast, which gave him a bad premonition. Hashirama was also secretly alarmed. He had never seen anyone possess such an immense amount of chakra, even several times greater than him in his peak. Shun looked at the two, stubbornly resisting, a smile hard to suppress on his lips. Your strength is very good, but this game should end now. The golden Susanoo erupted violently, its long sword covered in a dazzling light, as radiant as the sun. At the same time, its 6 pairs of flaming wings spread to their maximum, appearing like an exploding golden orb of light. Instantly, countless golden flame feathers shot out, flying towards Madara and Hashirama. Wherever they passed, space itself was warped by the scorching flames. Madara and Hashirama's expressions changed drastically, and they simultaneously activated their strongest defenses. Hashirama activated Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands and countless wooden strips intertwined to form a solid barrier. He also injected a large amount of chakra, making the wood release barrier incredibly tough. Madara's Susanoo covered the wood release barrier, forming the first line of defense. Boom! 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 Countless golden feathers bombarded the defense that the two had fully deployed. 1 second later, Madara's Susanoo disintegrated. 2 seconds later, the wood release barrier turned to dust. The two retreated continuously, constantly deploying wood release and Susanoo defenses. 4 seconds later, both were struck by a powerful impact, flying backward and crashing into the ground, creating a large pit. Shun retracted his Susanoo and flew before the two, looking down at them. Now, are you convinced? Madara lay on the ground, covered in wounds, gasping for breath. There was no hint of resentment in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and relief. I am very happy that the Uchiha have a junior like you. Shun, you are stronger than me. He had been arrogant his entire life, never submitting to anyone. But now, completely defeated by his opponent, all his dissatisfaction and doubts had long vanished, leaving only recognition and mutual respect for a stronger individual. Hashirama wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, a gentle smile on his face. Shun, your strength is already enough to protect this ninja world. Shun smiled and nodded, splitting off 2 golden chakras to heal their injuries. The peace of a ninja world requires our joint protection. He looked at the two, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Hashirama, Madara, are you willing to lend me a hand to let this ninja world completely bid farewell to war? Madara did not refuse, merely snorting coldly. Humph, since you are stronger than me, he'll reluctantly agree. Hashirama, however, smiled and nodded, his eyes full of longing. I have always hoped that the ninja world could usher in true peace, and now I finally have a chance to achieve it. The three stood on the nameless planet, gazing at the brilliant stars in the distance. 40 advanced S on thriving civilization. The instant the spatial rift closed, 5 figures stepped onto the soft, warm asphalt road. The road surface beneath their feet held the slight warmth of being baked by the sun, completely different from the texture of the dirt and rocks of the ninja world. Shun walked at the very front, his dark robe fluttering lightly in the gentle breeze, kicking up tiny wisps of dust as the hem brushed the road surface. He raised a hand to adjust his collar, and a hint of almost imperceptible pride flashed in his scarlet, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This planet was his most satisfying masterpiece. Following behind him were 4 people with varying expressions. Madara stood with his arms crossed, the hem of his black cloak sweeping the ground and leaving faint traces, his eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Hashirama looked around curiously, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of his battle armor, frequently craning his neck to try and touch the cars zooming past him, his face showing the pure curiosity of a child, and his eyes shining with excitement. Nagato wore a black trench coat, his rinnegan calmly reflecting the surrounding scenery. He glanced sideways slightly whenever Conan's expression changed. Conan adjusted her white cloak, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes when she saw the skyscrapers piercing the distant sky. She immediately turned to Nagato and whispered, "It's much more prosperous than the land of water, and even the air carries the scent of peace. Is this the ancestral planet?" Hashirama was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with unconcealed shock. He couldn't help but reach out and pat Madara beside him, causing Madara to stumble slightly due to the force. "Madara, look at those cars. They can run so fast. The power of technology is truly unimaginable." Madara impatiently swatted his hand away and sneered, "You're so noisy, Hashirama. They're just clever tricks and gadgets. There's nothing interesting to look at." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the sky, where several silver-white fighter jets streaked across. The incredible speed of the jets caused Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to suddenly contract. Those iron behemoths, without any chakra fluctuations, could still soar freely in the high altitude. The sight of the fighter jets slicing through the clouds overturned his understanding of power. The arrogance in his heart involuntarily subsided a little, and his clenched fist quietly loosened slightly. Ahead, dozens, even hundreds of stories tall, skyscrapers were everywhere, their glasses reflecting dazzling light in the sun. On the commercial street, electronic screens displayed colorful scrolling images showing commercial and public service advertisements. On the highway, colorful cars drove orderly along designated routes, their speed far surpassing the swift horses and ninja tools of the ninja world. Pedestrians wore light and comfortable clothing, their faces bearing calm smiles, and children laughed and ran while holding their parents' hands, clutching brightly colored snacks. Elders closed their eyes and rested beside the street greenery. The air was filled with the aroma of food, the freshness of plants, and a faint floral scent. In the distant plaza, a fountain shot out crystal-clear water, refracting a rainbow-like halo. Several children chased and played by the fountain, their clear, pleasant laughter cutting through the street noise and reaching everyone's ears. Hashirama's steps gradually slowed, and his expression shifted from initial curiosity to deep silence. He recalled fighting Madara years ago at the Valley of the End for his ideals, and the original intent when he established Konoha, merely hoping that ninjas would no longer be lost in war, that children could grow up safely, and that clan members would be well-fed and clothed. But the ancestral planet before him had long surpassed all his imagination. Hashirama subconsciously looked at Madara and noticed he was staring at the laughing children on the street, his eyes holding a complicated expression. "Madara, the peace we pursued back then, it was only the starting point. So peace can look like this," he muttered softly, his tone carrying a trace of self-mockery. He raised a hand to touch his cheek, his heart filled with emotion. Hashirama said, "I once thought that establishing a ninja village would achieve peace. Yet I never considered that such vigorous development could follow peace. This is true stability and prosperity. Madara, my ideal back then was too narrow." Madara's lips pressed into a straight line. He didn't reply, nodding slightly. His entire life had been a struggle against weakness. He hated Hashirama's naive view of peace and was obsessed with using power to establish absolute order. But seeing the sight of the ancestral planet now, the obsession in his heart subtly loosened, like solid ice soaked in warm water. Without the power constraints of ninjas, and without the conflicts of the clans, this world had reached a height neither he nor Hashirama had ever attained, simply through its own development. The power he was so proud of seemed to lose its original meaning in the face of such prosperity. The two stood side by side on the street, their figures exceptionally silent beneath the shadow of the tall buildings. Past disputes and obsessions became light as dust at this moment, leaving only shock at the scene before them and contemplation of the future. It truly exceeds imagination. Nagato's voice rang out calmly. He turned to look at Shun, a trace of inquiry in his Rinnegan. It is rare that these people, without chakra, can create such a world. He remembered how he had once thought of using Ten Tails to intimidate the ninja world into achieving ultimate peace. A sense of guilt arose in his heart, and the look in his eyes towards the children softened considerably. Conan nodded in agreement, forming a tiny paper flower on her fingertip, which she gently blew into the wind. The paper flower drifted toward the plaza and landed on a child's shoulder. Their lives are very stable. There is no war and no displacement. Her gaze fell upon an elderly couple walking hand in hand, supporting each other, their faces bearing the peaceful smiles accumulated over the years. Conan's eyes instantly softened. This was exactly the life she, Nagato, and Yahiko had desperately sought in Amigakure years ago. It seems you have a favorable impression of the ancestral planet. Shun turned around, a proud smile on his lips. He raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to look around, his eyes shining with pride. You might not believe it, but this ancestral planet is a life planet I created using ninjutsu after I awakened a Rinnegan. What? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, staring wide-eyed, looking at Shun in disbelief, then turning back to the prosperous scene before him. Creating a planet with life and such a flourishing civilization using ninjutsu? How is that possible? Madara was also stunned, which quickly turned into deeper thought. Creating a life planet? This went beyond the scope of ninjutsu. It was almost the power of a deity. The look he directed at Shun carried genuine gravity for the first time. Shun smiled slightly and continued, "Not only that, but I also created 9 other living planets, though their level of development is not as prosperous as the ancestral planet." His tone carried faint pride. The ancestral planet was like a child he had meticulously nurtured, now grown into its finest form. This sense of accomplishment satisfied him far more than simply pacifying the ninja world. Finishing his thought, he changed the subject, fixing his gaze on Madara. "Madara, how about I have Nagato return the Rinnegan to you, and then transplant your current Eternal Mangekyo to Hashirama? Given his special physique, he should easily awaken the Rinnegan. Then both of your strengths could advance to the next level. What do you say?" Madara raised an eyebrow, remaining silent for a moment. He asked cautiously, his chakra subtly surging around him, "Why would you do that? This isn't a funny joke." The Rinnegan was the power he had pursued his entire life, and the pair of Rinnegan on Nagato were precisely his masterpiece from back then. He stared intently at Shun with his Eternal Mangekyo, trying to find a flaw in his eyes, all the while involuntarily deep in thought. If he could regain the Rinnegan, he would recover his full strength. But should he help Hashirama awaken the Rinnegan? Hashirama was also stunned for a moment and quickly waved his hands. He reached out and grabbed Madara's arm, afraid he might impulsively attack, his face full of refusal. "No need. Madara's eyes are easier for him to use. I still prefer my own eyes." "Foolish Hashirama, you probably haven't even witnessed the true power of the Rinnegan." The smile on Shun's face gradually faded, and his expression became serious. With a wave of his hand, a golden chakra barrier enveloped the 5 of them. Runes flowed across the barrier, isolating them from the external noise and prying eyes. "I'm not joking." His gaze swept over the 4 of them, his tone grave. "Did you think I resurrected Madara and gathered you simply to pacify the wars of the ninja world? That was only the first step." He paused, then slowly began, his voice carrying a sense of distance and weight. "Before the ninja world was born, this universe was already home to an ancient and powerful clan, the Tsutsuki. They lived by cultivating the God Tree and plundering chakra, viewing the life on other planets as mere ants. And the origin of the ninja world is closely related to the Tsutsuki clan. Ninja world's dangerous future Kagaya, Hashirama furrowed his brow, raised a hand, and stroked his chin. I've seen that name in Konoha's ancient texts. It said she was the progenitor of chakra. That's right. Shun nodded, continuing. She was the first Sutsuki to arrive in the ninja world. After consuming the god tree's fruit, she gained immense chakra and quelled the wars of that era, and was eventually sealed away by her two sons working together. Her sons were the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Hamura. Madara interjected, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he had heard whispers of this forgotten legend, but he hadn't expected such hidden details behind it. The Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja system, and Hamura went to the moon to accompany his mother Kagaya? Precisely. Shun's gaze sharpened, and the golden chakra barrier subtly trembled with his emotional fluctuations. The eldest son, Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, distributed chakra to humans, taught them how to use ninjutsu, and established ninshu. The second son, Hamura, was responsible for guarding his mother's seal, and afterward, he led his clan members to the moon. But this was not the end. The Tsutsuki clan has never given up on the ninja world. The chakra of the ninja world is the most tempting target for them. He looked at Madara and Hashirama, his tone earnest. You are the strongest experts in the ninja world. Hashirama's would release originates from the god tree, and Madara's Sharingan contains the bloodline power of the Tsutsuki. If Hashirama can awaken the Rinnegan, the two of you, working together, will have the capital to contend with the Tsutsuki. Also, Nagato cannot unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. After returning the eyes to Madara, he can forge his own path based on his talent. I hope you can set aside past grievances, work together to get stronger, and join me in protecting the ninja world, protecting this hard-won peace and prosperity. Within the golden chakra barrier, the atmosphere grew solemn. The smile on Hashirama's face completely vanished, his eyes as firm as iron, his clenched fists trembling slightly, showing an undeniable resolve. Protecting the ninja world is my inescapable duty. He pursued peace his entire life and absolutely could not allow the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan to destroy the tranquility of the ninja world, nor could he let the prosperity of the ancestral star become a fleeting illusion. The thought of those laughing children potentially repeating the unfortunate fate of ninjas ignited a fierce, fighting spirit within him. Madara remained silent for a long time, light flickering in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, sometimes violent, sometimes grave. He looked at Shun, then glanced at the high-spirited Hashirama beside him, letting out a cold snort, yet unable to hide the seriousness in his eyes. I won't let those unknown aliens destroy the world that I value. However, you can return the Rinnegan to me. Whether Hashirama wants my eyes is up to him. Even if he gets the Rinnegan, he still won't be able to beat me. What did you say? Hashirama immediately retorted indignantly, rolling up his sleeves, ready to argue. If I awaken the Rinnegan, I can definitely beat you. Then I'll show you who the strongest in the ninja world is. Ridiculous. Madara raised an eyebrow, a competitive glint flashing in his eyes. The two instantly reverted to their usual confrontational demeanor, but without the past animosity. Instead, it was more of a tacit rivalry, as if they were already looking forward to the days of working together. Nagato slowly nodded, turning to exchange a glance with Konan, who gently nodded in support. As long as it protects this peace, I am willing to return the Rinnegan. Nagato's voice was calm, yet firm. He had long understood that true peace is not achieved through destruction, but requires strength to protect. In the past, he used Pain's power to bring peace by bravado, but it only created bravado tragedies. Now that he had a chance to truly protect peace, he would not miss it. Konan stepped forward, standing beside Nagato, her tone soft but resolute. I will fight alongside Nagato, no matter who the opponent is, no matter where the battlefield is. Her gaze swept over the prosperous scene of the ancestral star, and she secretly vowed in her heart never to let the tragedy of Amigay-Cure repeat anywhere. Shun looked at the four of them, a gratified smile on his face. He raised his hand and dispersed the chakra barrier. Sunlight streamed down on the five of them, warm and dazzling, casting long shadows. Very good. Next, we will rest on the ancestral star for a while. I will provide you with the most suitable training environment to quickly get stronger. As for the exchange of the Rinnegan, once you are ready, I will personally assist. He turned to look at the tall buildings in the distance, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Moreover, some of the ancestral star's technologies might help you get stronger. For example, the energy conversion device can more efficiently convert natural energy into chakra, and there are training pods that simulate Tsutsuki chakra, allowing you to adapt to the opponent's power in advance. Hashirama immediately became interested, leaning close to Shun, his face full of eagerness. Oh, there's such a good thing. What kind of technology is it? Is it more powerful than my would release? Can you take me to see it now? You'll know once you adapt to this environment. Shun smiled, keeping them in suspense, and took the lead, walking forward. Come on, they'll take you to your resting place. There are rooms specially prepared for you, and some information about the ancestral star and the Tsutsuki clan. You can learn about them first. Madara snorted and followed closely, but as he passed Hashirama, he whispered, "Don't drag us down, Hashirama. If your strength isn't enough then, I won't save you." "You too." Hashirama immediately retorted, but still quickly followed, not forgetting to wave back at Nagato and Konan. "Nagato, Konan, hurry up and follow. Let's go see the training environment Shun mentioned." Nagato and Konan walked side by side, conversing in low voices about the ancestral star's sights and the impending crisis, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the future. A crisis concerning the survival of the universe was approaching, and they would be the ninja world's most steadfast defense. Madara versus Hashirama. Madara crossed his arms, his eyes burning with eagerness, clearly impatient. "Nagato, give me back my Rinnegan." Nagato nodded slightly and calmly said, "As we discussed, I'll return these Rinnegan to you." Shun snapped his right fingers, and the Rinnegan instantly detached from Nagato's eye sockets, floating in midair. Seeing this, Madara's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He unhesitatingly raised his hand and removed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan currently in his eyes. Instantly, the floating Rinnegan, as if summoned, transformed into two purple streams of light, accurately flying into his eye sockets and perfectly fitting with his optic nerves. Madara slowly opened his eyes. As his profound Rinnegan rotated, purple ocular power spread out like a tide. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging chakra within him, several times stronger than his peak. Every heartbeat resonated with the chakra, and his eyes were filled with unbridled excitement. Ha ha ha! This is complete power. This is the power I should possess. Hashirama, do you feel it? This is the power I have always sought. Then, his gaze locked on a Hashirama beside him, and a playful look flashed in his Rinnegan. He casually tossed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he had just removed. "Hashirama, catch it. With your combined power, along with my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it shouldn't be difficult to awaken the Rinnegan. Then, we can have a proper fight again." Hashirama instinctively reached out his hands, carefully receiving the pair of precious eyes, as if holding rare treasures. He scratched his head a little shyly, his gaze somewhat evasive. "Madara, this isn't really appropriate. My own eyes are quite good, and the power of Sage Mode and Wood Release is already enough for me." In truth, he was curious about this power, but years of interaction had made him accustomed to deferring to Madara. More importantly, directly accepting the other party's eyes felt like taking too much advantage, making him a bit embarrassed. "What? You don't dare to take it? Or are you saying you think my eyes aren't worthy of you?" Madara raised an eyebrow slightly, and the Rinnegan's ocular power suddenly locked on a Hashirama, pressing down on him like a tangible force, mixed with a hint of exasperation. Hashirama quickly waved his hands, a little flustered. "No, Madara, I just feel it's too sudden." Madara scoffed, as if he had heard the biggest joke, and the bones of his Susanoo instantly formed. "Hashirama, When did you become so timid? Where's the courage you had fighting tooth and nail in the Valley of the End? Since you don't dare to take it, then he'll beat you until you do. He couldn't stand Hashirama's indecisiveness. If he wanted to protect peace and fight that suits Suki, how could he do it without absolute power? Today, he had to push him and make him face reality. Madara, calm down. Shun quickly tried to dissuade him, but was cut off. Shun, this is between Hashirama and me. Don't interfere. With that, Madara manipulated his Susanoo and swung a punch at Hashirama. The power of the Rinnegan made this punch far exceed its usual speed and force. The wind from the punch whistled, carrying a sharp sound that tore through the air, heading straight for Hashirama's face. The air along its path was compressed into white shock waves. Hashirama's pupils suddenly constricted, and he could only hastily use would release deep forest emergence. Countless thick trees sprouted from the ground, coiling around like flexible tentacles, attempting to block the Susanoo's attack. Madara, are you really going to hit me? Hashirama retreated repeatedly, stumbling, try to block the attack. But these would-release creations were as fragile as paper in front of the Rinnegan-enhanced Susanoo. They were shattered with a single punch, sending with chips flying. Madara's Rinnegan had already locked on a Hashirama. Bansho Tenon. The sudden burst of attraction pulled Hashirama back. Then the Susanoo's fist struck, sending him flying. Bang! Hashirama took a hard hit and quickly flew backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Madara used Bansho Tenon again, and a powerful suction force forcibly pulled Hashirama in front of him. Hashirama grunted, his face instantly turning pale, and he was sent flying again. Madara, you're hitting too hard. Hard? With your recovery ability, you call this hard? Why didn't you say it was hard when you backstabbed me back then? To protect peace and fight that suits Suki, you must possess enough power. Madara roared while manipulating his Susanoo, launching a relentless, storm-like assault on Hashirama. The Susanoo's fists rained down continuously. Each attack precisely avoided vital points. It still left Hashirama in great pain and unable to act. Hashirama was overpowered with no chance to retaliate, his battle armor broken. He was visibly worn down from the fight, and his face and skin showed clear signs of the harsh beating. Yet he never fought back, only gritting his teeth and enduring. Enough, Madara! Hashirama suddenly pushed Madara's Susanoo away, stumbling back several steps, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Do you think only you've gotten stronger? Since you insist on forcing me, then I'll show you that my wood release isn't just for show. With that, Hashirama clapped his hands, and chakra surged wildly around him, with natural energy rapidly gathering towards him. Wood release, true several thousand hands. With a deafening roar, a 1,000-meter-tall wooden creation rose from the ground. Countless massive wooden arms spread out like a forest, each arm thick enough to easily crush mountains. The Buddha's form was solemn and majestic, yet it exuded a world-destroying pressure. The Buddha Phantom's eyes gleamed with pale green light, locking onto Madara's figure. Countless wooden arms swung simultaneously, smashing fiercely towards Madara. The wind from the punches howled, even causing ripples in space. Finally taking this seriously? Seeing this, Madara showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a fanatical smile. His Rinnegan suddenly glowed, and purple ocular power shot up like a tangible entity. Perfect timing to let you witness the true power of the Rinnegan. Chibaku Tensei. He clapped his hands together, then abruptly spread them apart, and the Rinnegan's ocular power tore through the sky, reaching deep into the universe. In an instant, a violent energy fluctuation came from the universe. A massive meteorite, over 500 meters in diameter, engulfed in blazing flames, crashed down as if the apocalypse had arrived. The meteorite's surface was covered with charred patterns, emitting suffocating high temperatures and pressure. The air along its path ignited, forming a long trail of flames. Is that a meteorite? Hashirama's pupils constricted. He quickly manipulated the wooden arms of the true several thousand hands, trying to block the falling meteorite. Countless wooden arms simultaneously reached upward, colliding fiercely with the giant falling meteorite. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the ancestral star. The training ground's energy barrier instantly became covered in cracks, nearly shattering. The immense impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. Flames and wood chips splattered, thick smoke billowed, and the training ground was a mess. The previously unstoppable, true, several thousand hands appeared fragile in the face of the terrifying power of Chibaku Tensei. Countless wooden arms were smashed to pieces by the meteorite, sending wood chips flying. The Buddha Phantom's body was covered in cracks, and its pale green light gradually dimmed. Crack! The wooden statue completely disintegrated, turning into a sky full of wood chips that vanished into the air. Hashirama was sent reeling by the enormous impact, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his face ashen, and his aura instantly withered. He looked in disbelief at the giant meteorite that had smashed true several thousand hands and then heavily impacted the edge of the training ground. A huge crater was left in the ground around the meteorite, with flames and thick smoke continuously rising. Nagato's new eyes, how is this possible? My true several thousand hands was broken by Madara. Hashirama muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Madara flew in the sky, his rinnegan shimmering with a fierce light. He looked down at Hashirama condescendingly and mocked. Hashirama, you're still too weak. Without enough power, no matter how strong your wood release is, you can't protect anything. Now, do you still dare to say that you don't need my eyes? Hashirama fell silent. He looked at the shattered training ground, feeling the turbulent vitality within him, and finally understood that Madara was right. Facing the Rinnegan's Chibaku Tensei, even his true several thousand hands was vulnerable. If he were to face the stronger Tsutsuki, his current strength would be insufficient. He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and his gaze became incredibly firm. Madara, I understand. I accept your eyes. You're right. I can't be indecisive anymore. To protect what I want to protect, and to prevent the tragedy of the ninja world from repeating, I must become stronger. Seeing this, Madara's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The anger in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by relief and anticipation. He dispelled the Rinnegan's ocular power, and the giant meteor gradually cooled, no longer burning. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Thank you, Madara. Madara turned his face away, saying somewhat proudly, Hashirama, stop talking nonsense. Quickly relax your body, calm your mind, and let your chakra resonate with the ocular power. This way, the transplantation will be smoother. All right. Hashirama took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and controlled his chakra to gather towards his eye sockets. Shun, seeing this, moved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan towards Hashirama's eye socket. The moment the eyeball touched the eye socket, Hashirama's body trembled slightly. His chakra and ocular power instantly collided, then rapidly fused. Hashirama's body began to autonomously repair the subtle damage from the transplantation, promoting the fusion of the two. As time passed, the stinging sensation gradually disappeared, and a massive amount of chakra continuously poured into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A special ocular power began to emerge, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to undergo some kind of mutation. This power, it's incredible. Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with indescribable shock and excitement. Madara crossed his arms, his lips slightly upturned, and he snorted, Hashirama, don't get too complacent too early. This is just the beginning. Once you completely master this power, we'll have a proper fight again. Don't disappoint me then. Hashirama's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Don't worry, Madara. Next time we fight, I definitely won't lose. At this moment, Konan was gently tending to Nagato's injuries with a handkerchief, her face full of worry. Looking at Nagato's empty eye sockets, Shun walked up to him. Nagato, losing your Rinnegan was a necessary sacrifice to fight the Tsutsuki. To compensate you, I prepared a gift for you. He raised his hand, and with a wave, a nutrient tank appeared out of thin air. Inside were a pair of Byakugan, emitting pure ocular power. These are high-purity Byakugan. I'm very curious to see what interesting things will happen when you transplant Byakugan of a high purity. Upon hearing this, Nagato bowed slightly, his tone sincere. Thank you, Shun-sama. I trust your arrangements. Being able to contribute to protecting peace, losing the Rinnegan is nothing. Conan let out a sigh of relief, revealing a relieved smile. Nagato, this way you won't be blind anymore. Shun smiled slightly, and golden chakra enveloped the Byakugan, slowly flying into Nagato's eye sockets. Relax, Nagato. Let your chakra actively accept this new power. Nagato complied, black chakra slowly flowing around him, intertwining with the golden chakra and the Byakugan's ocular power. The moment the Byakugan perfectly fused with Nagato's eyes, a strange energy fluctuation spread out. Nagato's surrounding chakra began to surge violently, and the Byakugan's ocular power intertwined with the residual Rinnegan energy within his body. A hint of curiosity flashed in Shun's eyes. He could clearly feel that the Byakugan Nagato had just transplanted was undergoing some unknown change. The powers of the two dojutsus were not repelling each other. Instead, they were nourishing and fusing with each other. It seems something interesting really will happen. Madara and Hashirama gathered around curiously. Madara's Rinnegan rotated slightly, and purple ocular power spread out, analyzing the energy changes within Nagato's body. Hashirama's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered with a crimson light and would release chakra pulsed at his fingertips, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Their eyes were filled with inquiry. Nagato slowly opened his eyes. The newly transplanted Byakugan shimmered with a light blue light, and its ocular power spread out, scanning the entire training ground like a radar. He could clearly see the vast chakra flow trajectories within Shun, Madara, and Hashirama. He could even see the life energy of distant pedestrians, and the structure of a distant airplane engine was clear at a glance. What shocked him even more was that he could vaguely sense spatial fluctuations. The spatial nodes around the training ground were clearly visible in his eyes, as if within reach. These eyes can actually see through spatial nodes. Nagato's face was filled with shock as he felt the new vision brought by the Byakugan. I can feel it resonating with the chakra in my body, and it's even healing old injuries left from past battles. Moreover, its insight far exceeds my imagination. It can see the flow of chakra and even sense weak points in space, which even the Rinnegan couldn't do. He controlled the light blue ocular power to condense, and a ripple appeared in the space in front of him, as a mass of black energy quietly formed. Hashirama said in surprise, "This is spatial energy. I didn't expect the Byakugan could achieve such a degree." Madara nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Not bad. The potential of these eyes is probably no less than the Rinnegan. Shun nodded, a relieved smile on his face. Very good. Next, you all familiarize yourselves with your new powers. Hashirama, you need to quickly master the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and strive for the Rinnegan. Nagato, explore the mysteries of these Byakugan and unleash the potential of spatial perception and attack. Conan stood beside Nagato, her eyes firm. I will assist Nagato, and together we will get stronger to protect this hard-won peace. 40 advanced S on Naruto's mysterious disappearance, the Land of Water, with the momentum of thunder, integrated all the large and small nations of the ninja world, finally achieving the unification of the ninja world. However, Minato, who should have been busy, was troubled by one matter. Inside the Hokage office, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was somewhat anxious. Kushina paced back and forth, her long red hair slightly disheveled from her hurried movements. Her eyes were red, and her voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. Minato, Naruto has been missing for 3 hours. He never stays out this late. Could something have happened to him? Her gaze was fixed on the scroll on the desk, which recorded Naruto's movements for the day. He had suddenly vanished while on his way home. Minato sat in the Hokage chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest with a steady rhythm. No panic was visible on his face, only a hint of undetectable solemnity in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed down on Kushina's shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. Kushina, calm down. Naruto isn't an ordinary child. He's very clever, and he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His status is special. He won't easily run into trouble. Naruto is not only his and Kushina's child, but also the key to maintaining the balance of the ninja world. Nine-Tails' power is immense. If Naruto falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the newly unified ninja world will surely descend into chaos once more. The reason he remained calm was that he knew panic was useless at this moment. Only by finding Naruto as quickly as possible could the risk be minimized. Minato stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sky gradually darkening outside. I have mobilized thousands of ninjas to conduct a carpet search of Konoha and the surrounding areas, including the training grounds, the forest, and even the ramen shop he often frequented. But the strange thing is that no ninja has found any trace of him. It's as if he vanished into thin air. Kushina's body trembled slightly, and tears slid down her face, her eyes full of pleading. Vanished into thin air? How is that possible? Even a ninja couldn't disappear without leaving a single trace. Minato, let's think of something else. We must find Naruto. Minato gently wiped away her tears, sighing inwardly. Of course, he wanted to find his son immediately, but there were simply too few clues. The ninjas couldn't even capture Naruto's last trace of presence. This was definitely no ordinary disappearance. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Shun, that man who possessed the power to create planets and insight into the secrets of the universe. Perhaps only he could find the truth behind Naruto's disappearance. Kushina, you go home first and wait for news. Calm the villagers' emotions and don't let panic spread. I'm going to the palace to ask Shun-sama for help. Having said that, his figure vanished from the Hokage building, suddenly appearing deep within the palace of the Land of Water. Shun stood with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. His 6-tomo Rinnegan spun gently, seemingly having anticipated his arrival long ago. Minato's heart jolted. He quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Shun-sama, Naruto is missing. We have used all our power, but cannot find any clues. I beg you to lend your assistance. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If something were to happen to him, the ninja world, I fear there would be some unrest. A look of solemnity flashed in Shun's eyes. He consoled him, saying, Minato, you are the Hokage. Don't panic when faced with trouble. Even if Naruto is lost, I can bring him back. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, 6 spinning tomo appeared in his golden pupils. Time rewind. Golden chakra surged out from the Rinnegan, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight toward the sky. Countless fragments of light and shadow reorganized and flowed in the air, quickly rewinding the past like a film played in reverse. Minato held his breath, staring intently at the light and shadow, afraid of missing any clue regarding Naruto. As the light and shadow flowed, the streets of Konoha gradually became clear. In the image, Naruto wore a brilliant smile and waved hello to the villagers by the roadside. But just as he walked into a secluded alley, a sudden anomaly occurred. Naruto suddenly stopped, his body trembling violently, and a painful expression appeared on his face. His pupils gradually changed color. His originally clear blue eyes slowly turned pale purple, and the patterns of the Rinnegan appeared on the whites of his eyes, flickering with an eerie light. That is the Rinnegan. Naruto, why does he have the Rinnegan? Minato cried out in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, Naruto raised his head. The pain on his face vanished, replaced by a calmness and majesty unbefitting his age. He stretched out his right hand, and a spatial gate slowly unfolded before him. Behind the gate was a chaotic darkness, where no scene could be seen clearly. Naruto stepped into the gate without the slightest hesitation. The gate immediately closed, and his figure completely vanished in the alley. Shun closed his golden rinnegan, and the projection screen dissipated. The palace returned to its original tranquility. Naruto was controlled by the soul of the Sage of Six Paths. He used the spatial gate to teleport to another location. The soul of the Sage of Six Paths? Minato frowned deeply, his eyes full of confusion and incomprehension. Shun-sama, why would the Sage of Six Paths control Naruto? He was the savior of the ninja world 1,000 years ago, a deity who maintained peace. Why would he harm a child? Is Naruto safe now? Countless questions swirled in his mind. The worry of a father and the responsibility of a Hokage almost suffocated him. Shun was silent for a moment, then slowly explained the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan's ocular technique should be the Pure Land. For over 1,000 years, he has been hiding in the Pure Land, secretly absorbing the chakra carried by ninja souls. Because we unified the ninja world and ended the war, he controlled Naruto. He wants to resurrect himself to stop us. Naruto is the chakra reincarnation of Azura, the Sage of Six Paths' second son from 1,000 years ago. He contains pure Yang chakra, and coupled with the power of Yang Ninetales, he is the most perfect resurrection vessel. But don't worry, Naruto is temporarily safe before he completes the resurrection ritual. Minato's face instantly turned pale. He gripped the bronze pillar beside him, his fingers trembling slightly. He had never imagined that Naruto would be dragged into such an ancient and dangerous conspiracy. What exactly did the resurrection of the Sage of Six Paths mean? Was the peace that the ninja world had just achieved about to turn into smoke? Minato took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. Shun-sama, please tell me, where is Naruto now? I must go save him. Countermeasures against Hagoromo Minato. Don't rush. The Sage of Six Paths revival ritual takes time. We still have a chance. Shun pressed on Minato's shoulder. I've thought of some ways to deal with the Sage of Six Paths. Hope ignited in Minato's eyes. He quickly steadied himself and eagerly said, Shun-sama, please tell me. As long as we can save Naruto, no matter how difficult, I will surely accomplish it. Shun lightly tapped the void with his fingertip, and a golden light screen appeared, reflecting the patterns of the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. First, cut off his supply. The core of the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan ocular technique is to absorb the chakra carried by the souls of deceased ninjas. Now that the ninja world is unified, ninja casualties have greatly decreased, which is why the Sage of Six Paths is desperate. We need to gather all the ninjas in the ninja world. I will transport them to the sixth planet. It has abundant resources, and casualties are unlikely. The Sage of Six Paths won't be able to find that place in the short term. Minato nodded vigorously, quickly sorting out the execution plan in his mind. I understand. I will notify the leaders of the major ninja villages to use space-time ninjutsu for mass teleportation. We can gather everyone within a day. Second, seize his wings. The Sage of Six Paths can summon the souls of past strong individuals as his enforcers. Those souls he summons all originate from the strong individuals who died in the ninja world in the past. You are to lead people to collect their remains from Tobirama, Izuna, to successive Kage-level individuals. Bring all those with recorded names. I will use Rinne Tensei to truly revive them. At that time, the Sage of Six Paths will lose his assistance. Minato's pupils constricted abruptly, then his face was filled with wild joy. Revive past strong individuals? He'll arrange it immediately. He'll have the Umbu and all ninja villages coordinate the search, ensuring not a single bone is missed. Third, guard against his hidden moves. The nine-tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths. It's highly possible he left a hidden move within the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts must be sealed and their chakra drained as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the anxiety in Minato's heart instantly dissipated by more than half. He bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Shun-sama. I will now return to the ninja world and execute this immediately." With that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly depart. After Minato left, Shun stepped into the spatial gate, instantly returning to the training grounds of the ancestral planet. At this moment, Madara stood with his arms crossed, leaning against an alloy railing, his black cloak trailing on the ground, a hint of impatience in his Rinnegan. Hashirama, meanwhile, was fiddling with a freshly sprouted tender branch, his fingertips tracing the emerald leaves, a gentle smile on his face. "Madara, Hashirama, I have something to discuss with you." Shun walked quickly, his dark robe sweeping the ground, raising a slight breeze. Madara looked up and snorted coldly. "You're rarely in such a hurry, and you never visit without a reason. Is something major happening for you to come to us this time?" Shun walked up to the two, his tone solemn. The Sage of Six Paths, also known as Hagoromo, is attempting to revive using Naruto's body. The Sage of Six Paths? The tender branch in Hashirama's hand instantly snapped. He looked up sharply, his eyes filled with shock. The legendary Sage of Six Paths who founded Ninshu and sealed Kagaya? Why would he want to take Naruto's body? Sanfeng said calmly. After he sealed Kagaya back then, he regarded himself as the savior of the ninja world. Now that he sees the ninja world unified and no longer under his control, he wants to revive and regain control. And Naruto is Azura's reincarnation, possessing pure yang chakra and the power of nine tails, making him the most perfect vessel for revival. Madara's gaze instantly sharpened, a flicker of fighting spirit in his Rinnegan. Fighting this god sounds interesting. If he wants to revive, then he'll play along with him. Shun looked at the two and said seriously, "I came to you precisely for this matter." Back then, Hagoromo and Hamura jointly sealed their mother, Kagaya. Now, I hope the two of you will jointly seal him. This is both to protect the peace of the ninja world and the most just punishment for this rebellious son who betrayed his mother. A hint of complexity flashed in Hashirama's eyes. He recalled his past grievances with Madara and the hard-won peace of the ninja world. Sealing the Sage of Six Paths. This is a great responsibility, but for the peace of the ninja world, I agree to jointly seal him. Madara grinned, his Rinnegan filled with chilling fighting spirit. Jointly sealing a rebellious son who betrayed his mother? That sounds interesting. And to have you, Hashirama, fight alongside me again isn't a loss. But when the time comes, don't drag me down, Hashirama. Hashirama laughed heartily. "Don't worry, Madara. We will definitely succeed together." Shun looked at their tacit understanding, a hint of relief on his face. "Good. You two prepare here first, and get familiar with each other's cooperation. I'm going to Kagaya's palace to discuss with her how to deal with Hagoromo and Hamura." With that, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in a magnificent palace suspended in the universe. The palace was constructed from countless glowing crystals, and the air was filled with a faint floral bravado. It was Kagaya's residence, the Moon God Palace. Deep within the palace, Kagaya, dressed in a white gown, sat by a window, her fingertips gently touching an ice crystal flower pot on the windowsill, in which a wisteria flower from the ninja world was planted. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned her head, a gentle tenderness of a wife flashing in her white pupils. "Shun, you're back." Shun walked to her side and gently took her hand. "I have unified the ninja world. Now Hagoromo is plotting his revival in the ninja world, and Hamura will likely appear as well." Senchurado, her voice tired. "If you hadn't revived me back then, I would probably still be sealed in that endless darkness." Shun gently patted her back and said softly, "Hashirama and Madara are the chakra reincarnation of Hagoromo's two children. I plan to have the two of them work together to seal him." Kagaya was silent for a long time, her gaze fixed on the stars outside the window, and she said softly, "Then let's reclaim their chakra, seal Hagoromo in the netherworld for 1,000 years, and Hamira for 500 years. How's that sound?" Shun kissed Kagaya's forehead and agreed with a smile. "All right, I promise you. Well, follow your plan and punish those two rebellious sons." Still no sign of Naruto upon returning to Konoha. Minato immediately activated the highest communication authority. Signal towers across the major cities of the ninja world instantly activated, and urgent directives were swiftly issued. Urgent directive. All ninjas are to proceed immediately to the nearest gathering point, without delay. This operation concerns the survival of the ninja world. Violators will be treated as rogue ninjas. The ninja world was no longer the scattered, individualistic battleground of the past. The unified system had greatly increased the efficiency of directive execution. In just 3 hours, all 130,000 ninjas spread across the ninja world had arrived at their designated gathering points. Shun dispatched a large number of shadow clone, which hovered in the air above the gathering points. The Sage of Six Paths from 1,000 years ago is plotting to revive and cause chaos. The ninja world is about to face a catastrophe. The Sage of Six Paths possesses the ability to absorb others' chakra, to prevent and cut off his chakra supply. And for your safety, I will transfer you to other planets. He raised his hand and waved, creating large chakra ties that connected to every ninja. There's no need to panic. I will use spatial teleportation to take you away. Upon arriving at your destination, there will be dedicated personnel to receive you, and once the crisis is resolved, I will personally bring you home. After he finished speaking, dozens of massive spatial gates simultaneously opened above the gathering points, revealing landscapes of different planets behind them. Some were lush green forests, some were flat and open plains, and others were resource-rich canyons. A mysterious power guided the ninjas orderly into the spatial gates. There was no crowding, no chaos. The 130,000 ninjas, like streams flowing into a river, all disappeared within half an hour. Watching the last spatial gate close, Minato let out a long sigh. "Shun-sama, all ninjas have been transferred." Shun shook his head, a solemn look flashing in his golden rinnegan. Hagoromo and Hamura joining forces means the scale of the battle will inevitably affect the entire ninja world. Civilians are unarmed and will surely suffer countless casualties then. He clapped his hands, and countless shadow clones appeared, densely spreading around. A careful count revealed tens of thousands of shadow clones. Shadow clones, execute the transfer plan. Prioritize transferring the elderly, children, and women. Be gentle to avoid panic. Shun's main body closed his eyes, and his mental energy spread out, connecting with every shadow clone. Then, these shadow clones appeared in every corner of cities, villages, and fields. They offered no extra explanations, simply extended their hands gently, and golden chakra enveloped everyone. "Don't be afraid. We are here to protect you." For the civilians who had lived in peace and prosperity under the unified policy for years, the name Shun had long been a symbol of guardianship. Despite their inner doubts, they did not resist, allowing the chakra to envelop them. Some children curiously touched the golden shield. Some elderly tightly held their family members' hands, and some farmers put down their tools, their eyes full of trust. After a full day and night, a large number of humans in the ninja world suddenly disappeared, and the ninja world became completely quiet. There was no longer the hustle and bustle of pedestrians, no children's laughter, no market hawkers, no labor in the fields. The once bustling cities were now empty, the wide roads devoid of any figures. The wind swept through the empty streets, stirring up fine dust, making a whistling sound, as if narrating this sudden migration. At the same time, the handling of the tailed beasts was steadily progressing. The marks within one tail Shikaku, two tails Matatabi, three tails Isabu. One by one, the tailed beasts' internal marks were stripped away, and their chakra was suppressed by sealing contracts. All preparations were complete. The Sage of Six Paths chakra supply was cut off. All life in the ninja world was transferred. The hidden moves within the tailed beast were stripped, and powerful combatants like Madara and Hashirama were assembled. All conceivable preparations were done. Everyone gathered in the plaza in front of the Hokage building, their gazes fixed on Shun. They only awaited the discovery of the Sage of Six Paths and Naruto's whereabouts to launch a full-scale attack. It's time to find Naruto's whereabouts. Minato's voice held a hint of urgency, his hands unconsciously clenching. His gaze swept over the empty streets, his eyes filled with worry for Naruto. Shun nodded, slowly closing his eyes. Golden chakra erupted from his body, an unprecedentedly vast aura sweeping across the entire ninja world. The golden six Tomo Rinnegan spun violently beneath his closed eyelids. Ocular technique, divine eye, capable of penetrating mountains, discerning secrets underground, and capturing the weakest energy fluctuations. The golden ocular power, like a fine net, enveloped the entire ninja world, from deserts to deep seas, from plateaus to mountains. The ocular power swept over every inch of land, searching every hidden corner, yet still failed to find that familiar figure. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. How is it, Shun-sama? Minato couldn't help but step forward, his voice trembling slightly, full of anticipation and unease. Shun shook his head, the light in his golden six Tomo Rinnegan gradually dimming. Still can't find Naruto's whereabouts. Madara's brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes full of disbelief. What do you mean? Could they have vanished into thin air, or perhaps set up an extremely wide-ranging concealment barrier that not only blocks their aura, but also distorts spatial perception, preventing us from pinpointing their exact location? Hashirama's face showed deep concern. Then what should we do? We can't just keep waiting, can we? Shun nodded, reassuring them, everyone don't rush. Minato, you can also rest assured. Naruto is safe for now. What we need to do now is to conserve our strength, make thorough preparations, and once he appears, take him down in one fell swoop. Minato's tense shoulders slowly relaxed, the anxiety in his eyes gradually replaced by determination. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, Shun-sama. I understand. After the meeting, everyone left with varied expressions. Recalling Hamura's Tensigen, the figures of Tonari and Hinata appeared in Shun's mind. Now, Hinata was 18, having shed the shyness of her youth, and had grown into a graceful young woman. Moreover, after years of training, her Byakugan had changed, faintly revealing the power of the Tensigen. Shun's thoughts stirred, and he instantly appeared somewhere on the ancestral planet. The Hyuga clan's origin, Hinata. As a gentle voice sounded beside her, Hinata sharply turned her head, seeing the tall figure under the moonlight. Her heart skipped a beat, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly stood up to bow. Shun-sensei, why are you here? Shun slowly walked to her, looking at her slightly flustered appearance, a touch of tenderness arising in his heart. Hinata, don't be so reserved, sit down and talk. I came to you because there's an important matter I'd like to discuss with you. The two sat opposite each other under a peach blossom tree, moonlight filtering through the branches and leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. Hinata wore a long white dress and a pair of elegant white sandals, revealing her slender, fair ankles. Her hair was tied back, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks, making her features appear even softer. Shun looked at Hinata, half-jokingly saying, Hinata, it's been a while. You've grown even Barato beautiful. Your attire is still so simple and elegant, so different from other girls. Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she looked away slightly, not daring to meet his eyes. Hinata, I know your feelings, and I care about you very much, Shun said warmly. I would like for you to become my royal consort. Hinata's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. She instantly stood up, overwhelmed by a wave of shock and embarrassment. She struggled to find her words. her voice barely above a whisper. Shun-sensei, I, I, you. You already have Barato than a dozen royal advisors. She spoke haltingly, her mind flashing with rumors about Shun. He was powerful and handsome, yet also said to be fickle in his attentions, never lacking company, and each of his royal advisors had their unique talents. She was gentle, even a little timid, and didn't understand what it was about her that would make him care. Shun didn't hide it. Instead, he smiled frankly, with a somewhat casual, matter-of-fact manner. Hinata, you know I'm Shun-sama. It's normal for me to have many Barato in the royal court. My Barato each have their own strengths. Some are brave and skilled in battle. Some are exceptionally intelligent. Some are gentle and understanding. But Hinata, your unique gentleness and kindness, your pure shyness and sincerity are unmatched by others. He leaned closer, the distance between them less than a foot, making Hinata's heart pound even more erratically. He leaned slightly, his gaze level with her downcast eyes, and with a focused look said, I've always noticed you. You're easily shy, pure-hearted, a girl who doesn't even dare to speak loudly, and that makes me especially attentive. Shun took her hand. Hinata, I've always liked pure people. As my royal consort, I won't force you to change anything. You can still wear the long clothes and trousers you like. You don't need to learn to wear revealing dresses like those girls. You don't need to pretend to be capable. Just be your original self. Hinata's cheeks were so hot, they almost smoked, her mind in a whirl. She knew Shun was unpredictable, and she knew that if she agreed, she might not receive his full commitment. But his expression was so earnest, his words so kind, and she herself was so uncertain, making it hard for her to decide. Barato, she had heard of Shun's legendary deeds since childhood, and a seed of admiration had long been planted in her heart. Now, to receive his favor and become his royal consort, this temptation was something she couldn't refuse. After much hesitation, as if summoning all the courage of her life, she slowly raised her head and quickly glanced at Shun. His eyes were full of tenderness and anticipation, making her heart tremble. Then she immediately lowered her head, her long eyelashes hiding the shyness in her eyes, and whispered a few words, I do. The moment the words fell, the entire peach blossom forest seemed to quiet down, leaving only the rustling of the evening breeze through the leaves and Hinata's rapidly beating heart. The smile on Shun's face instantly widened, the playful hint in his eyes largely fading, replaced by genuine relief and tenderness. He walked over and gently embraced Hinata. She stood still in her long clothes and trousers, initially Barato stiff, her shoulders slightly tense, carrying a maiden's shyness and reserve. Her hands didn't know where to rest, so she could only instinctively clutch the hem of her clothes, not daring to touch him. Shun sensed her discomfort and didn't push her, simply gently wrapping his arms around her shoulders with a tender strength, as if comforting her. He held her carefully, and Hinata's tense posture gradually relaxed. She hesitated, then looked up into Shun's eyes, her cheeks reddening a bit more. Then she gently pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat. That sound, like a calming pill, gradually quieted her flustered heart. Hinata, it's so good to have you. From now on, I won't let you suffer any grievances, and I will protect you. Although I cannot give you exclusive affection, I will ensure you have the honor a royal consort deserves, and I will make you happy, allowing you to live a joyful life. Shun softly described their future days, then gently pressed a soft kiss on her forehead. That kiss, with its warm and gentle touch, made Hinata, who had never been that close to a man before, tremble slightly. Shun-sensei, I don't ask for exclusivity, nor for honor. I only ask to be by your side, to share your worries, and to contribute to the ninja world. I will work hard, not disappoint your expectations, and protect this hard-won peace. Hinata's cheeks grew even redder, but she gathered her courage, slowly raising her head, her eyes shining with firm determination. Shun gazed at her, his voice growing even softer. Hinata, I believe you will be a good wife, a good royal consort, and in the future, a good mother. Upon hearing this, Hinata's body suddenly stiffened, and then her cheeks flushed even more intensely. Even her breathing skipped a beat. She had never expected Shun to say such words, feeling both shy and delighted, as if a warm current was slowly surging within her. She tightly pursed her lips, burying her face deeper, and whispered in a low voice, "Shun-sensei, I will try my best." Shun felt the trembling of the person in his arms, and his gentle smile deepened. His long fingers tenderly lifted Hinata's chin, and he pressed his forehead softly against hers. Hinata's eyes widened, her white pupils trembling violently, her eyebrows fluttering. A gentle warmth spread through her face, a flutter racing up her nerves to her brain, and her breathing began to quicken. In the deep universe, the moon emitted a clear, cold silver glow in the darkness. Shun looked at Hinata in his arms, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Actual combat is the fastest way to get stronger, and the moon, for you, has a special significance. It is the true birthplace of your Hyuga clan. A trace of surprise flashed in Hinata's eyes. "Shun-sensei, do you mean?" Shun then opened a portal, speaking with a touch of emotion. The Hyuga clan was originally a direct descendant of Hamura, the Otsutsuki main family on the moon back then. It's just that later, the branch family among them rebelled and seized the position of the main family. To protect themselves, your ancestors fled the moon, went into seclusion in the ninja world, and changed their name to Hyuga clan. Hinata's eyes were filled with shock as she looked through the portal at that distant land. She had never imagined that the Hyuga clan had such deep roots with Hamura and that the moon was their ancestral land. "Hinata, they'll take you to the moon to see your former homeland and also to hone your combat skills." Shun reached out and took her wrist, pulling her into the portal with a reassuring strength. The next second, the two were standing on the barren surface of the moon, with gray-white rocks underfoot, covered in tiny meteor craters. The thin air made the moonlight appear exceptionally cold, and the distant Earth hung in the universe like a blue gem. Not far away, an ancient palace, half buried in the rocks, stood quietly. On the palace walls, blurred Otsutsuki runes were carved, and despite the erosion of time, the grandeur of the past could still be seen. 40 advanced S on like it. Add to library. Hinata's training Shun released Hinata's hand, his gaze sweeping over the palace. This is the ruin of the Otsutsuki main family on the moon. The guardian power that Hamura left on the moon has now become out-of-control puppets and those rebellious branch family descendants. Though they once occupied this place, they gradually withered away due to the characteristics of the Tensigen. The characteristics of a Tensigen? Hinata asked curiously. Although the Tensigen is powerful, it needs to constantly absorb chakra and life force to sustain itself. This led to fewer and fewer clan members, and now only Tonari remains. Suddenly, a clank-clank of mechanical operation came from the direction of the palace, and dozens of dark figures rushed out from the palace gate, surging towards the two like a tide. Hinata subconsciously took half a step back, her Byakugan instantly activating. In her clear, pale white pupils, the enemy's appearance was clearly reflected. There were dozens of Otsutsuki puppets, tall in stature, wearing black headbands with a moon symbol on their foreheads, with thick limbs and even forearms. At the joints of each arm, mechanisms were hidden, and at this moment, blades swished out with a faint green glow on their edges, clearly laced with potent poison. Shun took 2 steps back, crossed his arms, and said in a relaxed tone, "These are the guardian puppets left by the main family back then. Their 4 arms carry poisonous blades and can also fire energy orbs. They were originally used to defend against external enemies, but now they have become an ownerless threat. Hinata, they're yours. Purify the ruins left by your ancestors and also hone your own combat power." Hinata took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and nervousness in her heart. At this moment, she was no longer just training for the ninja world, but also to protect her ancestors' legacy. Although the three tails in her body had long been sealed, she had never slackened her training over the years, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist moves were already deeply ingrained in her mind. She spread her feet, assuming the opening stance of the 8 trigrams palms, her long clothes and trousers gently fluttering in the moon's breeze. Okay, Shun-sensei. The first puppet rushed forward, its 4 arms swinging simultaneously, the poisonous saw blades slashing at Hinata's vital points. The blades cut through the air, emitting a piercing, sharp sound. Hinata's Byakugan precisely captured the trajectory of the saw blades. She nimbly dodged sideways, while her right hand formed a palm, carrying a gentle yet firm chakra, and slammed it into the crystal on the puppet's chest. That was the puppet's energy core, and also the chakra node left by her ancestors. Her actions were as fast as lightning, her hands striking alternately, her palm strikes fierce yet gentle, each palm precisely landing on the puppet's chakra nodes. White chakra surged into the puppet's form with the wind, both destroying the out-of-control mechanical structure and soothing the residual chakra of her ancestors. The yellow crystal on the puppet's chest dimmed, its 4 arms drooped weakly, and it crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Behind her, a humming sound of energy gathering came. Hinata turned to see 3 puppets simultaneously raising their chests, their yellow crystals glowing with dazzling light, and 3 yellow energy orbs sped towards her. She tapped the ground with her toes, her body leaping up, spinning in the air to dodge the orbs. At the same time, she clasped her hands together, then suddenly separated them. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 2 transparent chakra whistled out like invisible sharp blades, accurately hitting and shattering the crystals of 2 puppets. The third puppet took the opportunity to close in, its 4-armed blades simultaneously lunging toward her barato. A sharp glint flashed in Hinata's eyes, and she twisted her waist sharply, avoiding the blades, while her hands condensed chakra, forming 2 lifelike lion heads. Gentle step twin lion fists. The lion heads, carrying immense chakra, slammed into the puppet's chest, sending it flying and crashing heavily onto the rocks, its body shattering and completely losing the ability to move. On the moon's surface, Hinata's figure moved nimbly through the horde of puppets. Although her long clothes and trousers were conservative, they did not restrict her movements in the slightest. Every dodge, jump, and palm strike carried the pride and composure of the Hyuga main family. The inside of the Byakugan allowed her to anticipate the puppet's attacks. The 8 trigrams palm's defense was impenetrable, and the long-range attacks of the vacuum palm and the close combat burst of the twin lion fists were used interchangeably, creating a powerful display. Shun stood still, his golden Rinnegan quietly observing the battle, with approval in his eyes. He could see Hinata's progress, from her initial slight nervousness to her later composure. It was not just an improvement in combat skills, but also an awakening of her bloodline. Her combat rhythm became steadier, her use of the Byakugan became more proficient, and her chakra distribution became more reasonable. Several tens of minutes later, the last puppet had its body shattered by Hinata's gentle step twin lion fists and crashed to the ground. Hinata panted slightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead and a flush on her cheeks, but she still stood perfectly straight. She looked at the ancient palace, her eyes filled with reverence. The ruins of my ancestors, I protected them. Shun walked forward and spoke to her gently. You did very well. Next, it'll take you to see the scenery of the moon, to relax Barato, and then to meet that last descendant of the branch family. He took Hinata's hand and walked toward the other side of the moon. There were no barren rocks there. The distant craters resembled natural lakes, reflecting the blue silhouette of Earth. This was the site of the main family's courtyard back then, and although things had changed, a trace of peace still remained. Hinata's eyes were filled with wonder. She gently released Shun's hand and walked to a crystal tree, raising her hand to touch the cool crystal trunk. Her fingertips could feel a faint chakra fluctuation, the residual aura of her ancestors. A gentle smile appeared on her face. It's so beautiful here. So this is where my ancestors lived. Shun stood behind her, his gaze directed towards the core area of the palace in the distance. The beauty of the moon is hidden in these forgotten corners and also in your bloodline. However, we still have an old acquaintance to meet. Tonari, the only remaining descendant of the branch family. As his voice fell, he once again created a portal, leading Hinata into it. This time, the two arrived at the core area of the palace. On a high platform in the center of the hall sat a man dressed in a white robe. He also wore a black headband with a moon symbol on his forehead. His eyes were closed, and pale green chakra surrounded him. It was Tonari. As the two stepped into the hall, he slowly opened his eyes. They were Tensigan, with pale blue pupils, emitting an eerie glow, yet also harboring a trace of imperceptible loneliness. Shun, Byakugan princess, I didn't expect you to come here. Tonari's voice was cold. As his gaze fell on the two, a hint of surprise flashed in his Tensigan. Like it? Add to library. Hinata versus Tonari. Hinata subconsciously moved closer to Shun. Her Byakugan activating again, her clear white pupils showing determination, but no anger, only a hint of complexity. You, are you the last descendant of the branch family? The grievances of our ancestors passed 1,000 years ago. Why cling to them still? Tonari sneered, stood up, and his Tensigan glowed intensely. Back then, the main family regarded us as anomalies. Now, you thrive in the ninja world, while the branch family withers due to the Tensigan's backlash, leaving only me. How can this hatred ever pass? Tonari, you should know that the tragedy of the branch family stemmed from greed for power, not oppression from the main family. Shun interrupted him, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable force. The Tensigan's backlash is the price you pay for forcibly taking power that doesn't belong to you. I brought Hinata here today not to settle old scores, but for her to gain experience. Hinata subconsciously moved closer to Shun, her Byakugan active, watching Tonari warily. She could feel the suffocatingly immense chakra within him, especially the bloodline suppression emanating from his blue Tensigan, which made her body tense. Shun patted Hinata's shoulder, his tone still gentle. Tonari inherited Hamura's complete power. His Tensigan has reached its peak. Hinata, activate Sage Mode and simply try to hold your own. The focus of this training is on perception and adaptability. Sage Mode. Hinata took a deep breath, chakra surging around her. White Sage Mode markings appeared on her forehead and around her eyes. Although her chakra was several times more refined than before, it was still far from the terrifying aura Tonari exuded. Even with Sage Mode, you're nothing but an ant. Tonari snorted. Tensigan Chakra Mode, activate. A dense green chakra suddenly erupted around him, enveloping his entire body in a brilliant green light. 12 glowing green, truth-seeking orbs floated behind him, slowly rotating. He raised his hand and waved. The 12 truth-seeking orbs behind him instantly transformed into 12 green streams of light, shooting towards Hinata and sealing off all her escape routes. Hinata's pupils constricted, and she quickly used 8 trigrams vacuum palm to strike repeatedly. The white chakra palms collided with the truth-seeking orbs, but were swallowed up by them, failing to slow their trajectory in the slightest. Just as the truth-seeking orbs were about to pierce her body, a golden blur suddenly flashed past. Shun's speed was extreme, almost leaving traces of spatial distortion. Centuredo, her cheeks flushed from the wind pressure of the high-speed movement, and her hands subconsciously clutched Shun's sleeve. A hint of surprise flashed in Tonari's eyes. Then he coldly snorted, "You can dodge once, but can you dodge countless times?" His right hand was covered in dazzling green chakra, and a condensed green orb of light rapidly formed in his palm. This green orb can devour your ninjutsu and drain your chakra. Let's see how you dodge. The green orb shot towards Hinata with a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, The Tensigan in Tonari's eyes glowed intensely, and a powerful gravitational pull instantly locked onto Hinata, stiffening her body and making her unable to move. This time, the orb's speed was faster than the truth-seeking orbs, and being constrained by gravity, the difficulty of dodging doubled. Protecting 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata gritted her teeth and channeled chakra, forming an impenetrable defensive wall of white chakra. However, the moment the green orb struck, it was frantically devoured, and the defensive wall disintegrated at a visible rate. Just as the orb was about to touch her chest, Shun moved again. He raised his hand and conjured a thin golden chakra barrier, precisely blocking it in front of Hinata. Boom! The green orb crashed into the barrier, erupting in a violent energy shockwave, but it was firmly blocked by the barrier, unable to harm Hinata in the slightest. At the same time, Shun flicked a wisp of golden chakra from his fingertip, breaking Tonari's gravitational restraint. "Shun, must you keep opposing me?" Tonari's expression darkened. The gravity around him suddenly intensified, and the rocks of the entire hall began to tremble violently, with large stones constantly falling from the ceiling. "Since that's the case, it'll show you the power of the Tensigan." The Tensigan's light surged, and the entire moon began to shake slightly. Jagged cracks appeared on the hall floor. Hinata felt a mountain-like heavy gravitational pull from beneath her feet. Her body felt as if it were filled with lead, making even raising her hand difficult, and the circulation of chakra became sluggish. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A massive green tornado erupted from the light circle, dozens of meters in diameter, carrying the power to tear space, and swept towards Hinata. Wherever the tornado passed, rocks were instantly pulverized. Its power was strong enough to pierce the moon. This attack had an extremely wide range, and the gravitational restraint had not been lifted, so Hinata had no way to dodge. Just as the tornado was about to engulf her, Shun's figure once again turned into a golden blur. He shielded Hinata behind him, and with a wave of his left hand, golden chakra formed a massive barrier, forcefully blocking the Silver Wheel Reincarnation explosion in front of him. Boom! Boom! Deafening roars echoed throughout the palace. The barrier trembled violently, but remained standing. Taking this opportunity, Shun teleported Hinata to the other end of the hall, away from the tornado's attack range. Darn it! Tonari watched Hinata being saved from peril again and again, his hostility surging. He clasped his hands together, and the truth-seeking orbs behind him instantly fused, transforming into a giant yellow chakra sword dozens of meters long. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The light sword emitted a terrifying aura. Wherever the blade passed, the air was scorched and distorted as it fiercely slashed down towards the two. This sword had an even wider range, greater power, and extreme speed. Hinata's face was pale. Even with Shun's protection, she could feel the aura of death emanating from the light sword. "Hold on tight." Shun's voice remained steady. He wrapped his arm around Hinata's waist, and golden chakra erupted around him, increasing his speed to an unprecedented level. He not only teleported Hinata, but also left several golden afterimages during their movement, making it impossible for Tonari to predict their landing spot. Swish! The golden light sword slashed down in the center of the hall, carving a chasm several hundred meters long and dozens of meters deep into the ground. The entire palace shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Shun and Hinata had already appeared in the corner of the hall, unharmed. Tonari looked at the empty attack range, then at Shun, who was calmly composed in the distance, his expression becoming solemn. Although his Tensigan could perceive trajectories, it simply couldn't keep up with Shun's speed. The other party's movement was so fast that it surpassed the limits of visual capture, even approaching the level of spatial leaps. Each time, he managed to take Hinata out of danger just before his attack hit. "Your speed, how can it be so fast?" Tonari gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief and frustration. "At this rate, I can't hit her at all. He clearly possessed strength that could crush Hinata. Yet because of Shun's unpredictable speed, his efforts were repeatedly in vain. Feeling powerless despite having great strength was extremely frustrating. Hinata breathed slightly, with small drops of sweat appearing on her forehead. Most of her Senjutsu chakra had already been consumed. She knew that without Shun's protection, she would have been defeated numerous times already. Her dependence and gratitude towards him grew even stronger. Shun-sensei, I can continue. Shun patted her shoulder, his golden Rinnegan looking at Tonari, a faint smile on his lips. Tonari, although your power is great, you can't grasp the essence of speed. Hinata needs training, so be a good sparring partner. Hinata becomes blind? On the moon, the battle between the two continued, occasionally cracking the ground into several hideous ravines. Tonari floated midair, clad in pure white robes. On his exposed neck, Magatama patterns rose and fell slightly with his breathing. His pair of blue-white Tensigan eyes now emitted a cold light, firmly locking onto Hinata below. His pale skin took on a cold hue under the faint light, and his slender eyebrows seemed even colder. Byakugan princess, your sage mode won't last much longer. Hinata stood on the moon's surface, her barato rising and falling violently, her breathing hurried and ragged. Cold sweat dripped down her cheeks from her forehead. Her sage mode had been active for a long time, and the stored natural energy was nearing its limit. The game ends here today. Shun's calm voice rang out, breaking the stalemate of the battle. Before his voice faded, his figure transformed into an uncatchable golden afterimage, instantly teleporting behind Tonari. Tonari's pupils sharply contracted. His Tensigan operated at full power, yet he only managed to catch a faint streak of light. He didn't even have time to mobilize the 12 small, truth-seeking orbs surrounding him for defense before a strong sense of danger barato at the back of his neck. Shun's palm condensed exceptionally powerful golden chakra and accurately struck the back of Tonari's neck. Ugh! Tonari let out a low, pain grunt. The light in his Tensigan instantly dimmed, and his barato slumped down, having completely lost consciousness. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he only saw Shun's figure flash by, carrying a suffocating pressure, and felt a heavy weight press against his neck. Seeing this, Hinata's tense body suddenly relaxed, and her sage mode deactivated. She stumbled back half a step, her heel hitting the rubble behind her, causing her body to sway uncontrollably. Her face was flushed with fatigue. Her eyelashes were dotted with undried sweat, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Shun-sensei, why did you suddenly attack? She had originally been planning how to avoid the attacks of the 12 small, truth-seeking orbs, and had even prepared to sacrifice herself. She hadn't expected Shun's move to be so swift and decisive, happening too fast for her to even react. Shun smiled slightly. The hem of his dark robes trailed on the ground, swaying gently with his subtle movements. Hinata, I only brought you here for combat training. How could I bear to let you get seriously injured? Shun-sensei, Hinata lowered her head shyly, afraid to meet his gaze. Hinata, wait a moment. I still need to search Tonari for the secrets of the giant Tensigan and the story he hides. Shun's 6-tomo Rinnegan glowed. Light golden chakra streamed from his eyes, slowly wrapping around Tonari's forehead. The threads of chakra pierced into Tonari's deep consciousness. Countless memory images surged into his sight like a bursting flood. On the cold altar, the young Tonari, wearing thin white robes, curled up in a corner, crying helplessly. His parents stood emotionlessly before him. There was no affection in their eyes, only fanaticism for power. The moment his father's 2 fingers descended, Tonari let out a heart-rending scream, and a dark stain spread across the altar's runes. His Byakugan was taken by Barato and offered as a sacrifice to the massive Tensigan in the center. The moment the Byakugan merged into the giant Tensigan, a strange blue-white light shot into the sky, and the wails of countless souls echoed. Tonari, having lost his eyes, established a strange connection with the giant Tensigan. A vast amount of ocular power poured into his body, granting him the authority to control this giant Tensigan. He could even gain supervision through it. For the next decade or so, he looked down upon the ninja world, over 400,000 kilometers away, through the giant Tensigan's vision. The sunlight, flowers, and laughter of the people there became his only solace. Shun's brow furrowed slightly, and a complex mix of emotions flashed in his eyes. Pity, disgust, and cold hostility. In the memory, Tonari secretly used the giant Tensigan's ultra-long-range vision for surveillance. A difficult fate is no excuse for your wickedness. He grabbed the back of Tonari's collar with one hand, lifting the unconscious Tonari as if he were an object with no weight. Tonari's white robes were stained by the rocks, his pale cheeks were bloodless, and his snowy white hair hung down messily. Looking at Hinata, who was still regulating her breath, the coldness in Shun's eyes slightly receded, replaced by composure. Hinata, they'll take you to see that giant Tensigan. Hinata nodded. She slowly stood up by leaning on the wall, her legs still feeling weak. The two passed through a corridor deep within the palace. Glowing crystals were embedded in the walls on both sides, emitting a faint blue-violet light that stretched their shadows long and short. The rocks underfoot were uneven, and every step produced a clear echo that reverberated continuously in the empty corridor, making it feel especially eerie. At the end was a massive circular altar, even grander than the altar where Tonari's eyes had been sacrificed previously. The floor of the altar was covered with complex patterns. Suspended in the center was a giant Tensigan several meters in diameter. The surface of the white eyeball emitted a strange and vast ocular power fluctuation, as if countless eyeballs were stacked together. Shun's soul was extremely strong. He clearly felt that the fluctuation contained the wails of countless souls, sending chills down one's spine. He tossed Tonari onto the edge of the altar with a dull thud, but Tonari still did not wake up. He walked slowly to the center of the altar. His 6-tomo Rinnegan suddenly flared, emitting dazzling golden light like a scorching sun. Cosmic control. Light golden ocular power shot out like a searchlight, breaking through the surface of the giant Tensigan and reaching its core. Inside this gigantic eye, countless souls struggled and roared in agony. Their power was seized and merged with the Byakugan's ocular power, forming this destructive energy. So that's it. Gathering the ocular power of a large number of Byakugan, and then catalyzing and expanding one special Byakugan to its limit, formed this so-called giant Tensigan. He turned his head to look at Hinata, standing at the edge of the altar, a hint of expectation in his golden eyes. Hinata, I now know the secret of the Tensigan. Let me help you awaken it right now. Hinata nodded, a flicker of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner anxiety, and walked toward Shun. When she reached the center of the altar, she closed her eyes, let her hands hang naturally at her sides, and relaxed all her chakra pathways. She completely entrusted her safety to Shun. Seeing this, a look of approval flashed in Shun's eyes. The 6-tomo Rinnegan in his eyes suddenly switched, transforming into a pair of pure, spotless Byakugan, the whites glowing faintly in ability he mastered after acquiring the Tsutsuki bloodline. He aimed his palm at the unconscious Tonari, and light golden chakra wrapped around his body, continuously extracting the Tensigan's chakra. Tonari's body twitched slightly, his brows furrowed tightly, and a painful flush appeared on his pale cheeks, as if he were enduring some invisible suffering. The blue-white light in his Tensigan dimmed at a visible rate. Hinata, bear with it. Shun's gentle voice carried a calming power. Shun-sensei, I will endure. Hinata could clearly feel a pure stream of chakra continuously nourishing her body. Under the catalysis of this power, her Byakugan began undergoing miraculous changes, twisting, restructuring, and transforming, as if coming alive. Her pale white pupils gradually turned blue-white, and her entire form's chakra simultaneously became active, even verging on uncontrollable chaos. This transformation was gentle until a certain moment. A sharp, overwhelming pain suddenly surged from her eye sockets, as if countless steel needles were frantically surrounding her, or as if raging flames were scorching beneath her eyes. The bravado and sharp pain intertwined, causing her to let out a piercing scream. Hinata's bravado trembled violently, her hands clamped tightly over her eyes. Losing her balance, she staggered back 2 steps and uncontrollably collapsed onto the ground. The next second, the world before her completely plunged into darkness. Shun-sensei, I can't see. Why is this happening? Hinata was panic-stricken, her voice thick with tears, full of helplessness and fear. She waved her hands wildly in front of her, trying to grab Shun. Shun quickly stepped forward, gently held her shoulders, and spoke in a tender yet firm tone. Hinata, don't be afraid. This isn't a bad thing. Your Byakugan is evolving into the Tensigen. It has now entered the fetal state, and you will temporarily be blind for a period. Once the evolution is complete, you will regain your sight and possess the Tensigen. Hearing this, Hinata's body gradually calmed down, and her trembling hands slowly lowered. She kept her eyes tightly closed, saying in a voice that held both grievance and obedience, I understand. Shun-sensei. She instinctively moved closer to Shun, seeking security after losing her sight. Shun gently patted her back, soothing her emotions. The flow of time in the ancestral star's immortal village is far bravado than 5 times that of the ninja world. Resting there for a period will allow you to complete your evolution in peace. After calming Hinata's emotions, he slowly raised his head, his gaze turning toward the unconscious Toneri at the edge of the altar. The tenderness in his eyes was instantly replaced by cold indifference. He raised his hand and pressed it onto Toneri's head. Chakra flowed along the connection channel between Toneri and the giant Tensigen, frantically extracting the chakra and soul power within it. 13 days in a mortal village after being purified by Toneri's body, the origin power of the giant Tensigen continuously surged into Shun's body. After more than 10 minutes, the large Tensigen completely lost all its light, turning into a gray, lifeless object. Meanwhile, the Tensigen chakra within Shun's body became increasingly vast, making his gaze both majestic and profound. Hinata, it's time for us to go. Shun opened the spatial gate, casually picked up the unconscious Toneri by the collar, like a worn-out cloth bag, and threw him into the spatial gate. Then he slipped his left hand under Hinata's knees and supported her back with his right hand, lifting Hinata. Centuredo the plants were lush and green, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and soil. The moment she stepped through the spatial gate, the warm sunlight fell upon her, causing Hinata to instinctively shrink her neck and bury her face deeper. Shun gently placed Hinata on the ground, then casually threw Toneri aside. A flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he delivered a heavy downward strike onto Toneri's bravado. With a sharp impact, Toneri collapsed, instantly waking him up. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he saw the cold, deadly resolve in Shun's eyes. You used the giant Tensigen to peek into others' privacy, with no limits at all. You deserved to be stopped long ago. Shun's voice was devoid of any warmth, and the pressure from his bravado increased. No, don't. Toneri let out a desperate scream, struggling on the ground, but it was no use. With a dull thud, Toneri's spirit was utterly broken, the light fading from his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, all signs of life gone. Shun stepped back, brushed off the sole of his shoe with a look of disdain, then turned, gathered up Hinata, and walked toward Immortal Village in the distance. Immortal Village was nestled in a valley on Ancestral Star, surrounded by dense forests, with the air filled with rich natural energy and the fresh scent of plants. This was not only a training place meticulously crafted by Shun, but also possessed special time law. 5 days passing in Immortal Village was equivalent to only 1 day in the ninja world, making it the perfect place for Hinata to consolidate her power and complete her Tensigen transformation. For the next 13 days, Shun meticulously cared for the blind Hinata in a mortal village. Every morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shun would take Hinata for a walk in the forest. He guided her hand with chakra, teaching her to perceive everything around her through natural energy. The trembling of leaves in the breeze, the trajectory of falling dewdrops, the sound of distant streams, and even the wriggling of earthworms in the soil became clearly discernible in her perception. After breakfast, Shun would comb through her chakra pathways, injecting the stored pure Tensigen chakra into her body in batches, guiding the power to deeply fuse with her bloodline. Although Hinata could not see, she could clearly feel the changes in the power within her body. That warm energy, like a stream, flowed through, continuously washing and nourishing the chakra pathways around her eyes, and the discomfort caused by her blindness lessened day by day. The afternoon was relatively leisurely. Shun would sit on a stone stool in the courtyard, telling Hinata stories about the history of the ninja world, the secret history of the Tsutsuki clan, or teaching her more refined chakra control techniques. Hinata would sit obediently beside him, her head gently resting on his shoulder, listening intently, occasionally asking one or two naive questions, which Shun would patiently answer. Shun-sensei, the flowers on Ancestral stars seem a bit different from those in the ninja world? Hinata asked softly, sniffing the newly bloomed wildflowers in the courtyard. Shun raised his hand to stroke her hair, his fingertips carrying the fresh scent of plants. The plants on Ancestral Star are nourished by more natural energy, so they are a bit different. When your eyes are better, they'll take you to see the flower rain in the ninja world. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Okay, they'll be waiting. At night, Shun would sit by her bed, humming soft melodies until she fell peacefully asleep. Sometimes Hinata would frown in her dreams due to eye pain, and Shun would reach out, gently soothing her eye sockets with the chakra in his palm until her brows relaxed. During these 13 days, their relationship grew increasingly close. Hinata's initial dependence gradually turned into deep admiration. Shun was also touched by her gentleness, obedience, and resilience, and while caring for her, he also showed a tenderness and patience rarely seen by others. He would choose the softest clothes for her, prepare meals that weren't too hot, and even, when she was sensing butterflies, gently guide them with chakra to land on her fingertips, allowing her to feel their delicate touch. As time passed, the Tensigen power within Hinata became more stable, and the pain in her eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a vast energy surging in her eye sockets. She could vaguely feel that her vision was being reshaped, as if countless eyes were opening simultaneously, capable of piercing through darkness and reaching distant unknowns. On the morning of the 12th day, as the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window onto Hinata's face, she slowly opened her eyes. There was no intense pain, only a warm power blossoming in her eye sockets. Her original Byakugan had long disappeared, replaced by a pair of Tensigen. Her pupils were a clear, light blue, and the whites of her eyes glowed faintly, exuding a pure and powerful aura. She could clearly see everything in the room: the wildflowers on the table, the swaying leaves outside the window, the birds flying in the distant forest, and she could even see through the wall to Shun tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Her vision had not only recovered, but had also become incredibly vast. As far as her gaze reached, planets over 400,000 kilometers away were clearly visible. Shun-sensei, I can see. Hinata excitedly stood up, her eyes filled with tears, and ran towards Shun in the courtyard. Shun heard the voice and turned to look. We saw the clear Tensigen in Hinata's eyes. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Hinata. The Tensigen evolution is complete. Hinata threw herself into his arms, her tears soaking his clothes, her voice filled with excitement and sobs. Thank you, Shun-sensei. Thank you for always being with me and taking care of me. Shun gently embraced her, raised his hand to wipe away her tears, and said softly, "This is the result of your own hard work. You now possess power capable of changing the course of battle." The sunlight fell upon them, warm and dazzling. The 13 days in a mortal village, which was just over 2 days in the ninja world, not only allowed Hinata to complete her transformation from Byakugan to Tensigen, but also deepened the bond between her and Shun, solidified by daily companionship and care. Shun looked down at Hinata in his arms, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. "Let's go, Hinata. It's time for us to return to the ninja world. Naruto is still waiting for us, and this great war should finally come to an end." Hinata nodded. Feeling the vast power within her, her heart was filled with confidence. "Like it? Add to library." Special grade Tensigen, the sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. When Shun and Hinata pulled away from each other, their eyes still held a lingering reluctance. Shun looked at Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes moist, in his arms, and a gentle look flashed in his eyes. "Hinata, you've just awakened the power of the Tensigen, but you haven't truly mastered it yet. It'll take you to the Jinjutsu space to teach you the Tensigen chakra mode, truth-seeking orb control, and how to use techniques like Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion." "Yes, they'll listen to everything, Shun-sensei." Shun smiled slightly, emitting a faint golden ocular power. Hinata felt the surrounding scenery begin to change constantly. The original courtyard and vegetation dissipated like a shattered mirror, replaced by a boundless lunar surface. Here, there was no gravitational restraint, no trace of time passing, only pure spiritual bodies. It was the most suitable Jinjutsu space for training. Hinata's eyes widened slightly, feeling both curious and nervous. "Shun-sensei, is this the Jinjutsu space?" she asked softly, her fingertips unconsciously clutching Shun's sleeve. Shun raised his hand and ruffled her hair, his tone steady. "Training here allows for unlimited chakra and stamina, and time passes at a fraction of a millionth of the outside world, so the training efficiency is tens of thousands of times greater. I will imprint the methods of using the Tensigen into your consciousness. You only need to follow my guidance and practice." As he spoke, a blue-white Tensigen chakra glow emanated from his body, and 12 small truth-seeking orbs appeared out of thin air, rotating in a ring around him, emitting pure and powerful energy fluctuations. First is the Tensigen chakra mode. Mobilize the Tensigen chakra within your body. Let cover your entire body, enhancing your physical ability, speed, and reaction time. Just like this. His chakra suddenly surged, and a green energy enveloped his entire body like armor. He flickered and disappeared from his spot, reappearing 100 meters away the next second, leaving a clear afterimage. Hinata took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and concentrated on guiding the Tensigen chakra within her body. Green energy surged from her eye sockets, flowing through her chakra pathways to her entire body, like a warm stream enveloping her limbs and bones. When the green chakra steadily covered her entire body, she could clearly feel the changes in her body. Her strength, speed, and defense surged, and her senses became sharper, even able to capture the most subtle energy flows in space. Shun's eyes showed approval. He raised his hand, and 12 light blue, truth-seeking orbs appeared before Hinata. Next is the control of the truth-seeking orbs. The Tensigen's truth-seeking orbs contain the power of yin-yang release, capable of both offense and defense, requiring both mental energy and chakra to manipulate. Concentrate, and try to make them move according to your will. As Hinata extended her hand, the Tensigen glowed, and mental energy, like invisible threads, wrapped around the truth-seeking orbs in front of her. She adjusted the output strength of her mental energy again and again, failing repeatedly. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. After an unknown amount of time, she was finally able to skillfully control the 12 truth-seeking orbs, making them fly and rotate according to her will, even condensing into a shield for defense or transforming into sharp blades for attack. Immediately after, Shun began to teach Hinata Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. This is one of the ultimate moves of the Tensigen, requiring the ocular power, chakra, and mental energy of the Tensigen to merge into one, condensing a golden halo containing destructive power, powerful enough to cut down the moon. Concentrate all your power in your eyes. Imagine the form of the condensed halo, and pour all your chakra into it without reservation. Shun guided while demonstrating, condensing a huge golden halo. The edges of the halo flickered with sharp energy spikes, exuding a suffocating pressure. Hinata did as instructed, and the blue-white light of her Tensigen surged to its extreme, with the chakra around her body frantically pouring into her eye sockets. She could feel the violent consumption of power within her body, and her mental energy felt a stinging pain as if it were being drained, but seeing Shun's encouraging eyes, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, a small golden halo condensed in front of her. Although its size was far from Shun's, it still exuded considerable power. When she tried to throw the halo, the double exhaustion of mental energy and chakra made her vision go black. The blue-white chakra instantly dissipated. The truth-seeking orbs fell to the ground as if losing control, and the golden halo also vanished into specks of energy. Hinata's body went limp and she fell towards the ground, her eyes filled with unwillingness and exhaustion. Shun, quick-eyed and quick-handed. Centurato, he raised his hand to check her forehead. Feeling that the temperature was slightly high, but not serious, Shun breathed a sigh of relief. Shun looked at her with a pained expression, gently stroking her hair. Silly girl, why are you pushing yourself so hard? How about you rest for another day, and it'll take you back to the ninja world? Hinata rested against his arms, feeling his steady heartbeat and warmth, her cheeks turning a deeper shade. She looked up, her eyes showing a trace of fatigue, along with quiet trust. She nodded gently. After speaking, their figures instantly appeared in a cozy bedroom. The tatami was covered with soft beige mats. Elegant fresh flowers were placed in the corner, and a faint floral scent filled the air. This was Shun's bedroom in Immortal Village. Hinata unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand, her palm trembling slightly. She looked around the unfamiliar bedroom, and realizing this was Shun's private space, she felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Her face grew warm as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Shun's eyes, feeling unexpectedly flustered by the situation. The quiet atmosphere of being alone made some unexpected thoughts involuntarily surface in her mind, both anticipated and fearful. Shun looked at her shy appearance. His passive mind-reading ability had already seen through her true thoughts. Hinata wanted to stay by his side, to remain near him, to become truly his. This pure and heartfelt longing made the love in his heart impossible to suppress any longer. He gently lifted Hinata's chin, making her meet his eyes. Gone was the usual playfulness, replaced by a quiet sincerity. Hinata, I know what you're thinking. I also want to be with you. Before Hinata could react, Shun leaned down and barato. The barato lingered, no longer the gentle touch from before, but filled with intense emotion and deep affection, conveying all that words could not express. Hinata's barato instantly stiffened, then relaxed. She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and shared a tender moment with him, the shyness in her eyes gradually replaced by love. As they held each other close, Shun picked up Hinata and walked step by step towards the soft tatami. He gently placed her on the mat, looking down at her. She took a breath and looked up at him with quiet composure. Hinata, are you ready? Shun leaned down and gave her a brief, tender barato, his eyes warm with care and respect. Centurato, Hinata transformed from her initial shyness and panic to a calm sense of trust, feeling his love and warmth. Under his care, she grew into a confident young woman. Moonlight streamed through the window, scattering onto the tatami, outlining their resting figures. Hinata nestled peacefully in Shun's arms. She listened to his steady heartbeat and felt the bravado of his hand, her heart filled with unprecedented peace and happiness. Shun-sensei, I truly wish to stay like this with you forever. Hinata, I love you too. Let us share many bravado moments like this. Shun-sensei. Hinata smiled softly. Hinata, I need your help to train. Ding, host and partner. Hinata have completed a special training bravado. Tensigen, Advanced Experience 1000, Ocular Power Cap 200, Ocular Power Recovery 20 Ding, Upgrade Conditions Met. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Tensigen Special. Kekiai Genkai. Tensigen Special 5000. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Her expression looked calm and thoughtful, and she gently took a deep breath as she began her day. Shun was still holding her, sleeping soundly, his handsome profile looking exceptionally gentle in the sunlight. Hinata gently raised her hand and touched his cheek, her heart filled with love. A peaceful night together not only brought her comfort, but also helped her grow in wisdom and confidence. She was no longer the little girl who needed to hide behind him, but a partner who could fight alongside him and walk hand in hand with him. Shun seemed to notice her movement and slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with a gentle smile. He tightened his arms, holding her closer, Centurato dyeing the courtyard's plants and trees a warm golden hue. Hinata stood close beside Shun, her aura now tinged with a bravado mature and restrained sharpness. Shun gently brushed her long hair aside, his touch light and careful. Hinata, we should return to the ninja world. Once we're back, Centurato, and he pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then, he casually conjured a golden spatial gate and brought Hinata back to the ninja world. The scene abruptly shifted, and they appeared in the royal palace of the Land of Water. Shun didn't speak. His golden Rinnegan had already switched to the blue-white Tensigen. The Tensigen's power of insight could not only pierce through spatial barriers, but also capture the most subtle energy traces. He pushed his ocular power to its limit, and his vision spread like a tide, quickly covering the entire ninja world. Shun's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his vision, the toads of Mount Maiboku appeared all over the ninja world, searching every corner, seemingly looking for something crucial. On the other side, the snakes of Uchih Cave were also frequently active. The toads of Mount Maiboku and the snakes of Uchih Cave. What were they looking for? Hinata also saw this scene through her Tensigen, her eyes full of confusion. These two sage regions have always been reclusive. Unless something major that threatens the entire ninja world occurs, they would never mobilize like this. Shun furrowed his brows, lost in thought. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the balcony railing, making a thudding sound. The light from his Tensigen flickered slightly, and he murmured, "We searched the ninja world repeatedly before, but didn't find Naruto's trace. But now, it seems Naruto might be in Mount Maiboku or Uchih Cave." Hinata's heart stirred, and she instantly understood Shun's meaning. "Are you saying Naruto is in Mount Maiboku or Uchih Cave? Is the Sage of Six Paths related to the two sage regions?" Shun looked up at Hinata, a flicker of realization in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, when Kaguya ruled the ninja world, she controlled every corner of the ninja world, yet she never discovered Mount Maiboku and Uchih Cave, these two special spaces. These two places are convergence points of natural energy and form subspaces independent of the ninja world. And, crucially, the Sage of Six Paths, Senjutsu, was actually taught by the old toad of Mount Maiboku. Hinata's Tensigen glowed, carefully observing the movement trajectories of the toads and snakes, trying to find pattern. Her brows relaxed slightly, and she said softly, "Look, the toads are mainly concentrated on the ground and in the air, searching along mountains and villages, while the snakes are active underground and in waterways, checking along underground rivers and lakes. Their search scope almost covers every corner of the ninja world. Shun gave her an approving look with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. That's right. The power of the Tensigen has made you even more perceptive. Now it seems that if we want to find Naruto, we must first go to Mount Maiboku. However, Mount Maiboku's spatial barrier requires a specific summoning contract to open. Then what should we do? Hinata asked with a slight hint of confusion. Shun's lips curved into a smile, his gaze locking onto a courtyard deep within Konoha. Minato is still in Konoha. He has a summoning contract with Mount Maiboku and can use the reverse summoning technique to go there directly. Finding him will save us a lot of trouble. The two figures flashed, turning into two streaks of light, and flew towards Konoha. They easily passed through Konoha's barrier and landed outside the quiet courtyard. The wooden door of the courtyard was ajar, and a faint chakra fluctuation emanated from within. It was Minato adjusting a Fuinjutsu. Minato, we probably know Naruto's location. Minato turned his head sharply, his yellow hair gleaming in the sunlight, his face full of vigilance. But when he saw who it was, the wariness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by surprise. Shun-sama, Hinata, you're back. Have you found Naruto? How is he? Is he safe? He noticed the Tensigen in Hinata's eyes and the mature, restrained aura around her. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask further. Shun nodded, getting straight to the point. Not yet, but we speculate that Naruto was teleported to Mount Maiboku. We need you to take us there using the reverse summoning technique. Mount Maiboku? A flicker of excitement instantly flashed in Minato's eyes. His yellow pupils lit up, and his hands unconsciously clenched. No wonder the toads of Mount Maiboku have been frequently entering and leaving the ninja world recently. All right, they'll take you there right now. As a father, he had long been anxious about not being able to find his son. Now, hearing a definite clue, he agreed without hesitation. Minato's fingertips flew, quickly forming hand signs. Reverse summoning technique. 3 puffs of white smoke appeared, and a powerful spatial force enveloped the three, causing the surrounding air to ripple with distortion. The scene twisted, and after a strong sensation of spatial pulling, in the next second, they found themselves in a misty mountain forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, their trunks so thick that several people were needed to embrace them. Their branches and leaves were lush and layered, filtering the sunlight into fragmented patches of light that scattered on the fallen leaves on the ground. The air was filled with dense natural energy, and the croaking of toads and the gurgling of streams could be heard. This was the core area of Mount Maiboku. This is Mount Maiboku. Hinata looked around, her eyes full of curiosity and reverence. Her Tensigen's vision instantly expanded, covering the entire Mount Maiboku. The next second, a strong surge of joy flashed in her eyes. The light from her Tensigen intensified, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. I found Naruto. He's over there, near a giant toad statue. Shun looked in the direction she pointed, his golden Rinnegan switching to Tensigen, clearly capturing the familiar figure. Naruto's body was a bit weak now, and his chakra fluctuations were somewhat unstable, but his vitality was still tenacious. Near him, there were 2 even more magnificent and ancient chakra presences. Shun's pupils constricted slightly, and he was secretly surprised. The Sage of 6 Paths chakra volume was even more immense than he had imagined. Let's go. The 3 quickened their pace, running towards the source of the chakra. Soon, a giant toad statue appeared before them. The statue was dozens of meters high, with the toad's eyes wide open, as if it were overlooking the entire Mount Maiboku. Below the statue, Naruto sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint Senjutsu chakra. His face was a bit pale, and his lips were slightly chapped, clearly having just experienced an intense depletion. He was currently recovering his chakra. Naruto! Minato rushed over excitedly, hugging his son tightly, as if afraid that if he let go, Naruto would disappear. His hands trembled as he stroked Naruto's cheek, feeling his warm Barato temperature. His eyes filled with overwhelming joy at finding him again and lingering fear. Naruto, I'm so glad you're okay. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, still with a hint of fatigue. Seeing his father, Shun, and Hinata, he was first stunned, then his eyes filled with surprise. Dad, Shun-sensei, Hinata, how did you all get here? I thought I'd be here for a long time. Because of the enormous chakra consumption, Naruto looked very tired. His body swayed slightly, clearly not fully recovered yet. Just then, two figures slowly walked out from behind the stone statue. Sage of Six Paths, Hamura? Minato's pupils constricted abruptly. He instinctively shielded Naruto behind him, his face full of vigilance. He hadn't expected that these two figures, who only existed in legend, would actually be resurrected and appear by Naruto's side, making him wary. Hinata's Tensigen glowed intensely, activating her Tensigen chakra mode, and 12 small truth-seeking orbs quietly floated around her, slowly rotating. Seeing this, Hagoromo quickly raised his hand and said in a deep voice to Hamura, Hamura, they are not enemies. They are Naruto's family and friends. No need to be wary. I didn't expect the ninja world to be able to produce people with such powerful strength. Truly formidable. His gentle voice had the power to calm people's hearts, easing the tense atmosphere. Shun's expression turned cold, and his golden six-tomo Rinnegan conspicuously appeared. His ocular power was sharp as a blade, piercing directly at the Sage of Six Paths, hypocritical Sage of Six Paths. You say they are not enemies, but secretly you use your Jujutsu to modify others' wills. His voice rose, filled with intense anger. The light from his golden Rinnegan surged, dispelling the surrounding ocular power. No wonder you could deceive the world for 1,000 years, making the ninja world revere you as a savior. So you already possessed a Jujutsu that could modify consciousness. What did you do to Naruto? What did you do to the people of the ninja world? These words exploded like a thunderclap, instantly stunning everyone present. Minato's face changed, and he tightly gripped Naruto's shoulders, eagerly asking, Naruto, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Why did you consume so much chakra? Naruto also looked bewildered. He could feel that the chakra in his body seemed somewhat unusual, but he didn't know what was wrong. Hamura's gaze instantly turned sharp. The chakra around him suddenly tightened, like a drawn sword. Locking onto Shun. How dare you speak such nonsense? How can my brother do such a thing? Hagoromo's expression changed slightly, then returned to calm. His gaze toward Shun became more complex and solemn. You actually possess the golden six-tomo Rinnegan. No wonder. Hashirama versus Azura, Hagoromo's expression sank, his originally compassionate eyes replaced by profound solemnity. He slowly raised his hand, his wide white robe fluttering without wind. As his sleeves billowed, he said, You do not understand the difficulties back then. The ninja world was hanging by a thread, and for the sake of its continued existence, some sacrifices had to be made. Shun sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. You use despicable means to deceive the world, but you cannot deceive me. You constantly speak of peace, but the reality is that for over 1,000 years in the ninja world, wars, large and small, have constantly raged on. You told the world that Kagaya was controlled by power and became its slave, but the reality is that her consciousness was perfectly clear. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kagaya used Yamatsu Hirasaka to appear behind Naruto and Sasuke. She clearly could have killed or crippled them, yet she merely touched their faces and wept. After speaking, he clapped his hands together, opening a massive spatial gate in front of him. From the gate came rumbling sounds of spatial distortion, and two figures slowly emerged in a dazzling golden light. Kagaya was clad in a white robe, her white hair cascading like a waterfall, and her entire presence radiated an overwhelming chakra pressure that dominated everything around her. Beside her, Zetsu had her Rinnegan activated, her face showing unconcealed excitement. Montak, mother? Hagoromo's pupils contracted sharply. He subconsciously took half a step back, standing back-to-back tightly with Himura. You actually resurrected my mother. Shun, what exactly are you trying to do? His heart pounded relentlessly. The scene of sealing his mother years ago flashed rapidly through his mind. Fear and shock intertwined, causing his body to tremble slightly. Kagaya's gaze slowly swept over Hagoromo and Himura, her expression somewhat complicated, yet she pretended to be looking at two unimportant strangers. Zetsu stepped forward, a look of mockery on her face. Hagoromo and Himura, did you think sealing mother would allow you to rest easy? Today is the day your mask of hypocrisy is exposed and torn to shreds. Hagoromo's face was extremely solemn, fine cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He knew how terrifying Kagaya's power was. Now, with Shun, Hinata, and the insidious Zetsu added to the mix, their side might not gain the upper hand. He took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the panic in his heart, and clapped his hands together. A complex array instantly appeared on the ground, and two figures slowly walked out of it. Both were dressed in white clothes adorned with a string of black tomo patterns. It was Azura and Indra, except their eyes were somewhat dull, as if they were being controlled. When Shun clearly saw their eyes, a cold sneer appeared on his lips. There was no trace of self-awareness in the eyes of Azura and Indra, only a blank emptiness. They were clearly just two puppets. Shun's 6 tomo Rinnegan flashed. Hagoromo, you wouldn't even spare your own sons, turning them into fighting puppets you control. How pathetic and ridiculous. Is it your so-called fatherly love, just treating your sons as pawns? Hagoromo stiffened slightly, and he countered, their souls have already reincarnated. Nothing barato needs to be said now. My children, go and defeat them. Azura and Indra's originally dull eyes instantly became sharp. Azura condensed 6 truth-seeking orbs and clapped his hands. Would release, true, several thousand hands. A massive wooden statue erupted from the ground, hundreds of meters tall, like a giant supporting the sky. Countless wooden arms swung, carrying an aura capable of destroying the world, striking towards Shun and the others. Every time an arm descended, it caused the earth to tremble violently, splitting open several hideous ravines, while gravel and dirt scattered like raindrops. Indra, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes, activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A purple perfect Susanoo instantly materialized, holding a giant sword in each hand. With a flash, he transformed into a purple streak of light, slashing towards Shun and the others. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle that caused the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. Hinata, protect yourself. Don't push yourself. Shun turned his head to look at Hinata beside him. The hostility in his eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by gentleness and concern. He lightly patted Hinata's hand, then clapped his hands together again, and the golden spatial gate unfolded barato. Since you summoned the strong figures of the past, I will show you that true ninja world powerhouses are absolutely incomparable to your puppets. Madara and Hashirama, clad in red Sengoku armor, stepped out from the spatial gate. Seeing the situation before him, Madara activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a proud light flickering in his eyes. Hashirama's figure flashed, quietly gathering natural energy. Shun-sama actually summoned Madara and Hashirama. A trace of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes. His mouth was slightly agape, the shock in his heart beyond words. Madara glanced at the charging Indra, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, a proud smile appearing on his face. Merely a soulless fake. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me? Perfect Susanoo. A purple Susanoo instantly unfolded, larger and more substantial than Indra's Susanoo, holding a massive longsword in each hand as it slashed toward Indra's Susanoo. Clang! A powerful shockwave uprooted the surrounding trees, the sound of snapping trunks rising and falling. The ground cracked into several hideous, bottomless ravines. Indra's Susanoo was continuously forced back by the shock, and a faint crack appeared on its blade, while Masanu remained completely motionless. With just this much power, you dare to show off in front of me? On the other side, Hashirama saw Azura's true several thousand hands, and a trace of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Green Senjutsu chakra was injected into the ground, and a colossal wooden statue rose up with a roar, even larger than Azura's statue. Every arm radiated immense power, causing the entire earth to tremble. The legendary ancestor. Let's see whose would release is stronger. Hashirama, carrying a heroic aura, simultaneously swung over 1,000 arms, engaging in fierce battle with Azura. Bang! Bang! Continuous loud noises exploded like thunder, shaking the mountains and the earth. Two massive wooden statues engaged in an earth-shattering battle in the core region of Mount Maiboku. After only a few rounds, the wooden statue controlled by Azura already showed signs of decline, gradually falling into a disadvantage under the crushing force of Hashirama's wood release. With every collision of the wooden arms, Azura's wooden statue emitted a creaking sound like breaking bones. The wooden surface instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and splintered wood fell rustling like dead leaves. The entire wooden construct swayed precariously, as if it would collapse in the next second. Hashirama stood atop his wooden construct's head, wearing a calm yet battle-ready smile. He could clearly sense the soulless stiffness in the opponent's wood release, and mused internally, it's just a puppet after all, lacking that ultimate understanding of wood release. Azura, controlled by Hagoromo, showed no autonomous emotion in his eyes. He abruptly controlled the wooden statue to retreat several steps. Its enormous feet stamped several deep pits into the ground, kicking up dust everywhere, barely avoiding the massive fist swung by Hashirama's wooden statue. He quickly clapped his hands, and of the 6 pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs hovering in front of him, 3 smashed violently towards Hashirama's wooden statue. At the same time, he let out a low shout, instantly covering the surface of the remaining 3 orbs in sharp chakra blades, sweeping up gravel and wood chips, rushing towards Hashirama. Wherever they passed, deep ravines were carved into the ground. Ancient trees along the way were instantly pulverized, and even the air was twisted. Oh, he still has tricks like this hidden? A trace of surprise flashed in Hashirama's eyes, followed by an even more intense eagerness. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he controlled dozens of wooden arms to rise simultaneously like blooming petals. They quickly interwove to form an impenetrable wooden barrier, radiating a heavy aura. Boom! The first truth-seeking orb slammed violently onto the wooden barrier, producing a deafening explosion. The shock wave spread out, sending surrounding debris flying everywhere, and the surface of the barrier was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The second and third truth-seeking orbs followed closely, and the cracks instantly spread across the entire barrier. Immediately afterward, the 3 blade-wrapped orbs fiercely struck the barrier's weak point. Crack! The barrier shattered with a roar. Countless wood chips and gravel flew everywhere, and several larger pieces of debris even struck the leg of Hashirama's wooden statue, leaving shallow dents. Before the smoke and dust could dissipate, Azura seized the fleeting gap and attacked again. He raised both hands, chakra surging in his palms. Dozens of pitch-black rods shot out rapidly from his palms, aiming towards Hashirama's wooden statue. Bring it on! Hashirama showed no panic. He controlled hundreds of wooden arms to swing simultaneously, knocking away most of the black rods. However, a few black rods still broke through the defense, violently piercing the surface of the wooden giant. Where they struck, the wooden giant's movements lagged for a moment. Hashirama's expression changed slightly, and he was secretly alarmed. The sealing power of these black rods, is actually so overbearing. Hashirama frowned slightly, then let out a cold snort, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. He immediately mobilized the pure Senjutsu chakra within his body, surging like a rushing river towards the points where the black rods had pierced. Bang! Bang! The black rods that had pierced the wooden statue were forcibly shattered into powder, dissipating as specks of chakra. Simultaneously, natural energy continuously poured into the wooden statue. The cracks on its surface slowly repaired themselves at a visible speed under the nourishment of the green light. A confident smile once again emerged on Hashirama's lips. "You can't defeat me with just these petty tricks." After speaking, he controlled the wooden statue to step forward. The earth trembled violently, and an enormous wooden arm, even more solid than before, condensed, smashing fiercely towards Azura, intending to completely destroy the puppet. The natural energy in the air became frantic because of this strike. Even Madara and Indra, who were fiercely battling in the distance, felt this terrifying power and paused slightly in their movements. As Hagoromo was watching this scene clearly from afar, his pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of needle points. His face grew increasingly unsightly, and his already pale complexion was now completely bloodless. There were simply too many unexpected events today. He never imagined that Azura, whom he had resurrected and controlled by expending his power, would be so vulnerable before Hashirama. The anxiety in his heart surged like a tide. His barato trembled slightly, and he muttered softly, "How could the fight turn out like this? How can my sons lose to them? This is impossible." Hamura, standing nearby, frowned, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He could sense Hashirama's unfathomable sage art power, and thought to himself, has Hashirama's strength actually reached such a level? Indra and Azura's in the ground in the core area of Mount Maiboku was already riddled with holes. Hinata stood quietly beside Shun, her hands clenched until her knuckles were white. 12 truth-seeking orbs spun rapidly around her, as if alive, and the blue-white light of the Tensigen flowed in her eyes, locking firmly onto Hamura not far away. Her aura was as deep and steady as an abyss. Every rotation of the truth-seeking orbs brought a sharp sound that sliced the air, forming an impenetrable defensive circle, shielding Shun behind her. On the other side of the battlefield, Azura and Indra were being fiercely suppressed by Hashirama and Madara. Hagoromo watched, burning with anxiety, and several times he moved to provide assistance. But Hinata accurately preempted him. "Stop!" Hinata shouted clearly, her fingers moving slightly. 2 truth-seeking orbs broke free from their rotational path, shooting like 2 black meteors straight toward Hamura's inevitable route. Hamura's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively dodged sideways. The truth-seeking orbs grazed the corner of his white robe, slicing 2 neat slits. Fragments of the robe, mixed with the chakra emanating from his body, drifted down. Immediately following, the remaining 10 truth-seeking orbs all changed direction, converging on Hamura from all sides. Each one carried the terrifying power to annihilate all creation. Hamura did not dare to be careless. A pale purple chakra long sword instantly condensed in his hand. As the blade swung, it unleashed sharp slashes that collided with the truth-seeking orbs, producing loud sounds. Amidst the flying sparks, he looked at the Tensigen in Hinata's eyes, pure and flawless, yet containing world-shattering power. His face was filled with unconcealed shock, and a stormy sea raged in his heart. This Hyuga clan brat, she can control the Tensigen to this degree. This power is 100 times purer than Tanarus back then, and it even faintly shows signs of surpassing mine from that time. His body leaned slightly forward, and his feet left 2 shallow marks on the ground. He was prepared for an all-out battle, the contempt in his eyes completely gone, replaced by seriousness and a trace of disbelief. On the high platform not far away, Kaguya still stood motionless, her white robe flapping loudly in the strong wind. She looked down indifferently at the intense battle below, as if everything happening before her was merely an insignificant farce. A boulder, flung by the residual shockwaves of the battle, flew toward her. She didn't even look up, Centurato. But in an instant, it reverted to that eternal indifference, as if all worldly emotions were irrelevant to her. Zetsu paced back and forth beside Kagaya. Her small, thin body trembled slightly with excitement, and her eyes flickered with a nearly manic light. She occasionally let out a strange, ha-ha-ha laugh, rubbing her hands together tightly, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Well fought. Excellent. Hashirama. Madara. Put more effort into it. Tear these two puppets controlled by Hagoromo into shreds. She pointed at Hagoromo, her tone full of mockery. Hagoromo, do you see it? Your conspiracy is about to fail. 1,000 years of lies will be exposed today. She looked exactly like a vengeful demon about to achieve her long-cherished wish. On the edge of the battlefield, Minato shielded Naruto behind him. The golden nine-tails chakra around him formed a warm barrier, isolating them from the external shockwaves of the battle. Protected by his father, Naruto's severely depleted stamina gradually recovered. He held onto Minato's arm, peering out at the earth-shattering confrontation before them. His brows furrowed tightly, and the confusion in his heart deepened. He looked at the hollow, lifeless gaze in the eyes of Azura and Indra, then at the unconcealed anxiety on Shun's face and the anger that was practically spilling out of Shun's eyes. His voice carried a trace of barely noticeable choke and distress. Father, is what Shun-sensei said true? Did the Sage of Six Paths really modify other people's consciousness, including Azura and Indra? They look so pitiful. Minato's expression was incredibly complex. Following Naruto's gaze, the lifeless hollowness in the eyes of Azura and Indra gradually aligned with Shun's earlier accusations. The scales in his heart tilted little by little, and a terrifying answer surfaced in his mind, yet he dared not believe it. He gently stroked Naruto's head, his voice low and hoarse. I don't know, but the Sage of Six Paths' actions certainly have many suspicious points. At this point, the main battlefield had entered a white-hot phase. Madara's perfect Susanoo stood hundreds of meters tall, radiating a chilling, menacing aura, and the long sword in its hand shone with a cold, sinister light. He roared, and the Susanoo fiercely swung its blade down. Amidst the howling wind of the slash, it directly collided with Indra's Susanoo longsword. Crack! A crisp, grating sound rang out, and Indra's Susanoo longsword snapped instantly. Before Indra could react, Madara controlled his Susanoo to clench its fist, which, carrying immense force, slammed heavily into the chest of Indra's Susanoo. Boom! With a massive crash, Indra's Susanoo instantly shattered, dissolving into scattered fragments of chakra. Indra's body, stripped of Susanoo's protection, crashed heavily onto a nearby toad statue. Rumble! The toad statue collapsed immediately, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped everything around it. In the dust, Indra struggled to get up. Blood continuously spilled from the corner of his lips, and the light in his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candle flickering in the wind. Everyone clearly saw his body gradually turning transparent, finally dissolving into countless tiny specks of light that vanished into the air. In the final moment of dissipation, a flicker of clarity seemed to cross his hollow eyes, carrying a sense of release mixed with regret. Almost simultaneously, Hashirama also delivered a fatal blow. Dense senjutsu chakra enveloped him, and the markings of sage mode appeared on his forehead. Behind him stood a titanic wooden statue, constructed of wood release, towering like an ancient deity. Hashirama's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He locked firmly onto Azura's wooden statue and precisely seized the flaw in its defense. Huh! He roared, controlling a massive wooden arm, which pierced straight through Azura's wooden statue's head like an arrow. Bang! The wooden head instantly shattered. Amidst the flying wood fragments, Azura's body was also sent flying backward, just like Indra's, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a massive crater. He lay motionless in the pit. His body also began to turn transparent, eventually dissolving into a speck of light that vanished. In just a few moments, Hagoromo's two sons, resurrected at the cost of immense chakra, were defeated by Madara and Hashirama. This scene plunged everyone present into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of the howling wind. It was Madara who broke the silence, controlling his perfect Susanoo and holding a giant scythe. He walked step by step toward Hagoromo. Each step caused the earth to tremble slightly. His eyes were filled with arrogant, hostile intent, and his voice echoed across the field like thunder. Sage of Six Paths, now it's your turn. Your favoritism towards Azura back then made the struggle between Hashirama and me meaningless, turning my life's pursuit into a joke. Today, I will reclaim everything. Hashirama retracted true, several thousand hands and walked to Madara's side. His usual gentle smile had long vanished, replaced by an expression of solemnity. The Senjutsu chakra around him grew denser, green chakra swirling around his body, emanating a powerful aura. Sage of Six Paths, modifying the consciousness of others and controlling their lives violates the will of the ninja world and goes against the original intention of ninja to protect others. Today, we will seek justice for those you controlled and let everyone in the ninja world know the truth. Facing the intense gaze of Madara and Hashirama, Hagoromo and Hamira stood back to back. Chakra surged wildly around them, the white light almost solidifying, enveloping both of them. Hagoromo's lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Everything I did was for the sake of the ninja world. If I hadn't done this, the ninja world would have long ago fallen into endless war. Why don't you understand? Hamura's eyes, however, showed no wavering, only determination. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. The blade reflected a chilling light, mirroring his resolute face. Brother, whether your actions were right or wrong, I will stand by you. We are brothers. Even if we die, we will die together. As his voice fell, the chakra around him surged, intertwining with Hagoromo's chakra to form a solid defensive barrier. At this moment, on Mount Maiboku, the natural energy was being stirred up and grew increasingly violent by the battle. The sky was covered in dark, inky clouds. Streaks of purple lightning cut across the sky like giant dragons, illuminating the expressions on everyone's faces. The strong wind howled, sweeping up stones and would fragment from the ground, scraping across everyone's cheeks like knives, bringing bursts of sharp pain. Gamabunta and the others in the distance had long since retreated to a safe area. Looking at this scene, which was comparable to a natural disaster, their faces were filled with shock, and they didn't dare to breathe. Shun slowly raised his hand. Golden chakra condensed in his palm, gradually forming a golden sphere of light. The sphere of light spun continuously, emitting a terrifying aura capable of destroying everything. The surrounding space slightly warped due to this power. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only a bone-chilling, ruthless resolve. The golden light of the Rinnegan grew sharper, seemingly able to pierce through all falsehoods. Sage of Six Paths, the game is over. You have deceived the ninja world for 1,000 years, and your legacy is stained with countless sins. Now, it is time for you to pay the price you deserve for your actions. Hagoromo's trump card gusts of wind mixed with broken stones rage within Mount Maiboku. The chakra surrounding Hagoromo surged, and dozens of pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs materialized out of thin air, hanging in the sky like meteors ready to strike. As Hagoromo swung his arm down, these black spheres, imbued with the power of annihilation, shot simultaneously toward Madara and Hashirama. The sharp sound of them cutting through the air was deafening, and the space they passed through subtly warped. Even the three figures high in the distance couldn't help but concentrate. High above the distant battlefield, the sages of the three sage regions floated quietly. Gamamaru of Mount Maiboku frowned. The faint smoke from his pipe was disrupted by the violent chakra fluctuations below, but his cloudy eyes were fixed tightly on the battle. The white snake sage of Uchih Cave flicked her forked tongue, her vertical pupils mixing interest and vigilance, scales gleaming coldly under the lightning. Katsuyu of Shikatsu Forest divided its body into several pieces, its pale pink body gently wriggling. Silently sensing every flow of chakra, observing this match that could shake the very foundation of the ninja world. The three legendary sages remained silent, watching this fated battle merely as observers. On a nearby mountaintop, Minato firmly held Naruto's arm, yellow lightning patterns flickering around him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Dad, the sage of Six Paths, Madara, and Hashirama, their power, it's simply beyond my imagination. Naruto clenched his fist, blue chakra faintly surging in his palm. His eyes were full of shock and unconcealed tension, his body slightly trembling from excitement and awe. Minato nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, his voice as heavy as iron. That's right, and there's also Hamura and Hinata, who possesses the Tensigen. This confrontation concerns the survival of the ninja world, but with our strength, we can't take part. Naruto looked closely. Although Kage-sama is standing motionless on the platform, her mere presence is already restricting the movements of the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura. Suddenly, Hagoromo casually flung out a string of truth-seeking orbs, and the whistling sound of the black spheres tearing through the air echoed through the valley once more. Facing this attack, Madara curled his lips into an arrogant sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. Hashirama's expression was as solid as a pine tree, his surrounding aura as steady as a mountain. Almost simultaneously, the pupils of their eyes transformed. Pale purple light circulated within their Rinnegan, exuding an aura of looking down upon the world. After activating their Rinnegan, the two stood facing Hagoromo from afar, their aura not diminished in the slightest, like three confronting mountains. The next second, dense chakra also surged around the two of them, sweeping out like a black torrent. They each condensed 9 truth-seeking orbs, which, when suspended around them, formed 2 indestructible black barriers. Accompanied by their low shouts, the barriers violently pushed forward, smashing against Hagoromo's attack. Bang! Bang! A series of deafening collisions erupted one after another, like thunder exploding next to their ears. The black truth-seeking orbs violently burst in midair. The chaotic chakra flow swept out like a tsunami, shattering the surrounding toad statues. Broken stones mixed with dust flew everywhere, obscuring half the sky and making the already gloomy world even darker. Witnessing this scene, Hagoromo's pupils constricted like needles. His face, which had been determined, instantly became heavy with seriousness, and massive waves surged in his heart. The Rinnegan? You two can actually activate the Rinnegan too. He had originally thought that his unique Rinnegan and truth-seeking orbs would give him an absolute advantage. But now he realized that the strength of these two juniors far exceeded his estimates, forcing him to completely abandon his feelings of contempt. Seeing this, Hamura, who was not far away, tightened his grip on his long sword, his knuckles turning white. Pale, purple chakra ripples were already spreading beneath his feet, clearly indicating his Barato to immediately go forward and Barato his elder brother. But just as he was about to move, a black shadow instantly teleported like a ghost in front of him, blocking his path. It was a girl who looked no older than 18. She wore black combat attire and stood ready for a fight. The most eye-catching feature was her pair of scarlet Rinnegan. The patterns circulating in her pupils carried the sharpness of seeing through everything. It was Zetsu. She wore a cold, sinister smile on her lips and wisps of pitch-black chakra, carrying a strange, corrosive aura coiled around her. "Hamura, why are you in such a rush?" Zetsu's voice was crisp but carried bone-chilling venom. Her red Rinnegan narrowed slightly. Her dynamic vision had captured Hamura's every movement completely. "Your opponent is me." Soon, Hamura and Zetsu were locked in combat. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. With a sword passed, the ground was carved with ravines hundreds of meters deep. However, Zetsu's movement technique was extremely strange. The dynamic vision granted by the Red Rinnegan allowed her to accurately predict every attack. Her figure flitted and dodged like a ghost, occasionally activating teleportation to instantly appear behind Hamura and launch a surprise attack. Zetsu raised her hand and waved, and over a dozen truth-seeking orbs shot toward Hamura. The pitch-black chakra that landed on the ground instantly corroded deep pits. She could even briefly condense a perfect Susanoo to restrain Hamura's attacks, managing to hold a stalemate against this veteran 6 paths-level powerhouse for a time. Kagaya still stood indifferently on the platform, her white robes flapping loudly in the strong wind. She showed no sign of making a move, merely watching the battlefield quietly with her profound eyes. Her gaze briefly lingered on Hagoromo and Hamura, carrying a suppressive force originating from the depths of her bloodline. This gaze alone subconsciously slowed the movements of Hagoromo and Hamura by half a beat. Without even attacking, she subjected the two of them to immense psychological and power-based oppression. Soon, the battlefield between Hamura and Zetsu began to tip. Even though Zetsu possessed powerful abilities like the Red Rinnegan, dynamic vision, and teleportation, Hamura possessed over 1,000 years of combat experience. Cinchureto Zetsu let out a strange laugh, ignored the sharp pain of her wound, activated teleportation, and rapidly retreated, putting distance between herself and Hamura. On the other side, Hagoromo dared not slacken. He quickly performed hand signs, his remaining truth-seeking orbs instantly converging. Amidst flashing light, they transformed into a long blade with ancient patterns. Sword of Nunaboko. This is Sword of Nunaboko. A sharp glint flashed in Shun's eyes in the distance. Naturally, he knew the indestructible power of this divine artifact. Hagoromo grasped the blade and fiercely hurled it forward. It shot through the air with the might of tearing apart the world. Wherever the tip passed, the air was forcibly split open, leaving a vacuum trajectory, and even space rippled. Madara and Hashirama immediately manipulated their truth-seeking orbs to condense into an airtight defensive wall. However, the power of the Sword of Nunaboko far exceeded imagination. With a sharp shatter sound, the solid, truth-seeking orb defensive wall was split open. Amidst flying fragments, the Sword of Nunaboko's momentum was undiminished, still heading straight for their faces. Not good. Their expressions changed drastically. They were seasoned veterans, their combat experience already reaching the pinnacle. Almost the instant the defense was broken, they both pushed off the ground, their figures retreating to the sides. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A fragment of the truth-seeking orb that had been split by the Sword of Nunaboko suddenly changed trajectory, carried by the chaotic flow, and shot straight toward Madara's side waist, carrying residual annihilation power. Although Madara noticed it, he couldn't completely avoid it, because he was dodging the main attack. He could only forcibly twist his body. The fragment grazed his Susanoo armor, leaving a deep scratch. The skin beneath the armor was also scraped, oozing a trace of bright red blood. It then proceeded to carve a ravine dozens of meters deep into the ground. Broken stones mixed with soil shot into the sky, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the entire Mount Maiboku trembled slightly. While retreating, Madara and Hashirama had already launched a counterattack. Madara suppressed the stinging pain in his side waist, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. He controlled his perfect Susanoo to throw a heavy punch, striking Hagoromo with immense force. Hashirama clapped his hands onto the ground, and several thick wooden dragons broke out of the soil, wrapped in dense senjutsu chakra. They swept toward Hagoromo like dormant behemoths, sealing off all his directions of retreat. Hagoromo was about to retrieve the sword of Nunaboko, but was forced into a desperate dodge by the pincer attack. However, he was ultimately a step too slow, and Madara's heavy Susanoo punch landed squarely on his chest. Bang! Hagoromo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto a giant rock, which instantly crumbled into fragments. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning ashen white. He possessed great regenerative abilities, and his injuries healed within just a few breaths. His true purpose for coming to Mount Maiboku this time was not simply the confrontation, but to absorb the extremely dense natural energy here. He had secretly activated a secret technique beforehand, absorbing a massive amount of natural energy, but had never revealed it. Now that his life was threatened, he could no longer afford to hide. Dense green chakra instantly erupted around him. Unique sage mode markings appeared on his forehead. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura soared several times over. Even his pale face recovered some color. Since you insist on pushing me, then let me show you my true power. 2,000 meters Susanoo father, help. Shun's brows instantly furrowed, and his gaze swept past Zetsu, who was being suppressed by Hamura. Hinata, go help her. We absolutely cannot let Hamura break free and interfere with the main battlefield. Hinata nodded solemnly, then looked toward the battlefield. The next second, brilliant blue-white chakra suddenly flared around her. Tensigan chakra mode activated, and 12 pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs spun rapidly around her. Immediately afterward, her figure vanished from the spot like a phantom, appearing instantly in front of Zetsu. Facing the sharp sword strike from Hamura, Hinata raised her hand and lightly waved, transforming 2 truth-seeking orbs into 2 shields to block in front of her. With a crisp clang, the black shields blocked the strike fueled by anger, and the resulting shockwave caused the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Tensigan, are you my descendant? I didn't expect that one of my descendants would be able to possess these eyes. After speaking, light blue Tensigan chakra flared around him. 12 truth-seeking orbs floated around his body, and a dominating aura swept out like a tide. At the same time, the deafening roar of Hagoromo sounded from the other side of the battlefield. Chakra surged wildly around him, churning ceaselessly like boiling magma. A massive phantom slowly condensed and rose behind him, finally transforming into a Susanoo over 2,000 meters tall. This Susanoo glowed with pale golden light, holding a gigantic sword of Nunaboko. Merely standing there, it caused the entire Mount Maiboku to tremble. The surrounding air seemed solidified, and the world-destroying pressure made the world lose color. What scale of Susanoo is this? On the mountaintop, Naruto's breath hitched from the terrifying pressure. His eyes were wide with shock as he exclaimed, "It's 10 times bigger than Madara's perfect Susanoo. This power is too terrifying." Minato's brow furrowed even deeper, and yellow lightning patterns flickered faintly around him. He said in a deep voice, "The Sage of Six Paths has activated Sage Mode and also absorbed Mount Maiboku's natural energy. This power is beyond imagination. Madara and Hashirama will likely find it very difficult to cope." He turned to look at Naruto, his expression extremely serious. "Remember this feeling of oppression, Naruto. You might face enemies like this in the future." The battle between Hinata and Hamura had also reached a fever pitch. Hinata manipulated the truth-seeking orbs around her to form a dense attack net. The power of the Tensigan allowed her to accurately predict Hamura's every move. The blue-white chakra around her body surged violently, and she unleashed a silver wheel reincarnation explosion. The silver-white chakra storm swept out like a rotating blade, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, leaving deep ravines wherever it passed. But Hamura was, after all, someone with over 1,000 years of combat experience. Facing this assault, he merely raised his right hand slightly, and several truth-seeking orbs formed a barrier in front of him, while his left hand waved to condense a golden wheel reincarnation explosion. The gigantic golden light wheel, like a blade cutting through the sky, smashed into the silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Boom! The two Tensigan ultimate techniques collided violently. The chakra shockwave spread out like a tsunami, causing the surrounding ground to crack. Fissures spread outwards like spiderwebs, and shattered rocks scattered everywhere. Hinata was continuously forced back by the immense force, staggering as a trace of bright red blood spilled from her mouth. Although she possessed the Tensigan, the difference in chakra reserves and combat experience was immense, making every clash extremely difficult. Hinata. Seeing Hinata injured, Naruto's heart clenched, and he couldn't help but want to rush out, but Minato held him back tightly. Minato grabbed Naruto and urgently shouted, "Naruto, don't be reckless. If you go up now, you won't just fail to help her, you'll disrupt the entire battle. Trust her, she can hold on." Himura pressed closer step by step. Truth-seeking orbs continuously attacked Hinata like homing missiles, and the golden wheel reincarnation explosion struck repeatedly. The dazzling golden light completely sealed off Hinata's retreat, forcing her into full defense with no room for counterattack. Hinata clenched her jaw, silently thinking, "For Shun, I cannot lose. I must become stronger." The blue-white chakra around her became increasingly brilliant, desperately resisting the assault. Fortunately, Zetsu had finished adjusting her breath and immediately launched a sneak attack upon seeing the situation. A strange light flashed in her red Rinnegan. Activating teleportation, her figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing behind Himura. Black chakra condensed into a sharp spike at her fingertips, aimed directly at the back of Himura's heart. At the same time, she let out a sinister laugh. "Himura, being distracted will cost you." Although this sudden sneak attack was not enough to severely injure Himura, it successfully disrupted his offensive rhythm. Himura was forced to turn and block. Hinata seized this momentary gap. Her chakra surged, and several truth-seeking orbs simultaneously blasted towards Himura like cannonballs, finally managing to hold off his attack and temporarily relieve the crisis. On the other side, Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, both seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. Knowing they could not sit idly by, they immediately combined their efforts to channel their chakra. Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra surged violently around him. The green chakra spread out like a towering tree, condensing the gigantic wooden body of true several thousand hands behind him. Madara then controlled his perfect Susanoo to merge with it, forming an armor for the wooden statue that was over 1,000 meters tall. Now, THS wooden statue was armored and held a gigantic katana, radiating an incomparably powerful aura. It charged toward Hagoromo's Susanoo, which was over 2,000 meters tall. The two colossal giants violently collided above Mount Maiboku, releasing a deafening crash. The chakra fluctuations spread out like massive waves. However, the difference in size and power between the two sides was too great. Hagoromo controlled his gigantic Susanoo to swing the blade down. The gigantic sword of Nunaboko carried an unstoppable force. Crack! Madara and Hashirama's joint construct was instantly sliced in half, then crushed by the immense force, completely shattering into countless wood shavings and chakra fragments. A gigantic wood shaving, infused with violent chakra, crashed fiercely into the nearby group of toad statues like a meteorite. Rumble! Several ancient statues were instantly smashed to pieces. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Madara and Hashirama were continuously pushed back by the immense power. "Senshiredo, we must use our full power." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Madara's eyes, and he sneered, "Humph, I haven't lost yet. He's just borrowing natural energy. Watch how I break his sage mode." Chakra surged around him again. Although slightly unstable, it still carried a defiant arrogance that refused to admit defeat. Naruto on a mountaintop saw this scene and anxiously said, "Dad, they look like they can't hold on much longer. Are we really not going to intervene? If this continues, they'll get hurt." Minato shook his head, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. He said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer. Shun-sama hasn't made a move yet. He wouldn't stand idly by and watch Madara and Hashirama lose. This duel is not over yet." Gamamaru in the distance saw the statues destroyed, and a flash of sorrow crossed his eyes. Those statues were symbols of Mount Maiboku's millennia-old legacy, but ultimately, he did not intervene. This was a duel between the top tiers of the ninja world. Sages like them could only be spectators and should not easily interfere, or the situation would only become more chaotic. Seeing the two suffer a setback from afar, a sharp look flashed in Shun's eyes, and he stopped hesitating. He quickly formed hand signs, and golden chakra surged out around him like a tide, frantically transmitting towards Madara and Hashirama via invisible chakra threads. He coldly shouted, "Don't try to hold on there. Receive my chakra. You're useful for once. Hashirama, are you ready? It's time for our counterattack." Madara felt the massive, surging chakra within him, and his previously unstable aura instantly stabilized. Hashirama nodded, and fierce fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. His senjutsu chakra surged again. Of course, let him see our true power. Supported by Shun's massive chakra, Madara and Hashirama's aura instantly soared. Their previously unstable chakra became solid again, and the pressure around them grew stronger, matching that of Hagoromo. The two combined their efforts to channel chakra again. This time, the construct they jointly created was over 2,000 meters tall, matching the height of Hagoromo's Susanoo. It charged toward Hagoromo's Susanoo with world-destroying momentum. The three fought fiercely as Mount Maiboku's ground continuously collapsed. Shattered rocks mixed with natural energy flew everywhere, forming terrifying streams that incinerated vegetation and turned rock into powder wherever they passed. This is incredible. This is a duel between peak experts. Naruto watched with boiling excitement. His previous anxiety was gradually replaced by shock, and his eyes shone with yearning. Sealing Hagoromo and Hamura, Hagoromo floated in mid-air, a flicker of undetectable weariness in his eyes. Darn it, these two guys' combined efforts are so troublesome. If this continues, my senjutsu chakra won't last much longer. A giant Susanoo over 2,000 meters tall consumed a terrifying amount of chakra. By this point in the battle, his accumulated natural energy from Mount Maiboku had been largely depleted, and his internal chakra reserves were also being consumed at an alarming rate. I must end this battle quickly, otherwise, Cinchurado. Left side. His Susanoo's glow has weakened. It's time to push. Madara's voice carried a hint of excitement. He controlled the left arm of the joint construct, and its giant fist, accompanied by whistling wind, smashed towards Hagoromo's left side. The two controlled the construct with perfect synergy. Each swing carried world-destroying power, causing slight distortions in space wherever it passed. Deep trenches were plowed into the ground, and the surrounding mountains shattered in response, sending earth and rock flying. Hashirama responded in a deep voice, "Understood, Madara." They'll find an opportunity to use Wood Dragon to restrain his movements. With that, several thick Wood Dragons burst from the ground, their bodies wrapped in dense senjutsu chakra, coiling around the giant Susanoo's limbs. Facing the combined pincer attack of the two legendary ninjas, a fierce glint flashed in Hagoromo's eyes. "You two think you can shake my Susanoo?" He coldly scoffed. He then controlled the giant Susanoo, raising just one massive hand to steadily block the giant fist. The moment fist met palm, a terrifying shockwave spread outwards. Centered on their collision point, the ground instantly collapsed, forming a 100-meter wide, dozens of meters deep crater. Rubble flew like cannonballs, striking surrounding rocks with dull thuds. Hagoromo seized the opportunity to exert force, and the Susanu's giant hand suddenly pushed, forcing the opposing construct back half a step. At the same time, his other hand condensed chakra, transforming into a pale, golden giant sword hundreds of meters long. It swept out with a sharp whooshing sound, severing the coiling wood dragons. The wood dragons let out a mournful cry before disintegrating into wood chips. The giant sword's momentum was not spent. It struck the armored wooden statue with tremendous bravado, pushing it back several steps. The massive blade dragged a long trench across the ground, sparks flying, and the rocks glowed hot and red from the friction. Over 1,000 years of accumulated combat experience and foundation were displayed to their fullest extent at this moment. Every move of Hagoromo was precise and ruthless, preemptively anticipating Madara and Hashirama's every offensive, firmly blocking their combined attacks. His expression still carried the composure of someone in control, but only he knew how forced that composure was. He glanced at Kagaya, who stood indifferently in the sky, and inwardly thought, "This stalemate is extremely dangerous. I need to think about an escape route." Knowing that he had no chance of winning, and that continuing the battle would only result in being exhausted of chakra and captured, he immediately conceived the idea of escaping. To avoid arousing their suspicion, he deliberately intensified his offense. The Susanu's giant fist swung out again, forcing Madara and Hashirama to defend with all their might. "If I can just stall for a moment longer, I can use a space-time jutsu to escape this battlefield." He intently watched their movements, searching for the best moment to activate his technique. Just as he was about to activate his escape jutsu, Kagaya, who had been standing indifferently in the sky, finally made her move. The 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on her forehead activated, emitting a suffocatingly powerful pressure. The next second, 3 bizarre spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, opening beneath the feet of Hagoromo, Madara, and Hashirama, respectively. Yamatsu Hirasaka. "No, Mother has acted." Hagoromo reacted first, his face changing drastically. Before the 3 could react, a powerful spatial suction surged from the rifts, pulling them tightly like invisible giant hands. Soon, the 3 were instantly swallowed by the spatial rifts, which then closed. Only a ravaged ground remained. Collapsed craters, broken ancient trees, torn mountains everywhere bore witness to the earth-shattering battle that had just occurred. The 3 were transferred to a special dimension. Here, chaos reigned. There was no sky or earth, no sun, moon, or stars. Only endless darkness and void. The air was filled with oppressive energy fluctuations, making breathing heavy, as if even the soul would be swallowed by this oppressive feeling. As soon as Hagoromo stabilized himself, he couldn't help but cough, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his lips. Mother, Madara, meanwhile, vigilantly looked around, saying in a deep voice, "Where is this? The spatial fluctuations are strange. Our chakra seems to be suppressed." Hashirama nodded, his expression grave. "That's right. The energy field here is very special. I'm afraid we can't use space-time ninjutsu to leave. This space was imbued with multiple restrictions, like an airtight prison. Without the permission of Shun and Kagaya, those within it would be unable to use summoning jutsu or any space-time jutsu. And upon death, their souls would be forever imprisoned here, never to reincarnate, never to find release." Hagoromo's heart sank. He tried to mobilize chakra to activate a ninjutsu, but found that the chakra flow within his bravado was abnormally slow, as if trapped in a swamp. "Darn it, this is a cage specifically prepared for me." Meanwhile, at another battlefield on Mount Maiboku, the battle was entering its critical stage. The scene here was equally tragic. The ground was scarred with deep trenches from slashes, rocks disintegrated into powder, and more than half of the surrounding mountains were sliced away, revealing jagged rock faces. Himura wielded his longsword, unleashing sharp slashes with each strike, carrying the domineering power of the Tensigen. Where the slash passed, The air was torn, and the ground was gouged with trenches hundreds of feet deep. "You two dare to block me?" Hamura's eyes were full of disdain. With a flick of his long sword, he parried Hinata's gentle fist attack. Hinata activated her Tensigen and said, "Though your attack is powerful, it is not flawless." She nimbly dodged the slash, simultaneously using gentle fist to precisely strike Hamura's chakra acupoints, attempting to disrupt his chakra flow. Each attack carried subtle chakra fluctuations, causing Hamura's movements to momentarily falter. Zetsu, meanwhile, continuously launched surprise attacks from the side, relying on her strange movement technique and teleportation ability. "Hamura, your opponents are us." Her chilling voice rang out as her chakra blade stabbed towards Hamura's back. Even so, Senshiredo, his peripheral vision, suddenly caught his elder brother disappearing into thin air. His pupils suddenly constricted, and a strong sense of unease and anxiety surged within him. "Brother, Zetsu, he's distracted." Hinata's heart rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to attack. Her gentle fist struck Hamura's shoulder. Hamura winced in pain, but paid it no mind. He instinctively tried to trace Hagoromo's presence, but no matter how he sensed, he couldn't detect any fluctuations. Where'd he go? Could it be? A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, making him feel cold all over. His offensive movements became sluggish, and he was struck on the arm by Zetsu's chakra blade, the wound immediately visible. Seeing this, Shun, who had been silently observing the battle, no longer hesitated. He thought, now's the time. His figure transformed into a golden stream of light, instantly appearing behind Hamura. His Barato were incredibly fast, leaving golden afterimages in the air. Hinata and Zetsu, seeing this, quickly retreated, clearing space for Shun to attack. Shun quickly formed hand seals, his finger movements changing like lightning, afterimages interlacing into a golden light screen before him. "Hamura, your farce ends now." Golden sealing runes surged from his palm, rapidly coiling around Hamura's limbs and torso. Wherever the runes passed, Hamura's internal chakra was instantly sealed, and the light of his Tensigen dimmed. The wound on his arm also stopped bleeding. Hamura's heart was startled. He tried to mobilize chakra to break free, but found that the chakra within his body was frozen, unable to flow at all. Losing chakra support, Hamura's body went limp. His long sword clanged to the ground, making a crisp sound that was particularly jarring in the silent battlefield. He could no longer maintain his fighting state. "No, impossible. You dare to seal me? Brother won't let you get away with this." Shun emotionlessly picked him up, as if carrying an ant, his eyes showing no ripples. "Hagoromo can barely protect himself. You should worry about yourself." Subsequently, Shun reopened the spatial portal. The interior of the portal was pitch black, exuding a chilling aura, connecting to the special prison on Ancestral Planet. The moment the portal closed, the angry roar and unwilling curses gradually dissipated into the air. Around the battlefield, the destroyed environment was a mess. Broken trees, collapsed ground, scattered rocks, all speaking of the fierce battle that had just taken place. After dealing with Hamura, Shun turned to look at Minato, Naruto, standing on a mountaintop, and the sages of the three sage regions high in the distance. The rocks on a mountaintop also showed cracks from the aftermath of the battle, with gravel occasionally rolling down the slope. He raised his hand and waved, and several golden chakra threads gently wrapped around them. There was no sense of restraint. Instead, they carried a gentle power. "Everyone, witness this final battle with me. Is this JJK?" Watching Hagoromo disappear and Hamura get captured all happened within a few short seconds. Gamamaru, the White Snake Sage, and Katsu stared intently at the location of the recent battle. The White Snake Sage had lived through countless ages and witnessed innumerable great wars, yet had never seen such a power clash that completely overturned her understanding. "I understand this ninja world less and less. In the chaotic space, Hagoromo was locked in fierce combat with Madara and Hashirama. The shockwaves generated by the clash of chakra caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, sending out ripples. Even though he was in the restricted space and unable to use space-time jutsu, Hagoromo still held his own due to his profound reserves. He controlled several truth-seeking orbs, fending off the attacks of the Susanoo and the strangulation of the Wood Dragon. The Susanoo, controlled by Madara, was hundreds of meters tall. Its light purple chakra armor shimmered with a cold light. Its giant fist, carrying immense power, smashed toward Hagoromo, and the ground was plowed with deep trenches by the wind of the punch. Hashirama continuously summoned thick wood dragons. Their bodies were wrapped in dense senjutsu chakra, and they clawed and lunged toward Hagoromo to strangle him. But even though their offensive was fierce, they were still unable to defeat Hagoromo. Instead, as the battle continued, their chakra consumption became immense. The glow of the Susanoo dimmed slightly, and the form of the wood dragons was not as solid as it was initially. Cold sweat formed on Hashirama's forehead, and his breathing became slightly ragged. He was secretly astonished. His chakra reserves are terrifying to this extent. On the other side of the spatial rift, Minato and Naruto were watching the battle through the passage opened by Shun. Minato frowned, yellow lightning patterns flickering faintly around him. He muttered to himself, "Is this the Sage of Six Paths' true strength? Even with his spatial abilities restricted, he is still this powerful." Naruto's eyes were wide as he stared intently at the battle. Madara and Hashirama seemed to be struggling a bit. If this continues, will they? He didn't dare to continue the thought, and could only pray silently in his heart. Shun frowned slightly, clearly noticing the delicate situation of the battle. He no longer hesitated and snapped his fingers. The next second, another spatial rift opened beside him, and the figure of Sasuke stepped out, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Sasuke. The moment Naruto saw Sasuke, a flash of light appeared in his eyes, and his tense body relaxed slightly. Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze instantly locking onto the battlefield within the restricted space, his scarlet Sharingan spinning rapidly. Before Sasuke could react, Shun took a step forward and placed his hands on the heads of Naruto and Sasuke, respectively. "Stand still and receive my Six Paths chakra." Senshirado and brilliant golden chakra instantly erupted around them, like two small suns. With Six Paths chakra mode successfully activated, their figures seemed to grow slightly taller, their muscles became more defined, and their defense, speed, and strength achieved a qualitative leap. The power of their ninjutsu also increased significantly. 9 pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs floated around each of them, slowly revolving and emitting a powerful aura. Such immense power! Naruto exclaimed in surprise, feeling the surging chakra within his body. He could clearly feel that every cell was filled with power, as if he could shatter a mountain simply by raising his hand. He couldn't help but swing his fist. The wind of the punch whistled, creating a shallow crater in the ground. Sasuke closed his eyes, slowly sensing this immense power. A look of arrogance and confidence on his face. "Is this father's power?" Shun said. "Sasuke, Naruto, you two coordinate with Madara and Hashirama to take down the Sage of Six Paths together." "Understood." Naruto and Sasuke replied in unison, their fighting spirit blazing in their eyes. Moving instantly, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and rushed into the restricted space. After entering the space, they met up with Madara and Hashirama. The 4 spread out in a fan shape, completely surrounding Hagoromo, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Every direction Hagoromo could dodge was firmly locked down by them. Hashirama looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said seriously, "Thank you both for your help." The Sage of Six Paths' weakness is the chakra core in his chest. That is where his chakra gathers, and his defense is weakest there. Later, we will use all our strength to restrain his movements, and you two look for an opportunity to attack. Madara added, "Don't be careless." His recovery ability is extremely great. You must hit the vital point in one strike. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The giant blade of the perfect Susanoo trembled slightly in his hand, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Naruto no dead? Seeing? Don't worry. We will definitely seize the opportunity. He controlled the surrounding truth-seeking orbs, preparing for battle. Sasuke wore an arrogant expression and said coldly, "We won't hold you back, rest assured." Seeing this, Hagoromo was both shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected Shun to send out two more helpers. The aura of Naruto and Sasuke, after activating Six Paths chakra mode, made him feel an unprecedented threat. A bunch of youngsters dare to act presumptuously in front of me. Knowing that today would not end peacefully, the chakra around him surged wildly, churning like boiling water, and white mist evaporated from his body. The next second, tens of thousands of shadow clones split from his body, each carrying powerful chakra, and lunged toward the four Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama, and Madara, attempting to block their offensive. His main body retreated to the side, concentrating massive energy in his hands, and the sword of Nunaboko reappeared in his palm. The aura of the divine artifact caused the entire space to tremble, and the surrounding chaos was partially dispersed. He actually intended to use the power of the sword of Nunaboko to cleave open this restricted special space and escape. Shadow clones? What a petty trick. A flash of disdain crossed Madara's eyes. He abruptly pushed his hands forward. Six Paths, Shinra Tensei. A powerful, repulsive force erupted centered around him. Wherever it passed, the space rippled violently, and a huge crater was blasted into the ground. The tens of thousands of rushing shadow clones were unable to withstand this world-destroying power. They were instantly shattered into chakra fragments and vanished into the air, leaving no trace behind. This sudden attack caught Hagoromo off guard. His movement to concentrate the sword of Nunaboko was delayed by half a beat. The phantom image in his palm trembled slightly, and the energy fluctuations became chaotic. Nice job, Madara. Seeing this, Hashirama roared and seized the opportunity to control the wood dragons to launch a fierce attack. Several thick wood dragons drilled out of the ground, slightly larger than the previous ones. They clawed and lunged as they coiled around Hagoromo. From the observation area nearby, Minato sighed in relief, his tense body relaxing slightly, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Shinra Tensei is truly powerful. It finally broke the stalemate. Naruto excitedly pumped his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Great! Now is our chance. The chakra around him surged as he prepared to attack. In that half-second gap, the four Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama, and Madara launched a fierce attack simultaneously, giving Hagoromo no chance to catch his breath. Six Paths, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. A golden Rasengan, larger than a house, formed in Naruto's hand. Carrying an aura of destruction, it slammed toward Hagoromo. The airflow generated by the spinning Rasengan scraped deep trenches into the ground. Sasuke, meanwhile, activated his Susanoo, which was slightly larger than Madara's Susanoo. The Susanoo held a long sword, and the blade glittered with cold light, emitting a sharp aura. Sasuke roared, Six Paths, Indra's arrow. The long arrow, carrying world-destroying power, shot toward Hagoromo. Hashirama refused to be outdone. He formed hand signs and roared. Six massive wooden hands drilled out of the ground like enormous pillars, quickly grabbing for Hagoromo. Wherever the wooden hands passed, the ground collapsed and rocks disintegrated. Madara, controlling the Susanoo, slashed out a fatal strike and said coldly, "Fall now, Sage of Six Paths." Hagoromo was overwhelmed by the attacks from all directions. He had no way to dodge and could only passively condense chakra to form a defensive barrier. He roared furiously, "You bunch of youngsters, how dare you be so presumptuous?" Bang! Crackle! A series of harsh impact sounds rang out. Hagoromo's defensive barrier instantly broke apart, crumbling like glass. He was covered in visible injuries and appeared extremely battered. However, his recovery ability was astonishing, and the wounds on his form were rapidly healing. Seeing this, Shun instantly teleported over. Golden runes surged out, wrapping around Hagoromo like countless stars. 6 paths, 64 trigram seal. The runes firmly coiled around Hagoromo's limbs and torso, slowly devouring the remaining chakra within him, completely sealing him away. Hagoromo let out a painful roar, his body struggling relentlessly, but to no avail. His chakra was swallowed by the runes like flowing water. He slumped, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair, completely stripped of his former arrogance and composure. Shun motioned for everyone to stop attacking and said solemnly, "Hagoromo, you have no room left to resist." Minato looked at Naruto's figure, his eyes filled with approval and pride, his voice slightly choked. "Naruto, you've grown up. You can stand on your own now." Naruto was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He choked out, "This is great. We did it. We really did it. That was just a clone." The moment Hagoromo was captured, the tense battlefield finally relaxed. Only Shun's expression remained unchanged. He knew Hagoromo's cunning methods and that he couldn't be defeated so easily. He decided to search his memories to fully understand the complete resurrection plan and avoid any future troubles. He activated his Golden Rinnegan's ocular power, but just as he was about to touch Hagoromo's soul, an anomaly suddenly occurred. That soul suddenly twisted violently, as if being torn by an invisible force, then transformed into specks of shimmering white light, swirling in the air for a moment before completely vanishing without a trace. Shun's brows furrowed abruptly, a subtle hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and his outstretched finger paused slightly. He could clearly sense that the soul had not dissipated due to a backlash, but rather had some inherent flaw, more like a deliberately left-behind method. What happened? Madara, with his arms crossed, leaned against a nearby rock. We clearly had him completely subdued just now. Even his chakra was sealed. How could he suddenly disappear? Minato's hanging heart had just half relaxed, but witnessing Hagoromo's soul dissipate, his heart instantly leaped to his throat again. He quickly stepped forward, his tone urgent. "Shun-sama, could it be that there was a flaw in the Fuinjutsu, allowing him to escape?" Shun slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions of the crowd, his tone calm, yet undeniably firm. It wasn't a problem with the seal, nor was it an escape. This wasn't his true body at all, but merely a special clone forged from fragments of his soul. A clone? This statement exploded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. We went through all that trouble just to defeat a clone? Then where is his true body hidden? Is he playing games with us? Madara's voice carried a hint of anger as he kicked the nearby rock, which instantly shattered into dust. Just as everyone fell into disappointment and anxiety, and the battlefield atmosphere became heavy once more, Shun laughed, saying with a relaxed expression, "Don't be too dejected. This isn't an ordinary shadow clone or wood clone, but a special physical clone forged by Hagoromo using fragments of his core soul, combined with a massive amount of chakra. This type of clone not only possesses independent consciousness, but can also exert 70 to 80% of the original Boda strength." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes instantly lit up, and their disappointment vanished. Although a clone with 70 to 80% of the original strength was incredibly powerful, the 4 of them working together had successfully defeated it. If Hagoromo's true body appeared, their chances of victory would still be very high. Thinking of this, the previously heavy atmosphere instantly lightened. Naruto stood up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. During the battle, just now, I could feel that his control over this clone wasn't perfect. Although the clone's chakra was immense, it lacked the depth that the true body should have. As long as we continue to work together and cooperate tacitly, we can definitely deal with his true body. Shun nodded gently. After reassuring everyone, a key figure suddenly flashed in his mind: Amura. During the chaotic battle, everyone was focused on dealing with Hagoromo's clone, and the captured Himura was temporarily imprisoned in a special cell on Ancestral Planet. Due to the urgency of the war, there hadn't been time to properly interrogate him. Now that Hagoromo's true body was missing, Himura might know the key details. Immediately, Shun led everyone to Ancestral Planet's prison. The prison was constructed from special chakra alloy, covered with sealing runes, and filled with an energy field that suppressed chakra. Himura was bound to a stone pillar in the center of the cell, his face pale, yet still retaining a hint of arrogance. Shun slowly walked forward, his golden rinnegan slightly rotating, probing Himura's soul and chakra fluctuations. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Himura is not a clone. He was truly resurrected by Hagoromo using a secret technique. Everyone was startled, their faces filled with disbelief, not expecting that Himura had actually been resurrected. Shun no longer hesitated, his golden rinnegan's ocular power reaching into Himura's mind, beginning to search his memories. Countless memory fragments flowed through Shun's mind, from Hagoromo and Himura jointly sealing Kaguya, to the two separating due to conflicting ideologies, Hagoromo remaining in the ninja world to establish Ninshu, and Himura guarding the seal on the moon. Then to this time, when Hagoromo, in order to regain control of the ninja world, expended a great deal of power to resurrect him, and the two conspired to use Naruto's body to perfect the resurrection ritual. All the details clearly emerged. After a long while, Shun withdrew his chakra and let out a deep sigh. Hashirama quickly stepped forward, his tone urgent. "How is it, Shun? Have you found the whereabouts of the Sage of Six Paths' true body?" The others behind him also cast expectant gazes, awaiting the crucial news. Shun nodded, his expression becoming serious. "I found it. From Himura's memories, Hagoromo's true body is still hidden in the Pure Land. Controlling his clone to fight us wasn't for contention, but merely to test our true strength and simultaneously stall for time to perfect his final resurrection ritual." A hint of curiosity and doubt flashed in Naruto's eyes. "Pure Land? Let's go now and completely deal with him before he completes the resurrection ritual." After speaking, he was about to activate his chakra, looking ready to depart at any moment. Sasuke stepped forward, echoing, "That's right. Since we know his hiding place, we absolutely cannot give him another chance to scheme. We'll go with you and seal him together." Madara and Hashirama also expressed their desire to go together. Madara smiled, his eyes full of eagerness. "Perfect. I want to see just how capable this so-called ninja world deity's true body really is." Hashirama nodded. "More people mean more strength. Only by working together can we ensure foolproof success." All four had determined fighting spirit in their eyes, ready to rush into danger at any moment. But facing everyone's request to fight, Shun shook his head, firmly refusing. "No, you cannot go." "Why?" everyone asked in unison, their eyes full of confusion. They had finally found Hagoromo's whereabouts, but couldn't go together, which was hard for them to accept. Shun patiently explained, "Because the Pure Land is not an independently existing space. It is deeply hidden in the core region of the Netherworld, enveloped by countless death energies. Moreover, the rules of the Netherworld are extremely peculiar. If living beings enter it, their bodies will be corroded by death energy, and their strength will be greatly diminished, able to exert at most 30% of their original power." He paused, then continued, "The key is that the Barado is fraught with danger. Besides the countless lingering spirits in the Pure Land, there are many unknown creatures that threaten the living. If you go, you won't be able to help. Instead, you'll be in grave danger and become leverage for Hagoromo to restrain me." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed disappointment. They understood that Shun's words were reasonable. Living beings' strength would be restricted in the Netherworld, and they would encounter various unknown dangers. Rushing in recklessly would indeed be too risky, yet giving up on going made them feel somewhat unwilling. Hashirama said worriedly, his eyes full of concern, "Then won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? The Sage of Six Paths' true body must be extremely powerful, and with the environment of the netherworld enhancing him, you alone might suffer a disadvantage." Shun smiled slightly, his gaze directed towards the space outside the prison. The next second, a white figure slowly emerged Kagaya. She wore a long white dress, exuding a powerful and pure aura, and walked gracefully, saying softly, "I will accompany Shun." Kaguya-sama. Upon seeing her, everyone bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. They hadn't expected Kagaya to voluntarily offer to go along. With her help, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase greatly. Kagaya nodded gently, walked to Shun's side, and said firmly, "Hagoromo and Hamura are my sons. The mistakes they made brought endless warfare to the ninja world, and I naturally must resolve it myself. Moreover, I was sealed on the moon for 1,000 years and have some understanding of the netherworld's death energy and rules. United with Shun, we are sufficient to handle all crises in the Pure Land." Shun looked at the crowd before him and instructed, "While Kagaya and I are in the netherworld, the safety of the ninja world will be entrusted to you. Minato, continue to oversee the overall situation, soothe the people's hearts, and handle various government affairs. Madara and Hashirama, you are responsible for suppressing any potential disturbances and guarding Ancestral Planet and the critical defense lines of the ninja world. Naruto, Sasuke, you two rest well, consolidate your strength, and protect this hard-won peace." "We understand." Everyone responded in unison, their voices firm and strong. They deeply understood their responsibilities and would surely protect the peace of the ninja world, awaiting Shun and Kagaya's triumphant return. Subsequently, Shun clapped his hands, and golden chakra surged from his body, forming a black and white spatial gate. This was a spatial passage leading to the Shadow Realm. The interior of the passage was pitch black, and a strong, ominous aura could vaguely be felt, along with the eerie howling of spirits, sending chills down one's spine. Shun and Kagaya exchanged glances, both smiling at each other. Immediately after, the two stood side by side and quickly stepped into the spatial passage. As their figures disappeared into the passage closed, leaving behind the solemn crowd, who silently prayed in their hearts for their safe return and the complete end of this millennium-long crisis. 40 advanced S on like it. Add to library. Shun versus Hagoromo upon stepping into the netherworld. A thick aura of death assailed Shun and Kagaya. This aura was mixed with the wails of countless resentful souls and decaying energy, a bone-chilling touch that seeped into their limbs and bones through their pores, as if even their souls would be frozen. The sight before them made both their pupils shrink simultaneously, their expressions instantly turning solemn. The sky of the netherworld lacked the azure and clarity of the mortal realm. Instead, it was a deep, dark gray, as if covered by layers of congealed blood, and even the light carried an eerie stillness. Even more startling, beneath this dark gray sky hung 4 moons, evenly spaced, like 4 ancient wells emitting a faint glow. Each moon was enveloped in a red halo, which was not warm, but carried a soul-stirring chill, dimly illuminating the desolate land of the netherworld. And the westernmost of these moons had a projection of the 9 Tomo Rinne Sharingan. The 9 Tomo Rinnegan, it's Hagoromo's doing. Kagaya's fingers, hanging at her sides, curled slightly with a hint of undetectable coldness. As the progenitor of chakra, she was all too familiar with the aura of this dojutsu derived from her bloodline, instantly grasping the key. After Hagoromo became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he used infinite Tsukuyomi in the netherworld. These red moons are the energy carriers of infinite Tsukuyomi. Shun nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his golden Rinnegan, his gaze fixed on the moon projecting the 9 Tomo Rinne Sharingan. His mind raced, instantly understanding the crucial point. Hagoromo was lingering in the Pure Land, yet he had set up such a massive infinite Tsukuyomi in the Netherworld, clearly intending to control the myriad souls of the Netherworld, extracting their chakra and soul power to accumulate energy for his ultimate goal. These controlled souls were his cheapest fuel. Even having seen through Hagoromo's scheme, neither of them showed any worry. Shun himself was the controller of Ancestral Star's Netherworld, a supreme existence in the soul domain. The rules of a Netherworld could not only not bind him, but would also provide him with power amplification. Kaguya, on the other hand, was the ancestor of chakra, containing the most primordial and purest chakra within her, having long surpassed the scope of infinite Tsukuyomi's control. The red moonlight fell upon them like ordinary light, having no effect. It neither stirred any soul fluctuations nor caused any mental interference. Kaguya even raised her eyes slightly, gazing at the eerie moon, and sighed deeply. She hadn't expected Hagoromo to do such a thing. Such a petty trick, daring to show off in the Netherworld. Shun snorted coldly, clapping his hands together. Golden chakra erupted from his body like a volcanic outburst. This golden chakra contained an extremely dense soul power, sweeping across the entire Netherworld like a surging tsunami. Wherever it passed, even the aura of death in the air was forcibly dispelled. The chakra torrent, with a clear target, surged towards the moon, projecting the 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Unstoppable. A deafening, muffled sound exploded in the sky above the Netherworld as the golden chakra and the red moonlight fiercely collided. A visible energy shock wave spread out, and the moon, covered with Rinnegan patterns, instantly trembled violently, its red patterns fading at a visible speed. In just a moment, the projection of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, like a fading lake surface, turned into countless specks of light, swirling in the dark gray sky for a moment before completely vanishing without a trace. With the extinguishing of this moon, the halos of the other 3 moons also dimmed. The infinite Tsukuyomi of the Netherworld was thus easily broken by Shun. As soon as infinite Tsukuyomi's restraint was lifted, countless souls across the Netherworld let out roars and gasps. Their voices mixed with the horror of surviving a catastrophe and the anger of being controlled. These souls, once controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi, included ninjas who had died in past wars, their armor still bearing traces of battle. There were also resentful souls forcibly captured by Hagoromo, their forms distorted and full of unwillingness. At this moment, the confusion in the eyes of these souls gradually receded, replaced by the clarity of awakening. The chakra abruptly pulled from their forms stopped flowing out, and they struggled to scatter and flee, like startled birds and beasts, desperately moving away from the source of the power that controlled them, fearing to fall into endless darkness again. In the core area of the Pure Land, an altar constructed of pale gray chakra floated in midair. The altar was carved with eerie runes, continuously absorbing energy from its surroundings. Hagoromo sat cross-legged in the center of the altar, his eyes originally tightly closed. The moment the infinite Tsukuyomi was broken, he suddenly opened his eyes, his Rinnegan filled with shock. The pale gray chakra surrounding him instantly became chaotic, like water disturbed by a strong wind. The steadily extracted soul energy ceased, and the powerful backlash caused him to let out a low, strained breath. He could clearly sense that the infinite Tsukuyomi he had painstakingly set up had been forcibly broken. What was destined to come has come. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. Shock, unwillingness, and a hint of resignation. The moment his special clone was defeated and its ail dissipated, he had already sensed it. He had thought the opponent would need some time to locate the Pure Land. He hadn't expected them to be so swift, even directly intruding into the Netherworld. He knew that his ritual was not yet complete, and he absolutely could not give the opponent a moment's respite at this time. If they interrupted the ritual, his years of planning would go to waste. At that point, let alone controlling the ninja world, Whether he could even save his life would be an unknown. With this thought, he immediately activated all his ocular power. The light of his Rinnegan surged, and white chakra poured out like a breaching tide, forming a powerful energy storm. Those souls who had just awakened and hadn't fled too far suddenly felt a terrifying suction coming from the direction of the altar. The already weak chakra within their bodies uncontrollably leaked out, transforming into pale blue energy threads that converged towards Hagoromo. Boom! A loud bang resounded, and the chakra around Hagoromo instantly surged, his aura several times stronger than before, forming a visible energy barrier. The ground around the altar cracked under the immense power. He intended to use the chakra of these souls to quickly increase his strength before the opponents arrived, even if only temporarily, to gain the upper hand. As long as he could hold on until the ritual was complete, he would gain temporary power surpassing his peak. He believed that at that time, neither Shun nor Kaguya would be a threat. But just as his chakra reached its peak and the energy barrier was at its strongest, two figures appeared out of thin air in front of the altar. It was Shun and Kaguya. They directly locked onto Hagoromo's chakra source, instantly crossing the spatial barriers between the netherworld and the Pure Land. Kaguya's white, long dress fluttered in the energy storm, a powerful and pure chakra emanating from her. Her gaze, cold and devoid of any superfluous emotion, fell upon Hagoromo. Shun, on the other hand, leaned slightly forward, the light of his golden six-tomo Rinnegan flickering. The chakra around him resonated with the soul power of the netherworld, forming a suffocating pressure. Hagoromo, your good days are over. Shun's voice was bone-chillingly cold, like a whisper from the abyss. As the lord of ancestral stars netherworld, his soul power and chakra in the netherworld region would not only not be suppressed, but would be amplified. His current strength far surpassed his power in the normal world, and was vastly superior to that of Hagoromo. Suddenly, Shun vanished from his spot. Hagoromo felt a blur before his eyes, unable to react in time, as a devastating force slammed heavily into his chest. Bang! 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 A series of heavy punches rang out, and Hagoromo was sent flying back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the chakra altar behind him. The altar instantly collapsed at one corner, runes extinguished, and countless energy fragments scattered. Hagoromo's pale, hunched figure was embedded in the altar's wreckage, breathing in ragged gasps. Some soul fragments uncontrollably spewed out, then dissipated into the air. At this moment, his face was filled with bewilderment and disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared intently at Shun. He couldn't understand why the opponent, clearly a living person entering the netherworld, not only didn't have their strength restricted, but could exert such terrifying power. Crucially, he was an ethereal soul body. Shun hadn't even used a truth-seeking orb. So how could he hit a Barado? This completely contradicted his 1,000-year understanding of the Barado's rules. Before he could recover from his shock, Shun's figure reappeared before him. Without any superfluous moves, punches rained down like a storm, each imbued with extreme soul power, slamming heavily onto Hagoromo, pinning him down in the ruins and delivering a fierce beating. Hagoromo's chakra barrier defense, under such overwhelming attacks, was like paper, offering no protection whatsoever. He could only barely raise his arms to protect his head, his Barado trembling constantly, his heart filled with bone-deep terror. Why was Shun's strength in the netherworld so terrifying? He even felt a hint of regret. If he had known Shun was so formidable in the netherworld, he would never have chosen this place as the final battlefield. Hagoromo's domain Shun's fists, wrapped in ferocious soul power, let out sharp, air-splitting sounds with every strike. Bang! 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 A series of muffled, heavy blows exploded continuously, echoing throughout the Pure Land, shaking the surrounding soul mist into violent upheaval. The person being struck was Hagoromo, who had trained here for 1,000 years. Pale white ghost fire wrapped around his body. Unlike ordinary ethereal soul bodies, his physique was solidified like fine steel, every muscle containing the power of countless refinements. Caught completely off guard just now, he forcibly took several heavy blows from Shun. The fabric over his chest had long since torn, revealing his bronze-colored, solid skin. Yet those heavy fists, powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, only left a few shallow red marks on his body, which vanished instantly. This sudden attack instead ignited the fighting spirit that had lain dormant for a millennium deep within Hagoromo's eyes. He had originally thought this audacious junior possessed unfathomable strength, but he hadn't expected that after taking several heavy hits, he wasn't even lightly injured. In an instant, he regained the composure of the ninja world god, but the anger deep in his eyes had already spread like wildfire. Previously, he had secretly checked Naruto's memories. He already knew what had recently happened in the ninja world. This junior, Shun, had audaciously resurrected his mother, Kaguya, and even married her as his 10th royal consort. This caused his millennium-long plan to be utterly destroyed. Hagoromo stabilized his posture and raised his eyes to look at the pressing Shun, his gaze carrying the majesty accumulated over 1,000 years. "Cease your insolence." The moment his voice fell, the purple Rinnegan in his eyes lit up. 6 paths, Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force suddenly burst forth, centered on Hagoromo, raising a circular wave of air like a boulder thrown into a lake. Wherever the air wave passed, the thick soul mist instantly dissipated, revealing the cracked earth beneath. Immediately afterward, the ground, kilometers in diameter, collapsed with a roar, forming a massive deep pit. Several standing rocks snapped, and shattered stones mixed with soul mist flew everywhere. Shun, who was about to press closer, was solidly thrown back by this immense force. He spun in air and landed firmly on his feet. The earth beneath his feet couldn't bear the weight and instantly collapsed into a shallow pit, kicking up white dust everywhere. Shun dusted off the hem of his clothes, his movements still calm, as if the repulsive force that could have severely injured an ordinary ninja was merely a passing breeze. Not far from the battlefield, Kaguya stood in midair dressed in white robes. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was fairer than snow, and she resembled a goddess carved from ice and snow. Her gaze was fixed on Shun the entire time. Her cold face showed no superfluous expression, yet deep within her eyes was a hint of imperceptible concern. Her fingertips curled slightly, but she made no move. Shun looked up, his sight piercing the smoke and dust, and caught sight of 10 pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs hovering behind Hagoromo. Mysterious patterns covered the orbs, resembling 10 stars poised to strike, speeding toward him with a fierce, menacing aura. The sharp sound of the truth-seeking orbs slicing through the air was extremely grating, and each one contained terrifying power capable of tearing space. Shun's eyes were full of mockery. "Oh, you rebellious son, are you finally willing to get serious? Hiding for 1,000 years, you only know how to play these little tricks? If I hadn't interfered, were you planning to quietly seize control of the entire netherworld using the residual power of the infinite Tsukuyomi?" He wanted to provoke Hagoromo, who pretended to be calm, forcing him to reveal a distressed appearance. After all, destroying someone's millennium-long plan and then publicly exposing their ambitions was much more interesting than a simple battle. Hagoromo's 10 truth-seeking orbs bombarded Shun continuously, like a dense meteor shower. Facing this concentrated assault, Shun felt no fear. Instead, he grew slightly curious about the methods of this millennium-old ghost. He moved continuously, and his figure weaved through the concentrated attacks like a phantom. Every dodge and block was perfectly timed, without the slightest panic. The truth-seeking orbs struck the ground one after another, blasting open massive deep pits. Shattered stones mixed with soul mist, obscuring part of the view. Kaguya, watching the scene unfold from afar, twitched her fingertips. The chakra around her body had silently gathered, but she still did not step forward. She trusted Shun's strength and also wanted to see exactly how capable Hagoromo, who had defied her and schemed for 1,000 years, was now. When the round of attack subsided, the sky-high smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and Shun slowly walked out of the haze. Though his robes were slightly disheveled, he was completely unharmed. He raised his hand to brush off the shattered stones on his shoulder, his face showing undisguised mockery, as expected of an oldie who has occupied the Pure Land for 1,000 years. Your younger brother Hamura's strength is far inferior to yours. Back when you monopolized the God Tree, and throughout these 1,000 years, you must have been hoarding all the good stuff, right? The matters between us brothers are none of a junior like you to discuss. Hagoromo's voice turned cold, and his gaze instantly sharpened. After speaking, a layer of brilliant yellow halo spread from his body, dyeing the surrounding white aura with a golden glow, making him appear even more majestic. The mockery on Shun's face intensified, and he chuckled. It's a shame that despite all your calculations, you didn't account for me ruining your fun. Not only did I destroy your plan, but I also rescued Kaguya. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I have married Kaguya as my 10th royal consort. By generation, Hagoromo, I am your stepfather. How dare you still raise a hand against me? Stand still, and let me teach you a lesson. You. Hagoromo's facade of calmness instantly shattered. The cold light in his purple rinnegan solidified like needles, and the golden chakra around him grew increasingly violent due to his rage. Publicly humiliating him with the title of stepfather, this single action filled him with bitter hatred. You insolent junior, you ruined my millennium scheme, resurrected my mother, and claimed her. Today, I will show you what true Six Paths power is. Six Paths Sage Mode activate. Following a furious shout, the power that had slept for a millennium surged wildly within him. Perception, speed, and strength instantly soared, and the golden halo around his body became increasingly dense. Almost the instant the Six Paths Sage Mode activated, Shun noticed the anomaly. He felt as if the space around him had been filled with thick mud. Every breath and every movement of his hand carried an indescribable sense of sluggishness, and his figure, originally as swift as lightning, had noticeably slowed down. Something's wrong. This isn't just simple chakra suppression. Shun frowned slightly, and his golden rinnegan burst forth with brilliant light. Cosmic control activate. The invisible ocular power pierced through the surface, reaching the heart of the Pure Land. Within this domain, Hagoromo was the absolute ruler. The enemy's speed would be held back, their chakra would be steadily drained by the domain, and their spirit would be worn down by the unique dark aura of the Pure Land, eventually becoming nourishment for the domain. Seeing the slight change in Shun's expression, a trace of triumph flashed through Hagoromo's heart. Even if your strength is impressive, once you fall into my domain, you can only be slaughtered. You destroyed my plan and resurrected Mother. Today, I will make you pay a painful price. He deliberately slowed his movements, wanting to see Shun's panicked look, so he still feigned calmness on the surface, maintaining the dignity of the ninja world ancestor. Unfortunately, Hagoromo had miscalculated in the end. He didn't know that Shun, as the master of the ancestral star netherworld, had a much deeper foundation and soul than him. The death aura that corroded the soul had no effect on him whatsoever. The speed at which the Pure Land drained chakra was like a drop in the bucket, to him completely insignificant. As for the speed suppression, it was merely a slight hindrance and did not affect his core combat power at all. Shun stretched his wrists, his bones making faint clack-clack sounds. Feeling the still abundant power within his body, the mockery returned to his lips. You activate Six Paths Sage Mode to strengthen yourself and use the Pure Land domain to weaken your enemy. Your methods are much more monotonous than I imagined. It seems I overestimated your capabilities before. Now, it looks like you're nothing special. Hagoromo was furious, and the white chakra around his body surged even more violently. He hadn't expected his trump card, forged with 1,000 years of painstaking effort, to be so utterly dismissed by Shun. What was more infuriating was that Shun kept mocking his failure. Even though Shun's speed was slightly suppressed within the domain, he charged at Hagoromo with an unstoppable aura. A trace of astonishment flashed in Hagoromo's eyes, as he hadn't expected Shun to dare attack so proactively under the domain suppression. Immediately, a vicious Barato gleam flashed in his eyes. Since you are actively seeking your own death, then I shall grant it to you. The two figures instantly collided. Winds howled, and the roar of chakra was deafening. The moment fist met fist, a violent energy shockwave spread out, centered on the two of them. Large areas of the ground beneath their feet collapsed, and several hills formed from condensed soul power crumbled one after another. The sky-high soul mist and shattered stones intertwined, obscuring the sky and sun. The entire Pure Land trembled violently from the fierce battle, seeming as if it might collapse at any moment. Kagaya remained standing quietly in the air, her gaze firmly locked on the two figures. The chakra around her body was already primed and ready. She would never allow anyone to harm her husband in the slightest. The moment Shun showed any disadvantage, she would strike without hesitation. Shun grew braver the more he fought. The Six Paths' power circulated smoothly within him, and even while inside Hagoromo's domain, he did not lose the upper hand. Conversely, Hagoromo was both enraged and astonished. He hadn't expected Shun to actually be able to ignore the suppression of his domain. Consequently, the hostile intent in his heart grew stronger, and his attacks became increasingly ruthless. Hagoromo exclusive prison boom. A deafening collision exploded in the Pure Land. Golden and purple chakra shockwaves burst outward, and the figures of Shun and Hagoromo simultaneously paused. The violent energy aftermath sent surrounding rubble flying. The soul mist was churned and scattered, and even the trembling earth beneath their feet gained several hideous cracks. Shun felt a tremendous force spread from his arm throughout his body. He involuntarily staggered back 3 steps, and a numbing barato emanated from his barato, as if his bones were about to shatter. He grunted, stomping his barato hard on the earth, finally steadying himself. Hagoromo's eyes instantly flashed with elation, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. It worked. This was the first time since the battle began that he had repelled Shun. The panic caused by the domain suppression's failure instantly vanished, his confidence soared, and his offensive became even more relentless. Shun caught the smugness in his eyes, and the mockery on his lips grew stronger. He raised a hand to rub his numb shoulder, his voice carrying a playful laugh. "Son, it seems your 1,000 years of training weren't entirely useless. However, the warm-up is over. Next, you'll properly receive the care of your stepdad. Oculaire technique, divine accélération 6. The next second, the golden Rinnegan in his eyes burst forth with dazzling light, and a strange and vast power of time instantly enveloped his entire body. Under the 6-fold time acceleration, the surrounding space seemed to be in slow motion. Everything appeared incredibly sluggish in his eyes. The trajectory of Hagoromo's incoming punch, and even the chakra patterns flowing on his fist, were clearly discernible. Hagoromo's fist had not yet touched his clothing when Shun vanished from his original spot. Hagoromo's pupils constricted, an alarm blared in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis instantly seized him. He wanted to turn and defend, but his Bodis reaction was as slow as a snail, unable to keep up with the speed of his thoughts. He could only watch as a fist, imbued with a pale golden 6 Paths power, continuously grew larger in his vision, finally occupying his entire sight. How is this possible? His speed, how could it suddenly become so much faster? Hagoromo's heart was filled with horror, and his earlier triumph and smugness instantly vanished. Before he could think further, a muffled bang exploded. Shun's powerful punch slammed into Hagoromo's cheek, and the immense force instantly swept through his entire body, sending him flying. Hagoromo's body traced a messy arc in the air, crashing heavily into a distant mountain with a dull roar. The entire mountain trembled and rubble clattered down. Half of his face was badly battered by that punch, and a pale white glow seeped from the fractures, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Hagoromo, who had fallen heavily to the ground, was overwhelmed by an indescribable humiliation and horror. But he was, after all, a spectral being in the Pure Land. The vast soul power within him instantly surged, like a tide, towards his damaged cheek. The missing flesh regenerated at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, his cheek had returned to its original state, as if the severe injury had never occurred. Hagoromo slowly stood up and patted the dust from his robes, his eyes no longer holding the previous disdain and smugness. Instead, they were filled with deep solemnity, even concealing a trace of imperceptible apprehension. His expression was extremely grave, his brain working like high-speed gears and instantly analyzing the situation. Shun must have used some rare time acceleration dojutsu, able to increase his speed several times in a short period, which caught him off guard. He is 1,000 times more troublesome than I imagined. Hagoromo was secretly alarmed. His original certainty of victory had long vanished, replaced by a strong sense of crisis. He knew very well that if he didn't use his trump card, he might fall into the hands of this junior today. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. His hands quickly clasped together, then he slammed them apart. 6 paths, Rinnegan clone. Instantly, 6 dazzling lights burst forth from his body, then exploded fiercely. When the light dissipated, there were 7 identical Hagoromos on the field, and their purple Rinnegan all gleamed with the same cold light. Seeing his change, Shun cautiously stopped, and the golden Rinnegan in his eyes lit up. Divine Eye, invisible ocular light, like a scanner, swept over the 7 Hagoromos, revealing that each clone's chakra was identical, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Shun frowned and sneered, slamming his hands together. Sipas, Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared around him. Each shadow clone was imbued with dense 6 paths power, their forms as solid as the original. Go test their strength. With a command, 106 paths shadow clones swarmed the 7 Hagoromos, launching a fierce assault. After a fierce battle, Shun was astonished by the strangeness of these Rinnegan clones. These 7 Hagoromos were all the main body, yet also not the main body. They shared vision, minds, and even the processing power of their brains. Their reaction speed was 7 times faster than a single main body, and their recovery ability was several times greater. Unless all 7 clones could be defeated simultaneously, they were basically impossible to stop. After all, as long as one clone remained, the others would instantly regenerate, making them impossible to overcome. The 7 Hagoromos cooperated seamlessly, as if they were one mind and body, and before long, they had annihilated all 106 paths shadow clones. After dealing with the 6 paths shadow clones, the 7 simultaneously rushed toward Shun, instantly surrounding him. 6 paths, Pure Land Barrier. The 7 simultaneously raised their hands, and white chakra surged from their palms, weaving into a huge transparent barrier that firmly trapped Shun within it. This barrier was covered with mysterious runes. Not only did it prevent spatial transfer, but it also continuously released chilling energy, weakening the chakra within the barrier. The 7 Hagoromos floated outside the barrier, their purple Rinnegan filled with the light of assured victory. As long as Shun was trapped in this barrier, he would be at their mercy. But just as Hagoromo thought victory was certain, Shun in the barrier laughed, with a deep sense of playfulness. Son, your performance is almost over. Now it's my turn. With that, Shun and the barrier suddenly vanished. The next second, Shun's true body slowly appeared in midair outside the barrier and clapped his hands. Son, get in there. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A powerful suction force surged from the spatial rift, instantly sweeping the 7 Hagoromos, who had yet to react, into it. This was a special space specifically designed for the Hagoromo, made to imprison souls, prohibit spatial transfer and summoning techniques, and constantly drain chakra. It was almost completely cut off from the outside world, effectively Hagoromo's exclusive prison. Upon entering the space, the 7 Hagoromos instantly felt their chakra rapidly draining away. Divided into 7, their chakra consumption was already enormous, and now the draining speed was 7 times the normal rate. At this pace, they wouldn't last long before being completely depleted. Réalisant Shun intention, Hagoromo paniqued. He no longer cared about maintaining the Rinnegan clones. The 7 figures simultaneously burst into light, rapidly merging back into his true body. But the moment he reverted to his true body, a dark lash suddenly shot out from the depths of the space, whistling through the air and striking him with sudden bravado. Snap! The sharp, piercing sound echoed in the space. Hagoromo gasped sharply, trembling, and cold sweat instantly soaked his robes. The excruciating pain from this whip was more intense than all the injuries from the entire battle combined. His soul was trembling. He looked down to see his plain robe torn, revealing a bone-deep wound. White aura flickered wildly at the wound, but struggled to heal. Shun's figure slowly appeared before him, holding the black whip. The whip itself was wreathed in a faint golden glow. It was none other than the divine artifact of the netherworld, the soul-beating whip. This soul-beating whip is a divine artifact exclusive to the netherworld, imbued with the power of faith of over 3 billion people, Centuredo, and was about to slash at the spatial barrier, preparing to cleave open the space to escape. Don't waste your effort. At our level, there aren't many enemies we can fight. I've played with you for so long, now it's time to end this. Prepare to be executed. Shun's eyes showed some impatience. He flipped his left hand, and a black rope with a faint glow appeared in his grasp. It was the soul-reaping rope. He casually flicked it, and the soul-reaping rope flew out, as if alive, instantly coiling around Hagoromo's limbs. The rope tightened, binding him firmly and making him unable to move. Hagoromo was tightly bound by the soul-reaping rope. The chakra within him was continuously suppressed by the rope, making it difficult for even his soul power to surge. He looked at the calm and composed Shun before him, his heart filled with despair. Just then, Kaguya quietly appeared. Her gentle gaze first fell upon her husband, Shun, and only after seeing that he was unharmed did she look down at her son, Hagoromo. Hagoromo and Hamura's judgment, the soul-reaping rope glowed with a chilling black light, tightly binding the white-robed figure. With each struggle of Hagoromo, the rope tightened like a living thing, deeply embedding itself into his soul. Shun dragged the rope with his right hand, stepping out of Yamatsu Hirasaka, followed by the disheveled Hagoromo, who stumbled out. This was a special place of judgment, where golden light flowed from the rune patterns, creating a suffocating solemnity. Kaguya, dressed in white as pure as snow, her skirt draped on the dark ground, was untouched by even a speck of dust. She maintained her icy, indifferent demeanor, her white eyes half closed, a faint aura of divinity lingering around her. Madara stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson Sharingan subtly rotating in their sockets, reflecting the disheveled figures of Hagoromo and Hamura. He had a complex expression, a mixture of mockery, schadenfreude, and perhaps a touch of profound emotion at the fall of a powerful figure. Hashirama stood with his arms crossed, his brows slightly furrowed, observing the direction of the judgment platform with a complex expression. His gaze lingered on Hagoromo for a long time, because according to ancient records within the Senju clan, all the origins of the Senju clan stem from this Hagoromo before him. Time changes many things, it's hard to judge right from wrong. He murmured in a low voice, filled with helplessness. This god of ninjas, who had pursued peace his entire life, now didn't know how to evaluate this ancestor, whose merits and demerits were intertwined. Minato's Hokage robe fluttered lightly, his posture straight. He gravely watched everyone in the arena, his palms slightly sweating. Naruto, standing beside him, clenched his fists, his Adam's apple bobbing several times. How could this be? The Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke crossed his arms, glanced at the distraught Naruto beside him, and said coldly, "Naruto, don't talk too much. This isn't our business." On the ground, not far from the judgment platform, Hamura hung his head low, his white hair scattered over his shoulders, covering most of his face. Only his tightly pressed lips revealed that he wasn't completely numb. He slightly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Hagoromo, then quickly lowered it. From the moment he was captured, he had realized the situation was set, and further struggle would be futile. Rather than resisting, it was better to accept it calmly. However, thinking of his brother's stubbornness, he couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. 1,000 years of obsession, ultimately for naught. Thud! A dull thud broke the silence in the arena. Shun flicked his wrist, tossing Hagoromo onto the center of the judgment platform as if discarding a piece of trash. The black soul-reaping rope tightened the moment Hagoromo landed, pinning him firmly to the platform, leaving him no strength even to lift his head. Shun slowly walked to the main seat of the judgment platform, looking down at the two old ghosts who had resided in the Pure Land for 1,000 years, Cinchuredo. But the soul-reaping rope tightened even more, and the soul-devouring runes on the rope lit up, frantically absorbing his soul power, making cold sweat seep from his forehead in pain. He could only raise his head in a disheveled state, the veins on his neck bulging, glaring at the man on the main seat. "Shun, by what right do you judge me? I am the ancestor of the ninja world, the one who saved all beings. Without me, this ninja world would not exist." He stared intently at Shun, as if wanting to devour him alive, but the restraints of the soul-reaping rope made it incredibly difficult for him to even move. Shun slightly raised an eyebrow, ignoring his roars, as a golden rune appeared out of thin air, hovering above Hagoromo's head. His gaze fixed on Hagoromo, his tone as cold as frost. "Saving all beings? Hagoromo, you think too highly of yourself." As the rune flickered, images of Hagoromo's 1,000-year-long schemes flashed across the sky. 1,000 years ago, you founded Ninshu. You advocated using chakra to connect people, wanting to create a world where everyone could coexist peacefully, and then you arbitrarily distributed chakra seeds. Your true intention was actually to spread the chakra seeds so that after people died, you could harvest their chakra in the Pure Land. Because you deliberately spread chakra seeds, powerful ninjas became a source of chaos in human society. This led to the stagnation of human society's development for over 1,000 years. Fortunately, Hashirama and Madara jointly established ninja villages, stabilizing human nations, which is why in recent decades, technologies such as energy, transportation, and communication have seen explosive development. Also, though both the Uchiha and Senju clans were your descendants, you allowed the two clans to wage endless war against each other for the sake of harvesting chakra, even deliberately siding with one, causing the hatred between the two clans to persist for over 1,000 years. Therefore, you are not worthy of being the ancestor of the Uchiha and Senju. Your physical body and chakra were once bestowed by Kagaya, so I will revive you and then sacrifice your body and chakra to the God Tree. As for your soul, it will be sealed in the ancestral star, Netherworld, for 1,000 years, suffering the torment of soul fire. After the sealing period expires, all memories and obsessions will be washed away, and you will be cast into reincarnation to be reborn as a human. Upon hearing this, Hagoromo's roars abruptly ceased, his face instantly turning pale, and his soul body began to tremble slightly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a sound. The words "wash away all memories" echoed in his mind, which was more painful than killing him. He no longer cared for his dignity, abruptly turning his head to look at Kagaya on the side of the judgment platform. "Cinchuredo shouldn't have secretly plotted to seal you. You can reclaim my chakra. You can seal me for 1,000 years. Please, don't wash away my memories. The reborn me wouldn't be me anymore, nor would I be your child. He stared fixedly at Kaguya, as if grasping at his last straw of hope. His pleading voice was heart-wrenching, echoing in the silent place of judgment. Naruto couldn't help but frown. He had never seen such a disheveled Hagoromo, and his heart was gradually replaced by complex emotions. Kaguya watched his ugly display, her eyes showing no fluctuation, as if looking at a stranger, or an insignificant object. She made no move to help, nor did she utter a single word. In her eyes, the fate of this rebellious and fearful son was self-inflicted and not worthy of an ounce of pity. Shun's gaze was calm, preparing to expose Hagoromo's disguise. Perhaps you still have backup plans in the ninja world, so you're not saying you were wrong. You're just afraid. Afraid that your 1,000-year ambition will come to naught. Afraid that your existence will completely disappear. Afraid that no one will remember that you're the sage of 6 paths. Afraid that the power you pursued your entire life will turn into a bubble, which is why you are begging so shamelessly. Hagoromo collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair, no longer even having the strength to struggle. Shun raised his hand again, and the scene of Hagoromo's past scheming appeared in the sky. Hamura's memory was actually altered by Hagoromo a long time ago, which led to him making so many mistakes later on. Although he acted as an accomplice for 1,000 years, the root cause was the alteration of his memory, so his guilt is not unforgivable. Considering this, your punishment is as follows. You will be offered to the sacred tree to atone for your sins. Once your memories and regrets are cleansed from your soul, you will be reborn as a human. Upon hearing this, Hamura's lowered head instantly shot up, his white hair falling away to reveal a pair of eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Then the bewilderment gradually faded, replaced by relief and gratitude. Hashirama sighed softly, his eyes complex as he looked at the collapsed Hagoromo on the judgment platform. He slowly closed his eyes, tacitly accepting the judgment. He whispered to Madara beside him, "Madara, look, even the most powerful people cannot escape karma and reincarnation." Madara didn't respond, but he tacitly agreed with his statement. Right and wrong, good and evil, have their own conclusions. Today's outcome might be Hagoromo's best destination. The once lofty and revered ancestor of the ninja world, now reduced to a prisoner awaiting judgment. Such a drastic change in circumstances seemed quite interesting to him. He even thought that if he were in Hagoromo's position, he would never beg so wretchedly. Even if he were to die, he would die in a blaze of glory. Minato remained silent throughout, his gaze only growing more solemn. He gently patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling him not to overthink it. Shun ignored everyone's reactions. He raised his hand, and a faint golden light emanated from his palm. 2 condensed chakra flew from his palm, circling in the air as if alive, then precisely landed on Hagoromo and Hamura. The executioners are already waiting. The judgment will be carried out today. At this moment, Hagoromo's eyes were somewhat hollow, his last shred of hope completely extinguished. He slumped sideways on the judgment platform, his soul body slightly dissipating due to despair. He mumbled to himself, "Am not reconciled. I've schemed for 1,000 years. How can it just turn into nothing? My ambition, it's all gone." This time, tears streamed from Hagoromo's eyes. No longer a pretense of begging, but utter despair. Hamura, however, still had his eyes closed, his face somewhat calm, as if he had found a sense of release. Feeding Hamura and Hagoromo to the god tree after the judgment concluded, Shun looked at Kaguya beside him. "Let's go to the location of your god tree to conclude this sentence." Kaguya's pale fingers gently traced a line in the air, and space rippled like water. A black spatial gate instantly opened, faintly revealing the dense flow of natural energy inside. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, clearly indicating she was unsettled, so she stepped into the rift first. Shun followed closely, leading Hamura and Hagoromo with the soul-reaping rope as they walked in. Hagoromo's eyes were filled with venomous resentment, while Hamura still kept his head lowered, his long hair concealing his expression. The spatial rift quietly closed behind them. Naruto, standing by the judgment platform, couldn't help but clench his fists. Just like that, it's over? Sasuke reached out and pressed his shoulder, his purple Rinnegan calmly sweeping over the direction where the rift vanished. Hashirama sighed softly, his gaze settling on the judgment platform with complexity. The spatial transit was instantaneous, and the group now stood within a valley rich with natural energy. Inside the valley, the vegetation was lush, streams babbled, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants. Not far away was Kagaya's god tree, rooted in the ninja world. Its trunk was as massive as a mountain range, and its branches and leaves spread out in all directions. Shun's palm moved slightly, tightening the force of the soul-reaping rope on Hagoromo and Hamura, preparing to throw them towards the god tree. For the Tsutsuki clan, sacrificing fellow clan members to obtain chakra was a fundamental survival law ingrained in their bones, let alone these two individuals who deserved their punishment. Just as he was about to exert force with his hand, Kagaya stopped him. Wait a moment. Kagaya raised her slender hand, her fingers tense. Clearly, making this decision cost her a great deal of mental effort. Her voice carried a trace of barely noticeable hoarseness. They're still my sons, after all. Even if their sins are profound, I cannot personally sacrifice them to the god tree under my name. Instead, Censuredo, they could not only infinitely prolong their lifespan, but also continuously surpass their limits and enhance their strength. Even among clan members, they often turned against each other and caused bloodshed just to compete for chakra resources. Hagoromo, through 1,000 years of forbearance and planning, had accumulated a chakra volume equivalent to nearly 2 ordinary chakra fruits, and Hamura's chakra volume was equivalent to half a chakra tree. This massive chakra asset was a substantial gift, even for Kagaya. He had expected Kagaya to unhesitatingly seize this power, as it aligned with the inherent selfishness and greed of the Tsutsuki clan. He hadn't anticipated her voluntarily giving it up. Seeing the conflict in Kagaya's eyes, Shun couldn't help but press her. Kagaya, you should know what these 2 portions of chakra mean. Giving them up will significantly affect your strength. Kagaya shook her head gently, her eyes exceptionally firm. Strength is important, but I am no longer the Tsutsuki who only knew how to plunder. After becoming your consort, I realized that some things are more worth protecting than power. A thought surfaced in Shun's mind. It seemed Kagaya had indeed changed a great deal after becoming his consort. The cold selfishness unique to the Tsutsuki had been replaced by a trace of maternal softness. He slowly withdrew the power in his right hand and nodded slightly. Since your mind is made up, I will follow your decision. For him, sacrificing them to either god tree made no essential difference. Next, Shun casually tore open a spatial gate. He stepped through the rift first, followed closely by Kagaya. The restrained Hagoromo and Hamura were transported with them, trembling violently, their eyes filled with confusion and terror. This was the ancestral star, the location of Shun's foundation. The sky of this planet was a clear, deep blue, several times vaster than the ninja world sky, with white clouds floating like cotton wool. The natural energy in the air was so dense it had nearly solidified. Taking a single breath caused one's mind to tremble, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Although Hagoromo and Hamura were restrained, they could clearly sense this terrifying energy, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. This planet, its volume is more than twice the size of the ninja world. Hamura muttered to himself, his throat tight. He had lived for 1,000 years and never seen such a massive life-bearing planet, let alone the natural energy it contained, which had reached a level he couldn't conceive of. Hagoromo subconsciously clenched his fists, his heart filled with unwillingness. The power he had accumulated through 1,000 years of planning was so utterly insignificant in the face of such a profound background. Kagaya clearly sensed 7 torrents of energy of different attributes, like 7 brilliant galaxies, converging from the distant horizon and continuously pouring into the ancestral star. Those were the other 7 life-bearing planets under Shun's name, transmitting natural energy to the ancestral star. The scale of this terrifying energy supply surpassed even her god tree during its peak period. In the central region of the ancestral star, a towering, colossal tree stood, piercing the clouds. Its trunk was so thick it would take hundreds of people to wrap their arms around it. Golden patterns covered the bark, emitting a faint halo. Its branches and leaves spread out, obscuring the sky and sun, covering an area spanning dozens of miles. Every leaf shone with brilliant golden light. The dense life aura and terrifying chakra emanating from the colossal tree instinctively inspired awe, making breathing difficult. That is, the god tree. Why is it so enormous? Hamura spoke, losing his voice, his body trembling slightly. He and Hagoromo had personally witnessed Kagaya's god tree. That tree, at a height of just over 1,000 meters, was already the pinnacle existence in the ninja world. But the god tree before them was a full 3,000 meters tall, massive enough to resemble a continuous forest. Hagoromo's eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. He finally understood why Shun's power was so monstrous. To this god tree, I once sacrificed Ishiki and Yurashiki. Shun seemed to have read his mind and proactively spoke to expose his thoughts. Hagoromo, do you think I only grew this powerful because I relied on this god tree? Hagoromo was struck by the accuracy of the statement and was momentarily speechless, his eyes flickering. His Adam's apple bobbed several times before he finally squeezed out a rebuttal. You just got lucky finding such a planet resource. If I had your conditions, I would have surpassed you long ago. Seeing this, Shun chuckled lightly, his laughter full of frank confidence. When I first came to this planet, it had 0 natural energy. The land was cracked, and it was almost dead. I spent time transforming the planet's vitality to turn it into a life-bearing planet. He pointed to the towering god tree, a hint of pride in his tone. When I obtained this god tree, it was just a sapling. Its growth required massive amounts of natural energy, and the ancestral star's natural energy alone was insufficient to support its rapid growth. So, I spent more time transforming 7 other life-bearing planets specifically to produce natural energy. Then, I set up an intergalactic energy transfer array, continuously gathering the majority of the natural energy from those 7 planets onto the ancestral star, and only then nurtured this god tree into its current state. Hagoromo, the biggest difference between you and me is that you grew by relying on the ninja world's resources, like a parasite. The limit of the ninja world is your limit. Shun's gaze turned cold, carrying a trace of disdain. But I actively create the environment suitable for my own growth. The starry sky is vast, resources are infinite, and thus my growth limit is also infinite. Do you understand now why I surpassed your accumulation of over 1,000 years in just a few decades? Hagoromo and Hamura were too shocked to speak, their minds violently shaken. Shun's words brutally shattered Hagoromo's last shred of pride, making him fully realize that the gap between him and Shun lay not in resources, but in vision and capability. Upon hearing this, Hamura's initially shocked eyes gradually deepened, and he fell into a state of contemplation. He slowly raised his head, his white hair sliding over his shoulders, revealing a pair of eyes that were confused, yet gradually clearing. He murmured softly, actively creating a growth environment, infinite growth limit. He turned to look at the restrained Hagoromo, his tone carrying a trace of melancholy. Brother, it turns out we took the wrong path from the very beginning. The many confusions that had been obscured by his manipulated memories seemed to gain a thread of clarity at this moment. He finally understood why, despite following his elder brother for 1,000 years, he could never get stronger. Hearing this, Hagoromo glared furiously at Hamura. "What do you know? How dare you say such outrageous things?" Hamura shook his head gently, no longer arguing with him. Only relief remained in his eyes. Shun said no more. He raised his hand and released Hamura from his grasp. The moment the golden barrier dissipated, an invisible force came from the direction of the god tree, firmly pulling Hamura's body, slowly drawing him towards the towering god tree. Hamura did not struggle. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, accepting his defeat completely. The instant Hamura's body touched the god tree's trunk, the tree burst forth with a dazzling green light. Countless crystalline roots shot out rapidly from the trunk, like agile long snakes, instantly wrapping tightly around Hamura's body. Immediately afterward, the roots began frantically absorbing his genes and chakra. Hamura's body gradually disappeared within the green light. There was no pain on his face. Instead, he wore a smile of relief, finally dissolving completely and merging into the god tree. Following Hamura's successful sacrifice, the god tree's height began to climb rapidly. 3,100 meters, 3,200 meters, 3,300 meters. In just a moment, the god tree's height reached over 3,300 meters. The trunk visibly grew thicker, the golden patterns on the bark became clearer, and the branches and leaves grew denser. Every leaf became even greener, and the pressure it emitted increased by several points. "Hagoromo, you're next." Shun's gaze fell upon Hagoromo, his tone devoid of emotion, as if dealing with a trivial matter. He raised his hand, dispelling the barrier on Hagoromo. Similarly, an invisible force pulled his body toward the god tree. Hagoromo's eyes were filled with extreme terror. His body struggled frantically, limbs flailing wildly, but he was unable to break free from the invisible restraint. He turned to look at Kaguya, his voice pleading, "Mother, save me. I am your son. You can't just watch me be sacrificed." Kaguya turned her face away. A flash of pain crossed her eyes, but she ultimately remained silent. "No, I refuse to accept this." The moment the god tree's roots coiled around him, he let out a desperate roar. His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with unwillingness and resentment, yet it was useless. As soon as the god tree roots began absorbing, a more dazzling green light erupted. The entire god tree began to tremble violently, and the ground cracked open, with deep, bottomless ravines spreading out. The patterns on the trunk emitted a blinding golden light, and its height soared at a visible speed, causing ripples even in the surrounding space. 3,500 meters, 3,800 meters, 4,000 meters, 4,200 meters. The god tree's growth speed was astonishing, but before long, the rate of growth gradually slowed. Clearly, Hagoromo's chakra, almost equivalent to 2 chakra fruits, was too immense. The god tree could not fully digest it all at once, and had to temporarily halt rapid growth, shifting instead to slow absorption. Shun felt the surging energy transmitted from the god tree, and his expression shifted slightly. At the god tree's current absorption rate, once Hagoromo's chakra was completely digested, its height should reach over 4,600 meters. At that point, the god tree's power would undergo another qualitative leap, possibly even awakening new abilities. He looked up at the increasingly massive god tree. Its branches and leaves rustled in the ancestral star's wind, as if narrating the joy of growth. Shun's eyes were full of anticipation as he exclaimed, "My god tree is getting more and more like the world tree." Kaguya stood to the side, her heart filled with complexity. She felt a sense of melancholy for the demise of her 2 sons, and as she watched Hagoromo's despairing appearance, a trace of imperceptible loneliness flashed in her eyes. Sensing her emotional fluctuation, Shun turned his head and looked at her. "Kaguya, do you regret it?" Kaguya shook her head, sighing softly, "No, this is the ending they deserve. I'm just somewhat emotional." 40 advanced on Kaguya's complex emotions as her 2 sons were fed to the god tree. Kaguya's expression became complicated. She had expected to remain unmoved, but the moment she witnessed their demise, an inexpressible sadness welled up in her heart. That deep-seated bond, rooted in her very core, cannot be completely severed by simply calling them rebellious sons. Shun, standing beside her, remained silent. Having been together for many years, he clearly understood Kagaya's current state. He casually opened a spatial gate, the other side of which was Kagaya's origin space. The origin space had long since been transformed into a life planet by Shun. The wind passed through the bamboo forest, bringing a gentle rustling sound, mixed with the crisp chirping of unknown birds. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, the sweet fragrance of flowers, and the pure natural energy. Arriving at the familiar place, Kagaya took a deep breath, and even the pent-up frustration in her heart dissipated somewhat. Shun stood not far from her side, not stepping forward to disturb her, just watching her quietly. He knew better than anyone what this transformed space meant to Kagaya. She was an arrogant, conceited woman who cared about face, and this planet was her safe haven. The current vibrant appearance of this life planet was also the truest testament to their relationship as husband and wife. Kagaya slowly took a step, her bare feet touching the soft grass. The sensation of the green grass came from the soles of her feet, carrying a faint warmth. She walked to the stream, leaning down to look at her reflection in the water. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her originally cold eyes were now filled with radiance, and her innate cold beauty was replaced by an inexpressible tenderness. She reached out and gently touched the water surface. The reflection trembled, and the cool stream water instantly sobered her up a bit. Turning to look at Shun behind her, she spoke softly, "Husband, thank you for all you've done for me." Shun walked over slowly and stopped beside her. His gaze toward Kagaya was full of doting affection. "I told you back then that I would restore life to your dimension. I organized the chaotic energy pathways within this space and transported flora, fauna, and birds from countless life planets, nurturing them little by little until it became what it is today, just to give you a place where you can rest peacefully. I know that while you seem aloof, you actually desire a true home more than anyone. Ancestral Star has too many troubles and past events you don't want to face, but this place belongs only to you." Kagaya's heart trembled, and she stared blankly at Shun. Yes, both the ninja world and Ancestral Star bear the marks left by Hagoromo and Hamura, containing her former glory and decline. But this place was different. This was her personal dimension, a world that belonged entirely to her, free from the gaze of outsiders and the judgment of the secular world. Here, she could drop all pretense and be her true self. She thought again of her two sons. Although she claimed they brought upon themselves, how could the blood bond be severed so easily? Even if they were the rebellious sons who had betrayed her, the deeply buried maternal love had never truly vanished. Kagaya's voice dropped, tinged with melancholy. "I thought I was completely disappointed and indifferent towards those two, but now I am inexplicably sad." Shun gently shook his head, his eyes extremely tender. "Hate may have existed, but love has never faded. You always wrap yourself in cold armor, unwilling to let anyone see your vulnerability, but you forgot that you are inherently a gentle mother." Kagaya lowered her gaze. Her fingers slightly curled, but they betrayed me in the end, sealing me away in that dark, sunless place for 1,000 years. Shun raised his hand and gently stroked the top of her head. "I know you feel wronged, which is why I sought justice for you. But the bond of blood is hard to break. You don't have to force yourself to completely forget, and sadness is not a fault." Kagaya fell silent, her gaze once again cast upon this vibrant space. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring her long hair and also melting the ice in her heart. She recalled a time long, long ago, before she went to the ninja world, before she experienced so many conflicts. Even then, she had longed for such a peaceful world, longing for warmth and companionship. "Kagaya, look over there." Shun raised his hand and pointed toward a hillside not far away. Kagaya looked in the direction he pointed, only to see a magnificent royal palace standing atop the hill. The glazed tiles reflected a dazzling sheen under the sunlight. Carved pillars extended in winding paths, and the palace walls were covered in blooming vines. It complemented the surrounding flowers and green grass, filling the air with a faint fragrance, grand yet elegant. I inquired a lot about you and learned that you like evening primroses and prefer environments that are quiet yet respectable. Shun walked to her side, took Kagaya's hand, and looked at the palace in the distance. I specifically built this palace here for the two of us, to serve as our exclusive palace. From now on, you can live here peacefully, far from the troubles of the secular world. If you want to go out, I will accompany you. Do you like it here, Kagaya? Kagaya gazed at the magnificent palace, her eyes subtly welling up with tears. Husband, thank you. I really like it here. Kagaya walked step by step toward the palace, pushing open the heavy yet exquisite palace doors. The interior decoration was exceptionally lavish. Gilded chandeliers hung from a dome. The carved wooden bed was covered with soft silk brocade. Sets of tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and a few fresh evening primroses were placed in a vase in the center of the hall. Every detail showed meticulous care and intention. She turned to look at her husband following behind her. Shun, there are no servants here. Did you arrange all this yourself? Shun nodded, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, this is our palace, so naturally it had to be decorated exactly how you like it. I wanted you to feel the warmth of home when you moved in. Kagaya walked to the table and sniffed the fresh flowers in the vase. The sweet scent filled her nostrils. Suddenly, her eyes felt hot, and something slid down her cheek, dripping onto the back of her hand, carrying a burning warmth. These were tears she hadn't shed in a long time, shed not because of sorrow, but because of profound emotion. Shun walked over, held her in his arms, and pressed his cheek against her beautiful hair. Don't cry. I just want you to know that from now on, with me here, you never have to bear everything alone again. Kagaya turned around and threw herself into his embrace. Shun, thank you. Having you here is truly wonderful, truly. Her barato curved upwards, revealing a deeply happy smile. That smile was like melting ice and snow, like blooming flowers, instantly illuminating the entire space in Shun's eyes. Shun gently raised his hand to wipe the tears from her cheeks, then pressed a warm, gentle touch to her forehead, followed by her lips. My beautiful, arrogant Princess Kagaya, as long as I can make you happy, all this effort is worth it. Kagaya lightly tapped his chest with her small hand. Shun smiled faintly and held her tightly in his embrace. Kagaya, if you wish to see Himura and Hagoromo sooner, I can accelerate the flow of time, allowing you to witness them growing up after reincarnation, even if it's just a distant glance. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in Kagaya's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, reverting to her usual arrogant demeanor. She gently withdrew the hand her husband was holding, lowered her eyes to conceal the lingering moisture, and her tone became somewhat distant. There is no need. Since they committed a mistake, they should bear the corresponding price. Reincarnation is already a new opportunity for them. Hastening time to meet would be a blasphemy against this opportunity and would only needlessly increase our mutual bonds and suffering. If we are fated to meet again once they grow up naturally, then it is fate. If not, let the past turn a new page entirely. Shun felt slightly puzzled by her sudden change in attitude, but didn't dwell on it, assuming she simply didn't want to mention the past again. Just as he was about to say something more, Kagaya raised her hand and interrupted him. Kagaya walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside, and spoke with a firm tone. The scenery in Ancestral Planet is excellent. I suddenly feel like being alone for a while to write some novels about the past and sort out my thoughts. Shun was slightly stunned, lamenting. She truly is a capricious woman. But he also understood that this was Kagaya's pride. Kagaya, if you want to be alone, I will wait outside the palace and won't disturb you. Kagaya interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of subtle awkwardness. There's no need, husband. I'm not that fragile. You still have other princesses who need your company, so don't waste your time here. I want complete solitude for a few days. You should go back first. Following this, her fingertip moved slightly, and a black spatial gate slowly opened. Shun saw the determination in her eyes and noticed her deliberately straighten back, instantly understanding her thoughts. This arrogant Suki princess clearly did not want anyone, not even her own husband, to see her vulnerable and sad appearance. He didn't expose her, just smiled helplessly and nodded slightly. All right, Kagaya, if you need anything, send me a message anytime. Having said that, he turned and stepped into the spatial gate. The moment the door closed, Kagaya's tense shoulders slumped, and her eyes reddened again. Only this time, no one saw her vulnerability. She looked out at the boundless sky outside the window, which was washed clean and blue, just like the firmament of the ancestral planet, but with an added measure of solitude known to no one. Hanabi's inner turmoil this afternoon. The Hyuga residence was quiet, with only the rustling of the leaves in the courtyard carried by the wind. Hanabi, carrying a jar of orange wine freshly taken from the kitchen, walked with light steps towards her sister Hinata's boudoir. The jar was wrapped in a clean cotton cloth, and a faint sweet fruity aroma could be smelled from within. It was specially brewed by the kitchen for Hinata, knowing that she preferred this mild fruit wine. Hanabi thought about how her sister had been a bit melancholy lately. Perhaps this newly brewed orange wine could make her frown less. A smile spread across Hanabi's lips, and her steps became even lighter. She had always been close to Hinata, clinging to her gentle sister since childhood. The two sisters talked about everything and never had the habit of knocking. Walking to the familiar carved wooden door, Hanabi had already thought of what to say, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and pushed the door open. But as soon as the creak of the door hinge faded, the smile on Hanabi's face suddenly froze. Her arms holding the wine jar subconsciously tightened, and she even missed half a beat in her breathing. The cotton cloth on the jar slipped a little, and the sweet wine aroma quietly overflowed, but it couldn't dispel the instant surge of shock and confusion in her heart. The scene inside the boudoir was completely beyond her expectation. Beside the soft couch by the window, Hinata was slightly lowering her gaze, dressed in a simple, elegant moon-white outfit that made her temperament appear even more gentle. A simple hairpin adorned her hair, with a few strands of loose hair clinging to her cheeks, adding a touch of softness. The man standing beside her, dressed in a dark blue brocade robe with dark gold cloud patterns embroidered on the hem, stood tall and straight. His face was captivating, and he was none other than the current sole dominator of the ninja world, Uchih Shun. Sunlight streamed through the light blue window screen, casting a soft halo over the two of them. Shun leaned slightly, standing close to Hinata, with one hand resting near her side and the other holding a cup of warm tea. Cinchureto broke the tranquility of the room. She subconsciously recoiled, wanting to hide behind the door, but then felt it was inappropriate, so she could only freeze in place. The wine jar in her arms swayed slightly, and the sweet fruity aroma mixed with a hint of alcohol permeated the air, intertwining with the faint tea fragrance already in the room and Shun's unique cool scent. It seemed particularly jarring, like a stain forcibly intruding into this beautiful painting. You too. She didn't know how to speak. The words reached her lips, but she swallowed them back. The remaining words stuck in her throat, making her bravado feel tight. Her mind was a mess, as if countless bees were buzzing, and her eyes were a little unfocused. After all, in her perception, Shun, as the sole dominator of the ninja world, was powerful and handsome, the perfect husband in the hearts of countless women. Many noble young ladies desperately wanted to marry him, yet it was difficult even to meet him once. Moreover, he was also the core of the Uchiha clan, to which the Hyuga clan was affiliated. Although the two clans had a subordinate relationship, they should still adhere to proper etiquette. Hearing her voice, the two people by the soft couch simultaneously turned to look, their movements showing a slight stiffness from being disturbed. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment, and even the sunlight seemed to slow its flow. Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, spreading from her cheeks to her earlobes, and even her neck turned a faint pink. She subconsciously blinked, her eyes full of panic, like a child caught doing something wrong. She suddenly took half a step back, her steps a little unsteady, frantically avoiding Shun's hand, offering the tea. The cup of tea in Shun's hand swayed slightly, and a little warm tea splashed out, landing on his dark blue brocade robe, leaving a small dark mark intertwined with the cloud patterns on it. Hinata dared not meet Hanabi's gaze, her eyes darting away, finally settling on the green bamboo carpet on the floor. Shun, however, appeared much calmer. As expected of the long-reigning dominator of the ninja world, even when caught in such a tense moment, he showed no trace of panic. He quickly steadied his expression and regained his composure. Senshirado, his gaze lingering for a moment on her flushed cheeks with a barely perceptible hint of comfort. Then he looked up at the shocked Hanabi at the door, his eyes calm and unruffled. He spoke faintly, his tone betraying no emotion. "Hanabi, Senshirado." She blinked, confirming that she hadn't seen wrong, and the shock in her heart deepened a few more points. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but found her fingertips were still trembling slightly. She opened her mouth. There were too many questions she wanted to ask. She wanted to ask why her sister was so close to Shun, what kind of entanglement existed between them, and how long this relationship had been hidden. But looking at Hinata's flustered and helpless appearance, not even daring to raise her head, the words died in her throat, leaving only a heart full of doubt and confusion. The atmosphere in the room instantly became stagnant, and even breathing sounds were exceptionally clear. Hinata looked down, visibly anxious and uncertain. Her hands nervously clutched the cuffs of her clothes, still not daring to look up, as if awaiting some judgment. Shun gently placed the tea in his hand on the low table beside him. His gaze fell on Hanabi, his tone brooking no refusal. "Hanabi, since you're here, come in." Standing at the door, what does that look like? Hanabi hesitated. Her feet felt heavy, as if filled with lead, and every step felt exceptionally difficult. She could feel her sister's gaze on her, filled with panic and pleading, making her feel uncomfortable. The carved wooden door slowly closed behind her with a soft click, shutting out the wind from the courtyard. She carefully placed the orange wine in her arms on the low cabinet by the door. The jar clinked against the wooden cabinet, a soft sound that was exceptionally clear in the stagnant atmosphere. I heard the orange wine in the kitchen was ready, so I thought I'd bring it for sister taste." Hanabi's voice carried a hint of imperceptible tremor, her gaze unconsciously darting between the two, but not daring to linger for long. "I didn't know Shun-sama was also here. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have been so rash." She lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with apology, but more so with helplessness. Shun nodded faintly, his tone betraying no unusual emotions. "I came today to discuss important matters with your sister, Hinata. We talked for a while, so I'm just resting here and having a cup of tea." He deliberately emphasized the words "discuss important matters," as if intentionally explaining their closeness earlier, or perhaps subtly concealing something. But that slightly stiff explanation to Hanabi's ears only made it seem even further like an attempt to cover up. However, such an explanation was too far-fetched. Perhaps even he himself found it unconvincing. Senshirado like a tangled mess that she couldn't untangle. But reason told her that now was not the time to press for answers. Insisting would only make the situation more awkward. After all, Shun was the dominator of the ninja world, his status exceptionally noble and special. If things became too ugly, it would not only damage his reputation, but also be a great disaster for the Hyuga clan. Hinata slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading as she looked at Hanabi. "Hanabi, you go back first. Shun-sama and I still have some things to talk about. Later. He'll find you later." "Senshirado." She turned and walked toward the door, each step feeling like she was treading on cotton, her body devoid of strength. When she reached the door, her hand rested on the doorknob, and she hesitated for a moment, then secretly glanced back. She saw Shun, who at some point had returned to Hinata's side, gently holding her in his arms. Hanabi's heart suddenly sank, as if something had gently struck it. The wind in the courtyard began to blow again, the leaves rustling, as if whispering softly. But Hanabi no longer had the light-hearted mood she had arrived with, her steps slow as she walked on the bluestone path. She already had an answer in her heart. There must be a secret romance hidden between Hinata and Shun. This relationship must have been hidden for a long time, and it must have caused her sister a lot of grievances. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so cautious. Hanabi stood under the tree in the courtyard, gazing at the tightly closed carved wooden door, and quietly muttered, "When did she manage to win over Shun-sama? He's the dream man of countless women in the ninja world, powerful and gentle. I'm so envious too." Hayashi's complex emotions. Hanabi froze outside Hinata's boudoir, the envy in her heart gradually fading. She sobered up. This was by no means a simple matter of love. It not only concerned her sister's happiness for the rest of her life, but also the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the entire Hyuga clan. Currently, the Hyuga clan was a vassal of the Uchiha, and it was only with Shun's support that they had their current prosperity. If her sister could formalize their relationship with him, the clan's future would undoubtedly be bright. She dared not linger any longer and turned to rush towards her father's study. "Father, father," Hanabi's voice, tinged with urgent trembling, echoed from the corridor to outside the study, startling a few sparrows resting under the eaves. She rushed to the study door in one breath. The maid guarding the door tried to stop her, but was roughly pushed aside, staggering as Hanabi burst into the study. The wooden door creaked open, breaking the silence in the room. At this moment, Hayashi was seated at his desk, holding a brush, focused on handling clan affairs. On the desk lay a stack of yellowed paper scrolls, which are the list of training slots for Immortal Village on Ancestral Planet, densely filled with the names of clan members. Now, the information about Immortal Village had been made public, and it was a treasure land that billions of people dreamed of entering. Even ordinary people living in Immortal Village could significantly extend their lifespan, and there, they even had the chance to learn Senjutsu. Therefore, as a vassal clan of the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan's steady development over the years was entirely due to Shun's strong support. The Uchiha had long ago given the Hyuga clan many training slots in Immortal Village, which allowed the Hyuga clan's members to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. Such grace and opportunity were sought after by countless clans. Hearing his daughter's call, Hayashi was somewhat displeased. Soon, he saw Hanabi running over, her breathing somewhat hurried. He frowned slightly, put down the brush, and said in a stern tone, "Hanabi, why are you so flustered? Have you forgotten the clan's etiquette? What kind of behavior is this?" Hanabi braced her hands on her knees, breathing heavily from running, her cheeks warm from exertion, but her eyes were astonishingly bright. "Father, I just saw with my own eyes that sister was in her room." Senchuredo, his eyes first flashed with astonishment, then instantly turned into unconcealed joy. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and quickly paced around the study twice. He touched his beard, his tone filled with unconcealed delight, yet a barely perceptible solemnity flickered in his eyes. "Hanabi, you're not joking, are you? If it's true, this is a great blessing. Hanabi, did you see clearly and not mistaken for someone else?" Seeing her father's expression, Hanabi nodded. "Father, it's true." After confirming, Hayashi's expression became even more excited. If Hinata can marry Shun-sama as a consort, the status of the Hyuga clan will become even more stable, and no one will dare to look down on us ever again. The bright future of the clan was close at hand, but this glory would ultimately have to be exchanged by his daughter. Thinking of this, his joy faded barato, leaving a heavy heartache. Meanwhile, inside Hinata's room, The atmosphere had gradually eased from the previous awkwardness. Shun stood by the window, watching Hanabi's figure disappear at the end of the corridor. He turned and walked to Hinata, who was still somewhat dazed. He gently embraced her, the warmth of his palms radiating through her clothes. "Hinata, don't be afraid. With me here, no one will trouble you." Hinata buried her face in his warm chest, his familiar scent gradually calming her frantic heartbeat. Shun. Hanabi saw everything. She had kept her relationship with Shun, who was once her teacher, a secret from everyone. Out of consideration for her clan and external opinions, and fearing that the vast difference in their statuses would bring trouble to the Hyuga clan, she had carefully maintained this relationship. Now, being discovered by her closest sister, she was at a loss as to how to face it, filled with anxiety and helplessness. Shun kissed her hair, his eyes full of tenderness. "Hinata, I've made you suffer. Why not make it public now, and save you from constantly worrying? I will personally visit the Hyuga clan head to explain our intentions, and I will prepare the most lavish betrothal gifts to marry you with great pomp, so that the entire ninja world knows that you, Hinata, are my Uchiha Shun's consort." This resounding promise instantly dispelled all of Hinata's anxieties. She raised her hands, tightly hugged Shun's waist, buried her face in his chest, and tears finally couldn't help but fall. "Shun, thank you. I truly feel so happy." "Silly girl." The two embraced for a long time until busy sounds came from outside. Shun gently patted Hinata's back, softly gave a few instructions, and then turned to leave the Hyuga residence. Hinata straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, took a deep breath, suppressed the bravado and unease in her heart, and turned to walk towards her father's study. She knew that she would have to face this eventually. Rather than avoid it, it was better to confess proactively. At this moment, the atmosphere in the study was unusually calm. Hayashi sat in the main seat, his expression still showing lingering joy. Hanabi stood respectfully by his side, her hands clasped in front of her, occasionally stealing a glance at her sister who had just entered, her eyes full of curiosity and gossip. Hinata lowered her gaze, a blush on her cheeks, her steps somewhat light. Seeing his daughter approach on her own, Hayashi's smile widened, and his eyes softened considerably. "Hinata, you're here. Hanabi just told me that you and Shun-sama are together. Is this true?" Hinata's body stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously looked up at her father. Seeing no trace of blame in his eyes, only unconcealed anticipation and joy, the unease in her heart finally receded a little. She nodded gently, her eyes firm. "Yes, father. Shun and I have been in love for a long time. Due to many concerns, I haven't told you or the clan members until now. Please forgive me, father." Hayashi's laughter gradually subsided, the cheerfulness on his face replaced by deep solemnity. He slowly sat down, his gaze falling on Hinata, filled with complex emotions. The joy that had surged moments ago for the clan's future was now replaced by heartache for his daughter. "Hinata, what crime have you committed? This is the clan's blessing, but Senshirado, even Kuratsuchi from Awagakure and Pakura from Sunagakure often bravado him loyally. His reputation for being calculating has long spread throughout the ninja world. Hinata, if you marry him, you will only be one bravado ally, sharing his attention with dozens of others, and facing political disputes in the inner court every day. This is something no ordinary woman can bear. Hinata, do you really want to marry him?" The joy on Hanabi's face instantly froze. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She only knew of Shun's excellence and glory, but had never considered these things, and was momentarily dazed. Hinata's body trembled violently, the blush on her cheeks instantly fading. Her hands, hanging at her sides, quietly clenched. She knew these were not rumors, but her heart already belonged to that man. She couldn't refuse. At this moment, with her father pointing it out directly, "Senshirado, this is the path I chose myself, and I will never regret it." Hayashi looked at his daughter's stubborn appearance, his heart aching even more, but he knew that things had come to this point and could no longer be reversed. He sighed deeply, the complexity in his eyes indescribable. On one side was an excellent opportunity for the clan's rise, and on the other was his daughter's lifelong happiness. He ultimately leaned towards the former. His voice softened considerably, his eyes filled with guilt. Hinata, since your mind is made up, I will do my best to facilitate this. Tomorrow morning, I will personally visit Shun-sama to express the sincerity of the Hyuga clan, and we must not be impolite. It will also be a way to gain some dignity for you. I have let you down for the sake of the clan. Alas, Hinata looked at the guilt in her father's eyes, and then at the worry in her sister's eyes. She straightened her body, then bowed respectfully. Father, you overstated. This is my own choice, and it's not suffering. My marriage, they'll trouble you with it, father. Hayashi looked at his eldest daughter, feigning strength, and the guilt and heartache in his heart grew even stronger. His throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, with 1,000 words unsaid, ultimately turning into a long sigh. Hinata, Hanabi's innocent idea as night deepened. The lights in the Hyuga residence extinguished one by one. The chirping of insects in the courtyard rose and fell. Cinchuredo, she walked slowly to the window, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold window frame. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, casting long shadows of the courtyard. Her father's admonition, Shun-sama, is noble but also a philanderer. You must be careful with your words and actions, and Shun's image repeatedly tugged at her mind. Her heart felt as if it were blocked by something, a mix of conflicting emotions. Just as she was lost in thought, the door was gently pushed open a Barado, and a slender figure tiptoed in, light-footed. Sister, can I sleep beside you tonight? Hanabi's face held an undisguised joy. She quickly burrowed into her sister's quilt, her bright, sparkling eyes smiling as she stared at her sister, Hinata. Hinata turned around and, seeing her sister sneak in, frowned helplessly. She reached out and rubbed her cheek. Hanabi, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Go back to your own room. You have to get up early tomorrow. Hanabi shook her head, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands, adopting a stubborn stance of not leaving. Sister, I'm not leaving. You're going to marry Shun-sama soon, and it'll be hard for me to see you again. I want to stay overnight with you tonight. I want to spend more time with you. A hint of grievance quietly welled up in her eyes, her lower lips slightly pursed, her gaze so firm that it allowed no room for her sister's rebuttal. Hinata patiently tried to persuade her a few more times, but Hanabi either lowered her head, pursed her lips in silence, or repeatedly used the excuse of wanting to spend more time with sister. No matter how much her sister tried to make her leave, she clung to the bed, refusing to move. Suddenly, Hanabi looked up at her sister, a sly, mischievous smile on her lips. Sister, could it be that Shun-sama will come over tonight? Cinchuredo, what should I do? Seeing her sister's childish stubbornness, Hinata ultimately couldn't bring herself to be firm and could only sigh in compromise. Fine, Hanabi, if you want to stay, then stay. Hanabi's face instantly lit up with joy. She cupped her sister's head and kissed her forehead. Sister, you're the best. She lay down next to Hinata, and the two sisters lying together added a touch of warmth to the room. The two were silent for a moment, then only their steady breathing echoed in the room. Hanabi turned on her side, gazing at Hinata's profile in the faint candlelight, her long eyelashes casting a shallow shadow beneath her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but speak, her voice tinged with curiosity and seriousness. Sister, what do you like about Shun-sama? Hearing this, Hinata's body stiffened slightly, and her gaze returned to the window, lost in thought. She unconsciously clutched the quilt, the lamplight casting a soft, hazy glow on her face. She pondered for a moment, a faint smile unconsciously blooming at the corners of her lips. I can't quite pinpoint it, but if I had to list them, his good qualities are actually hidden in many details. He is the master of 10 planets, yet he is never arrogant. When I encountered a bottleneck in my senjutsu training, he never disliked my clumsiness and always guided me patiently. As Hinata spoke, her eyes grew softer, and her expression relaxed considerably. He also understands many principles and listens to my grievances, then helps me analyze solutions. And although he has had many relationships, he is gentle and considerate to everyone. He remembers all of our birthdays, and he occasionally creates little surprises to make us happy. Hanabi's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened. What was initially just curiosity gradually turned into obvious admiration. She held the quilt close to her barato, her posture relaxing. Hinata saw this and reached out to playfully tap her nose. What? After hearing me say all that, you think he's not bad? Hanabi's cheeks flushed, and she hastily turned her face away with a maiden shyness. Sister, Shun-sama is indeed quite likable. Hinata was amused by her appearance and gently smiled. So, our little Hanabi is starting to like people too, even though you used to pretend to be indifferent. Hanabi was both shy and annoyed, laughing as she snuggled into Hinata's embrace, reaching out to tickle her waist. Sister, you're so mean you just like to tease me. The sisters instantly dissolved into playful chaos, the bedding on the bed becoming disheveled. Under the warm yellow light, there was a long-lost closeness between them. The two sisters played for a while until both were breathless and tired. Then they leaned against each other and lay down. The bedroom returned to quiet, but the atmosphere was now warmer than before. Hinata gently patted Hanabi's back, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. I know the outside world says he's a philanderer, that he's never lacked women around him, but love is not about status or the past. I believe in his feelings for me and am willing to gamble once. Gamble that is promised to me isn't just a fleeting whim. Hanabi drew close to Hinata, her mind filled with the scenes Hinata had described, her heart still beating rapidly. She was silent for a moment, then stepped forward and gently embraced Hinata, her tone serious, with a trace of bashful hesitation. Sister, I think I've also fallen for Shun-sama. Hearing this, Hinata's body paused slightly. Before she could speak, she heard Hanabi continue, Sister, why don't I marry Shun-sama too? That way I can be with you every day, and we can both stay by his side, and no one will dare bully you. Hinata's heart warmed, and she gently patted her sister's hand. Her eyes welled up slightly, and her nose felt a little sore. With her sister's words, even if the road ahead was unknown, she felt a little more confident. She turned on her side, hastily lowering her voice, afraid of being overheard by anyone outside. Hanabi, Sensuredo, your idea is simply absurd, and father wouldn't agree. You have your own life. You should find someone whose heart and eyes are only for you. How can you have such a thought? Hanabi, however, wrinkled her nose, pushed her hand away, and spoke with a serious stubbornness. Am not talking nonsense. You're going to such a distant place, without anyone close to you. If I also marry him, I can be with you every day, and no one will dare bully you. Besides, Shun-sama is excellent, and I actually like him a lot. Besides, I can protect you, so father can also rest assured. As she spoke, her eyes were full of innocent consideration, completely unaware of the complex entanglements hidden behind this proposal, only feeling that this was the best way to protect her sister. Hinata looked at her sister's serious expression, her heart filled with both tenderness and warmth. She gently embraced Hanabi, feeling her sister's warmth, as if cherishing a rare treasure, and softly stroked her disheveled hair. Silly girl, I know you mean well for me, but I can't be so selfish. Marriage is not a game, nor is it a bargaining chip for companionship. You deserve a better destiny. I only hope that you can grow up safely and find happiness that belongs solely to you, not sacrifice yourself for me. Hanabi leaned in Hinata's embrace, listening to her sister's gentle words, her nose tingling. She mumbled softly, but I just don't want to be separated from you, and I really like Shun-sama. I used to only dare to think about it secretly. Hinata held her in her arms, gently patting her back, her tone tinged with melancholy. Silly girl, you're still young. You don't understand what love is. You will definitely meet a better person in the future. He will cherish you and only be good to you. Hanabi looked up, her eyes shining with stubbornness. Sister, am not small anymore, and age is not a problem. I heard that time in a mortal village is different from the ninja world. 6 years pass there for every 1 year in the ninja world. So, if I just stay there for a few months, they'll be old enough to marry, and then I can marry Shun-sama with you. Looking at her sister's determined eyes, Hinata felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. Hanabi, how can you have such thoughts? Marriage is never just about being old enough. You can't decide your entire life so rashly for me or for a momentary liking. Hanabi was startled by Hinata's serious tone, and her eyes instantly reddened, but she still pressed her barato together tightly, unwilling to give up her idea. Sister, I'm already grown up, and the key is, I've secretly liked Shun-sama for a long time. Hinata looked at her sister's serious eyes, unsure what to say. Hanabi, are you serious? 40 advanced S on Hanabi Fool's Hayashi the next morning, in the dining hall of the Hyuga residence. The chirping of sparrows in the courtyard was crisp and pleasant. 3 to 5 sparrows landed on the sycamore branches. Cinchuredo, when I come out, I can shorten the age gap with Shun-sama and marry him, and similar things. Because she hadn't slept well, there was a faint hint of dark circles under her eyes. For breakfast, she spent a long time stirring the plain porridge in her bowl until the grains sank to the bottom. Yet she couldn't taste any flavor. Her heart was filled with helplessness. She felt sorry for her sister's stubbornness, but didn't know how to dissuade her. Hayashi sat at the head seat, his dark kimono making him appear even more composed. He picked up a spoon with his left hand, slowly scooped up a spoonful of plain porridge, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on it. Only when the temperature was just right did he slowly put it into his mouth. Even his chewing movements were strictly according to etiquette, steady and measured. His gaze appeared to be fixed on his bowl, but in reality, he occasionally swept his peripheral vision over his 2 daughters seated at the table. With the scrutiny and insight characteristic of an experienced person, he took in Hinata's distraction, Hanabi's nervousness, and even the subtle movements of their fingertips. He merely pretended to be unfazed, not showing a hint of emotion. During meals in the past, Hanabi loved to chatter and cling to her older sister, talking about the new sprouts in the courtyard one moment and winning against her clanmates during practice the next. The dining hall was always livelier because of her. But today, she was unusually reserved, her back ramrod straight, and her sitting posture much more proper than usual. Her fingers repeatedly rubbed the rim of the white porcelain bowl, seemingly deep in thought. Her gaze occasionally darted toward her father at the head seat, hiding hesitation and anxiety. Silence spread throughout the dining hall, broken only by the occasional soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Finally, Hanabi took a deep breath, her chest visibly rising and falling, as if she had made a tremendous decision. Even her other hand, resting on her lap, was secretly clenched into a fist. She abruptly put down the bamboo chopsticks in her hand. With a soft tap, the porcelain chopsticks struck the wooden table, the sound especially clear in the quiet dining hall. She straightened her back, her posture rigid, as if preparing for an important test. When she looked up at Hayashi, she deliberately forced a look of obedience, but the tightly gripped corner of her clothes betrayed the tension in her heart. "Father, I have something I need to ask your permission for." Hayashi raised his eyes to look at her, a hint of doubt in his profound gaze. The spoon in his hand gently stirred the contents of the bowl, causing ripples to spread across the surface of the porridge before gradually settling down. "Oh, what is it? Speak freely." The expression on his face was steady, revealing little emotion. "Father, I want to go to a mortal village on Ancestral Planet to train." Hanabi's voice suddenly became clearer, and her speaking speed was slightly faster than usual, as if afraid she might regret it if she hesitated even a little. She deliberately avoided the gaze of Hinata next to her, focusing instead on her father's face, her eyes showing a desperate determination. Now that sister is about to marry Shun-sama and will live with him in the future, the clan's affairs might become heavier without her help. She gulped, deliberately making her tone sound more earnest, her eyes reflecting a degree of sincerity. I don't wish to always protected by sister and father, unable to do anything. I want to go to Immortal Village to wholeheartedly practice. It has the best training resources, and it will be perfect for tempering my will and improving my strength, so that in the future I can also contribute to the clan, protect the Hyuga's glory, and live up to father's expectations. After saying this, she subtly raised her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly, observing her father's expression, afraid of revealing any flaws. She secretly prayed that her father would believe this high-sounding excuse and wouldn't notice that the tips of her ears had quietly turned red. Hayashi's hand holding the spoon paused slightly, and the spoon gently tapped the edge of the bowl, making a faint sound. A clear trace of astonishment flashed in his deep eyes, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Immortal Village is a treasured training ground envied by the entire ninja world, a place countless ninjas desperately try to enter but fail to get a chance. But upon hearing Hanabi mention contributing to the clan and protecting the Hyuga's glory, the astonishment in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a measure of gratification. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the whiskers beneath his jaw as he pondered for a full 3 seconds. To Hanabi, these 3 seconds felt like half an hour. Thin sweat quietly formed in her palms, and even her breathing became shallow. Hayashi quickly calculated in his mind. It's a good thing for Hanabi to have ambition. It's better than being spoiled and lacking responsibility. Moreover, after Hinata marries and moves to Shun's place, the Hyuga's status in the ninja world needs to be consolidated. If Hanabi can get stronger at Immortal Village, it will be easier to stabilize the clan in the future. This is a good thing. It is rare for you to have such ambition and consideration for the clan. I'm deeply gratified. Immortal Village is indeed an excellent place for training, and the clan has a few training quotas for Immortal Village. Hanabi, pack your things. You can depart within 3 days. The moment she received the permission, a brilliant light instantly burst forth in Hanabi's eyes, and even her previously rigid back relaxed. Thank you, Father, for granting my request. She quickly stood up, placed her hands folded at her sides, and bowed deeply in salute, her fringe hanging down to the floor. I will definitely practice diligently, never slack off, and certainly live up to Father's trust. As she stood up, she secretly glanced at her older sister, Hinata, a triumphant look she couldn't hide in her eyes. The first step of her plan was successful. Hinata, standing nearby, heard the conversation between father and daughter, and her mind went buzz, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The chopsticks in her hand dropped onto the dining table with a clatter, making a crisp and abrupt sound that instantly shattered the quiet of the dining hall. The sparrows chirping outside the courtyard seemed to stop at that moment, and the surrounding air felt frozen. Hinata could clearly feel her father's and sister's gazes fixed upon her. They held different emotions. Her father's was doubt, and her sister's was guilt and concealment. She raised her eyes to look at the joyful Hanabi, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep worry, and her breathing quickened. She actually put that absurd idea from last night into action. Last night, she had painstakingly tried to persuade her for a long time, talking about everything from the true meaning of marriage to the preciousness of affection, and from Shun's identity to the risks of unrequited love, Cinchuredo, and Mary Shun. Hinata's heart tightened. She was both angry at her sister's stubbornness and distressed by her foolishness. Hanabi's obsession with an unrequited love destined to be difficult will only hurt herself in the end. She opened her mouth, wanting to stop her, but swallowed the words back. Her throat felt as if it were choked by something. If she publicly exposed Hanabi's intentions, saying she wasn't going to Immortal Village to train at all, but to shorten the age gap and marry Shun, it would not only cause her sister extreme embarrassment, but also incur Father's displeasure. Father values the clan's reputation the most. He would surely think Hanabi's intentions were improper and bring shame to the clan, and he might also think that she, as the older sister, was narrow-minded and couldn't tolerate her sister. But if she allowed Hanabi to go to Immortal Village, she feared that she would suffer grievances there. She was even more afraid that Hanabi would stray further down this thorny path of unrequited love, become completely engrossed, and ultimately end up hurting herself and being full of scars. The difficult choice weighed on her heart like a massive stone, making even her breathing feel heavy. The morning light was still bright, yet she felt cold all over. The plain porridge in her bowl had long since cooled, just like her mood at that moment. The atmosphere of breakfast finally concluded amidst Hinata's deep worries. As Hayashi stood up to leave, he specifically patted Hanabi on the shoulder, the force carrying a hint of encouragement. Prepare your belongings well. You don't need to bring too many miscellaneous things. Immortal Village has shops. Hanabi, when you get to Immortal Village, you must be cautious in words and actions. Seek advice from seniors often, and don't be willful like you are at home. Hanabi nodded vigorously, her face full of excitement, and repeatedly said, "Father, don't worry, I have noted everything." After seeing her father off, Hanabi immediately stood up and ran out of the dining hall barefoot. Hinata quickly caught up with her sister and gently guided her into the secluded osmanthus grove in the courtyard. The osmanthus flowers had not yet bloomed, but the branches and leaves were already lush. Layers of green leaves interwoven to form a natural barrier, blocking the view of outsiders, with only occasional scattered sunlight filtering through the gaps and falling upon the two of them. "Hanabi, are you truly going to Immortal Village?" Hinata's expression was full of urgency, and the hand gripping Hanabi's wrist tightened slightly. "I know you're not going there to train at all." She really couldn't bear to watch Hanabi jump into a pit of fire. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. "Hanabi, Shun is truly not suitable for you. You deserve someone better, someone whose heart and eyes are completely focused on you. Don't sacrifice your entire life for a momentary obsession. It's not worth it." Hanabi stumbled from her pole, nearly falling. After steadying herself, she pulled her hand free from Hinata's grip. Her hand was slightly red from the tight hold, but she dared not meet her sister's gaze. "Sister, I just want to go and train. Father has already agreed. This is my own decision, so stop trying to stop me." Hanabi's stubbornness and Hinata's worries' sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that fell on Hanabi's slightly lowered eyelashes. She gazed at her sister's anxiously furrowed brows, unconsciously clutching her skirt, her eyes quickly avoiding her sister's gaze. The embarrassment of having her thoughts exposed made the tips of her ears subtly flush red, and her cheeks also felt slightly warm. But this embarrassment lasted only a moment. She quickly composed herself, replacing the panic in her eyes with a docile expression. She gently took Hinata's cool hand, and with her other hand, lightly patted her hand, as if comforting her, or perhaps masking her own discomfort. "Sister, I know you mean well. I understand everything. I really thought it through. Going to Immortal Village is purely for training, so I can help the clan in the future. All those silly things I said last night were just jokes. Please don't take them to heart." Although her words were earnest, her other hand, hanging by her side, was secretly clenched into a fist, and a hint of unconcealed triumph lurked deep in her eyes. As long as she could go to Immortal Village, as long as she could grow closer to Shun-sama, one day she hoped to stand proudly by his side and remain close to her sister as well. This quiet admiration, like a seed, had long taken root in her heart. Hinata stared intently at her sister. How could she miss that familiar stubbornness in her eyes? That was the look Hanabi had since childhood. Once she set her mind on something, she would never turn back, even if she hit a wall. The moment she saw that look, Hinata's heart felt as if it had been doused with ice water, instantly chilling by half. And even her breathing hitched for a moment. Now that Hayashi had personally agreed, and Hanabi was so disingenuously hiding her true intentions, there was nothing she could do to stop her within the clan. A feeling of disappointment coiled around her heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. Just then, a name abruptly sprang into her mind. Shun. Besides him, perhaps no one else could persuade Hanabi or change any of this. Thinking this, Hinata's clenched hands slowly relaxed, and a new hope rekindled in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's council hall, sandalwood incense wafted, dispelling the chill of the morning dew. Maids, dressed in uniform plain palace attire, came and went with tea sets or documents, their steps extremely light, their breathing deliberately slowed. In the vast hall of the royal palace, only the faint sound of brush on paper remained. Shun sat at his desk, holding a golden betrothal gift list, his gaze slowly scanning each item. There was an ice bracelet found from the far north, its color translucent like moonlight. Exquisite cloud brocade offered as tribute from the western regions, embroidered with intertwining lotus patterns, shimmering delicately in the morning light. Every single item was personally chosen and finalized by him. Thinking of Hinata in a crimson wedding dress, adorned with these betrothal gifts, entering the royal palace, a carefree smile graced his lips, and the tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowed. "Your Excellency, Hinata-sama requests an audience." The attendant tiptoed into the hall, bowing to report, his voice perfectly modulated, fearing he might interrupt Shun's thoughts. Upon hearing the name Hinata, the tenderness in Shun's eyes flashed instantly. He immediately put down the list, his palm gently tapping the desk, his eyes showing a hint of eagerness. "Invite her in quickly. Don't let her wait outside any longer." A few minutes later, Hinata hurried in, her skirt rustling softly across the polished white floor. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes filled with anxiety, and even her usual gentle expression was replaced by urgency. Shun's heart tightened, and he quickly rose and walked to her side, gently stroking her furrowed brow. "Hinata, what's wrong? Has something unexpected happened? Is it your father who refuses to agree to our marriage? Or should I send someone to persuade him?" As he spoke, a hint of imperceptible authority flashed in his eyes, as if as long as Hinata nodded, he would immediately send people to the Hyuga residence. Even if by sheer determination, he would gain his father-in-law's approval. Then, he naturally reached for her hand, gently holding her cool fingers between his palms, gradually warming her icy hand with his own warmth. Surrounded by the comforting heat of his hands, she sensed a calm, fresh fragrance lingering in the air. The panic in Hinata's heart seemed to be soothed, gradually calming down a bit. She clasped his hand back with a hint of unconscious reliance, her voice even trembling slightly. She recounted everything about Hanabi's insistence on going to a mortal village for training, which was actually to shorten their age gap and marry him. "Shun, quickly think of a solution. We really can't let her continue this nonsense. What if something happens to her in a mortal village, or if she goes down a dark path? What then?" As she spoke, she looked at him with growing concern. Her barato brushed his arm as she instinctively sought his protection. After listening to Hinata's narration, a hint of surprise first flashed in Shun's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected his sister-in-law to actually set her sights on him. His heart stirred subtly, and a triumphant smile formed on his face. Both sisters marrying him. This would be an interesting matter. In his triumph, a cackling laugh almost escaped his throat. He quickly composed his expression, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop, producing a crisp sound. "Oh, that little girl Hanabi actually has some nerve to set her sights on me." Hinata couldn't discern his mood, making her even more anxious. "Shun, do you have a way to resolve this matter?" Shun looked at her worried expression, and his own face instantly became serious. He gently pinched her cheek, the touch feeling soft and delicate. "Hinata, don't worry, I have my own plan. But you also need to consider if I were to directly refuse or forcefully prevent her from going to a mortal village. With Hanabi's stubborn personality, she would definitely think you were behind it, and she might hate you for life, which would be counterproductive and ultimately harm your sisterly bond." Upon hearing this, Hinata was at a loss. Shun gently patted her hand and continued, "You know the time flow in a mortal village. 6 years inside is only 1 year outside. Hanabi will be training there for several years, so you might as well go and live in a mortal village with her. You still have several years to persuade her to change her mind, perhaps making her fully understand. After all, some paths, if not walked personally, will not be abandoned. And with you by her side, you can also look after her safety. Upon hearing this, Hinata was about to nod in agreement, her heart filled with gratitude for his thoughtful consideration. Unexpectedly, the next second, Shun suddenly leaned in, his breath brushing near her face. Before she could react, he greeted her with a warm bravado and a brief, polite welcome. The moment carried a quiet sincerity that had been building all night. He held her close, every action filled with deep affection. He gently wrapped his arms around her, drawing her near until she rested softly against him. Sensuredo, feeling the vibration of his ribcage. Her heart trembled slightly, and even her body couldn't help but shiver gently. Shun then scooped her up in his arms steadily supporting her knees and back. He looked down at his beloved in his arms, whose heart was racing and eyes were shimmering, the warmth and emotion reflected in his gaze, his expression shifting subtly. Last night, I originally wanted to quietly come find you, but then I saw Hanabi refusing to leave your room, so I had to wait until morning. He feigned a deliberate note of complaint. Sensuredo, his tone carrying a calm authority. It'll be fine. With that, he carried her step by step towards the inner chamber. A little later, quiet conversation could be heard through the doors. Hinata ultimately could not resist Hanabi's stubbornness and accompanied her via spatial teleportation to a mortal village for training. The departure of the two sisters gave Shun, who usually had to deal with numerous trivial matters, a rare period of free time. Inside the Ninja World Royal Palace's hall, he sat languidly upon the high main seat. His expression held a hint of deep contemplation, and his gaze passed through the curling incense smoke. A moment later, he slowly withdrew his gaze and murmured softly, 24 royal consorts. Gathering them will make my luck flourish. This was not a vain fantasy, but a conclusion he reached after countless repeated deductions using his dojutsu, and it was a crucial plan for strengthening his luck and stabilizing his rule over the ninja world. He slowly ran his hand over the scrolls spread out on the desk, his fingertips tracing the names that had already been marked, his gaze lingering on each character for a moment as he silently counted the candidates whose fates were sealed. Hinata, Ino Yakumo, Kuratsuchi Pakura. Counting these 5 women who were about to be brought under his banner one by one, and adding Hanabi, who insisted on going to a mortal village and clearly wanted to marry him, that makes 6 people. He was still short 1 royal consort to reach the number 24. Remembering Hanabi, he lightly clicked his tongue, a smile curving at the corner of his lips. That little girl certainly has some guts. She knows the path ahead is difficult, yet she still insists on joining in the fun. Interesting. But right now, I'm still short 1 royal consort candidate. He quickly scanned the many suitable young women of the ninja world in his mind. Just as he was pondering, a name popped out. Tintin. He softly spoke the name, his finger pausing slightly. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Tintin. She's a year older than Hinata, a suitable age and still single. She would be a fitting candidate. As his thoughts became clearer, he used the authority of a superior and spoke softly. Someone, bring me Tintin's detailed information report. After he finished speaking, hurried yet unhurried footsteps came from outside the hall. A black-clad guard, holding a neatly bound intel booklet, quickly walked into the hall. He bowed and presented it on the desk, then silently withdrew. Sensuredo, she especially loved fortune-telling and studying ancient ninja tool texts, possessing countless rare ninja tools and original versions of books in her home. Her disposition was exceptionally gentle and kind, always proactively caring for those around her, especially Niji and Lee, whom she looked after with great care. Her zodiac sign was Pisces. She was optimistic and cheerful and sincere to others, but poor at managing money, spending lavishly, and habitually relying on those close to her, easily panicking when encountering sudden situations and lacking adaptability. Fortune-telling? That's a somewhat interesting hobby. Shun murmured to himself, a glint flashing in his eyes, as a plan quietly took shape in his heart. At this moment, in Konoha, the sunlight was just right in an elegant courtyard. The courtyard walls were covered in emerald green vines, dotted with a few unknown small flowers, appearing vibrant and full of life. Tintin was sitting at a wooden table by the window, with tarot cards and an astrological chart spread out before her. A cup of steaming, clear tea sat on the table, its aroma mingling with the floral scent in the air, making it especially pleasant. A golden ray of light shone through the carved window lattice into the room, landing precisely on the tarot cards, making the patterns on the cards appear even clearer. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. Tintin sighed, concentrating as she gently flipped the cards, her movements extremely soft. Ever since she woke up this morning, she had felt restless and uneasy, so she decided to perform a divination for herself to check her recent fortune and put her mind at ease. The cards gently flipped under her fingertips, and a lover's card, representing strong romantic luck, appeared before her. The man and woman on the card stood close together, their eyes gentle and full of affection. Tintin's eyes instantly lit up, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, as if stained with rouge. Unable to suppress the joy in her heart, she lightly tapped the card face with her fingertip, the corners of her barato unconsciously turning up. Several familiar figures involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Niji, serious and reserved, yet always silently helping her when she faced difficulties, especially protective of her. Lee, intensely driven with burning energy, full of energy, always inviting her to train together and bringing her immense vitality like a small sun. And Shun? Thinking of that name, Tintin shook her head abruptly, as if trying to shake off the sudden thought. She was secretly confused. Why would she think of Shun? Was it because outsiders constantly rumored he was romantic and surrounded by many women, causing her subconscious to consider him? It wasn't that she was unaware of the outside rumors. Since Shun unified the ninja world, he had become the idol in the hearts of countless women. Thanks to his handsome appearance, formidable strength, and supreme power. Crucially, he was openly romantic and never concealed his fondness for beautiful women. Thus, novels, comics, movies, and TV series about him emerged endlessly, and there were even many unofficial fan adaptations circulating privately. She had inadvertently seen a few herself and had been surprised at the time. Or perhaps I've read too many books featuring Shun-sama, which is why I'm having such strange thoughts. The moment this thought appeared, she felt flustered and turned away to compose herself, and her heart was thrown into chaos. To soothe this sudden flurry of panic, Tintin simply put away the tarot cards and astrological chart, grabbed the neatly arranged kunai nearby, and quickly walked toward the training field behind the courtyard. She took a deep breath, trying to cast all the chaotic thoughts aside. Holding 3 kunai in each hand, she flung her arms, and the kunai were thrown out one after another with sharp whistling sounds, silver arcs slicing through the air and accurately hitting the bullseye in the distance. The thudding sounds of the kunai hitting the wooden targets rose and fell, exceptionally clear in the quiet training field. Even so, the turmoil in her heart was only slightly eased, not completely dispersed. The card representing romantic luck and the image of Shun, which she had unintentionally recalled, constantly lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Senchuredo when his senses inadvertently swept toward Konoha. This sweep allowed him to sense Tintin, who was alone in the training field throwing kunai, her expression showing a hint of distraction. A plan instantly flashed in his eyes, and a meaningful smile formed on his face. Ask, and you shall receive. Tintin, hurry and fall into my hands. Shun immediately stood up, his figure flickering as he turned into an afterimage, silently leaving the hall. Relying on his mastery of space-time jutsu, he appeared on a large tree near the training field in the blink of an eye. He deliberately slowed his pace and leaped down from the tree, pretending to be just passing by. His hands were clasped behind his back, but his gaze was secretly fixed on Tintin in the training field. He saw her focused on throwing kunai, yet her breathing was somewhat erratic, clearly indicating her mind was elsewhere. Shun's fingertips moved slightly, and an extremely faint, almost imperceptible thread of chakra quietly leaked out. Like invisible silk threads, it precisely wrapped around two kunai that were about to hit the bullseye, and with a gentle tug, caused them to collide in midair. Clink, clink. A series of crisp collision sounds rang out, breaking the tranquility of the training field. One of the kunai was deflected by the force, changing its trajectory and shot straight toward the head of a certain person who was just passing by. This scene happened so suddenly that Tintin didn't even react. She could only watch helplessly as the kunai changed direction and flew toward the figure not far away, causing her face to instantly turn pale and her heart to jump into her throat. Just as the kunai was about to reach him, Shun remained composed, as if he had expected it all along. He slowly extended two fingers and firmly pinched the flying kunai. The tip of the kunai was only an inch away from his glabella, yet his expression didn't change, and his eyes didn't even flicker. Then he slowly turned his head, his gaze accurately landing on Tintin in the training field, a gentle smile on his lips. When Tintin saw the sudden appearance of Shun and witnessed him easily catching the kunai she threw with just two fingers, her mind instantly went blank. All her movements froze, and she even forgot to breathe. Shun-sama? Why is he here? After realizing what had happened, Tintin hastily dropped the kunai in her hands and quickly stepped forward, her cheeks flushed red. She stood there flustered, waving her hands continuously, unsure of what to do. Shun-sama, I didn't mean to. I had no idea you were here. Please forgive me. Shun released his fingers, allowing the kunai to fall into his palm, and then slowly walked toward Tintin. His steps were calm, his aura powerful yet not oppressive. He smiled and said, Tintin, you don't need to be nervous. I know you didn't do it on purpose. He paused, his gaze resting on her flushed cheeks. I noticed your breathing was erratic when you were throwing kunai, as if something was on your mind. Have you run into some trouble? Why don't you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you. A master at work being questioned so directly and intensely by Shun, coupled with the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind just now. Tintin's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She wanted to say that she was just unsettled after her morning fortune-telling, but she didn't know how to explain the origin of this panic. She wanted to mention the dazzling lover's card from her tarot reading, but felt too shy to speak of it. She stammered for a long time, as if something was stuck in her throat, unable to squeeze out a complete sentence, only making fragmented sounds. I. Shun took in her flustered and shy appearance. A sly smile flashed in his eyes. He slowed his pace as he approached her, stopping a short distance away. He bent down slightly, keeping his gaze level with her lowered head, and teased her in a playful tone, Tintin, why is your face as red as a ripe cherry? Could it be you're too happy to see me, or are you secretly in love with me? Have I hit the nail on the head? He leaned in close with a teasing grin, and Tintin immediately stiffened. I didn't. Tintin was startled by his direct and bold teasing, her posture stiffening. Her eyes darted around nervously, sometimes glancing at the kunai scattered on the ground, sometimes at the vines outside the courtyard wall, carefully avoiding Shun's gaze. She had never been addressed so boldly by a man in her life, let alone by Shun. For a moment, she felt all the blood rush to her head, her heart filled with shame and panic, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Shun saw her trying to cover up and making things worse, and the smile in his eyes deepened, but he no longer teased her. He straightened up and changed the subject, his gaze locked firmly on Tintin's face. I just sensed someone secretly thinking about me, and that person will become my queen in the future. So I followed the sensation and came here. I didn't expect to meet you. These words were half true and half false. He had already decided to visit today, The false part was that the so-called sensation was merely an excuse to push things along, just to test her feelings and see if Tintin, as the information suggested, was easily moved by romance and a sense of destiny. After hearing these words, Tintin's head buzzed, completely losing her composure. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the Barado card that had appeared in the morning suddenly became clear in her mind. Even the red threads entwined on the card were distinctly visible. Her expression grew even Barado intense, and her heart began to race, her chest rising and falling slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but not knowing where to start, and a strange tremor, which she herself was unwilling to admit, inexplicably arose in her heart. Could the person secretly thinking about him that Shun mentioned really be her? But how was that possible? She had only occasionally wondered about the reputation of this ninja world overlord in novels. Tintin suppressed the panic in her heart and stammered, "Shun-sama, you're joking. How could that be?" Despite her words, her gaze became even more evasive, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. She dared not meet Shun's half-smiling gaze, fearing that he would see through her thoughts at a glance. Shun watched her contradictory and evasive behavior, and the smile in his eyes. Cinchuredo, he locked on her flustered eyes without blinking, not allowing her any escape. "Tintin, look at me. Your eyes tell me you just lied." He stepped closer and held her gaze firmly, refusing to let her look away, leaving her almost no strength to struggle. "This means you were really secretly thinking about me just now, right?" Before Tintin could retort, he curled his lips into a light smile, his tone carrying a hint of casual pride, yet it was exceptionally captivating. "Women who like me are all over the ninja world, far more than 1 billion. They all wish they could be by my side. What do you have to be shy about?" Tintin, being a sensitive and imaginative person, had read many romantic novels and picture books about Shun. She already had a vague image of this strategic overlord in her heart. Now, being guided so directly by him, his deep and captivating eyes and meaningful words intertwined, quietly reached her heart, and her mind began to wander. She imagined herself truly becoming his queen, as he said. The temperature of her cheeks grew even hotter, and her eyes, which were initially flustered, gradually became tinged with a hint of haziness and shyness that she herself hadn't noticed, like glass covered with a layer of mist. "Shun-sama, I." She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but only uttered a fragmented murmur. The next second, Shun swept her into his arms steadily supporting her knees and back. He looked deeply into Tintin's eyes with great confidence. "Tintin, I can now confirm that you are one of my future queens." As his words fell, before Tintin could react, his sudden closeness caught her off guard. In that bold and unexpected moment, he leaned in and pressed his Barado to hers, pouring all his feelings into her without reservation. The rapid sequence of actions left Tintin's thoughts spinning. Her face flushed, Cinchuredo. It seems I had already made a good impression in Tintin's heart, which saved a lot of effort. He slowly pulled back a little and said in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, Cinchuredo showing no intention of breaking free. Instead, she greedily absorbed his warmth, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. Shun chuckled, the vibration in his chest passing through his clothes to Tintin, making her heart tingle. He gently patted her back, like comforting a wronged kitten. "Tintin, I was abrupt, but I don't regret it. I know this way of pursuing you is a bit overbearing, but I am serious about you. From a moment I decided to include you among my queens, I never thought of letting go. So you are destined to be mine." The sun gradually climbed higher, filtering through the giant trees next to the training ground, casting dappled light spots onto their embracing figures. The scattered kunai on the ground, the rustling of vines outside the courtyard wall, and the occasional clanging of ninja tools in the distance all became the backdrop for this sweet atmosphere, making the moment exceptionally tranquil and beautiful. Tintin remained quiet in Shun's arms for a long time. She finally struggled to lift her head and softly voice the question in her heart. But the outside world says you have many women around you, already 17 queens." am afraid it'll just be one of them and won't get your true feelings. By the end, her eyes showed a hint of imperceptible sadness. Before she could finish, Shun gently bravado her cheek, then pressed a bravado. Others are others, and you are you. With me, every queen has exclusive favoritism, and I won't let you suffer any grievances. Give me a chance to show you my true feelings, okay? Tintin looked at the sincerity in his deep eyes, and then recalled the clear lover's card from her morning fortune-telling. She nodded gently, a sweet smile blooming. I understand. Upon receiving her response, Shun's eyes instantly burst with dazzling light. He carefully set her down, but still held her hand tightly, his fingers intertwined with hers, unwilling to let go even an inch. Tintin, since you've agreed, then from today on, you are officially mine. His tone carried a hint of domineering joy. Censurado, her cheeks flushing, and a secret anticipation arose in her heart. Move now? Isn't this too soon? I haven't packed yet. Fulfilling Tintin's wishes, looking at Tintin, Shun asked with a smile, Tintin, do you have any wish? Tintin's eyes shifted, and she sighed softly. I want to see the scenery of Peach Blossom Island. Hearing her wish, Shun curved his lips into a smile. You want to see Peach Blossom Island? What's so difficult about that? Before Tintin could react, her wrist was gently grasped by him. The next second, the surrounding scenery twisted, and the grass and trees of the training ground were instantly replaced by the salty, humid sea breeze. Tintin opened her eyes wide in shock. Beneath her feet was the boundless blue, waves crashing against an invisible barrier, the spray carrying a crisp, clean scent. This is Peach Blossom Island? Shun gently released her hand, looked up at the magnificent sea before them, and lightly waved his hand toward the surface. In an instant, the previously calm sea surface suddenly boiled. Massive waves, like awakened beasts, surged up dozens of meters high, resembling a thick, 100-meter-tall wall of water crashing down violently towards the two of them. Tintin watched the massive waves before her ears filled with the roaring sound of the ocean churning. Frightened, she squeezed her eyes shut, her heart leaping into her throat, but the anticipated impact never came. She slowly opened her eyes, seeing a glossy, pale blue circular shield enveloping them. The giant wave smashed against the shield, making a deafening sound, then turned into scattered mist, refracting tiny specks of light in the sunlight. Before she could recover from the shocking sight, Shun casually waved his sleeve. The next second, countless colorful sea fish leaped out of the water. Silver scales, gold scales, and rainbow scales glittered brilliantly in the sun, like a flowing feast. Several flying fish spread their transparent fins and glided across the surface, tracing graceful arcs. A few bolder ones even brushed past the shield, the water droplets on their fins clearly visible. Wow! Tintin couldn't help but gasp, her eyes wide as she stared intently at the scene before her. Immediately after, Shun snapped his fingers sharply. The sea surface suddenly churned violently, forming a giant whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, 100-meter-long massive whale slowly surfaced, its enormous body like a small hill, its skin a deep blue-gray. It opened its mouth and sprayed a thick column of water straight into the sky. As the mist diffused, it created a hazy beauty. Tintin subconsciously covered her mouth, afraid that her breathing might disturb the beauty before her. Her clear eyes reflected the leaping sea fish, the gigantic whale, and the pervasive mist. Her breathing softened, and her eyes were slightly red-rimmed. This was a sight she had never dared to dream of. Yet the man before her had made it come true so easily. Shun quietly watched her joyful appearance, his eyes filled with tenderness. Taking advantage of her focus on the beautiful scenery and her complete lack of defense, he leaned down slightly and gently drew her close in a tender bravado. A sudden burst of feeling struck her face. Tintin froze as if paralyzed. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and even the tips of her ears felt burning hot. She could clearly feel the warmth near her, mingled with the salty air of the sea breeze, making her dizzy. Shun did not lean in any further. He stepped back after a brief moment, looking at her with calm, steady eyes. Tintin, I know you have a wonderful imagination and hold many hopeful expectations in your heart. From now on, you take care of the imagining, and I will take care of the making it happen. Tintin, whose heart was pounding like a drum, looked at his earnest eyes, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. I want to see a rainbow. As soon as the words left her mouth, she lowered her head awkwardly, feeling that her request was too willful. She had already troubled him so much. How could she push her luck further? She secretly glanced up at Shun. Seeing no trace of impatience from him, she breathed a small sigh of relief. Shun saw her shy appearance and pinched her cheek. What's difficult about that? Without any hesitation, he snapped his fingers again. The mist over the sea hadn't completely dispersed. Sunlight penetrated the layers of vapor, and a magnificent rainbow bridge spanned the water. 7 colors intertwined, one end connecting to the sea and the other seeming to stretch into the sky. Its edges shimmered with a faint halo, a beauty that captivated the eye. Tintin's eyes widened in surprise. Just as she was about to speak in admiration, she remembered something and, with a hint of cautious anticipation, said, I also want to see the night sky over the sea. The kind where there are lots of stars, the kind that reflects on the water's surface. As you wish. Shun gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his palm resting against her back, providing her with a complete sense of security. The dizzying sensation of teleportation struck again. Tintin instinctively leaned into Shun's chest, clutching tightly at his lapel with both hands. By the time she steadied herself, the surroundings had already changed to a deep night scene. Brilliant stars filled the entire sky, scattered densely everywhere. The sea surface was like a giant mirror, clearly reflecting the shadows of the stars. Moonlight sprinkled onto the water, creating sparkling ripples. Distant fishing lights flickered dimly. The evening breeze swept by, stirring up small waves that made a gentle sound, silent and romantically intoxicating. Tintin looked at the night view before her, her nose tingling slightly. She knew Shun was incredibly powerful, one of the top experts in the ninja world. Countless people respected and looked up to him. But she never imagined that such an exalted person would so thoughtfully fulfill her seemingly whimsical wishes, one after another. From the magnificent ocean to the leaping sea fish, from the brilliant rainbow to the romantic starry sky, every surprise contained his meticulous care and concern. She recalled that since childhood, she had always trained and executed missions with Niji and Lee, accustomed to being strong and independent. Never before had anyone taken her small wishes so seriously. This feeling of being cherished completely filled her heart, and the emotion spread across her eyes, nearly spilling out as tears. Shun keenly sensed her emotions and pulled her tightly into his barato. If you want to cry, let it out. Don't hold back. He lowered his head, pressing his barato gently to the crown of her head. Feeling the slight trembling of the person in his arms, he gently reassured her, wiping away a tear as she leaned on him for comfort. His thoughtful gestures soon eased her distress. Sensuredo. It's that time of the month. After speaking, she felt her face burning up, wishing she could simply disappear. Shun's movement suddenly paused. A brief flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which was immediately replaced by complete tenderness, without the slightest hint of impatience. He understood the girl's embarrassment and nervousness at this moment. The heat in his palm gradually faded, becoming gentle. He neither questioned her nor showed any dissatisfaction, simply patting the hand she was gripping, signaling her to relax. He slowly withdrew his hand, Sensuredo circulating through her chakra pathways and dispelling the bloating and discomfort. Even minor issues like old wrist injuries accumulated from years of using ninja tools and lower back aches were smoothed away. Tintin felt a warmth spreading through her entire body, and her previously tense muscles gradually relaxed. "Silly girl, why didn't you say you weren't feeling well sooner?" His fingers gently brushed her sweat-dampened bangs, tucking them behind her ear, his gaze resting on her flushed cheeks, filled with doting affection. He could imagine that she must have endured the discomfort just to stay by his side. This thoughtfulness softened his heart even barato. Tintin felt comforted by his kindness. She felt a mix of hesitation and seriousness, and she took a steadying breath. "Shun-sama, things are moving too fast and too suddenly for us. Niji and Lee are my most important partners. We grew up together, trained together, and went on missions together. They're like family to me. I want to say goodbye to them personally. I want to tell them myself, and I don't want them to worry about me." As she spoke, her eyes held a hint of pleading. She knew Shun had a noble status and might disdain such small matters, but she truly cared about Niji's and Lee's feelings. Shun looked at her, seeing the steadfastness and plea in her eyes. He knew Tintin was a very traditional and conservative woman, valuing loyalty and righteousness, and possessing her own pride, unwilling to let her partners misunderstand. Without any hesitation, he leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. "All right, go say your goodbyes properly and explain everything you want to say. Don't have any worries." Senshirito Shun kissed her forehead again. "Tonton, don't force yourself. Rest well today and recover your energy. Go say your goodbyes tomorrow and just come back to me after you've spoken with your friends. I will prepare everything you need. You are going to be my future queen." Tintin's announcement the next afternoon, Tintin, wearing her usual training clothes, walked alone down the streets of Konoha. The villagers she passed noticed her unusual expression, and though curious, no one approached to disturb her. After all, Konoha wasn't large, and everyone was quite familiar with the girl who always went on missions with Niji and Lee. Tintin took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and walked straight towards the courtyard where she once lived. Before long, she arrived at the familiar courtyard. The vines on the courtyard wall swayed gently in the wind, with a few pink flowers interspersed among the leaves. Morning dew still clung to the petals, sparkling in the sun, presenting the same elegant scene as before, as if she had never left. Tintin stood at the courtyard gate for a moment, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart, and gently pushed open the wooden gate. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Niji sitting on a stone bench, organizing his ninja tools. Each tool was polished to a shine and neatly arranged. He looked down slightly, his expression focused. Lee, on the other hand, was doing basic taijutsu training in the open space beside him. Sweat ran down his cheeks, soaking his green training uniform, yet his eyes remained resolute. And every punch and kick was full of power. Hearing the sound of the gate opening, both stopped their movements and turned to look. "Tintin, why are you back?" Niji spoke first, his voice tinged with surprise. His gaze fell on her, and he keenly noticed the complexity in her expression, his brows furrowing slightly. His hands, holding the ninja tools, paused. Lee immediately stopped his moves and hurried over. "Tintin, you're finally back. We've been looking for you for ages and couldn't find any trace of you. We were so worried. Where have you been all this time? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, he reached out to pat her shoulder, but fearing he might startle her, he stopped his hand midair, his eyes filled with anxious inquiry. Tintin walked up to the two of them, her gaze sweeping over the familiar faces of her companions. Seeing Niji's serious expression and Lee's concerned eyes, her heart ached and her eyes welled up slightly. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and looked at them with determination and undisguised reluctance. "Niji, Lee, I'm sorry for making you worry all this time. I came today to say goodbye to you." Niji asked in confusion. "Tintin, have you encountered some difficulty?" Tintin paused, as if having made a huge decision. "I've decided to marry Shun-sama. From now on, I won't be able to go on missions with you or fight alongside you anymore." After saying that, she felt all the strength drain from her body. "What?" Niji and Lee exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Niji's pupils constricted in shock, while Lee simply froze in place. In truth, both of them admired Shun from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the ninja world, he was an existence revered by countless ninjas. Neji regarded Shun as his goal, hoping to one day reach his level of greatness. But putting aside admiration, they were well aware of Shun's unfaithful nature. He already had 17 partners, yet he still often sought the company of other women. This was an open secret throughout the ninja world. Neji suppressed the urgency and worry in his heart and abruptly stood up. Senshirado, you might suffer grievances. He has 17 consorts. How can you be sure he'll be sincere with you? In his heart, Tintin had always been a younger sister who needed to be looked after. He couldn't bear to see her leap into such an unknown future, and he certainly didn't want her to get hurt. Lee also chimed in, his tone full of urgency. That's right. We all know Shun-sama is powerful, and we admire him from the bottom of our hearts. But he already has 17 consorts and still doesn't restrain himself. The rumors about him have never stopped. If you suffer, what will we do? He couldn't help but clench his fists, the veins on his arms bulging. Yet, out of respect for Shun, he dared not use overly harsh words, only bottling up his worry, his eyes turning red. In his heart, Tintin was his most important companion. He had always silently protected her and never imagined she would marry such a person. Tintin looked at their anxious, dissuading expressions, her heart filled with gratitude, and her eyes welled up slightly. She knew they genuinely cared for her, and she was well aware that everything they said was true. She had also heard many of the rumors about Shun's philandering ways. But she couldn't forget Shun's gentleness when he showed her the ocean, his focus when he fulfilled all her wishes, and his deep care and protection for her. She gently moved her hand away from Neji and looked at them with firm eyes. Thank you for worrying about me. I know you admire him, and I'm aware of his past and those rumors. But I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry Shun-sama. He treats me very well, respects me greatly, and cherishes me. I believe he will be good to me. As the two were about to persuade her further, a vibrant voice suddenly sounded from the courtyard entrance. Neji, Lee, Tintin, you're all here. This is great. You should be this lively. The voice was loud and powerful, carrying Guy's unique enthusiasm, instantly breaking the solemn atmosphere in the courtyard. Everyone turned to look, only to see Guy wearing his signature green jumpsuit. He walked in with an imposing stride, every step full of power, a hearty smile on his face, exuding an aura of youth. He had just finished his taijutsu training and was passing by when he saw the three figures in the courtyard from afar. Recognizing them as his students, he specifically came over to check on their recent training. He reached the courtyard entrance and started shouting before even entering, completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere inside. As he entered the courtyard, he immediately sensed that something was off with the atmosphere. Niji's brows were tightly furrowed, Lee's eyes were red, and Tintin's expression was resolute yet tinged with reluctance. He paused for a moment, then cheerfully spoke, "What's going on? Hit a bottleneck in training? Or had a disagreement?" After only a few pleasantries, he noticed the anomaly in Niji's tense expression. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Tintin was getting married. Guy immediately broke into a hearty laugh and patted Tintin heavily on the shoulder, with such force that Tintin stumbled. "Tintin, congratulations. It's wonderful to find your own destination. Youth should be about daring to love and hate. No matter who the person is, as long as you're happy, it's okay." Niji stepped forward, blocking Guy. "Guy-sensei, please try to persuade Tintin. You don't know, the person Tintin is going to marry is Shun-sama." Senshirado, he both admired Shun and worried about Tintin, his heart deeply conflicted. Lee quickly added, his tone anxious. "That's right, Guy-sensei. Although Shun-sama is powerful, and we greatly admire him, he's too unfaithful in relationships. Tintin is so kind and innocent, we can't just watch her jump into a fire pit. We've all been trying to persuade Tintin, but she's already made up her mind. Please, talk some sense into her." Hearing this, Guy's smile didn't disappear, but rather softened slightly as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Having traveled the ninja world for many years, he had naturally heard the rumors about Shun, knowing him to be unrestrained and surrounded by many women. But he also knew that rumors were often one-sided. He had once met Shun at a Ninja World conference. At that time, facing provocations from other villages, Shun remained calm in the face of danger, single-handedly intimidating the entire audience. That composure and sense of responsibility were something few could possess. Moreover, he had heard that although Shun was not entirely faithful to his consorts, he had never mistreated them. A moment later, he looked at his two anxious students and patted them heavily on the shoulders. Niji, Lee, Sincerado, you must feel the whole picture with your heart. Tintin is a child with her own opinions. Since she has made a decision, she must have her reasons, and she must have felt his sincerity. As her teacher and companions, we should believe in her choice and support her decision, rather than just obstructing her. Youth is about daring to love, and even if you get hurt, it's part of growth. Hearing Guy's words, Tintin's eyes instantly lit up. Her resolve grew even stronger, and her cheeks were tinged with a blush of joy. These past few days, although she was firm in her choice, she had also been restless due to outside rumors and inner anxiety, even doubting if she was too impulsive. Now, receiving Guy's approval and understanding, her inner turmoil instantly dissipated by more than half, leaving only anticipation and longing for the future. She bowed deeply to Guy. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I will definitely be happy. 40 advanced S on like it. Add to library. Tintin's collection gets exposed as the evening breeze blew. A sweet, refreshing fragrance drifted in, and the corridor was illuminated by a warm, yellow glow. A wave of warmth spread through Tintin's heart. So this was the secure feeling of being cherished by someone. After washing up, the fragrant steam of roses and lavender wafted up, passing over the tip of her nose. Tintin shed her outer clothes and gently immersed herself in the warm tub, her fingers lightly stirring the rose petals floating on the water's surface. She raised her hand and scooped up a handful of warm water. The droplets slipped through her fingers, creating tiny ripples. Her thoughts spread out like ripples. She was just an ordinary ninja, with no prominent family background or astonishing talent, yet she had earned Shun's affection. After bathing, Tintin changed into a set of pink pajamas, the neckline embroidered with Barato white plum patterns, giving her a fresh and bright look. Her short hair still carried the moisture of water vapor, and she was enveloped in the faint Barato of flowers. She walked barefoot on the slightly cool wooden floor, her toes slightly curled, heading to the window and resting her hands lightly on the wooden window frame. The evening breeze, carrying the coolness of the night, blew toward her, lifting the stray hairs on her forehead and brushing against her cheek. A few chirps of insects sounded from afar, crisp and pleasant, adding a touch of vitality to the quiet night. Looking up, the night sky was as clear as if it had been washed clean, without a wisp of cloud. Stars were densely scattered across it, like a handful of sparkling diamonds, dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, a meteor flashed by, trailing a brilliant silver-blue streak. Its light vanished in an instant, too fast to catch. A meteor, make a wish. Tintin subconsciously clasped her hands together and silently made a wish, afraid of missing this fleeting moment of beauty. Just as she silently prayed for this happiness to last longer, the meteor vanished into the horizon, quickly merging into the profound darkness of the night. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she spoke with a touch of self-mockery. I really am too greedy. At this moment, Shun was sitting in a rocking chair, his dark robes moving slightly in the evening breeze. Using his dojutsu, Divine Eye, he could observe Tintin's actions clearly. The pure anticipation she held while making her sincere wish resembled a child who had received candy but feared it would be snatched away. It was innocent and beautiful. Shun was accustomed to sycophantic flattery and had seen countless false attempts at pleasing him. Tintin stood out to him as a particularly interesting person. His chakra stirred slightly, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, he reappeared outside her home. While Tintin was still reflecting on an unresolved matter, Centuriato, her muscles instantly tensing, and she instinctively prepared to raise her hand to counterattack. But just then, the voice that brought her immense peace sounded in her ear. "Tintin, don't be afraid, it's me." Hearing Shun's voice, Tintin's tense body immediately relaxed. She leaned back gently. She walked up to him and gently placed her hand near his. She said, "Shun-sama, why did you come? You didn't tell me beforehand. You startled me." Being near him made her feel happy. Shun lowered his head slightly and Barato the Barato of her head, catching the faint floral Barato from her hair. The fresh, pleasant aroma warmed his heart. He smiled warmly at her. "Tintin, I missed you, so I came to see you." He rested his hand near her side, the moment feeling gentle and calm. "I saw you making a wish on the meteor outside just now. What did you wish for? Can you tell me? Were you secretly thinking of me?" Tintin's cheeks grew even redder from his question. Her eyes darted away, afraid to look into his eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. She whispered softly, "I didn't finish making it." The meteor disappeared, so the wish was only half made. By the end, her voice was full of regret, yet her eyes held a hint of sweetness. She certainly wouldn't tell him that she was just about to wish for them to be together forever when the meteor vanished. Such a direct desire was too embarrassing for her to utter. If you want to see meteors, it's actually quite simple. Shun chuckled lightly, displaying the unique confidence and composure of a powerful individual. He lightly kissed her ear, then her cheek. Then he gently lifted her chin with his hand, directing her eyes toward the night sky outside the window. "Tintin, I'm giving you a gift. Look at the sky ahead." After speaking, his fingers flicked lightly, producing a crisp snap. Tintin followed his gaze toward the window, and the next second, she gasped. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously covered her mouth with both hands. The night sky, which had only scattered stars moments before, was now streaked by countless meteors, one after another, trailing long, brilliant wakes, some silver white, some pale pink, and some light blue. It was like a magnificent meteor shower banquet, adorning the entire night sky with dazzling splendor. She had lived this long, but had never witnessed such a spectacular and romantic scene. "Tintin, hurry and make a wish. This meteor shower is falling just for you." Shun's gentle voice sounded in her ear. His arm rested around her Barato, holding her close as they shared a warm Barato. He could clearly feel the slight trembling of the person in his arms, a sign of excitement and joy. Tintin lifted her head from his embrace and clasped her hands tightly together. She closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and began making her wish with extreme devotion. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a happy curve graced her lips as she silently recited her most sincere wishes. "I hope Shun-sama truly loves me, and I hope I can stay by his side forever." She didn't dare ask for too much. Even just quietly accompanying him was enough. Shun watched the devout expression of the person in his arms, his eyes filled with an undeniable tenderness. He gently wiped away the tears on Tintin's cheek, pulled her back into his embrace, lifted her chin, and pressed down a dominant kiss. "Tintin, I love you." These words were spoken without the slightest hesitation or his usual carefree demeanor. Tintin froze motionless on the spot, her ears filled only with her own pounding heartbeat and his phrase, "I love you," echoing repeatedly in her mind. She threw herself into Shun's arms. "Shun-sama, I love you too. I'm willing to give up everything for you." After speaking, she tightly wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest. Shun gently hooked Tintin's chin, gazed deeply into her eyes, Centuriato. Their kissing continued. Tintin cast all her nervousness and apprehension aside, responding to his tenderness awkwardly, but with immense sincerity. Suddenly, a gust of night wind quietly blew into the room, causing a corner of the curtain to sway gently, and it happened to brush against the edge of a bookshelf. Bang! A manga book with a pink cover slipped from the second shelf of the bookshelf and fell onto the wooden floor. Shun paused slightly, turned his head toward the sound, and his gaze landed on the open manga book. The cover was printed with the title in gold foil, Sweet Times with Shun-sama. When Tintin saw the manga, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and her earlobes burned, as if her most secret thoughts had been exposed on the spot. It was a manga she had secretly hidden. She hadn't expected Shun to discover it this way. She hurriedly pulled slightly away from Shun's embrace, swiftly rushed over, and pressed down tightly on the manga with both hands, her fingertips trembling slightly from nervousness. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She frantically hid the manga behind her back, her head bowed low. Shun-sama, it's not what you think. Watching her embarrassed yet adorable appearance, Shun let out a low laugh. I noticed just now that the panda pattern outfit worn by the heroine on the cover was quite cute. Tintin, it looks like you have the same style in your closet. Which one is your favorite piece? Hearing this, Tintin smiled shyly and looked away. Cinchuredo, the pandas on the pants were round and charmingly naive, giving her an overall cute, girlish aura. Shun looked at Tintin, and the adoration in his eyes nearly spilled over. He quickly stepped forward and scooped her up into a bridal carry without a word. Tintin cried out in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her cheek against his barato. Tintin, I want to feed the panda bamboo. Path to godhood in Tintin's bedroom. The warm atmosphere continued. The two shared a heartfelt barato. Ding! Host and partner Tintin have completed a special training barato together. Acquired. Chakra Cap 10, Imagination 5, Space Attribute 0.01 Ding. According to host settings, partner Tintin receives system feedback. Human Sage Body Experience 5000. Ding. Partner Tintin's Human Sage Body has advanced to Human Sage Body Special. Kekiai Genkai. Human Sage Body Special. 5000 attributes. Health 1000. Mental Energy 8,000, Potential 6,000, Stamina 25, Natural Energy Affinity 25. Shun smiled gently. Everything was within his expectations. He could clearly feel a surge of energy slowly moving at the point of contact between them. That energy carried a pure life barato. It was the power within Tintin awakening and ascending. The moment the system notification sounded, Cinchuredo, this feeling is too wonderful. Driven by an uncontrollable tremor, her entire skin began to glow with a faint golden light at this moment. The light spread to her limbs, making her appear even more radiant and translucent. Boom! An unprecedented energy suddenly erupted from within her body, carrying a pure Cinchuredo. What's happening to me? There seems to be a strange power running wild inside my body. I'm a little scared. Seeing the fear and unease in her eyes, Shun gently kissed her cheek, gazing tenderly into her eyes and soothing the panic in her heart. Don't be afraid, Tintin. This isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. He gently held her, placing his palm on her back, slowly sending out a trace of gentle chakra to guide the restless energy within her. Your reserves absorb the power I left with you and successfully underwent the awakening of the human barato. Golden light flowed ceaselessly over Tintin, slowly moving as if alive. The energy within her body gradually stabilized under the guidance. Leaning against Shun's chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, and feeling the warmth and stabilizing strength he conveyed, the panic in her heart gradually dissipated. She slowly lowered her head, looked at her faintly golden hands, and gently moved her arms. A full and majestic power instantly surged throughout her body, an experience she had never had before. Seeing Tintin's transformation, Shun was quite satisfied, as this was the result of his careful planning. As his strength reached a brand new level, he was no longer a host passively receiving system gifts. Instead, he could use his own strength to reverse engineer and tamper with some of the system's rules. He could replicate some of his abilities onto others using the system's methods. This absolute control over power gave him the confidence to pave a road leading to godhood for his queens. He carefully lifted Tintin horizontally, letting her rest comfortably in his arms. Tintin, my queen, you are destined not to be immortal. You should know that this is only your starting point. In the future, you will transform into the goddess of hope, revered by thousands, wielding the power of hope in the world. Tintin looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief, confusion, and helplessness. I am the goddess of hope? Shun, are you joking? She subconsciously looked down at her hands. Although the surging power felt real, the word goddess was too distant and unreal for a regular ninja like her, who had only known training and missions since childhood. Shun offered a warm, reassuring smile, then gently tapped her flushed cheek. I never joke. Not just you, but my 24 queens will each eventually wield a divine authority, transform into goddesses, and protect this world alongside me. For example, Tsunade's medical skills are divine, and she cares for all beings. She will become the goddess of life. Temari controls the power of wind and acts decisively. She will be the goddess of wind. Kuratsuchi is proficient in earth release and is steady. She will be the goddess of earth, guarding the foundation of the world. Kagaya has an unbreakable bond with the moon. She will transform into the goddess of moon, managing the ebb and flow of tides and lighting up the night. Chie is naturally in control of ice and has a pure heart. She is the perfect candidate for the goddess of ice. Miroku can foresee the future and discern karma. She is naturally the goddess of destiny, guiding the karma of the world. Tintin listened dumbfounded, her eyes wide, and she subconsciously softened her breathing, afraid of interrupting his words. Only after Shun had completely finished speaking did she slowly recover, her eyes filled with a trace of curiosity and deep apprehension. Then, what exactly is the purpose of me becoming the goddess of hope? I don't have Tsunade-sama's medical skills, nor do I have Temari-sama's power. I'm afraid I can't handle such a heavy responsibility. Shun interrupted her, gazing at her with incredibly earnest eyes. Tintin, you have your own extraordinary qualities. After becoming the goddess of hope, you will possess an affinity for natural energy and power of faith far exceeding ordinary people. Not only can you easily absorb and convert these two powers for your own use, but your lifespan will also be infinitely close to eternal, lasting as long as the world, accompanying me forever. More importantly, when mortals fall into despair and lose the will to live, they only need to pray devoutly to you, and they will feel the power of hope you radiate, reigniting the courage to live and escaping their predicament. Tintin grew increasingly confused, her eyes full of bewilderment. She gently shook her head. But I don't understand what the power of hope is at all. I never knew I had such an ability. Since childhood, she had only known how to train. She never imagined she would possess such miraculous power, let alone how to use it. Shun looked at her adorable and confused appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. You inherently possess this potential. It just hadn't awakened yet. You are naturally optimistic and cheerful, never giving up even when faced with desperate situations, and you are skilled at weaving hope through imagination, infecting those around you. This trait is the core of the power of hope. When you fully awaken your divine position in the future, those you bestow power upon will not only temporarily gain the courage to face difficulties, but their thinking will also become flexible and agile, and they may even gain a certain amount of power in a short time, surpassing their limits. Being affirmed and praised so directly by someone she respected, Tintin felt a warm sense of pride and gratitude. Am I really that outstanding? I just did what I was supposed to do, and I never thought it would have such a great effect. After speaking, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Shun's eyes became incredibly deep, as if containing the entire starry sky. Tintin, you are far more outstanding than you imagine. When you fully become the goddess of hope in the future, you will possess exclusive divine power and be able to develop unique divine techniques based on your own understanding. As for the chakra you currently possess, I will personally eliminate all traces of it within your body. Not just you, I will make chakra completely disappear from the history of the ninja world. Shun, why erase chakra? Tintin looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and worry. Chakra is the foundation of ninjas. We rely on it to train, fight, and protect our comrades. If it's erased, what will happen to the ninja world? Also, will this be dangerous for people who already have chakra? Will they lose their power or even be in danger? Shun looked at her worried expression, and his heart softened further. Chakra is inherently a product of the Uchih clan, a tool they use to enslave the beings of this world and extract the planet's energy. It hides many unknown risks and dangers, keeping it as the greatest threat to the ninja world. Did you know that chakra completely changes the cellular structure of the human body? Ordinary people have only 28 to 36 trillion cells in their bodies, but after acquiring chakra, the cell count can surge to over 130 trillion. The more cells, the more vitality is consumed. This is why ninjas often have much shorter lifespans than ordinary humans. Many lose their lives at a young age because using too much chakra drains their vitality. Most importantly, the will and influence of the Uchih clan still remain within chakra. The soul may gradually be worn away, and they might even be controlled by the Uchih, becoming pawns for their invasion of the ninja world and plunder of energy. Furthermore, there are too many unknown effects, far more terrifying than we imagine. Only by completely eliminating chakra can the ninja world truly escape the shadow of the Uchih clan.